Scoring the Sacred Body of the Ancients from the Get chapter 1140 to chapter 1213. After Jun Xiaoyao returned to the Jun family, he saw many familiar faces. For example, his first maidservant, Jun Linglong. When she saw Jun Xiaoyao, she was so emotional that she cried. There was also Bai Yuer and Su Ziqiong. He brought Nalan Ruashi and Jun Ing'er from the 10 lands of the lower world. Wu Mingyue, the eldest princess of the Jin dynasty, was also the first to show up when she heard that Jun Xiaoyao had returned. She was overjoyed. Regardless of what happened between these people and Jun Xiaoyao, whether it was pleasant or unpleasant, Jun Xiaoyao was still able to tell. After such a long time, everything was relieved. These women never expected to get anything from Jun Xiaoyao. They were satisfied as long as they could stay in the Jun family and see Jun Xiaoyao occasionally. They would never fall in love with another man in their lives. Because they would fall in love with Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao could only return these women with a smile and a hug. However, this was enough to make them cry tears of joy and happiness. The news of Jun Xiaoyao's return to the Huangtian mystic realm spread throughout the Huangtian mystic realm in a short period of time as expected. For a moment, the entire Huangtian mystic realm was in an uproar. Countless creatures came to the Emperor State, wanting to see the young hero who ended the disaster of the foreign realm with their own eyes. The Jun family threw a grand banquet for Jun Xiaoyao's return as well, in order to welcome him back. As long as it was a force in the Huangtian mystic realm, regardless of their relationship with the Jun family, they would send someone to attend the banquet and send a big gift. The people of the Jiang family also came, including Jun Xiaoyao's grandfather, Jiang Daoxiu, who was also very happy. Jiang Xingyi and Jiang Luoli also saw their relatives and felt emotional. The people of the emperor's court also came. After all, Jun Xiaoyao, the master of the emperor's court, had returned. The powerhouses of the immortal ancient clans, such as the Dawn deity of the Beauty clan and others, came. The 4 mystique venerable ones of the Bronze Immortal Hall, an old blind man, a cripple, Fang Xionyang, and the parrot also came. Jun Xiaoyao, who was extremely weak in their eyes back then, had grown to a level that they could not ignore. They could only sigh. Queen Medusa of the Snake People, Bai Ling, and others. Xiao the Xia family of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Clans, Xiao Bingyun, and others. The last generation of the Sacred Body, Ning Chen, Xiao Xianxian, and others. Aside from Jun Xiaoyao, Wu Hu was considered another Sacred Body of the Ancients. After being rescued by Jun Xiaoyao, Guardian Wu became a core member of the emperor's court. As the last generation Sacred Body, Wu Hu's current strength had reached the creation divine supremacy level. Jun Xiaoyao was Jun Xiaoyao Jun was Jun was. Later on, Jun Xiaoyao even bestowed him with 50 drops of Saint Physique blood essence. That was the blood essence of a perfect Saint Physique with 10 shackles severed. The current Wu Hu was still some distance away from breaking through the 10th shackle. But with his current strength, he shouldn't be able to find any match among the 7th level supreme martial artists. Jun Xiaoyao thought highly of Wu Hu. After all, he was the only last generation saint body of the Desolation Temple other than himself. Jun Xiaoyao believed that Wu Hu had the potential to become a great success holy physique. At that time, it would play a very important role in suppressing the chaos. After all, the lineage of the divine physique was born in response to calamities. After that, Yan Ruming also came. She was the goddess of the demon god palace, and she had returned to the Huangtian mystic realm first. The 9-headed lion had also arrived and was jumping up and down in excitement when he saw Jun Xiaoyao. It didn't look like a mighty 9-headed lion at all, but more like a husky. Master, Wu Hu, I can be your mount again. At this time, a small green bird was sweating like a waterfall. It was the Fufeng of Gojoseon. Even mounts were included in this age. The corners of the Fufeng of Gojoseon's eyes twitched. The competition to be a mount was already so fierce. How are you qualified to be my master's mount? The small green bird, which was the Fufeng of Gojoseon, spoke in human language. Damn, a mixed bird dares to look down on me? The 9-headed lion's 9 heads showed a look of disdain. This made the Fufeng of Gojoseon a little crazy. He was a quasi-emperor, okay, he was the most miserable quasi-emperor in history. Okay. Jun Xiaoyao also shook his head and smiled. What a clown. Then, the banquet began, and everyone was happy. The vast majority of the forces could only eat outside at the banquet. Those who could enter the Jun family's banquet were either top forces or forces absorbed by the emperor's court. In the crowd, a beautiful woman also came. She looked at Jun Xiaoyao with a face full of infatuation. She was the passerby who didn't deserve to have a name, the princess of the great Shang dynasty. She had been admiring Jun Xiaoyao since the 10-years-old banquet until now. However, the princess of the great Shang dynasty was still alone. After all, it was not just a saying that she fell in love with Xiaoyao for the rest of her life. Of course, there were many women like her. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at the princess of the great Shang dynasty. Although she didn't have much of a presence and he didn't even know her name. But after all, she was someone he had seen since the 10-years-old banquet. Jun Xiaoyao came to the princess of the great Shang dynasty. Son of God. The princess of the great Shang dynasty was flattered. Her cheeks were red as she stammered. I remember that the great Shang dynasty has already joined the emperor's court, right? Jun Xiaoyao said gently. Yes, it's the honor of the great Shang dynasty to be able to serve the son of God's emperor's court. Also, Lord Son of God, I'm no longer a princess, the princess of the great Shang dynasty said. Oh? Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. I'm the new emperor of the great Shang dynasty. The princess of the great Shang dynasty, no, the empress of the great Shang dynasty, said. I see. Congratulations. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. The empress of the great Shang dynasty blushed and was so happy that she was about to faint. Anyone now, even if it was just to speak a word or two with Jun Xiaoyao, it would definitely be a supreme honor and would make countless people envious. By the way, I don't know your name yet, Jun Xiaoyao said. Even a passerby should have a name. The empress of the great Shang dynasty said shyly, Lord Son of God, my name is, however, before she could finish, Jiang Luoli pulled Jun Xiaoyao away, saying that Jiang Ro had something to talk to him about. The empress of the great Shang dynasty stood rooted to the ground in a daze. Her red lips were open and she was speechless. We still don't know the true name of the empress of the great Shang dynasty. On the other side, Jiang Luoli pulled Jun Xiaoyao to the side hall. He realized that Jiang Xingyi was also here. However, Jiang Ro had a straight face. Jun Xiaoyao's heart skipped a beat, thinking that Jiang Ro was blaming him for abducting his aunt. However, Jiang Ro said seriously, Xiaoyao, let me ask you, when are you going to resolve the important matter in your life? I don't object to you and Wu Hui going out to explore the world. However, you have to leave a seed for the Jun family and give me grandchildren. Jiang Ro's words made Jun Xiaoyao sweat slightly. When it came to urging marriage, all parents in the world were the same. However, he looked at Jiang Luoli and then at the shy Jiang Xingyi. This time, he wouldn't run away like before. Mother, I've already decided. Let's find a time to get engaged first. When Jiang Ro heard this, she was stunned at first, then looked at Jun Xiaoyao in surprise. Was this still the Jun Xiaoyao who was very indifferent to relationships? Xiaoyao, you're finally enlightened. Jiang Ro was very surprised and pleasantly surprised. I've thought it through. Sister Xingyi and Luoli are the people I want to be with, Jun Xiaoyao said seriously. After Jiang Ro heard this, she was overjoyed and her eyes turned red. Jiang Luoli was her daughter-in-law. Jiang Xingyi was also an excellent woman. That's great. Luoli is the daughter-in-law I like. So is Xingyi. In fact, I've wanted to matchmake the two of you for a long time and give birth to a little Khanate divine body Taoist embryo for me, Jiang Ro said happily. Sister, what are you talking about? Jiang Xingyi was abnormally shy. Her snow-white and sparkling face was as bright as the sunset. You're still calling me sister. Don't worry, it won't be long before you change, Jiang Ro teased kindly. Haha, Xiaoyao, this is great news. Jun Zhantian and some other family elders appeared at some point. They looked at Jiang Luoli and Jiang Xingyi happily, very satisfied. Jiang Xingyi was so embarrassed that she buried her head in Jun Xiaoyao's arms. Jiang Luoli, on the other hand, was heartless. She smiled happily, and two sweet dimples appeared on her cheeks. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao sighed with emotion. He had beautiful women, family, friends, and family by his side. This was probably the so-called happiness. The more ordinary it was, the more precious it was. This is the existence I want to protect. No turmoil or calamity can threaten them. Jun Xiaoyao swore in his heart. In order to achieve this goal, he had to continue cultivating until he truly became the most powerful person in history and erased all turmoil. Heavenly Emperor Jun. The entire banquet lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. During this time, Jun Xiaoyao also saw many old friends. He also drank some wine, but he didn't deliberately use his dermic powers to force the alcohol out. This kind of tipsy feeling was not bad. From the Emperor Road to the ancient Ultimate Road, to the original Emperor City, to the border, and then to the outland. Along the way, Jun Xiaoyao's nerves were tense. He advanced step by step and experienced countless things. It was rare for him to have free time now. When he returned to his family, he was surrounded by beauties, family, and friends. Jun Xiaoyao was also very relaxed. When it was time to enjoy, he would never mistreat himself. When the banquet was about to end. However, Yan Rumeng went to see Jun Xiaoyao alone. In a side hall. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the woman in front of him. She had a perfect face, a perfect figure, and a pair of snow-white long legs. "Why are you looking for me?" Although in the beginning of their acquaintance, Yan Rumeng and he had a conflict. At that time, in the 10 lands of the lower realm, Yan Rumeng, as the holy maiden of the demon god palace, wanted to bring the sky demon crown prince to the upper realm. In the end, the sky demon crown prince was killed by Jun Xiaoyao. Not only that, Jun Xiaoyao also pinched her long legs and asked her what her true form was. However, after the initial conflict, the relationship between Yan Rumeng and Jun Xiaoyao eased. There was even a little ambiguity. In the ancient Ultimate Road, Yan Rumeng had also accompanied Jun Xiaoyao through a section of the ancient road. She also promised Jun Xiaoyao that she would join the monarch court. Therefore, the relationship between the two was quite harmonious. "I heard that you're getting engaged?" Yan Rumeng ran her jade-like hands through her smooth and soft hair. Although Jun Xiaoyao hadn't announced the news of the engagement yet, Yan Rumeng could always find out if she wanted to. "That's right." Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. The reason why he didn't announce it now was because the time hadn't been confirmed yet. He still had to head to Immortal Academy and Void Sky World later, so he didn't have time for now. Yan Rumeng smiled faintly. Her snow-white face was absolutely beautiful, without a single blemish. "Do you still remember when we were on the ancient Ultimate Road? In order to get rid of some flies, I even told others that you were my husband. You even said that I took advantage of you." Thinking of some things in the past, Yan Rumeng smiled, but the light in her eyes was faint. Jun Xiaoyao remained silent. What else could he say? Looking at the silent Jun Xiaoyao, Yan Rumeng suddenly felt like her heart was being stabbed. Then, a strange light flashed through her eyes. Suddenly, she approached Jun Xiaoyao and placed her jade-like hand on his chest. Her red lips parted slightly as she exhaled a sweet and hot breath. "Xiaoyao, you won't only marry 2 women, right? After all, you are an unparalleled wondrous man from past to present, a supreme expert who will rule the world in the future. Forget about having 2 wives, even having 3,000 beauties in a harem is something that couldn't be any more normal." When faced with Yan Rumeng's sudden intimacy, Jun Xiaoyao took a step back. "You're drunk." "No, I'm sober." "You still haven't answered my question." Yan Rumeng pouted coquettishly, displaying a moving and charming little woman's style. "I just got engaged, yet you're already making me answer this type of question? Are you trying to make me a scumbag?" Jun Xiaoyao was speechless. No matter how he was, he wouldn't go so far as to act randomly right after proposing the engagement. Then wouldn't that be extremely irresponsible to Xianxia and Jiangluoli? "That's fine too, I can even be your concubine." Yan Rumeng smiled sweetly, her charm moving. However, Jun Xiaoyao frowned slightly, sensing that something was wrong. He knew Yan Rumeng's feelings for him. But she definitely wasn't a woman who didn't know her limits. "No, you're not Yan Rumeng." Looking at the strange light that flashed through Yan Rumeng's eyes, Jun Xiaoyao pushed Yan Rumeng away. "Io, what a heartless little brother. Don't you pity your concubine?" Yan Rumeng lowered her eyes, looking innocent. "I think I know who you are." Jun Xiaoyao looked at Yan Rumeng and said lightly. Oh? Yan Ruming's eyes moved. Demon God Palace, Little Demon Empress, Jun Xiaoyao said directly. Although he had never really met the Little Demon Empress. But the Little Demon Empress had possessed Yan Ruming's body a few times before, and had even fought with him. And most importantly, the Little Demon Empress seemed to be lusting after his body. I didn't expect Son of God to still be thinking of your concubine. Yan Ruming, no, the Little Demon Empress, spoke and laughed, charming and charming. Although she didn't appear in her original form. But it was rumored that she was one of the most beautiful women in the Huangtian immortal realm, and the ruler of Demon God Palace. It could be said that she had power, beauty, and strength all in one. Any man who could be looked at by the Little Demon Empress would be honored for 3 lifetimes. But now, Jun Xiaoyao was frowning. He felt that the Little Demon Empress was a problem. Senior, why did you possess Yan Ruming's body and come here? Jun Xiaoyao's tone became cold. So what if she was the Little Demon Empress? Now, in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, Demon God Palace was just SOSO. Calling me senior makes me sound old. How about calling me Yao Yao? The Little Demon Empress was still smiling charmingly. If you have something to say, then say it. Don't tell me you're really here to reminisce, Jun Xiaoyao said lightly. The Little Demon Empress smiled and said, you should know that the real calamity hasn't ended. Soon, there will be great turmoil in the immortal realm. The Little Demon Empress words made Jun Xiaoyao's expression freeze. He thought of the fragment of the future again. So, you know some inside information? Jun Xiaoyao looked straight at the Little Demon Empress. Call me Yao Yao, the Little Demon Empress said coquettishly. Okay, Yao Yao, what do you know? Jun Xiaoyao said patiently. He felt that the Little Demon Empress might really know some inside information. He even started to guess the Little Demon Empress' true identity and background. Little brother Xiaoyao has always been smart. You must be trying to figure out my identity now. It's okay. I can tell you directly that I'm related to the 9 heavens. The Little Demon Empress words made Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flash. Above the 9 heavens, the land of the ultimate ruins, and the mysterious forbidden zone was located above the 9 heavens. The successor of the human immortal sect, Ji Daoi, also came from a forbidden family above the 9 heavens. It could be said that it was an incomparably mysterious and unfathomable region. It was independent of the immortal realm and formed a forbidden zone beyond the heavens. And the Little Demon Empress was actually related to the 9 heavens' ultimate ruins. Could she be related to some forbidden family or even the forbidden zone? Why, is little brother Xiaoyao surprised? The Little Demon Empress smiled sweetly. So, what are you here to tell me? Jun Xiaoyao said. It's very simple. If little brother Xiaoyao is willing to be with me, I can help you get through this turmoil safely, the Little Demon Empress said. Her words made Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flash. In other words, the turmoil this time started above the 9 heavens' ultimate ruins. Then, what was the cause? Could it be that there was also a mastermind behind the scenes like the ultimate disaster? And from what the Little Demon Empress said, she could protect Jun Xiaoyao and even the Jun family. This was enough to prove that she had a close relationship with some forces above the 9 heavens. She could even be someone from one of those forces. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's doubts increased. How about it, is little brother Xiaoyao willing? The Little Demon Empress' eyes burned like fire. So what if it's a forbidden zone that's independent from the heavens? Would my Jun family be afraid and need your protection? Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. The mysterious forbidden zone, the ancient forbidden family, indeed had a deep and immeasurable foundation. But the Jun family was not an ordinary immortal force. If the forbidden zone wanted to deal with the Jun family, they would have to consider their own strength. The Little Demon Empress did not refute and nodded slightly. Indeed, the Jun family is very strong, so strong that even some forbidden zones fear them. But, don't forget, the Jun family is currently under the curse of calamity. Jun Xiaoyao laughed and said, you should also know that it's impossible for the curse of calamity to destroy my Jun family. This is not a big deal to my Jun family. The Little Demon Empress said, indeed, but there is still a limit. You should know that in a battle between the strongest, even a small difference can determine life and death. If there is an unimaginable turmoil in the future, will the Jun family's experts take the risk of the curse of calamity to participate in the battle? At that time, the Jun family will only be able to protect itself. The little demon empress words were not without reason. In a battle between the strongest, any small factor could determine the outcome. Not to mention something like the curse of calamity. So you can help me get through this turmoil? Jun Xiaoyao said. Of course, since I have spoken, I can naturally guarantee your safety, the little demon empress said with a chuckle. Do I look like someone who lives off a woman? Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows slightly. Although he had a dark history in the foreign realm, this was the immortal realm. It was the Jun family's territory, he did not need to live off a woman. So what, I am willing to let you eat me. After all, you are so fresh and delicious. The little demon empress licked her red lips. Jun Xiaoyao was speechless. Who was the one who wanted to eat whom? You can't just be lusting after my body, right? Jun Xiaoyao said straightforwardly. This was not narcissism, but the truth. Indeed, there were countless women who coveted his body. The original sacred body of the ancients was enough to make me look forward to it. Now, there is the chaotic body. No, there seems to be other auras. The little demon empress was very close to Jun Xiaoyao, and her sparkling nose was still moving, as if she was smelling the scent on Jun Xiaoyao's body. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. This little demon empress perception was quite sharp. Don't tell me your original form is a dog? Your nose is so sharp, Jun Xiaoyao mocked coldly. The demon god palace was supposed to be filled with demons. Yan Ruming's original body was the skydream bewildering butterfly. That little demon empress shouldn't be a human either. Of course, this was just Jun Xiaoyao's teasing. No matter how the little demon empress was, her original form couldn't possibly be that of a dog. That would be too damaging to her reputation as the most beautiful woman in the immortal region. Unexpectedly, the little demon empress didn't get angry as expected. Instead, she blushed and said, so the son of God likes this. It's okay, sometimes it should be a little fun. I'm willing to be the son of God's little bitch. Woof, woof, Jun Xiaoyao was completely speechless. If a woman was really open, there was really nothing a man could do. Who could stand that? There were probably not many men who could stand the little demon empress teasing. However, Jun Xiaoyao was still very calm. You don't just covet my body, do you? What's your goal? The little demon empress said, of course I covet it. It would be even better if we could dual cultivate. Besides, chaos is coming, and this world will probably be reshuffled. Who knows how many immortal forces will completely disappear. Even if the Jun family is affected by the curse of calamity, it is still the most powerful force in this world. Jun Xiaoyao immediately understood and said with a cold smile, I see. Actually, you also want to ally with my Jun family and borrow my Jun family's power. Of course. As long as you are willing to be with me, then we will naturally be a family. We are bound together for good or ill. The little demon empress was also very straightforward. She could seduce the most handsome and talented man in this world. She could also ally with the most powerful family. This was a business that would definitely be profitable. I refuse. Jun Xiaoyao was very decisive. The little demon empress was also stunned, and then said, is it because of the two women of the Jiang family? It's okay, I don't mind. It's not bad to have more people exercise. I don't care if you mind or not, but whether they mind or not. Obviously, they will mind a lot, Jun Xiaoyao said. Not to mention Xianxia and the others, even Jun Xiaoyao himself minded a lot. No matter how stunning and beautiful the little demon empress was, how mysterious the power behind her was, so what, previously, she had almost no relationship with him, but now she wanted to sleep in the same bed as him. Jun Xiaoyao knew that he was no saint, but he would not be so careless as to do such a thing. Also, if he wanted to take the first place, it would not be the little demon empress. Luo Xiangling, that gentle and beautiful auntie, was she not good enough? TSK, son of God is really heartless. I am so sad, the little demon empress said sadly. But then, she revealed a smile and said, but who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe little big brother will change his mind when the time comes? You are thinking too much, Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. Hee, I am willing to wait for that day. It won't be too long, as soon as her voice fell, the demonic brilliance in Yan Rumeng's eyes disappeared. She woke up and realized that she was very close to Jun Xiaoyao. What's wrong? Yan Rumeng blushed, not knowing what happened. Nothing. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. But, I still want to give you my blessings, Yan Rumeng said with a serious face. In the eyes of outsiders, she was ethereal and holy. Only in front of Jun Xiaoyao, she seemed to have turned back into an ordinary woman. Thank you, Jun Xiaoyao said. Yan Rumeng looked deeply at Jun Xiaoyao. They had been enemies at the beginning, and they had accompanied him on the ancient road. Jun Xiaoyao had left an unerasable mark in her heart. Jun Xiaoyao treated her very well, but it should be limited to friends. But thinking about it carefully, Yan Rumeng still felt a little depressed. After all, her long legs had been touched by Jun Xiaoyao. Seriously, I have been taken advantage of, and I didn't get any benefits. Yan Rumeng turned and left, secretly biting her lips. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's voice came from behind. You are already a member of my Emperor Monarch court, please take care of me in the future. Hearing this, Yan Rumeng's eyes were wet, and a tear almost fell. How good would it be if the Emperor Monarch court was replaced by Jun Xiaoyao? This enemy, do you really want me to wait for him for the rest of my life? Yan Rumeng sighed in her heart, but her mouth responded in a low voice. She had met Xiaoyao for the rest of her life. There was no other way. Looking at Yan Rumeng's graceful back, Jun Xiaoyao retracted his gaze. The smile on his face disappeared, and it was replaced by a thoughtful look. Although he was not very fond of the little demon empress. But she did bring Jun Xiaoyao an important piece of news. The great calamity in the future was very likely to come from the ultimate ruin above the 9 heavens. Is the great calamity in that corner of the future the dark turmoil? Jun Xiaoyao said in a deep voice. Suppressing the dark turmoil was the duty of the sacred physique. And now, other than the last sacred physique woohoo, he was the only sacred physique. Oh right, there is one more, Jun Xiaoyao's mind flashed. Emperor without end. Was he still in this world? The news from the little demon empress was a warning to Jun Xiaoyao. He had to make the best use of his time to continue cultivating and become stronger. Although it was very comfortable to stay in the Jun family, with his family, lovers, and friends, it was just a short rest. Jun Xiaoyao prepared to leave for the 9 Heavens Immortal Academy. But before that, he had to go to the Jun family's library and investigate the Grey Clan. After 7 days and 7 nights, the banquet ended. Jun Xiaoyao also went to the library. However, to Jun Xiaoyao's surprise, he didn't find any records about the Grey Clan. This made Jun Xiaoyao feel a little strange. The Jun family's library might not be all-encompassing, but it at least recorded most of the ancient history of the immortal realm. The only possibility was that the Grey Clan was very mysterious, and they were rarely recorded. Since he couldn't find any information in the library, Jun Xiaoyao could only go to the ancestors. The ancestors of the Jun family were all living fossils, and they were a part of history in and of themselves. Jun Xiaoyao went to the 8th ancestor, Jun Tianming. The Jun family's ancestors were usually high and mighty, and even some of the Jun family's geniuses had a hard time meeting them. Even so, these great ancestors were all extremely benevolent toward Jun Xiaoyao. They even wanted Jun Xiaoyao to ask them questions. Jun Xiaoyao's current strength was no weaker than some of the ancestors. Xiaoyao, why are you looking for me? Jun Tianming, the 8th patriarch, looked at Jun Xiaoyao with a smile, looking very kind and benevolent, as if he was looking at his own grandson. Jun Xiaoyao cupped his hands and said, I would like to ask the 8th ancestor about the Grey Clan. Jun Xiaoyao's words stunned Jun Tianming, and a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. Xiaoyao, why do you want to ask about the Grey Clan? Hearing Jun Tianming's words, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. It seemed that Jun Tianming did know something. I'm just curious. Maybe we'll meet in the future. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. He also didn't mention anything about the Grey Clan and the 8 Sons of Heaven. He didn't want the patriarchs to worry. Jun Tianming's eyes were deep. The old ancestors of the Jun family had lived for a long time, and they were all shrewd people. How could they not have thought of such things? Of course, since Jun Xiaoyao didn't say anything, Jun Tianming naturally wouldn't force him. He said, Xiaoyao, how much do you know about the power structure of the immortal realm? Jun Xiaoyao replied without hesitation, the Jun family is invincible. Ahem. Even Jun Tianming coughed dryly. Although this is the truth, what else? The ruler of the old era, the supreme Xianting. Xianting in the darkness, hell. A group of Archean royalty forces. The Holy Spirit lineage is not up to par. There are also some other trashy immortal forces. Because what Jun Tianming asked was the power structure of the immortal realm. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao didn't include the Life Forbidden Zone, the foreign emperor clans, and other forces. That's right, but I have to tell you that the water in the immortal realm is very deep. It's like an iceberg. Only the tip of the iceberg is exposed on the surface of the water. Most of it is sunk below the surface of the water. Jun Tianming's words made Jun Xiaoyao nod slightly. That was indeed the case. During the war between the two worlds, there were some hidden ancient clans and ancient forces supreme experts who appeared. Those were not known to others. Therefore, the power structure of the immortal realm is divided into the surface of the water and the surface of the water, Jun Tianming said. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed, and he said, so what the 8 ancestors mean is that the Grey Clan is one of the most powerful forces below the surface of the water. Jun Tianming nodded and said, that's about it. The Grey Clan seems to be hiding behind the scenes and manipulating the era. They are the oldest native clan in the Nine Heavens immortal realm. They have been around since the Jun clan was established in the immortal realm. Jun Xiaoyao fell into deep thought after hearing Jun Tianming's words. Did it mean that the Jun clan wasn't a native clan of the Nine Heavens immortal realm? Jun Tianming added, they think they are a clan that is favored by the heavens, and are under the heavens' control. If the Xianting is the ruler of the Nine Heavens immortal realm, then the Grey Clan thinks they are the judges of the heavens' rules of the immortal realm. Anyone that goes against the heavens' rules and destroys the balance is the enemy of the Grey Clan. I see, Jun Xiaoyao roughly understood the situation. He also understood why the Fei Hua King warned him to be careful of the Grey Clan. In the eyes of the Grey Clan, he was an anomaly. The Grey Clan has always been hiding behind the scenes. Their strength is indeed unimaginable. Their bloodline seems to originate from the power of the heavens. It's unbelievably strong. However, with the arrival of the Golden Era, I believe the Grey Clan is on the verge of losing their patience, Jun Tianming said. Jun Xiaoyao said after a slight ponder, what do you think if the Jun clan is going to fight the Grey Clan? Jun Tianming was startled, but he soon shook his head and said with a smile. Even the heavens will punish the Jun clan if you provoke them. Previously, when Jun Xiaoyao was playing a game with the heavens, the 7 emperors had descended upon him. The Jun clan did not care about it because they wanted to give Jun Xiaoyao some training. If the Jun clan really wanted to help him, what was the point of playing a game with the heavens? However, if the Jun clan really wanted to help him, Jun Xiaoyao would not have grown so fast, nor would he have defeated the ultimate calamity. Everything had its own cause and effect. The Jun clan was more willing to let Jun Xiaoyao grow on his own, instead of turning him into a flower in a greenhouse. Xiaoyao, you're asking about the Grey Clan. Could it be that the Grey Clan has their eyes on you? Jun Tianming asked. The Grey Clan was the judge of the heavens. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, had won the game against the heavens. To the Grey Clan, this was undoubtedly disgraceful and heresy. Not to mention that Jun Xiaoyao was an outlier. It's just a small problem. It's nothing. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head and smiled. The Grey Clan would not go so far as to target him alone. As for the 8 children of heaven, if Jun Xiaoyao guessed correctly, they should be the most outstanding Dao children of the Grey Clan. Compared to the average seed-level prodigy, they were definitely much stronger. However, when compared to Jun Xiaoyao, who was an outlier, they could only be said to be a little brother. Of course, this also reminded Jun Xiaoyao that he had to condense more laws and continue to break through. In that way, he would be more confident in fighting the 8 children of heaven. Alright, Xiaoyao, you can be considered a person who can become a saint now. Think about it yourself. The family won't interfere in a battle at your level, but if anyone or any force wants to bully the weak, then don't blame the Jun family for being ruthless, Jun Tianming said coldly. As the current manager of the Jun family in the Emperor State, Jun Tianming was also a domineering figure. Jun Xiaoyao nodded and then asked, about the curse of catastrophe, it shouldn't have much impact on the family, right? Jun Tianming said indifferently, the impact isn't that great, but it's still a problem. It might take some time to completely remove it. If there's any unrest in the future. Jun Xiaoyao hesitated. It won't affect the Jun family. Jun Tianming smiled. Jun Xiaoyao noticed. Jun Tianming said that it wouldn't affect the Jun family. In other words, even if there was any unrest, it should be very difficult to affect the Jun family. However, the Jun family probably didn't have much power left. Forget it, the most important thing is to improve my own strength. Jun Xiaoyao cupped his hands and left. Although the family was a safe haven, what one could truly control was one's own strength. With Jun Xiaoyao's talent, even if he just stepped into the quasi-emperor realm, he could become a giant and even affect the world. Next, I'll go to the Jiutian Immortal Academy. Jun Xiaoyao had ambitions in his heart. The ambition to become even stronger. There was no doubt that Jun Xiaoyao was living quite comfortably in the Jun family. He had relatives, lovers, and friends. It could be said that in the Huangtian mystic realm, Jun Xiaoyao had the highest status and was the most untouchable existence. If he wanted to, he could even stay in the Huangtian mystic realm forever. But that was not the path Jun Xiaoyao wanted to take. In the future, he wanted to grow to be able to protect the Jun family. He did not want to be protected by the Jun family all the time. In the following time, Jun Xiaoyao also took Jiang Xingyi and Jiang Luoli back to the Jiang family in Qingzhou. After all, that was his mother's family. He also met some of Jiang Xingyi and Jiang Luoli's relatives. Those relatives were very satisfied with Jun Xiaoyao. They even wanted to move the Civil Affairs Bureau and let them get married on the spot. They were also very proud. Jun Xiaoyao, whose name shook the heavens and who killed the disaster, could be said to be the absolute protagonist of the Golden Age. They were still moved by the two beauties of the Jiang family. In addition, Jun Xiaoyao also had the identity of the young master of the Jiang family. In the future, the Jiang family was destined to be like the Jun family, relying on Jun Xiaoyao's glory to completely rise to the top and continue the family's fortune. It would be even more perfect if he could have an innate holy body with Jiang Xingyi or an origin spirit sacred body with Jiang Luoli. Therefore, in the following period of time, many of the 7th and 8th aunts of the Jiang family came to Jiang Xingyi and Jiang Luoli. Come, Xingyi, this is a 10,000-year-old agate jade red date. I hope you will have a baby. That's right. There is also a purple golden blood jade ginseng. It is the best top-grade medicine to nourish blood and qi. Women need it the most to prevent miscarriage. The concern of these 7th and 8th aunts made Jiang Xingyi unable to bear it. Her face turned red. Nothing was set in stone yet, and the engagement had not even been confirmed, but she was already thinking about preventing miscarriage. Jiang Luoli didn't mind at all. She smiled sweetly and accepted it casually. Sister Xingyi, it doesn't matter. We'll have to use it sooner or later anyway. I heard that big brother Xiaoyao likes daughters. In the future, Luoli will definitely give birth to a little darling for big brother Xiaoyao. Jiang Luoli said happily. Jiang Xingyi was completely speechless. This last looked young and immature, but he didn't expect her to be so mature. She was still a young lady, but she already wanted to give birth to a little girl. You look like a sweet little cotton-padded jacket. Jiang Xingyi patted Jiang Luoli's head. It was no wonder that when Jun Xiaoyao got along with Jiang Luoli, he had the feeling of an old father spoiling his daughter. Jun Xiaoyao met up with a few more acquaintances in the days that followed. He purposely went to the clan of the ancients to find out the whereabouts of Yi Guchen, the reincarnation of the sword demon, whom he had once respected. In the end, the Yi family member replied. Yi Guchen had disappeared after the end of the ancient final path and the ruins of God. He did not return to the Yi family, nor did he go to the Jiutian Immortal Academy. However, Yi Guchen's life tablet was not broken, so the Yi family was not in a hurry. They only thought that Yi Guchen must have obtained some kind of opportunity or was training alone somewhere. It seems that I'm not the only one with an opportunity in this great world. Jun Xiaoyao didn't feel that it was a pity. He vaguely felt that the man who had been a sword all his life and created the forbidden technique, 10,000 deities tribulation. When he appeared in the future, he should not disappoint him. After traveling for a while, Jun Xiaoyao was ready to leave. Jiang Rou, Jun Zhantian, and the others were naturally reluctant to leave. However, they also knew that Jun Xiaoyao still had a long way to go. They couldn't drag him down. Jiang Xingyi and Jiang Luoli left with him. They rode on the azure sky rock and left the Huangtian mystic realm. Sister Xingyi, you're going back to the Jade Lake sacred ground, right? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Jiang Xingyi nodded and said, yes, I need to go through the final cultivation and transformation at the Jade Lake. Maybe when I condense the 12 apertures deity heart and become someone like the Queen Mother of the West, I can stand by your side and help you. Jiang Xingyi's eyes were gentle and affectionate. Jun Xiaoyao's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but think of the scene in the fragment of the future where Jiang Xingyi dug out her heart. Sister Xingyi, can you not cultivate it out? Jun Xiaoyao said without thinking. Jiang Xingyi was stunned, then laughed and said, Xiaoyao, what are you saying? Don't you want me to become stronger? Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. He also felt that it was unrealistic. Jun Xiaoyao took out the spring of life, the celestial fruit, and other divine items from the inner universe. Then, he took out a jade-green branch, which seemed to have stars flowing on it. There were leaves on the branch. Each leaf seemed to be holding up a part of the world. When Jun Xiaoyao took it out, the rules of heaven and earth around them seemed to change. This is the branch of the tree of world? Jiang Xingyi was surprised. This was definitely a rare divine item. It was something that even the great emperors would covet. Ordinary immortal forces would never be able to take it out. A leaf of the tree of world was comparable to the elixir of immortality. It was even rarer and more precious. It was a priceless treasure. Xiaoyao, this is too precious. Jiang Xingyi shook her head. Don't worry. The fact that I can take out this branch proves that I don't lack anything. It should be helpful for your cultivation. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. This was not the so-called bootlicker. She was already his woman. Shouldn't he dote on and love her? Compared to Jiang Xingyi's contribution to him, Jun Xiaoyao felt that he really didn't give much. Jiang Xingyi was moved and happy. After accepting it, Jiang Xingyi was about to leave for the all-heaven immortal domain. In the end, Jiang Xingyi took the initiative to kiss Jun Xiaoyao. This kiss was very deep and very passionate. Jiang Xingyi even took the initiative to breathe out lilac. This made Jiang Luoli envious. She was eager to give it a try. However, she and Jun Xiaoyao were both going to Immortal Academy, so they didn't have the chance to kiss goodbye. This kiss was very long. Jun Xiaoyao even felt that Jiang Xingyi also had something on her mind. After the kiss, Jiang Xingyi looked deeply at the person she loved the most in her life. Then, she decisively turned around and left. She was afraid that if she hesitated again, she wouldn't be willing to leave Jun Xiaoyao. Looking at the fairy in fluttering snow-white clothes who was about to leave with the wind, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself, is Sister Xingyi also hiding something from me? Then, he shook his head slightly. Instead of thinking about this, it was better to improve his strength. He turned to Jiang Luoli and said, after returning to the Nine Heavens Immortal Academy, I will find a way to use the world power of the world tree to help you repair the broken elemental spirit world in your body. In the Supreme Realm, not many people had an inner universe. Jun Xiaoyao always felt that Jiang Luoli's elemental spirit world should have some secrets. If it was repaired, this secret might be solved. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Jiang Luoli jumped 3 feet high in excitement and threw herself into Jun Xiaoyao's arms. Brother Xiaoyao is the best. Just now, seeing how Jun Xiaoyao took care of Jiang Xingyi, Jiang Luoli was indeed very envious. But she was very obedient and didn't compete for favor. She also wouldn't take the initiative to ask Jun Xiaoyao for the same treatment as Jiang Xingyi. She was no longer the spoiled and willful pearl in the palm of the past. Who wouldn't love such a well-behaved lowly? Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't be too biased. A bowl of water was a bowl of water. This was the basic way of doing things. Otherwise, it would be a pity if he ended up being chopped by a chopper. The Nine Heavens Immortal Academy. Next, it's time to find her. Jun Xiaoyao looked into the distance. What was Ling Yan's attitude towards him now? But no matter what, Jun Xiaoyao had to get Xian Ting's immortal tribulation sword art. Because he wanted to condense the law of sword. The Nine Heavens Immortal Academy was not located in any of the 9 great immortal realms. Instead, it was located somewhere in the void. At a glance, the Immortal Island, which was as big as a continent, was quietly floating in the vast starry sky. It was enshrouded in light and immortal mist. A river of stars surrounded the Immortal Island like a jade belt. Many stars decorated the sky above the Immortal Island like decorations. The huge mountain gate was supported by meteorites and stood in the middle of the river of stars. The words Nine Heavens Immortal Academy were written in a majestic manner. Is this the Nine Heavens Immortal Academy? In the distant void, a great rock flapped its wings, and the shockwaves it emitted shattered the meteorites around it. Jun Xiaoyao and Jiang Luoli stood on top of it. Jun Xiaoyao sighed as he looked at the majestic Nine Heavens Immortal Academy in the distance. Although he had seen a lot of things, the Nine Heavens Immortal Academy was still one of the top academies in the immortal realms. The Monster King Institute and the Archean Royalty Ancient Emperor Institute of the Monster Race were both top academies, but they were still inferior to the Nine Heavens Immortal Academy. Therefore, many of the Monster Race and the seeds of the Archean Royalty did not want to go to their own academies. Instead, they came to the Nine Heavens Immortal Academy to cultivate. Of course, the Nine Heavens Immortal Academy did not reject them. All living beings in the immortal realms could enter the Immortal Academy to cultivate as long as they met the selection criteria. At this moment, a few guards in silver armor appeared in front of them. They were the guards of the Nine Heavens Immortal Academy, and their cultivation levels were all Saint Kings. With Saint Kings as guards, the Nine Heavens Immortal Academy was indeed powerful. Who are you? Tell me your name. Foofing of Gojoseon's aura fluctuation alerted the guards. However, they did not think that anyone would dare to act recklessly in front of the Nine Heavens Immortal Academy. Jun Xiaoyao of the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly. What? It's Lord Son of God. The guards looked over and were shocked. They hurriedly bowed 90 degrees. They did not expect Jun Xiaoyao to come to the Nine Heavens Immortal Academy unknowingly. If they were notified in advance, the Nine Heavens Immortal Academy would definitely treat Jun Xiaoyao with the most luxurious treatment. Lord Son of God, please come in. The guards' expressions were respectful. At the same time, they sent messages to Immortal Academy's attendants, having them inform the various elders. If it were any other prodigies, even if they were from an immortal force, these guards would not have changed their expressions. However, Jun Xiaoyao was one of the most prestigious young cultivators in the Nine Heavens Immortal Realm. Even the elders of the Immortal Academy had to treat Jun Xiaoyao as if he was their ancestor, let alone them. Jun Xiaoyao joined the Nine Heavens Immortal Academy. It wasn't Jun Xiaoyao's honor, it was the Nine Heavens Immortal Academy's honor. When Jiang Luoli saw this, she also sighed with amazement. Worthy of being Big Bro Xiaoyao. When we came to Immortal Academy, they didn't have this kind of attitude. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. He didn't really care about these superficial things. Glory, heroes, none of them were important to him. At most, they would only help him collect the power of faith. A moment later, rays of light flew out from the island. They were the respected elders of Immortal Academy. The one leading them was none other than Immortal Academy's Grand Elder. Haha, Xiaoyao has really made me impatient. Immortal Academy's Grand Elder burst out laughing. He then glanced at the azure sky rock under Jun Xiaoyao's feet. His cultivation was in the Dao Highness realm. Even Jun Xiaoyao's mount's cultivation was higher than his. It made Immortal Academy's Grand Elder feel a little awkward. In Immortal Academy, not many people were qualified to be Jun Xiaoyao's master. What? The Jun clan Son of God has come to Immortal Academy. It's really Lord Son of God. So that's the Jun clan Son of God? It's my first time seeing him in person. The appearance of the elders of Immortal Academy naturally alarmed many geniuses of Immortal Academy. After hearing that Jun Xiaoyao had come to Immortal Academy, countless geniuses immediately appeared to see Jun Xiaoyao's true appearance. Densely packed silhouettes appeared, looking at Jun Xiaoyao with admiration, respect, and adoration. Of course, there were also some who didn't look too good. For example, some of the Archean royalty, some of the Xianting's geniuses, and others. Young master is here. Yu Chanwan, Tying Jade Hair, Princess Longji, and others appeared. Jun Xiaoyao's followers also appeared. Some geniuses of the Jun clan's main and hidden branches also appeared. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao's arrival was enough to stir up the entire Nine Heavens Immortal Academy. Of course, there were also some who didn't appear. The current tyrant body, ancient void dragon's Long Yaoer, didn't appear. Many people thought that she was guilty and didn't dare to appear in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Gu Tizi didn't appear either. What surprised some people was that Empress Ling Yan didn't appear either. However, when everyone thought of Ling Yan's identity as the Xianting's young empress, she really shouldn't appear. Right at this moment, a peerlessly beautiful woman with azure blue hair and exquisite facial features appeared. She wore a plain gauze dress and had long, azure blue hair. It was Luo Xiangling. Xiaoyao. Luo Xiangling rushed to Jun Xiaoyao. Seeing so many people around, she resisted the urge to hug Jun Xiaoyao. Jiang Luoli didn't feel any sense of danger when she saw this. Because she was already calm. It's that beautiful elder. Is she also related to the son of God of the Jun family? Luo Xiangling's mysterious origins, powerful strength, and peerless appearance undoubtedly made her a goddess as soon as she came to the Nine Heavens Immortal Academy. Immortal Academy's great elder was also very tactful. He knew that Luo Xiangling had the cultivation of a quasi-emperor and had a close relationship with Jun Xiaoyao. Therefore, he directly gave her the title of honorary elder. This allowed Luo Xiangling to adapt a little. It wasn't much different from when she was the Luo King of Ares Academy. Xiangling, it seems that you have also temporarily adapted to life in Immortal Academy. Jun Xiaoyao smiled slightly. Haha, I have to thank you, little friend, for sending another expert to Immortal Academy, Immortal Academy's great elder said with a smile. Then, Immortal Academy held a grand welcoming party for Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao didn't like crowds, so he only entertained briefly. Immortal Academy's great elder also arranged for Jun Xiaoyao's residence. Immortal Academy had 36 heavenly caves and 72 blessed lands. This was a precious land that only a group of elders and seed-level figures had the qualifications to live in. Jun Xiaoyao, Jiang Luoli, and the others were all given a heavenly cave. Immortal Academy calmed down again in the following period of time. Jun Xiaoyao's arrival set off a wave. However, inside Immortal Academy, normally, the disciples were strictly forbidden from fighting, so it was still a peaceful cultivation place in general. Jun Xiaoyao didn't immediately find Ling Yan. Instead, he prepared to use the world power of the world tree to repair the broken primordial spirit world in Jiang Luoli's body. Jiang Luoli was naturally very happy, and her heart was filled with sweetness. Jun Xiaoyao was a little curious about what secrets Jiang Luoli's primordial spirit world hid. After all, he already felt that the rules of the primordial spirit world didn't seem to be the same as the rules of the immortal realm. In other words, the master of the primordial spirit world might not be from the Nine Heavens Immortal Realm. Meanwhile, in another heavenly cave with abundant immortal qi, a beautiful young girl with 2 buns stood at the entrance of the cave and spoke into the cave. Empress, since young Master Jun came to Immortal Academy, it seems like he has been staying in the cave with Jiang Luoli. Understood. You can leave now. A cold voice came from the cave. Yes. The beautiful young woman, who was Ling Yan's maid, Sakura, nodded and left. She was sighing in her heart. Empress, even I can see that you are distracted. Why don't you be more frank? After Jun Xiaoyao settled down in Immortal Academy, he also welcomed a period of peace. As for when he would go to the Void Sky World, the Great Elder would naturally inform him when the time came. During this period, Jun Xiaoyao first used the world power of the world tree to help Jiang Luoli repair the elemental spirit world. During this period of time when the elemental spirit world was being repaired, Jun Xiaoyao's understanding of the world Tao also became more and more profound. The master who created the elemental spirit world should be an extremely powerful existence. What were the original levels of the elemental spirit world? Middle world, greater world, or even a single universe? Jun Xiaoyao was trying to figure it out. The levels of the inner verse were divided into the dust world, lesser world, middle world, greater world, single universe, multiverse, and so on. Jun Xiaoyao's current inner verse was the dust world. Although it was the most basic, there were not many people in the supreme realm who could create an inner verse. Many powerhouses only began to plan the creation of an inner verse after reaching the boundary Emperor realm. It was only at the Great Emperor realm that it was time to cultivate an inner verse. And those inner verses generally borrowed the laws of heaven and earth of the immortal domain. Jun Xiaoyao's inner verse completely belonged to him. This was the result of his Tao, the transformation of his divine origin. Because of the world tree, Jun Xiaoyao's inner verse was incomparably solid and stable. It was not far from the lesser world. A month passed, and Jiang Luoli's elemental spirit world was more than 10 times larger than before. Although it still did not reach the perfect level, it had been repaired a lot compared to before. Jiang Luoli's aura was also rising, and her understanding of her own elemental spirit immortal body was also rising. "Brother Xiaoyao, I saw some images." Jiang Luoli suddenly said in a daze with a blank face. "What images?" Jun Xiaoyao asked. "Heaven and earth shattered, and all things fell into oblivion." "Is this what the original master saw?" Jiang Luoli looked confused. Jun Xiaoyao fell into deep thought. It seemed that Jiang Luoli's fortuitous encounter had other secrets behind it. "Big brother Xiaoyao, I want to go into seclusion for a period of time," Jiang Luoli suddenly said. She was blessed with good fortune, and her heart was stirred. This was a good opportunity for her to cultivate. "Alright, take this branch of the world tree. It'll be helpful for your cultivation." Jun Xiaoyao took out another section of the tree of the world and gave it to Jiang Luoli. Jiang Luoli did not stand on ceremony. She also had the belief to become stronger. He couldn't let Jiang Xingyi bear the pressure of Jun Xiaoyao alone. She also had to take action. Her legs were short, but she was ambitious. Jiang Luoli returned to her heavenly abode and went into seclusion. "Alright, I'm going to start cultivating too." Jun Xiaoyao was still in no hurry to find Ling Yan. He still had forbidden techniques that he had yet to cultivate. For example, the forbidden technique of the 6 annihilation kings, the 6 burials of the heavens. This was a forbidden technique that was said to be able to bury the entire immortal realm. Although it sounded a little exaggerated. But if 6 calamity-level immortals performed the 6 burials of the heavens together, they might really be able to bury half of the immortal realm. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao was only one person now. It was a little difficult for him to use a technique that could only be used by 6 people. However, he had unlimited qi and dermic powers. He also had a quasi-connate sacred body, chaotic physique, supreme divine blood, and other special physiques. In the future, when his cultivation level increased, it would be easy for him to perform the 6 burials of the heavens on his own. In addition, there was also the 1 spirit into 3 pure ones. Jun Xiaoyao also wanted to start cultivating. If he could succeed in the end, Jun Xiaoyao would have 3 lives. Ordinary prodigies could only comprehend a little of these techniques even if they studied them for a few years. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, had to understand them thoroughly in a short time. He didn't have time to study them before, but now he could calm down and cultivate. In addition, after obtaining the quasi-connate sacred body, Tao Fetus, Jun Xiaoyao also planned to comprehend the remaining 2 sacred body avatars. After all, he had already returned to the immortal realm and didn't need to hide his sacred body abilities anymore. When the time came, the 6 sacred body avatars would all appear and form the 6 paths of reincarnation, which would also become one of Jun Xiaoyao's trump cards. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. Jun Xiaoyao had already studied the 1 qi into 3 pure ones and the 6 burials of the heavens in depth. Of course, these 2 trump cards were also very difficult to cultivate. They were far more complicated than the divine abilities that Jun Xiaoyao had cultivated before. Jun Xiaoyao's comprehension was monstrous. Although he could quickly comprehend and understand them, he still needed time to hone himself if he wanted to fully use them and use them freely. However, Jun Xiaoyao still had to go to the ultimate place of creation of Immortal Academy, the Void Sky World. Therefore, he couldn't waste all his time here. It's about time. It's time to find Ling Yan. Jun Xiaoyao naturally didn't find Ling Yan to reminisce about the past. Instead, he wanted to obtain Xian Ting's immortal tribulation. Sword art. Even though he wasn't like the reincarnated sword demon Yiguchen, who was completely obsessed with the sword Dao. However, he already grasped 4 of the 5 great sword Dao divine arts. The weapon he was used to using was also the everlasting sword core. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao wasn't a prodigy in the sword Dao. However, a casual sword art from him was enough to make countless prodigies who specialized in sword Dao feel ashamed and submit to him. That was why condensing sword laws was extremely necessary for Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao left the heavenly passage he was in. As soon as he appeared, he immediately sensed countless gazes secretly observing him from all directions. It couldn't be helped. Right now, Jun Xiaoyao was the most popular existence in immortal domain. If he didn't deliberately hide himself, he would be the center of attention no matter where he went. Among those gazes, there were gazes of admiration, as well as curiosity. Of course, there were also some enemy factions who wanted to monitor Jun Xiaoyao's every move. Jun Xiaoyao didn't mind. It was better to spread the word. The son of God of the Jun family was related to the young emperor of Xianting. When the time came, it might even cause conflict between Emperor Hua's immortal lineage and the other immortal lineages. Soon, Jun Xiaoyao arrived at the heavenly passage where Ling Yan was. A beautiful girl with 2 buns on her head looked at Jun Xiaoyao with a look of shock and awe. Young Master Jun, Sakura's voice was trembling. Oh, I remember you. I think you showed up on the desolate star of the ultimate ancient road. You were Ling Yan's servant girl, Jun Xiaoyao said to Sakura. Young Master Jun, you still remember someone as insignificant as Sakura. You really surprised Sakura. Sakura blushed. Even though she was from Xianting's side. However, she had to admit that when facing Jun Xiaoyao, it was really hard for ordinary girls not to blush. Ling Yan should be inside, right? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Sakura nodded slightly and said, I'll go and inform Her Highness. No need. She and I are old acquaintances. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly and walked in with his hands behind his back. Sakura didn't dare to stop him. Hiss, the son of God of the Jun family has entered Her Highness Ling Yan's cave. My goodness, could it be that some of the rumors are true? The first young emperor of the Xianting can't resist the charm of the son of God of the Jun family? TSK. Why do I feel like Gutizi is the most miserable one? His Fushi holy physique is the most compatible with Ling Yan's holy physique of Emperor Hua. But the current situation is interesting. Don't forget that the Xianting is hiding an ancient young emperor with shocking strength and a great background. If Her Highness doesn't listen, maybe that ancient young emperor will come out and take charge. Jun Xiaoyao's entry into Ling Yan's cave undoubtedly attracted a lot of attention. After all, the identities of these 2 people were too sensitive. One was the son of God of the Jun family, and the other was the young emperor of the Xianting. Now, everyone knew about the power struggle between the Jun family and the Xianting. Especially after the hidden bloodline returned to the main bloodline, the Jun family's strength was complete. The Xianting even regarded the Jun family as the biggest threat. The Jun family was likely to impact the Xianting's position as the overlord. However, at such a critical juncture, the leaders of the younger generation of these 2 forces had a vague relationship with each other. This undoubtedly made many people's hearts burn with the fire of gossip. In Ling Yan's cave, a subtle fragrance flowed. Except for the maid Sakura, almost no one had entered Ling Yan's cave. As for the opposite sex, there was even less. Even Gutizi had never entered. Jun Xiaoyao was the only one. Soon, Jun Xiaoyao came to the depths of the cave. He saw the beautiful figure sitting cross-legged on the crystal platform. She was beautiful, noble, and cold. Her skin was as delicate as mutton-fat jade, flowing with celestial light. Her facial features were exquisite, like a perfect creation carved by the hands of the heavens. Her neck was as white as a swan's, her arms were crystal clear, her waist was slender, and her legs were as white and flawless as ivory. All of this combined to form a picture of a peerless beauty. That kind of innate nobility and elegance was enough to produce a fatal poison to men. It was no wonder that peerless geniuses like Gutizi admired Ling Yan so much that they couldn't get her. If Xianxia was a pearl under the moon, Ling Yan was an incomparably precious gem that was shining brightly. Ling Yan, long time no see. Facing the stunning Xianting's young emperor, Jun Xiaoyao smiled with a calm expression. It was as if he was greeting an old friend whom he had not seen for a long time. Ling Yan's delicate body trembled slightly as she stared fixedly at Jun Xiaoyao with her jewel-like phoenix eyes. Back in the desolate border, it was indeed you, yet you didn't admit it. Ling Yan opened her mouth. Her voice was as clear and pleasant as a clear waterfall, but there was a trace of trembling in it. When she was training in desolate border, she sensed something, but didn't dare confirm it, fearing that she would end up disappointed. So what if I tell you? It'll just cause you more trouble, Jun Xiaoyao said. So you think that your life or death has nothing to do with me? Ling Yan suddenly became a little emotional and questioned him directly. Jun Xiaoyao said after a moment of silence. Isn't that so? Ling Yan clenched her slender hands tightly. She really wanted to bite the person in front of her. She and Jun Xiaoyao were originally enemies. Even when she first sent Fairy Yuan, it was only to monitor Jun Xiaoyao and gather information. After that, in the Black Abyss, she and Jun Xiaoyao experienced 100 lifetimes of love, and Jun Xiaoyao even left a mark on her thigh. At that time, she was very ashamed and resentful and swore to take revenge on Jun Xiaoyao. Then, in the world of the ruins of God, she and Jun Xiaoyao were assigned to the same team. In the face of that terrifying divine obsession, Jun Xiaoyao stood in front of her. That was the first time Ling Yan felt warmth that she could rely on. Then, in that valley, the lover's flower bloomed. One day of the lover's flower, 1,000 years of lovesickness. It was only then that she realized that her feelings toward Jun Xiaoyao had subtly changed without her noticing. She even felt jealous in her heart. She was jealous of the relationship between Fairy Yuan and Jun Xiaoyao. Then, Fairy Yuan sacrificed herself, and her soul merged with Ling Yan. She didn't know who she was anymore. However, when she saw Jun Xiaoyao fall, she felt as if a large piece of her heart had been dug out, and it was empty. Later, during the war between the two worlds, when she saw Jun Xiaoyao appear again, what surged in her heart was heartfelt joy. This was not an emotion that she should have felt. As the young emperor of the Xianting, Jun Xiaoyao's existence was an invisible threat to the entire Xianting. Therefore, Ling Yan was at a loss. When Jun Xiaoyao came to the Jiutian Immortal Academy, she did not appear because she did not know how to face him. When she heard Sakura say that Jun Xiaoyao had been with Jiang Luoli all this time, she also had a complicated feeling in her heart. It was indescribably complicated. So, you're just here to see me? Ling Yuan took a deep breath and calmed the emotions in her heart. Of course not. I came here with a purpose. Jun Xiaoyao was very calm. Ling Yan was silent, but a faint trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes. What am I thinking? In his eyes, I'm an enemy and an opponent. Ling Yan mocked herself in her heart. I want to take a look at the Xianting's Immortal Tribulation Sword Art, Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. Immortal Tribulation Sword Art? Ling Yan was slightly taken aback. Although the Immortal Tribulation Sword Art was not a supreme grand theurgy, it was still one of the 5 great theurgies of the Sword Dao. As a member of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao actually asked Ling Yan, the young emperor of the Xianting, for the Immortal Tribulation Sword Art so directly. If others knew about this, they would definitely think that Jun Xiaoyao was doing something useless. This was ridiculous. The Xianting and the Jun family were competitors. As the young emperor of the Xianting, how could Ling Yan do something to help the enemy? You should know what you're talking about, right? Ling Yan said. Of course I know. If it were you, would you give your theurgy to someone from the enemy camp? I won't, Jun Xiaoyao said before changing the subject and continuing to speak. But it's useful to me. You should know your identity, and you should also know my position, Ling Yan said. That's true, but, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly walked toward Ling Yan. Finally, he stood 3 feet in front of her. Ling Yuan's exquisite face, which was as white as snow, immediately blushed. I just want to know who you are. Jun Xiaoyao looked seriously into Ling Yan's eyes. What do you mean? Am I not me? Ling Yan's eyelashes fluttered, and she lowered her gaze, avoiding Jun Xiaoyao's gaze. In fact, she should push Jun Xiaoyao away at this moment. But she couldn't do it. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were deep as he said, Do you still remember the girl who danced for me under the starry sky? Previously, when they parted, Fairy Yuan had danced for Jun Xiaoyao under the starry sky. A graceful dance of the goddess of Luo had captivated all living beings. It had also left a deep impression on Jun Xiaoyao. He just wanted to know how deeply Ling Yan had been influenced by Fairy Yuan. Perhaps their souls had already fused into one. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Ling Yan's heart trembled. She finally mustered up her courage and looked at Jun Xiaoyao. There seemed to be some kind of determination in her sparkling eyes. Jun Xiaoyao, have you ever thought that maybe the Xianting and the Jun family don't have to be on opposite sides? I am the young emperor of the Xianting, and you are the son of God of the Jun family. If we join forces, we may be able to change the will of the two forces. Oh? What do you mean? Jun Xiaoyao looked at Ling Yan. Ling Yan took a deep breath, and her plump chest rose and fell like a fruit. She finally mustered up the courage to speak. If the Jun family and the Xianting make peace and even form an alliance, with your talent, you may be able to become the master of the Xianting in the future, and I will be the empress. The two of us can dominate the entire immortal realm. Ling Yuan's idea could be said to be shocking. If the Supreme Xianting and the Jun family were to join forces, it was definitely enough to suppress the entire Nine Heavens immortal realm. Even if there were some factions under the surface, such as the Heaven Clan, it was impossible for them to completely overthrow the Xianting and the Jun family. This was indeed an extremely crazy idea. But more importantly, Ling Yan said that Jun Xiaoyao could become the ruler of the Xianting in the future. And she would be the queen. It was clear what she meant. She almost told Jun Xiaoyao that she wanted to be his wife. Of course, with Ling Yan's arrogant personality, there was no way she would say something like that. However, Jun Xiaoyao shook his head and chuckled. Ling Yan, you're so silly that you're adorable. Jun Xiaoyao, you. Ling Yan bit her lips. She was the princess of the Xianting, yet she was called silly. It was the first time. However, the flirtatious tone made Ling Yan blush. Jun Xiaoyao continued, there can't be two tigers on the same mountain, unless one is male and the other is female. Xianting, are you willing to be the female tiger? The Jun family had always been domineering. Even if they were to join forces, they would still be in the position of absolute leader. Would the Supreme Xianting, who used to be the ruler of the Nine Heavens immortal realm, be willing to back down? Obviously not. Besides, the 9 immortal lineages of the Xianting were not necessarily united. Even if the immortal lineage of the Empress of Hua, where Ling Yan was willing, would the immortal lineage of Fuxi, where Gu Tizi was from, be willing? Therefore, Ling Yuan's idea could only be said to be naive. However, Jun Xiaoyao was also certain. Fairy Yuan's soul did affect Ling Yan. Besides, Ling Yan's feelings toward Jun Xiaoyao had changed after experiencing the 100 lives of love. Therefore, Ling Yan should not become his enemy. Jun Xiaoyao also didn't want to become enemies with Ling Yan. After all, Fairy Maiden Yuan's soul continued to exist in her body as Ling Yan. Sure enough, was I too naive? Ling Yan revealed a somewhat bitter smile. Could it be that the heavens wanted her and Jun Xiaoyao to be sandwiched between two opposing forces? That's not necessarily true. Who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe in the future, I'll be strong enough to make Xianting bow to me. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao's handsome smile, Ling Yan was momentarily stunned. Perhaps. Jun Xiaoyao's confidence was what attracted her as well. After all, how many people dared to say that they could make Xianting bow down to them? So, the immortal tribulation sword art. Jun Xiaoyao changed the topic. Ling Yan clenched her jade-like hands and then sighed. She took out a jade slip from her spatial dharma artifact. This is what you wanted, Ling Yan said. Jun Xiaoyao smiled slightly, not surprised. He took the jade slip and roughly scanned it with his divine will. It was indeed the immortal tribulation sword art. Thank you. Jun Xiaoyao put away the jade slip. Then, out of politeness, he gently hugged Ling Yan. Ling Yan's delicate body tensed up, and her mind instantly went blank, as if her thoughts were broken. Sensing the warmth in Jun Xiaoyao's arms, Ling Yan finally realized that she was being hugged. A soul-deep tremor and joy surged out. It was not only her joy. It was also Fairy Maiden Yuan's joy. Jun Xiaoyao quickly released her. Ling Yan felt a wave of emptiness in her heart again. I won't take advantage of you. You can take this spring of life. Jun Xiaoyao also took out some spring of life. Ling Yan accepted it in a daze, still reminiscing about that shallow hug. Alright, it's time for me to leave. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly and turned to leave. Wait. Ling Yan subconsciously called out to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao didn't understand. Didn't you ask me if I still remember that dance? Ling Yan said faintly. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Ling Yan. Ling Yan didn't say anything, but suddenly jumped up and began to dance. Ling Yan was wearing a snow-white glazed dress, and her dance was even more alluring. Like an elf under the moon, like an immortal banished to the moon. She was as graceful as a swan, like a swimming dragon. She was like a lotus emitting green waves. She was ethereal and agile, making people forget to eat. It was the goddess Luo's graceful dance. Jun Xiaoyao was a little surprised too, but he still stood in place and enjoyed the dance. After all, no one in the Nine Heavens immortal realm was qualified enough to make Ling Yan dance alone. He had to admit that as a goddess, Ling Yan's dance was enough to amaze everyone. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered. He was not Lu Xiaohui. He would not pretend to be a gentleman when it was time to enjoy the dance. Ling Yan blushed slightly after the dance. Perhaps it was because she was tired, or because she was dancing for Jun Xiaoyao. Not bad, I didn't expect Lady Empress's dance to be so stunning too, Jun Xiaoyao said. Ling Yan was a little embarrassed after being complimented by Jun Xiaoyao. That being said, she would not show it on her face. However, at this moment, Ru Ying's voice came from outside the cave. Lady Empress, someone is coming. Ling Yan frowned. The atmosphere had finally calmed down, yet someone had to interrupt them. Don't tell me it's Gutizi. Tell him I'm not going to see him, Ling Yan said coldly. Gutizi had been harassing her before, asking her what her attitude toward Jun Xiaoyao was. Ling Yan did not even bother to see Gutizi. It's Gutizi, but he's not the only one. There are 3 others who call themselves the 18 Horsemen of Yanyun. They seem to be the followers of the ancient young emperor. Ling Yuan was a little surprised when she heard this, and then she frowned slightly. An obscure glint flashed in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. The ancient young emperor of the Xian Ting, interesting. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. I'll go take a look, Ling Yan said. She did not care about the 13 horsemen of Yanyun. However, the ancient young emperor of the Xian Ting was someone that even she had to treat with caution. I'll go with you. Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward. Ling Yuan was silent and did not say anything. However, there was an inexplicable sense of security in his heart. It was as if she had someone to rely on. All right then. Thank you, Ling Yan said awkwardly. With her personality, it was indeed not easy for her to say a word of thanks. Jun Xiaoyao only smiled. At this moment, outside the grotto heaven, 4 figures stood there. One of them was wearing an 8-trigram robe. He had handsome features and a handsome figure. It was Gutizi. The other 3 were 2 men and 1 woman. They wore armor of different colors. Their auras were extremely powerful, and their expressions were cold and arrogant. They were all riding on ferocious beasts such as the blue-eyed golden eagle and the hornless dragon. Many Immortal Academy prodigies were watching the show. Are they the prodigies of the 18 horsemen of Yanyun? I heard that they were the heroes of the same era as the mysterious ancient young emperor of the Xian Ting. All of them were extremely powerful. In the end, they were defeated by the young emperor of the Xian Ting and became his followers. They were sealed together. In terms of talent and strength, the 18 horsemen of Yanyun are definitely more outstanding than some seedlings. Otherwise, they would not have become the followers of the ancient young emperor. What are they doing here? It seems like it has something to do with the son of God of the Jun family. Maybe they think that Ling Yan is too close to the son of God of the Jun family. Tisk tsk, this is interesting. An ancient young emperor and a modern young emperor. Are they going to fight for power? Just as everyone was whispering to each other, a voice suddenly rang out. 2 figures appeared in the grotto heaven. Ling Yan's expression was as cold as ice. In front of Jun Xiaoyao, she was like an ordinary girl. However, in front of others, she was the noble princess of an immortal lineage, the honorable young emperor. How dare you make a fuss in front of my grotto heaven? Do you not take my identity as a young emperor seriously? Ling Yan scolded coldly. She was as domineering as a queen. Ling Yan was tall and slender. Her crystal-like eyes were filled with coldness and indifference. Her aura was the epitome of the Xianting's young empress. When they saw Jun Xiaoyao and Ling Yan walking out together, many of the onlooking skyprides had a strange look in their eyes. Hiss, could it be that the rumors are true? Is the princess and the son of God of the Jun family really together? They don't look like an old couple, but they're not far off. I'm so envious of the son of God of the Jun family. He has the two beauties of the Jiang family by his side, and he can still flirt with the princess. TSK, the son of God is handsome and powerful. His family background is unparalleled. He has the competence and qualifications. Look at yourself in the mirror. Do you think you have the same? Many of the disciples of the Immortal Academy whispered to each other with envious expressions. Gu Tizi's eyes were cold when he saw this scene. Although he had already guessed it, he was still extremely unhappy when he saw it with his own eyes. He had pursued Ling Yan for so long, but Ling Yan didn't show any interest in him. On the contrary, she showed her feelings for Jun Xiaoyao, who was in the enemy camp. This made Gu Tizi's admiration gradually turn into resentment and hatred. At this moment, the man riding the dragon, old 16 of the 18 horsemen of Yin Yun, spoke up. The princess is the current young empress of the Xianting. We naturally wouldn't dare to disrespect her. Although 16th brother said so, his tone was indifferent and arrogant. Ling Yan's eyes were even colder. So, none of you will get down from your mounts? Oh, sorry. We were rude. Old 16 got down from the dragon with a mocking smile. The other two also got down from their mounts slowly. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the Immortal Academy were all surprised. The 18 horsemen of Yan Yun don't seem to be giving face to the young empress of Ling Yan. Of course. Their master is the most mysterious and honorable ancient young emperor of Xianting. Compared to that person, even Ling Yan, the current young emperor, is inferior in status. The 16th brother and the other two heard the words of the people around them and just smiled. Ling Yan turned to look at Gu Tizi with a hint of disgust in his eyes. In the beginning, she did not think much of Gu Tizi. However, Gu Tizi was still a peerless figure. And now, the more Ling Yan looked at Gu Tizi, the more he looked like a clown. Not to mention Jun Xiaoyao. He was not even qualified to be compared to Jun Xiaoyao. Did you bring them here? Ling Yan looked at Gu Tizi with an unprecedentedly cold gaze. There was even more disgust than when he looked at a stranger. Ling Yan, you misunderstood. I'm just here to watch the show. Ling Yan's gaze made Gu Tizi even more unhappy. However, on the surface, he still smiled faintly and showed his elegance. Jun Xiaoyao only watched from the side and did not say anything. In fact, the current Gu Tizi was no different from a clown to him. It was quite interesting to see him jump up and down. Ling Yan snorted at Gu Tizi's words. Gu Tizi knew that Jun Xiaoyao came to find her, so he did this. Moreover, Gu Tizi knew that Ling Yan would not pay attention to him if he came alone. Therefore, he came with 3 of the 18 horsemen of Yin Yun. So why did you come to my cave abode and make a scene? Ling Yan said impatiently. Old 16 said calmly, no reason. I just feel that as the current young empress of the Xianting, your highness should have the attitude of a young empress. Young Empress Ling Yan should know who she should meet and who she should not meet. In other words, Ling Yan should not meet Jun Xiaoyao at all. Hearing this, Ling Yuan felt an inexplicable surge of anger in her heart. She said coldly, as the young empress of the Xianting, I can meet whoever I want. Do I need to listen to your orders? Even if it was not for Jun Xiaoyao, Old 16's attitude made Ling Yan angry. The other disciples of the Immortal Academy also shook their heads secretly. The 18 horsemen of Yan Yun were indeed a little too much. Although their master was the mysterious young empress of the ancient era. As the current young empress, Ling Yan's status was not low either. That's right. What right do you have to question young Empress Ling Yan? At this moment, a voice that was as clear as a lark's rang out from the crowd. A pretty girl in a silk dress with hundreds of flowers appeared. Her face was fair, and her bright eyes were bright and dazzling. Her hair was soft and silky, and her reflection could be seen. She was Wei Xianxian, the successor of the elite guard immortal system, one of the 9 great immortal systems. The other successors with her were Congli of Xianxia immortal system, Yao Qing of Shenong immortal system, and Xing Lu of Xingtian immortal system. However, they were all killed by Jun Xiaoyao when they were training in the desolate borderlands. At that time, Wei Qianqian did not participate in the attack, so she was unharmed. Moreover, the elite guard immortal system followed Empress Wa's lead. Therefore, Wei Qianqian was naturally on Ling Yan's side. Regardless of whether we have the right or not, did we say anything wrong? Old 16 said coldly. A mere successor of an immortal system was not enough to make him waver. In his mind, only their master, the ancient young empress, was the most honorable and extraordinary existence in all of Xianting. The other immortal systems, be it their successors or seedlings, or even Ling Yan, the young empress, could not compare to their master. If I say no, what will you do? Attack me? Ling Yan said coldly. That was her personality. If anyone dared to be forceful against her, she would be even more forceful. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao was an exception. Of course not. After all, Your Highness is the current young empress. We are just reminding you to be mindful of your status, Old 16 said. At this moment, Ling Yuan's expression was already very cold. The 16th elder turned to look at Jun Xiaoyao and said, Divine child of the Jun family, you relied on external forces to kill the ultimate catastrophe. You can say that you did your part for the mystic region. However, you should keep your distance from young Empress Ling Yan. After all, who knows if young Empress Ling Yan will be subdued by my master in the future. Once these words were spoken, the entire world fell silent. Everyone's face was filled with astonishment. The 18 steeds of Yan Yun dared to say such a thing. They had offended both Jun Xiaoyao and Ling Yan. Gu Tizi's expression changed slightly. Could it be that the ancient young empress really wanted to subdue Ling Yan, but then he thought about it. Even if Ling Yan was subdued by the ancient young empress, it would still be better than being subdued by Jun Xiaoyao. You. Ling Yan was so angry that her face turned white and her eyes trembled. If the 18 steeds of Yan Yun didn't have the support of the ancient young empress, she would definitely kill them with one slap. Just as Ling Yan was trembling with anger. However, a warm palm rested on her shoulder. Ling Yan turned around and saw Jun Xiaoyao with a slight smile on his face. That smile was familiar and a little dangerous. It was a smile that could kill. Ling Yan's heart calmed down inexplicably. She felt a sense of warmth. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Old 16 and the others with a faint smile on his face. Are you teaching me how to do things? Old 16 frowned when he sensed a dangerous aura. However, the 9 Heavens Immortal Academy strictly forbade infighting. Moreover, they were the ancient young empress's followers. Therefore, he thought that Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't do anything rash. I'm not teaching you how to do things. I just want you to keep your distance from young Empress Ling Yan. As soon as Old 16 finished speaking, they were horrified to see a large hand that covered the sky and was shrouded in primal chaos chi pressing down on them. Jun Xiaoyao, how dare you? No one would have thought that Jun Xiaoyao would attack them directly. It was simple, direct, clean, and straightforward. He didn't hesitate at all. He suppressed them as he wished. He killed them as he wished. He didn't care at all. He didn't care that this was the 9 Heavens Immortal Academy, a place where killing was strictly forbidden. Jun Xiaoyao casually pressed down with his palm. It was as if the sky had collapsed. Jun Xiaoyao, don't underestimate us. The 16th brother and the other 2 shouted. As the followers of the ancient Xianting's young emperor, they were all very powerful. They were the most outstanding people of their time. The way Jun Xiaoyao was acting made it seem as if he was suppressing ants. This feeling of contempt made them feel humiliated. Jun Xiaoyao didn't say anything. He didn't want to waste time talking to these people. The palm of law surrounded by chaotic mist pressed down. It was as if the sky had collapsed. The 16th brother, the other 2, the 17th brother, and the 18th brother roared in unison. Even the beasts they were riding also roared and unleashed their strength. Their mounts alone were far more powerful than some of the skyprides. Bang, after the palm hit them. The 3 of them were sent flying while vomiting blood. Their eyes were filled with shock. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, had a look of surprise in his eyes. To be able to take a casual strike from me, not bad. I've underestimated you. Jun Xiaoyao was genuinely surprised, and he was not faking it. He was used to killing his opponents with a single palm. The 18 steeds of Yan Yun were the followers of the ancient young emperor. He was indeed surprised that they could take his palm. Although this palm strike was the most ordinary and unremarkable palm strike, it was still extremely powerful. It was enough to prove that the 18 steeds of Yan Yun were not weak. Then their master, the ancient young emperor, should really be something. Jun Xiaoyao, you, the 16th brother and the other two were vomiting blood. A casual palm hit had made them so embarrassed. He even said that he had underestimated them. It was as if it was an honor to be able to take his palm. To them, this was tantamount to double the humiliation. If that's the case, Jun Xiaoyao clenched his hand into a fist. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying power surged. Jun Xiaoyao used a fist technique that he hadn't used for a long time. With a punch, the power of reincarnation surged and shattered the heavens. 6 reincarnation vortexes, which were like 6 worlds, shot out with Jun Xiaoyao's fist. It was the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. This was a supreme fist technique. Because he had always been in the other side, he had never used this fist technique before. Now that he was back in the immortal realm, Jun Xiaoyao was naturally able to use those secret techniques he had learned in the past without any scruples. Boom, a single punch was enough to shake the heavens and earth. Countless runes appeared in the void. Those were the defensive runes carved on the entire immortal island. Jun Xiaoyao's punch had activated the immortal island's defense. It was clear how powerful that punch was. Jun Xiaoyao, don't forget that this is the Immortal Academy. We're the young emperor's followers. Do you really dare to be so ruthless? The 16th brother roared and also took out his trump card. The 3 of them unleashed their divine abilities. Divine light shone brightly, and their auras were so powerful that many outlawed Skypride's eyelids twitched. Unfortunately, they were facing an invincible existence among the younger generation. It was only a single punch. Moreover, it was not the complete 6 paths of reincarnation fist. The 3 of them were instantly crushed. Blood splattered everywhere. The 3 mounts they were riding exploded. At the same time, their bodies and souls were destroyed. The 3 primordial spirits were terrified and wanted to flee far away. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head and used his fingers as a sword. Dazzling immortal light appeared at his fingertips, pulsing in and out. Then, he pointed his finger. Hundreds of flying immortal lights appeared and formed many immortal swords. They slashed at the 3 primordial spirits. How is this possible? The immortal tribulation sword art? Ling Yan was stunned. He took a deep breath. Jun Xiaoyao had only scanned the immortal tribulation sword art once with his divine telekinesis before. How could he use it just like that? Although he had not fully mastered it, Ling Yan was very surprised that he could use the immortal tribulation sword art. However, this was not a big deal to Jun Xiaoyao. Putting aside his monstrous talent, he also had the deduction ability of the Battle God Catalog and the Battle Sacred Technique. It was normal for him to be able to use it directly. The 3 primordial spirits were destroyed by the immortal tribulation sword light. 3 of the 18 steeds of Yan Yun died just like that. They died so easily. Not bad. Jun Xiaoyao nodded in satisfaction. Jun Xiaoyao, you've gone too far. Gu Tizi's expression was a little ugly. He was the one who brought them here. Now that they were dead, there was a possibility that he would be blamed. Gu Tizi, I haven't settled the score with you. Why don't you just be a clown? Jun Xiaoyao took a step forward, and the space fluctuated. He appeared in front of Gu Tizi as if he had teleported. Gu Tizi reacted quickly. An 8 trigrams array appeared in front of him. That was despite the fact that Jun Xiaoyao had been the one to beat him time and time again. He was the successor of the Fuxi celestial legacy after all, and he also had the Fuxi sacred body. He was not weak. He was once the strongest successor of the Xian Ting with Ling Yan. Even so, he was still weak in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao pointed his finger and used the heaven-slashing art, surrounded by chaotic sword light. The 8 trigrams array was directly cut apart, divine chains of order rushed out from between Jun Xiaoyao's brows again, turning into the primitive Emperor Dao sword and slashing out again. Gutizi activated the power of the Fuxi sacred body again. Dense trigrams appeared in the void, forming a wall of magical power and blocking the sword. However, Jun Xiaoyao took the opportunity to break Gutizi's defense with a punch. Then, he slapped out, slap. A loud slap sent Gutizi flying. He coughed up blood and retreated. Jun Xiaoyao, he was slapped in the face in public, and in front of Ling Yan. This made Gutizi furious. His eyes were like a poisonous snake that was about to devour its prey. Wow, such a face slapping. As expected of the son of God of the Jun family. Wei Xianxia was also shocked. What's going on here? At this moment, a group of people came from afar. The one in the lead was the law-enforcing elder of the Immortal Academy. He was an expert of the divine creation realm. When he saw Jun Xiaoyao, the corner of his eyes twitched slightly. It is indeed this great Buddha. The law-enforcing elder thought to himself. His expression was a little unnatural. Gutizi's expression was gloomy. He glanced at Jun Xiaoyao and turned to the law-enforcing elder. Jun Xiaoyao ignored the rules of the Immortal Academy and killed 3 of the ancient young emperor's followers. How should we deal with him? This? The law-enforcing elder hesitated. However, he was cursing Gutizi in his heart. Wasn't this deliberately making things difficult for him? What was Jun Xiaoyao's identity? He was the savior of the immortal realm, a hero revered by millions of creatures. He came to the 9 Heavens Immortal Academy because the Immortal Academy Great Elder begged him, even using the ultimate land of creation as a condition. Cough. Young Master Jun, what you are doing is wrong. The law-enforcing elder coughed dryly and looked at Jun Xiaoyao with a slight frown. Oh? Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the law-enforcing elder. The surrounding disciples of the Immortal Academy also nodded inwardly. As expected of the law-enforcing elder who was impartial and strict. His incorruptible and selfless attitude was well known throughout Immortal Academy. However, in the next moment, the law-enforcing elder coughed and said, Young Master Jun, aren't you tired of taking action personally? Next time, if something like this happens, just let this old man come. I want to see which blind person dares to disturb young master. The law-enforcing elder said righteously. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Is this still the impartial law enforcement elder? Many Immortal Academy disciples were stunned. Many of them had been taught a lesson by the enforcement elder before. Even when facing the pride of an undying power, the eldest son of an ancient family, or even the pride of the Xianting, the enforcement elder was always fair and impartial, not showing any favoritism. That was why while many Immortal Academy disciples feared the enforcement elder, they also admired him greatly. But now, looking at this amiable and even somewhat fawning law enforcement elder, he felt that it was strange. Everyone felt that the enforcement elder's reputation had collapsed. Enforcement elder is too courteous. This Jun took action without permission and caused trouble for Immortal Academy. Jun Xiaoyao cupped his hands and expressed his apology. One shouldn't hit a smiling person. Since the enforcement elder already had such an attitude, Jun Xiaoyao naturally had to return the favor. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's attitude, the enforcement elder's expression became even more amiable. In fact, he had his reasons for doing this. If the true ancient young emperor appeared and confronted Jun Xiaoyao, the enforcement elder would be in a dilemma. The law enforcement elder was in a dilemma and didn't know what to do. However, if it was just the young emperor's followers, the 18 steeds of Yan Yun, their status and importance couldn't be compared to Jun Xiaoyao's at all. Let me ask you, would you offend a true dragon for a few ants? It was to the extent where even if the true ancient young emperor appeared, his status might not be able to surpass Jun Xiaoyao's. That was why there was nothing wrong with the enforcement elder's favoritism. Son of God, don't worry. This time, it was because they took the initiative to provoke you that brought about this disaster. Even the Xianting can't find any reason or excuse. I will deal with this matter later, the enforcement elder said with a smile. Then I'll have to trouble elder. If elder is free in the future, you can visit the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao also said with a smile. Haha, that would naturally be my honor. The enforcement elder was even more so, all smiles. To be able to establish good karma with immortal domain's most prosperous family was naturally extremely good. Then, the enforcement elder tidied up the situation a bit, having people clean up the scene, and then left. All of Immortal Academy's disciples saw this scene. They finally understood. What was called a privileged class, it turned out that some people did not need to follow the rules. Things like rules were only created by the superior to the inferior, and the strong to the weak. Jun Xiaoyao's status could not be restricted by any rules. Gu Tizi looked at Jun Xiaoyao, feeling indignant. Even though he also knew that the chances of Immortal Academy punishing Jun Xiaoyao were close to zero. However, he never expected that Immortal Academy would actually lick Jun Xiaoyao's boots like this. It really was because Jun Xiaoyao was wiping out the foreign disaster, establishing too great of a contribution. Immortal Academy could only hold him in the palm of their hands. Jun Xiaoyao also looked at Gu Tizi. He didn't attack again. He had already killed 3 of the 18 cavalrymen of Yanyun. If he killed Gu Tizi now, then it would be the same as slapping Immortal Academy's face. In any case, Gu Tizi was just a clown in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. Whenever it was convenient, he could just kill him. Gu Tizi turned to Ling Yan and said with an extremely cold tone, "Ling Yan, you've always avoided talking about Jun Xiaoyao. Was that really the case?" Gu Tizi had already expected this. However, when he thought about how Ling Yan really did have special feelings for Jun Xiaoyao, he still felt resentment in his heart. Ling Yuan's peerlessly beautiful face was also very cold. Now, even without Jun Xiaoyao, she only felt a deep hatred for Gu Tizi. Seeing Ling Yan's expression, Gu Tizi said coldly, "Don't forget, I was the one who gave you the position of young emperor." Ling Yan's expression was also cold. "Even without you, I can take the position of young emperor with my own strength." "Good, very good. Ling Yan, is your Empress was immortal lineage thinking of betraying my Xianting?" Gu Tizi was so angry that he laughed. Since there was already no hope, then he might as well shed all pretense of cordiality. When Ling Yuan heard this, she was so angry that her teeth itched. Gu Tizi actually wanted to drag the entire Empress was immortal lineage down with him. One could imagine how much pressure Empress was immortal lineage would exert on her. After all, her identity was still too sensitive. At this time, Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward and said coldly, "Still making noise here. Do you really think I won't make a move?" Gu Tizi glanced at Jun Xiaoyao with fear. Then, he took a deep look at Ling Yuan. "Ling Yan, I hope your position as young emperor will be stable. Who knows who will be the true leader of the Xianting in the future?" Gu Tizi left with a flick of his sleeve. Ling Yan's expression was a little ugly. She naturally knew what Gu Tizi meant. That ancient young emperor had a lofty status, perhaps even higher than hers. At that time, what position would she be in? Submit to the ancient young emperor? Obviously not. Ling Yuan was a prideful woman. It was impossible for her to submit to others. Therefore, there would be no lack of conflict and turmoil in the future. When that time came, there would be another bloody struggle for power. This gave Ling Yan a headache. She found it troublesome. "Don't worry, Sister Ling Yan. The elite guard lineage will always be on your side." Wei Xianxia stepped forward, as playful and beautiful as a skylark. Thank you for your support." Ling Yan nodded slightly. Currently, the leaders of the Xianting were Fuxi and Empress Hua. The other lineages were also strong, but it would be troublesome to compete for the leadership position. The elite guard lineage had always followed Empress Hua's lead. Songjia lineage, on the other hand, leaned toward Fuxi's lineage. As for the other lineages, some remained neutral, some had their own ambitions, and some had unclear intentions. There was only one thing that Ling Yan was most worried about. That ancient young emperor should be from Fuxi's lineage. Is this the son of God of the Jun family? This isn't our first time meeting, is it? Wei Xianxia turned to Jun Xiaoyao, her big eyes twinkling like stars. "That's right. I saw you at Gu Tizi and Fairy Yuan's wedding." Jun Xiaoyao said flatly. TSK, Gu Tizi was really pitiful then. Of course, he's still pitiful now. Wei Xianxia stuck out her tongue, gloating. I killed Song Li and the others when I was training in the desolate borderlands. Don't you mind? Jun Xiaoyao suddenly asked. Wei Qianqian had an indifferent expression. What does that have to do with me? Moreover, Song Li is from Song Jia lineage. They are on Fushi's side. Wei Qianqian said. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes twinkled. It seemed that the internal strife within the Xianting was still intense. This was the difference between a faction and a clan. Although some clans might have internal strife, there was still a layer of bloodline within. For a behemoth like the Supreme Xianting, the internal power structure was complicated. On the surface, it looked like an absolute overlord. However, there were already all kinds of internal strife and hidden dangers. Compared to the Xianting, the Jun family was harmonious, friendly, and united to the extreme. This was the advantage that the Jun family had. A dark glint flickered in his eyes as he thought of that. Is it time to completely split the Xianting? Jun Xiaoyao muttered in his heart, as if he had another idea and plan. In fact, Jun Xiaoyao's strongest point was not his monstrous talent, nor was it his powerful strength. It was his schemes and wisdom that could surpass even the heavens. With Jun Xiaoyao around, it was no different from a fantasy for that ancient young emperor to stand out and unite the Xianting. The storm had finally come to an end. The crowd also gradually dispersed. Jun Xiaoyao's strength was undoubtedly deeply rooted in people's hearts. He even killed the ancient young emperor's follower without batting an eye. Even the law-enforcing elder turned a blind eye to it. Everyone understood that the Immortal Academy was like Jun Xiaoyao's backyard. He could still do whatever he wanted. Alright, I've obtained the Immortal Tribulation Sword Art. I should return to my cave to cultivate. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Ling Yan and noticed that she was a little absent-minded. What's wrong? Jun Xiaoyao asked. That ancient young emperor should be from the Fuxi immortal lineage. Ling Yan felt a headache coming on. It would be fine if he was from other immortal lineage. But he was from the Fuxi immortal lineage. In the entire Xianting, the Fuxi immortal lineage could be said to be the most radical faction. It was also the faction with the deepest enmity toward the Jun family. After all, when Jun Xiaoyao died in the immortal ruins, the Jun family had once slapped them in the face. The Fuxi immortal lineage's enmity toward the Jun family was definitely much deeper than the Empress Hua immortal lineage. So it's because of this. It seems that because of me, you and the ancient young emperor had a conflict. If that's the case, then I won't come to you in the future and won't cause you any more trouble, Jun Xiaoyao said casually. No. It's not like that, Ling Yan hurriedly retorted, her jade-like hand subconsciously grabbing the corner of Jun Xiaoyao's clothes. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at her. Ling Yan's cheeks were flushed red, and she withdrew her hand as if she had been electrocuted. The great Xianting young emperor was grabbing the corner of someone's clothes like a little girl. What was this? No, you misunderstood. Ling Yan's full breasts undulated. Don't worry, if you have any trouble in the future, you can come to me. I haven't met an opponent that interested me in a long time. Jun Xiaoyao seemed very indifferent toward the ancient young emperor. Ling Yan was also silent. If she really went to Jun Xiaoyao for help, she would be targeted by the other immortal orthodoxies. Oh right, I forgot to give you something. After pondering for a moment, Jun Xiaoyao took out another item from his spatial magical tool. It seemed to be made of snow-white silk, and there was a layer of hazy seven-colored radiance on it. This is... Ling Yan was stunned. This is a pair of stockings made from the silk of the seven-colored heavenly silkworm. Don't underestimate it. It's a top-notch supreme artifact, Jun Xiaoyao said. He had naturally seen Princess Divine Silkworm at the Jade Pool. Princess Divine Silkworm raised a rainbow heaven silkworm. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao asked for some seven-colored heavenly silkworm silk from her. Then, he asked the blacksmiths in the clan to refine this pair of stockings. The reason why he did this was naturally to test Ling Yan. After all, in the past, Fairy Yuan loved to wear white silk. Ling Yan's face turned slightly red. She felt that there was something wrong with giving this thing. But she still took it. The snow-white stockings were incomparably soft. Under the illumination of the light, they reflected a seven-colored halo. It was truly beautiful. Aren't you going to try it on? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Ling Yan bit her red lips slightly, but she still put it on in front of Jun Xiaoyao. The silk stockings with a hazy rainbow-colored halo reflected the smooth and creamy skin of her legs. In addition, Ling Yan's figure was originally that of the tall and slender type. Her jade-like legs wrapped in stockings were especially slender and straight. One word. Wonderful. After putting it on, Ling Yan wore a snow-colored glazed dress. The hem of the dress was cut open, revealing the perfect lines of her long legs and stockings. It also slightly reflected a 7-colored halo. It was truly wonderful. There was an extreme temptation. It was as if one couldn't help but want to touch it. Jun Xiaoyao felt that if he really did this, Ling Yan shouldn't refuse. But he obviously wouldn't be so shameless. It was enough to admire it with the eyes of a gentleman. Jun Xiaoyao never denied that he was an old pervert. No, he wasn't old. You're still looking? Ling Yan glanced to the side. She looked both cold and inexplicably proud and cute. It suits you very well. Goodbye. Jun Xiaoyao turned around and was about to leave. You're doing this for her? Ling Yan suddenly said. She was naturally referring to fairy maiden Yuan. Jun Xiaoyao stopped in his tracks. Without looking back, he said, Is there a difference? After saying that, Jun Xiaoyao left. Ling Yan clenched her jade-like hand slightly. Was there a difference? Of course there was. Fairy Yuan was Fairy Yuan, and Ling Yan was Ling Yan. In the past, it was only Fairy Yuan who loved Jun Xiaoyao deeply. But now even she, with a long sigh, Ling Yan turned around and returned to the cave. What she should have a headache about next was the matter of that ancient young emperor. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao also returned to his cave. Those people from the 18 steeds of Yanyan were basically used to establish Jun Xiaoyao's authority. Now, there was probably no one who dared to disturb him. Now that I have the immortal tribulation sword art, the next step is to try to fuse the essence of the 5 sword arts and comprehend the laws of the sword. Jun Xiaoyao also started to get down to business. Strength was the foundation. Immortal Slayer sword art, Primitive Emperor Dao sword art, Grass Symbol sword art, Heaven Cleaving art, Immortal Tribulation sword art. The 5 sword arts were all under Jun Xiaoyao's control. Jun Xiaoyao's talent went without saying. At such a young age, he had already created his own taboo technique, Genesis. The fusion of the 5 sword principal divine skills was not too difficult for him. Next, Jun Xiaoyao used about 7 days to completely master the Immortal Tribulation sword art and reach the point of perfection. Other geniuses might need to spend several years, but Jun Xiaoyao only used 7 days. Alright, the next step is to think of a way to fuse the 5 sword arts and completely comprehend the essence of the sword. Jun Xiaoyao entered into a state of comprehension. On the other side, Immortal Academy held another meeting. I heard that there was some unrest in the Void Sky World, Immortal Academy's Great Elder said. That's right, but that place is close to the Realm Sea, and it is a place where only primordial spirits can enter, so it is normal for there to be unrest. And it is indeed easy for some passageways to connect to other realms to appear there, an elder replied. Long delays may lead to trouble. It is better to arrange for Immortal Academy's disciples to train there as soon as possible, Immortal Academy's Great Elder said. The group of elders nodded their heads in agreement. By the way, what do you all think about the dispute between the Jun family's Son of God and the Xianting? Immortal Academy's Great Elder asked again. All the elders present were silent. Jun family and Xianting, both sides were colossal giants. It could be said that they couldn't afford to offend either side. When Immortal Academy's Great Elder saw this, he said indifferently, Our Immortal Academy should maintain a neutral stance and not side with either side. Among the elders, Disciplinary Elder's expression became a bit awkward. It could be said that he was trying to curry favor with Jun Xiaoyao. However, Immortal Academy's Great Elder then said, However, I feel that from the younger generation, the Jun family might have more prospects. Immortal Academy's Great Elder's words made all of the elders' expressions tremble slightly. The Great Elder of Immortal Academy sometimes represented the attitude of Immortal Academy. In other words, from the perspective of Immortal Academy, the younger generation of the Jun family had a better future. Jun Xiaoyao was not the only exception. Jun Bieli, Jun Maxiao with the human emperor physique, and Jun Lingsong. The younger generation of the Jun family had a promising future. The Xianting also had Ling Yan, Gu Tizi, and the geniuses of various celestial heritages. But in general, they were only SOSO compared to the Jun family. Of course, the ancient young emperor of the Xianting had yet to be born, so no one could say what the future would be like. However, the great elder of Immortal Academy was obviously optimistic about the Jun family. The younger generation represented the future. Jun Xiaoyao alone from the Jun family was more than enough to overwhelm all the geniuses of the celestial court. The meeting was short. After the meeting, a piece of news was announced. 3 months later, the training in the Void Sky Realm would begin. The news was no doubt like a boulder thrown into the sea, causing great waves in Immortal Academy. Countless geniuses rubbed their hands, eager to give it a try. Moreover, the training in the Void Sky Realm would be conducted with the primordial spirit, which at least avoided some of the dangers. Some geniuses who were stronger in the primordial spirit path showed eagerness and excitement in their eyes. The geniuses who were not strong in the primordial spirit path were somewhat worried, fearing that they would not be able to get a good opportunity. Right, if the training in the Void Sky Realm is held, the son of God of the Jun family should be at a disadvantage. Yes, after all, the son of God of the Jun family is best at crushing opponents with his physical body. He can crush any enemy with his palm. I wonder how his primordial spirit path is like. Compared to Jun Xiaoyao's sacred body of the ancients, not many people knew about his primordial spirit. After all, the primordial spirit of 3 lives was too rare. There were only a few of them in the world. If that is the case, maybe I can defeat the son of God of the Jun family in the Void Sky Realm, a genius said. Keep dreaming. Do you know what it means to be strong? The son of God of the Jun family has an unparalleled physical body, so you think that his soul will be weak? You are too ignorant. There were also some geniuses who disagreed. They believed that Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit was not necessarily weaker than his physical body. In short, everyone was looking forward to the good fortune of the Void Heaven world. In the depths of Immortal Academy, within Jun Xiaoyao's heavenly passage, Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged in the void, surrounded by endless divine light of the great path. The trajectories of various runes interweaved to form incomparably profound and complicated patterns. Vaguely, there seemed to be God laws flowing. Every divine law was extremely sharp, as if they were tangible sword light. After a period of comprehension, Jun Xiaoyao had also gradually merged the 5 sword Tao godly techniques together. Jun Xiaoyao was surprised to find that these 5 divine arts all seemed to have something in common. However, on second thought, as the saying goes, the myriad paths of the great Tao all lead to the same destination. In the end, they would all walk the same path. And that path was the rule of sword. At a certain moment, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly opened his eyes. Endless sword light seemed to appear in his eyes. Then, Jun Xiaoyao lightly stretched out his hand and used his fingers as a sword. A wisp of sword light appeared. This wisp of sword light was ordinary, but it seemed to be unstoppable. This was very strange. It was clearly just a wisp of sword light. However, it seemed to reflect the stars and all living things. Everything was reflected in this wisp of sword light. It was as if this wasn't a wisp of sword light, but a corner of a crack that reflected all worlds. This wisp of sword light casually swept into the void. Everything was silently annihilated. This was still Jun Xiaoyao controlling his strength, only using 1% of his strength. Otherwise, the entire Immortal Academy would be alarmed, and these heavenly passages would also be instantly torn apart and destroyed. I finally comprehended the fusion of the 5 sword Tao godly techniques. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Jun Xiaoyao's mouth. Immortal Slaughtering Sword Art, Origin Emperor Tao Sword, Grass Symbol Sword Art, Heaven Severing Art, Immortal Tribulation Sword Art. The fusion of the 5 sword Tao godly techniques was, so sever. Jun Xiaoyao lightly opened his lips and spat out 4 words. So sever was the fusion of the 5 sword Tao godly techniques. It sounded very strange. Normal Buddhist scriptures had 4 words at the beginning, so sever heard. It meant that this was what I heard Buddha say. And what did so sever mean? It was as if Jun Xiaoyao was a supreme Buddha. His sword was his law, and all living things had to listen and bear it. All enemies and opponents could only bear this sword, almost unable to avoid it. It really was domineering beyond compare. So sever was the heart. This sword move wasn't just a physical attack. It could even sever the heart of others. The so-called sever was to sever one's own heart. Any other opponent or enemy, if their will wasn't firm, or if they didn't have a soul law or a special primordial spirit, would fall into an absolute disadvantage. Even their Tao heart might be severed by Jun Xiaoyao. It was that terrifying. And so sever shouldn't be just one move. There should be more to it. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were deep as he pondered. Since ancient times, there might be people who could gather the 5-sword Tao godly techniques. However, Jun Xiaoyao was the only one who could fuse the 5-sword Tao godly techniques, comprehend their essence, and create so sever. As Jun Xiaoyao comprehended so sever, in his body, there were also pieces of laws condensing. In the end, they turned into an incomparably sharp law. This law seemed to be able to cut through everything in the world. All living things, time, space, and the heart. It was the law of the sword. At this point, Jun Xiaoyao had already condensed 11 laws. He was already much stronger than the supreme realm with 9 laws. But this wasn't Jun Xiaoyao's limit. Jun Xiaoyao directly took out the 3-world copper coffin. This ancient artifact that had killed and refined the calamity had also refined many fragments of the heavenly laws, and it was filled with vigorous energy. Jun Xiaoyao could absorb it without worry. Continue to condense some of the immortal qi that I cultivated into laws. Right now, Jun Xiaoyao only had one goal, and that was to cultivate as many laws as possible. To maximize his talent. Then, he would forcefully break through to the next level. In this way, Jun Xiaoyao could almost always remain invincible among those of the same level. In fact, for Jun Xiaoyao, challenging those of a higher level in the 7th level of the Supreme Realm was as easy as eating and drinking. Next, Jun Xiaoyao immersed himself in cultivation. The entire Immortal Academy also fell into a state of restlessness, preparing to wait for the opportunity in the void sky world. In the 9 heavens Immortal Realm, an incomparably vast world floated in the void like a universe egg. That was one of the 9 heavens Immortal Realms, the Huntian Immortal Realm. Just like the Huangtian Immortal Realm was the headquarters of the Jun family, the Huntian Immortal Realm was the headquarters of the Xianting. Rumor had it that the ancient Xianting was built in the Huntian Immortal Realm. Later, the Immortal Realm suffered a calamity, and the ancient Xianting collapsed. 8 supreme experts stood out and established 8 great immortal heritages. Then, they persuaded a legendary demonic emperor who brought endless disasters to the Immortal Realm, the founder of the Jiuli demonic kingdom, Demon Emperor Qiyu. Later, the Jiuli demonic kingdom merged with the Xianting and became the 9th great immortal heritage, the Qiyu immortal heritage. From then on, the structure of the 9 great immortal heritages was determined. Then, with the Huntian Immortal Realm as the center, the Xianting spread its influence to the entire 9 heavens Immortal Realm. In the end, it became the overlord of the Immortal Realm in the Old Era. If it weren't for the fact that the war between the 2 worlds was too vast, and the foreign realm invaded and severely damaged the Xianting, perhaps the entire Immortal Realm might still be under the control of the Xianting. At this moment, in an incomparably ancient star domain in the Huntian Immortal Realm, there was an ancient star surrounded by dense spiritual qi and great Tao divine laws. This ancient star was very strange. The spiritual qi was so dense that the ancient star was like a heart, about to beat loudly. In the core of the ancient star at the center, there was an ancient golden palace located in the middle of it. Outside the golden palace, there were some sealed immortal sources scattered around. Some of them were already broken. It was obvious that the seal on the immortal sources had long been broken. At the core of the golden palace, there was an enormous brilliant golden immortal source emitting an extraordinary spiritual qi. A blurry and otherworldly figure could be vaguely seen inside the golden immortal source. It was noble and unfathomable. At a certain moment, the golden immortal source began to tremble slightly. Cracks began to spread on its surface. Following that, there was a loud explosion. The immortal source shattered. A brilliant and sacred golden light shone upon the entire palace. It was like a brilliant sun that had descended upon this chaotic era. A sigh slowly sounded from the endless radiance. Everything is possible. It's like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, a shadow. It really is like a dream. I've returned to the starting point of this prosperous and chaotic era. Is it the will of the heavens that wants me to be the only protagonist of this era? The vast golden radiance surged like waves in the ocean. That was the surging of a massive amount of nomological power. It was hard to imagine who could condense so many nomological powers. Amidst the surging golden divine radiance from the cracked golden immortal source, a slender figure walked over calmly, as if he was the Son of God who had descended to the mortal world. He wore a loose white robe, and his skin was as clear as jade. He was more delicate and flawless than many women. His face was flawlessly handsome. Apart from Xianxia, no one could surpass him in terms of looks. Even the Ascension King, who was a peerlessly handsome man, was slightly overshadowed when he stood next to this man. He had golden hair that was more dazzling than the sun. It reached his ankles, and he was as elegant as an immortal. On the contrary, his eyes were pure silver in color, and they were unfathomable like the moon. Golden hair, silver eyes. He was a born immortal, but the most eye-catching thing wasn't his appearance. Instead, it was the aura that he was born with. He was too extraordinary. It was as if he was favored by the heavens. At the same time, there was a hint of nonchalance in his eyes, as if he didn't care about anything. It was a kind of arrogance that dominated everything. This man was the mysterious ancient young emperor sealed by the Xianting. He was Dihaoyan, who was known as the Xianting's true dragon. He was the most powerful young emperor of the Xianting. The 18 steeds of Yan were the most outstanding prodigies of that era. But they were suppressed by Dihaoyan and became his follower. If he wasn't sealed, he was destined to become the master of the Xianting of that era. But he chose to seal himself. Because in Dihaoyan's opinion, only the true golden age was worthy of his rise. And only in this era could he truly reach the end, become an unparalleled existence, and touch the realm of immortals. He succeeded. Or rather, he almost succeeded. The familiar aura of heaven and earth, yet it seems unfamiliar. Did I do it all over again? Dihaoyan looked surprised. He sensed the familiar yet unfamiliar aura of heaven and earth. Dihaoyan felt like he was in a dream. That was right. He had been reborn and returned to the starting point of this prosperous and chaotic world. He had returned to the past from the future. Perhaps the heavens have understood this young emperor's unwillingness. I'm clearly only one step away from unlocking the secret of becoming an immortal. As Dihaoyan spoke, he took out an ancient weapon. It looked like a stone plate with many ancient, profound, and complicated patterns carved on it. It was like the orbit of the stars in the heavens, and also like the explanation of the great Tao of heaven and earth. However, this stone plate was incomplete. From the looks of it, it was only a quarter of its original size. Is it this fragment of the immortal stone plate that allowed me to be reborn at the beginning of this golden era? Dihaoyan looked at the stone plate in his hand. Being reborn into the past was simply inconceivable. Although some of the utmost powerful ones were able to manifest time and the river of time, the utmost powerful ones were unable to do so. He could even project himself into the past and the future. But in the end, it was still limited by karma. It was an iron law that could not be changed. Even the mythical emperor, who was qualified to swim in the river of time and could grasp the past and future, would not easily disturb the laws of time. That would lead to unimaginable consequences and backlash. The price he would have to pay was not something even the mythical emperor could bear. Just disturbing the river of time would have such serious consequences. Not to mention directly returning to the past from the future. This was simply completely messing up karma. But Dihaoyan had been reborn at the beginning of this golden era. In my previous life, I had not reached the peak and died halfway. As long as I opened that door, I would have been able to unlock the secret of becoming an immortal. Dihaoyan took a deep breath and thought of the past. His emotions rose and fell like a tide. But what kind of existence was he? His temperament and Tao heart could be said to be perfect and flawless. He could easily control his emotions. But it doesn't matter. This fragment of the immortal stone plate has allowed me to return to the beginning of this great era. This is the will of the heavens. I was originally the young emperor of the Xianting generation. Coupled With the memories of the future, in this life, I will seize the opportunity and become the only protagonist. If these words were said by others, it would seem a little arrogant. But when it was said by Di Haoyan, it sounded natural, as if it was the truth. But it was also true. Di Haoyan had 3 great physiques and endless resources of the Xianting. In addition, he had experienced a lifetime and almost had the ability to predict the future. It was not difficult to become the only protagonist of this great era. At this moment, outside the Golden Palace, a few figures flashed and entered. When they saw Di Haoyan, they all knelt on one knee on the ground. "Greetings, young Emperor Haoyan." These few figures were the few of the 18 steeds of Yanyun who had broken through the seal early. "Yes, what is it?" Di Haoyan's expression was calm and composed. He already had absolute confidence that he could dominate this great era. "Young Emperor Haoyan, it's like this." Then, one of the 18 steeds of Yanyun told Di Haoyan some news. He also told him that the 16th brother and the others had been killed by Jun Xiaoyao. When he heard that the 16th brother and the others had been killed, Di Haoyan's expression was incomparably calm. Although the 18 steeds of Yanyun were his followers, they were actually just tools in his hands. "Jun Xiaoyao?" Di Haoyan frowned slightly. As someone who had been reborn, he knew some things about the future. But in his memories of his rebirth, the most famous young generation of the Jun family should be the Emperor Jun Bieli, the human Emperor Jun Maxiao, and the man with polychoria Jun Lingsong. They were known as the 3 little giants of the Jun family. In the future, they would indeed become the pillars of the Jun family. But who was Jun Xiaoyao? In his memories, there was no such person as Jun Xiaoyao. Moreover, at this time, the hidden branch of the Jun family should not have merged with the main branch. Also, Jun Xiaoyao had killed the ultimate disaster. Di Haoyan did not expect this at all. Everything was greatly different from his memories of his rebirth. It was as if there was an inexplicable existence that interfered with the normal timeline. Logically speaking, Jun Xiaoyao should not exist. It was as if he had suddenly appeared in this world. All the changes were caused by the son of God of the Jun family. This attracted Di Haoyan's attention. "The world now is very different from the world in my memories. And all the changes seem to be because of the son of God of the Jun family." Di Haoyan muttered to himself and fell into deep thought. He had great talent and strength, but his mind was not weak either. Seeing Di Haoyan's somewhat absent-minded expression, a follower probed, "Young Emperor Haoyan?" "Yes, is there anything else?" Di Haoyan came back to his senses. His rebirth was a secret that belonged to him alone. It was absolutely impossible to tell others. "Immortal Academy's Void Sky World is about to open," the follower said. Void Sky World. Di Haoyan's eyes flashed with a dark light. In the era before he was sealed, he had also entered the Void Sky World. It was also because of this that he obtained this fragment of the immortal stone plate by chance. "It is a bit nostalgic," Di Haoyan said lightly. If he hadn't picked up this fragment of the immortal stone plate in the Void Sky World, he wouldn't have been reborn to the early stage of this golden era. Therefore, karma was naturally predestined. The Void Sky World, huh? There are indeed many opportunities in it. In addition, if I remember correctly, there should be a group of special people appearing. Di Haoyan calculated in his heart. As a reborn person, what was his greatest advantage? It was nothing more than knowing everything. He knew where some treasures were. He knew which enemies were the most threatening. He knew where there were opportunities and where there were disasters. To put it bluntly, Di Haoyan was almost equivalent to an omniscient god. This was the greatest advantage of a reborn person. However, the only thing that made Di Haoyan a little doubtful was, some things were already very different from what he remembered. For example, in his memory, the disaster of the foreign realm didn't destroy it. Instead, it brought a huge disaster to the immortal realm. Together with the dark turmoil that followed, it opened the prelude to the chaotic world. But now, the disaster of the foreign realm had been quelled. There was also the Jun family. In his memory, they hadn't merged, but in reality, the Jun family had been completely integrated. Therefore, Di Haoyan believed that some things should have been different. But some things still hadn't changed. "I know what to do about the Void Sky World, but now, we need time to familiarize ourselves with the aura of heaven and earth of this era," Dihaoyan said indifferently. Yes, but your majesty, about the dead 16th prince and the others. A follower wanted to say something but hesitated. After the 18 steeds of Yanyun were subdued by Dihaoyan, they could be considered a close group. But now, 3 of them were killed. They couldn't take this lying down. The cause of this is the son of God of the Jun family and the current young emperor of Xianting, Dihaoyan said. Jun Xiaoyao was indeed an unfamiliar existence. In his memory, this person didn't exist. However, Ling Yuan did have one. In his memory, Ling Yan had indeed defeated Gu Tizi of Fuxi immortal lineage in the competition for the position of young emperor. In addition, Ling Yan had another special identity. This special identity was related to the ancient Xianting, which had been destroyed for a long time. It was also related to an important figure during the ancient Xianting period. That person could even influence the entire structure of Xianting. Therefore, Dihaoyan had to plan ahead. Ling Yan was one of the important methods he used to unify Xianting. As the young emperor of the Xianting, he has an unclear relationship with the son of God of the Jun family. This is indeed surprising, Dihaoyan said calmly. In our hearts, Master is the only emperor in the entire Xianting. That's right. With Lord Young Emperor's status, you can easily dismiss the current young emperor. Several of his followers said in unison. This matter is not urgent. I have my own plans. Remember 16th brother's account. You all go out first and gather information. Dihaoyan waved his sleeves and said. Yes, master. Several of his followers cupped their hands and left. Dihaoyan's expression was indifferent and calm. He was neither arrogant nor rash. Everything seemed to be under his control. Although some things have deviated from the original track, the general pattern is still the same. Next, we will consolidate at every step. We will look for the remaining 3 fragments of the immortal stone plate secretly. In addition, the Xianting, which has been divided into 9 immortal lineages, should also find a way to unite. It won't be long before that place reappears. That will be a great opportunity for the Xianting to reorganize its forces. There is also Ling Yan. She is an important chess piece. We can't lose her, and we can't let her be disturbed by the son of God of the Jun family. In addition, we have to communicate with that force in advance and seek opportunities for cooperation. In my memory, it should be the one from the Demon God Palace in the Huangtian mystic realm. Dihaoyan sorted out his reborn memories. He sorted out some of the things that he needed to do in advance. These were all methods that he would use to seize opportunities in the future. After sorting out his thoughts, Dihaoyan sat in the void with his legs crossed and merged with the aura of heaven and earth of this era. This was something that some ancient freaks, seed-level geniuses, would do. In order to perfectly integrate himself into this era. However, unlike others, Dihaoyan was not just a sleeping genius. He was also a genius who had been reborn. Jun Xiaoyao, interesting. Everything has a cause and effect. But he seems to have appeared out of thin air, without any cause and effect. He even changed some of the history in my memory. Jun Xiaoyao, what kind of existence are you? Dihaoyan narrowed his eyes slightly. His silver eyes that were as bright as the moon were incomparably deep. He knew everything that would happen in the future. However, he knew nothing about Jun Xiaoyao. Anyway, we will meet soon. When the time comes, I will meet this person who shouldn't have existed. Dihaoyan smiled faintly. The news that the ancient young emperor of the Xianting, Dihaoyan, had awakened from the immortal origin was deliberately covered up by him and did not directly spread. After all, Dihaoyan wanted to consolidate his strength step by step. He didn't want to attract attention too early. On the Immortal Academy's side, many geniuses were preparing for the Void Sky World. 3 months passed quickly. In Jun Xiaoyao's cave residence, Jun Xiaoyao, dressed in snow-white clothes, sat cross-legged in the void. Around him, many power of laws surrounded him, like the orbits of the stars in the sky. Although the current Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation realm did not change, but his aura was much deeper than before. With the help of the pure energy obtained from refining the disaster in the 3-world bronze coffin, In this short period of time, Jun Xiaoyao once again condensed the creation immortal qi and the origin magnetic immortal qi into the creation law and the origin magnetic law. In other words, Jun Xiaoyao now had a total of 13 laws. This was already far more powerful than the supreme being of the extreme realm with 9 laws. And this was not Jun Xiaoyao's limit. Phew. Jun Xiaoyao opened his eyes and exhaled softly. 13 laws, barely enough, but it's still not enough, Jun Xiaoyao said to himself. If these words were to spread, who knew how many geniuses would be speechless? Then, as if there was some kind of perception, Jun Xiaoyao frowned slightly. He had a vague feeling that there was something in the dark that wanted to plot against him. As Jun Xiaoyao's three-world primordial spirit became stronger, both his soul perception and his subconscious perception had grown stronger. However, there were too many people who wanted to deal with Jun Xiaoyao, and there were too many people who were hostile to him. Jun Xiaoyao himself could not count them. Could it be that the ancient young emperor has broken the seal? Jun Xiaoyao guessed. After all, the only person he had provoked recently was the ancient young emperor. I suddenly want to eat the chide box. Jun Xiaoyao mumbled to himself, seemingly implying something. If he wanted to eat the chide box, he had to find fresh ingredients. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao had to go back to his old profession and become a farmer to harvest chives. After temporarily finishing his cultivation, Jun Xiaoyao also walked out of the cave with his hands behind his back. Outside the cave, a beautiful woman was standing there. She was dressed in plain clothes, and her long skirt was dragging on the ground. She was as gentle as water. When she saw Jun Xiaoyao appear, a hint of joy appeared on her snow-white jade face. She instantly arrived in front of Jun Xiaoyao. You came out of seclusion. This woman was naturally Luo Xiangling. Have you been waiting outside? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Luo Xiangling nodded slightly and said, because I was afraid of disturbing you. Jun Xiaoyao was silent when he heard this. This woman who followed him all the way from the foreign realm to the immortal domain could be said to be perfect in all aspects. Her strength was astonishing, and her appearance was beautiful. However, there was a trace of purity and persistence that did not belong to humans in her personality. Moreover, since she had decided on Jun Xiaoyao, she would not change her mind. This made the current Jun Xiaoyao somewhat unsure of how to deal with it. This was the meaning of the saying, if you don't marry, why flirt? Right now, he had just promised the 2 beauties of the Jiang family to be engaged. It was really not good to deal with Luo Xiangling's matter. He could only drag it out like this. Xiangling, you came here for, the Void Sky World is about to open. That is an opportunity that Immortal Academy promised to give you, Luo Xiangling said. She was afraid that Jun Xiaoyao would miss this great opportunity because of his seclusion. I understand, Jun Xiaoyao said. He was also very curious about what kind of great opportunity there was in that strange place that could only be entered with the primordial spirit. It was to the extent that even the Jun family would find it difficult to take out some of the opportunities there. If not for this opportunity, Jun Xiaoyao would not have bothered to come to Immortal Academy. Big brother Xiaoyao, in the distance, a clear voice like a silver bell sounded. It was Jiang Luoli. She also came out of seclusion and did not want to miss this opportunity in the Void Sky World. When she saw that Luo Xiangling was also there, Jiang Luoli restrained herself a little and nodded slightly. Greetings, Elder Luo. Luo Xiangling was a Boundary Emperor realm expert. Now, he was even an honorary elder of the 9 Heavens Immortal Academy. Jiang Luoli naturally did not dare to disrespect her. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Jiang Luoli. This girl had been in seclusion for a period of time, so she seemed to have become even more lively. Her fair forehead was swirling with light of wisdom. His entire body seemed to be covered with a layer of halo, extremely holy and pure. She was simply a little fairy that had transcended the mortal world. Looks like you've gained quite a lot from this closed-door training. Jun Xiaoyao said with a faint smile as he sensed the obscure aura of the world in Jiang Luoli's body. Jiang Luoli was a little proud, and her eyes curved into crescents. Of course. Big brother Xiaoyao did his best to help me, so I can't be a useless person. If not for the help of the world tree, Jiang Luoli would have to wait for God knows how long to cultivate the origin spirit world in her body. Seeing Jiang Luoli's intimate attitude towards Jun Xiaoyao, Luo Xiangling's eyes dimmed a little. Previously, she only knew about Jun Xiaoyao in the foreign realm. She did not know what Jun Xiaoyao had experienced before. Later on, she also asked around in the Immortal Academy. Only then did she know that Jun Xiaoyao had such a rich and colorful life in the immortal domain. There was even such an outstanding and exceptional beauty who was infatuated with him. In comparison, Luo Xiangling felt that she had nothing. She only gave Jun Xiaoyao some meager help in the foreign realm. For a moment, Luo Xiangling was silent. Jiang Luoli also reacted, her small eyes secretly giving Jun Xiaoyao a look. There was nothing she could do. Who told her man to be so outstanding? He could even kidnap a beautiful ant from the foreign realm to immortal domain. When he sensed the subtle awkwardness in the atmosphere, Jun Xiaoyao released a dry cough. He would rather face 100 ultimate disasters than face this type of azure battlefield. Right at this time, bell sound suddenly rang out. It's the heaven bell, Jiang Luoli said. It's about time to set out. This time, only the primordial spirit will enter the void sky realm, so there shouldn't be much danger. I'm leaving first. After Luo Xiangling finished speaking, she turned around and left. Jun Xiaoyao sighed inwardly, and then said, let's go. Let's see what kind of pleasant surprises there are in the ultimate natural luck land Immortal Academy's great elder spoke of. Immortal Academy, on a giant plaza floating in the void. Countless wind-breaking sounds rang out. Many figures descended here. However, compared to Immortal Academy's disciples, there weren't that many people who came. It was because this opportunity wasn't something just anyone had the qualifications to enter. Only the most outstanding heavenly talents had the qualifications to enter. That was why those who could enter the void sky realm were all the best of the best, seeds among seeds. That was why even though there were many heavenly talents who came, however, only a small portion of them could actually go. Most of them came to watch the show and eat melons. In the void, an elder in hemp robes stood there. He was Immortal Academy's leader this time, Immortal Academy's third elder, Sumo. Meanwhile, at this time, there were already a few heavenly talents who appeared. Ling Yan, Gu Tizi, the reincarnated Buddhist child Di, Long Yao Ji Qingyi, and the others. Even though they weren't the top seed-level heavenly talents who broke through the earth later. However, they were the most outstanding heroes of the present age, all of them reaching the end of the ancient path. From a certain perspective, they could be considered the most powerful seeds of the present age. Immortal Academy also nurtured them with great care. When they first entered Immortal Academy, they all granted them astonishing natural luck. Only then could they catch up to those slumbering seed-level figures in terms of cultivation. Meanwhile, some observant people noticed it. Ling Yan and Gu Tizi were both Xian Ting's most outstanding heavenly talents of the present age. However, they stood on opposite sides of each other. Many people were inwardly shocked. Could this be the beginning of the struggle for power in Xian Ting? Third elder Sumo saw this scene and only watched from the sidelines. However, he secretly sighed in his heart. What a son of God of the Jun family. The great elder's words were indeed correct. In the future, Xian Ting might really fall into his hands. Of course, Sumo only thought about it and wouldn't say it out loud. After all, the current Xian Ting was still the overlord on the surface. There was also a trump card that hadn't been revealed yet. It was that ancient young emperor, if there was any young existence in Xian Ting who was qualified to face Jun Xiaoyao head-on. It was probably only that ancient young emperor. Gu Tizi could only stand to the side now. As time passed, more and more heavenly talents came. Some of the Jun family's heavenly talents also showed up. Jun Lingsong and the others were also cultivating in Immortal Academy. There were also Jun Xiaoyao's followers, as well as some people around him, such as Yu Chanwan, Taiyin Jade Hair, Princess Longji, and the others. In fact, some people, such as Taiyin Jade Hair, were not qualified to enter the Void Sky Realm. However, as long as they were related to Jun Xiaoyao, even chickens and dogs would ascend to heaven, let alone a rabbit. Even the golden-winged roc, who had only followed Jun Xiaoyao for a short period of time, received preferential treatment from Immortal Academy. This made many heavenly talents jealous. If they had known this would happen, they would have shamelessly followed Jun Xiaoyao on Emperor Road and Ancient Road. However, it was useless now. Not to mention followers, even Jun Xiaoyao's maids and mounts were not ordinary people who could be Jun Xiaoyao's followers. Didn't they see that Jun Xiaoyao's mounts were all quasi-emperors? At this moment, two figures leisurely came from afar. They were Jun Xiaoyao and Jiang Luoli. The place was instantly in an uproar. Everyone knew that. The opportunity in the Void Sky world this time was mostly because Immortal Academy wanted to rope in Jun Xiaoyao to compensate him. All of Immortal Academy's geniuses could be considered to have benefited from Jun Xiaoyao. Many of Immortal Academy's disciples revealed looks of reverence and gratitude. This was an instinctive worship of heroes. They already no longer treated Jun Xiaoyao as someone of the same age. They all treated him as a godlike existence. Of course, there were also some geniuses whose expressions were unnatural. There was no need to mention Gutizi. Long Yaoer was a bit guilty. After being beaten back to her original form by Jun Xiaoyao, she had always maintained her little lowly appearance. She no longer had the dignity of the dragon race's empress and overlord body. Now, when she saw Jun Xiaoyao, she felt like a mouse seeing a cat. She was extremely guilty, afraid that Jun Xiaoyao would notice her and settle the score with her. Apart from that, there was also Ji Qingyi. When she saw Jun Xiaoyao, she subconsciously raised her jade-like hand and touched her veiled face. In the desolate border, she had also fought with Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao had forced her to reveal her secret, which was the imprint of the immortal demon diagram. He had also left a mark on her beautiful face created by the power of primal chaos. It was meant to give her a beating. At that time, Ji Qingyi was a bit confused and had some thoughts in her mind. Now, she understood that the foreign chaotic physique was Jun Xiaoyao. This made Ji Qingyi's shame and resentment turn into complicated feelings. She was very scheming. Even the human immortal physique Ji Daoi was killed by her. However, when facing this man, Ji Qingyi always felt that she was being restricted. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the distance. It was calm and carried a hint of mockery. As expected of the foreign war god who killed more than 10 seed-level geniuses. Now, he has become a great hero of the immortal realm. It really makes one sigh. Hearing this, the expressions of many geniuses changed. Who was it that dared to target Jun Xiaoyao like this? Many people looked over. In the distance, black flame swept out, and a hazy figure vaguely appeared. This figure caused many people to be shocked. It's him, the son of the immortal ancient emperor, Huang Niedao. The black flame seemed to be able to burn down the sky. It was the immortal fire unique to the immortal Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clan, like the Dragon clan, had a wide range of bloodlines. They were not limited to just one bloodline. Among the Dragon clan, there were supreme bloodlines like the ancient Void Dragon. The Phoenix clan naturally had them as well. The immortal Phoenix god was one of the best. It was one of the most ancient and powerful bloodlines of the Phoenix clan. There were very few people in this bloodline. Even in the demon Phoenix's ancient cave, it was rarely seen. The most famous supreme expert of the immortal divine Phoenix was naturally the immortal ancient emperor who had once dominated the immortal domain. It was rumored that the immortal ancient emperor had once used the immortal flames to refine a great emperor into a pool of emperor's origin. Many people believed that the immortal ancient emperor's strength had surpassed that of ordinary great emperors and had entered a higher realm. At this moment, when they saw the black flames, they were shocked. Everyone knew who the newcomer was. The undying ancient emperor's son, the little ancestor of the demon Phoenix ancient cave, Huang Niedao. The black flames dissipated, revealing the figure within. It was a young man dressed in a black and gold robe. His face was incomparably handsome and indifferent. There were ancient runes flickering between his eyebrows. There was a pair of black and gold phoenix wings on his back, surrounded by wisps of black immortal flames. His aura was also incomparably powerful and unfathomable. It was far more pressuring than the ordinary seed-level prodigies. However, it made sense. After all, he was the immortal ancient emperor's son and had the most direct ancient emperor bloodline. It could be said that the immortal ancient emperor's bloodline talents were all concentrated in Huang Niedao. The little ancestor of the demon Phoenix ancient cave, Huang Niedao. Many prodigies fell silent. Huang Niedao. Just from the name alone, one could tell that the immortal ancient emperor had high hopes for his son. Nirvana Dao longevity. This name was not something that ordinary people could bear. In addition, he was the immortal ancient emperor's son, so his seniority in the Demon Phoenix ancient cave was extremely high. Even some of the elders had to respectfully call him Little Ancestor when facing him. Previously, in the desolate border, the Demon Phoenix ancient cave's phoenix maiden that Jun Xiaoyao had killed could not be compared to Huang Yedao at all. One was an outstanding seed-level prodigy, while the other was a Little Ancestor-level existence. At this moment, Huang Yedao looked at Jun Xiaoyao with a calm expression. Right now, in the celestial realm, there were not many people who dared to face Jun Xiaoyao directly. Huang Yedao asked himself if he had the qualifications. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Huang Yedao indifferently. His aura was indeed stronger than that of the other far ancient imperial seeds. However, that was all. I haven't even investigated the Archean royalty's dealings with the foreign realm, and the dog that bites is already barking. Jun Xiaoyao's reply was sharp. He not only pointed out the Archean royalty's shady actions, but also scolded Huang Yedao. Huang Yedao narrowed his eyes. Black flames flashed in his eyes. You killed the Demon Phoenix ancient cave's phoenix maiden, which is a provocation to the Demon Phoenix ancient cave. Completely offending the Archean royalty won't do you any good, not to mention that the Jun family is still suffering from the curse of calamity. In other words, the Jun family and Jun Xiaoyao no longer had the right to be arrogant. Jun Xiaoyao was too lazy to say anything else. At this moment, a crisp and childish voice rang out. That Birdman, what are you so arrogant for? Come at me if you dare. This voice came from Jun Xiaoyao, which shocked many people. Then, they saw a purple gold ant the size of a pinky standing on Jun Xiaoyao's shoulder. It was the divine demonic ant, Little E. Huang Yedao's eyes flashed coldly. Birdman, this was definitely an insult to the phoenix race. However, when he saw Little Divine Demonic Ant, Huang Yedao's eyes narrowed. He could sense the surging imperial bloodline in the Little Demonic Ant. It was about the same level as him. The son of the Divine Demonic Emperor, Huang Yedao said coldly. The Divine Demonic Emperor's name wasn't any weaker than the immortal ancient emperors. He'd participated in the War of the Two Worlds. In the end, he'd attracted the help of a calamity level immortal and several immortal kings to kill him. In terms of status and bloodline, Little Divine Demonic Ant wasn't any weaker than Huang Yedao. And now, Little Divine Demonic Ant was practically Jun Xiaoyao's follower. TSK. That's also the son of the Divine Demonic Emperor. His status isn't lower than Huang Yedao's. Many prodigies were watching the show. The Divine Demonic Emperor is a hero of the immortal region. I won't argue with you because of him. Huang Yedao flung his sleeves and didn't say anything else. Jun Xiaoyao didn't bother to say anything else. Jiang Luoli shook her head and said sarcastically, "Aya, you make it sound so cool. I've finally seen what it means to be thick-skinned." Being mocked by a beauty was obviously a bit uncomfortable for a man. Huang Yedao only snorted coldly. At this moment, another indifferent voice resounded. Why do you all have to be so hostile? Allah said that the harmony of all creatures is the true faith. This voice was extremely aloof and ethereal. It even carried the sound of the thousand spirit sacrifice and Sanskrit chants. Hearing this voice, many people's eyes shook. Child of Truth from the ancient Orchid Church. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. There were auspicious clouds in the distance. A man in a holy priest robe stood among the clouds. He held a dazzling golden staff in his hand. His face was extremely holy and handsome. His body was enveloped in endless holy light and the light of faith. There was a dazzling golden halo of truth behind his head, emitting a strong power of faith. It was the Child of Truth of the Gulen sect. The Gulen sect was the same as the Western sect. They were both famous sects in the Nine Heavens immortal realm with countless believers. These sects were also the best at using the power of faith. At this moment, the seed of the Gulen sect, the Child of Truth, had appeared. No one knew what his real name was. Even the people of the Gulen sect only called him the Child of Truth. It was as if he was the embodiment of truth, representing the supreme nobility. The disaster of the foreign realm has just been quelled. I don't think we should have internal strife. Instead, we should seize this great opportunity to improve ourselves. The Child of Truth had a calm expression. He always had a holy and warm smile on his face. It made people feel like they were bathing in a spring breeze. He did have a good reputation among the younger generation. He rarely fought with others. If he didn't attack the people of the Demon Phoenix Ancient Cave first, I wouldn't have bothered to cause trouble, Huang Niedao said coldly. The Child of Truth smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He turned to look at Jun Xiaoyao and sized him up before saying, as expected of the hero who saved the 9 heavens immortal realm. No wonder you are worshipped by all the creatures. Jun Xiaoyao also glanced at the Child of Truth expressionlessly. However, he secretly kept an eye on him in his heart. The Child of Truth had a calm smile on his face. He looked like a peacemaker who stood aloof from worldly affairs. However, Jun Xiaoyao could vaguely sense that the Child of Truth was sizing him up with a faint passion in his eyes. Jun Xiaoyao was able to guess the reason right away. The Dharma body of a god of faith, what was the Gulen sect best at? The cultivation of the power of faith. Jun Xiaoyao's Dharma body was undoubtedly the ultimate embodiment of the power of faith. By borrowing the power of the divine Dharma body, Jun Xiaoyao could even fight against the great dark hand behind the scenes of the other side, the ultimate disaster. Did the Gulen Holy Church covet the Dharma body of a god? Absolutely envious, not to mention that the Jun family had a conflict with the Gulen Church before. The branch of the Gulen cult in the Huangtian mystic realm was destroyed by the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao himself had also killed a few prides of the sacred sect. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao would never believe that the Son of Truth was not hostile to him. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself, what a smiling tiger. He has set his sights on my god spirit doppelganger. The Child of Truth shouldn't be the only one who thought of this. Most likely, the upper echelons of the Gulen Church were thinking the same thing. If the Gulen Holy Church were to obtain the celestial body, wouldn't they be invincible? Compared to Huang Niedao's straightforward personality, he was much more direct. A smiling tiger. Like the Son of Truth was the one that needed to be wary of. However, you coveted my god of faith's Dharma body. I'm also curious about the cultivation method of faith of the Gulen Church. Jun Xiaoyao's expression did not change, but he had already begun to plot in his mind. If anyone dared to plot against him, he would plot back twice as hard. The Son of Truth's heart palpitated inexplicably. He looked at Jun Xiaoyao and found that there was no strange expression on his face. Could it be that he has sensed a trace of intention? The Son of Truth thought to himself. It could be said that this was a kind of invisible game. The atmosphere at the scene was a little tense. Another figure appeared in the distance. Could it be that another big shot has appeared? Many of the prides were already numb. The most powerful geniuses of all kinds had appeared. This time, it was not just 1 or 2 people who appeared. Instead, 6 or 7 figures appeared at the same time. They were all riding various kinds of beasts. They were all powerful beasts and mutants. It's the 18 horsemen of Yan. Could it be that the ancient young emperor has broken out of seclusion and appeared? When they saw the group of figures, the prides in the square were in an uproar. Now, who were the most eye-catching mysterious prodigies? Apart from the mysterious connate chaotic body sealed in the door of chaos, it was the ancient young emperor of the Xianting. However, to everyone's disappointment, Li Qiya's expression changed. Some of the people from the 18 horsemen of Yan had come. The ancient young emperor did not come. These powerful horsemen had arrived. There were both men and women, and each of them had a powerful aura. Not to mention themselves, even the mounts they were riding were more powerful than many of the other prodigies. This was normal. They were people of the same era as the ancient young emperor Di Haoyan. They were all the most outstanding talents of that era. Jun Xiaoyao had been able to kill Old 16 and the other 2 without much effort before. That was because they were facing Jun Xiaoyao. If it were any other seed-level prodigy, they would not be able to kill the people of the 18 horsemen of Yan so easily. Now, these 6 or 7 people had arrived with undisguised hostility. They could not take this lying down. As the ancient young emperor's followers, they had never been looked down upon like this before. Jun Xiaoyao, how are you going to settle the score with the 16 horsemen? One of the horsemen asked coldly. Jun Xiaoyao did not care at all. He did not even look at them. He ignored them. Enough. That's enough. Third Elder Suemo frowned. Third Elder, this has nothing to do with you. We are the young emperor's followers. We need to seek justice, another horseman said. The third elder's face darkened slightly. It seemed that the ancient young emperor had given them too much confidence. They did not even take him, an elder of the Academy of Immortal Academy, seriously. The horsemen all looked at Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao continued to treat them as air. It was as if he did not see them. This made it even harder for them to suppress the anger in their hearts. How dare you? You have no right to talk to the young master. One of Jun Xiaoyao's followers, stepped forward. That's right. You don't have the right to make the young master take you seriously. Wang Chuan also stepped forward. Goddess Eternal Calamity, Yan Qingying, and the others also stepped forward. Princess Longji stood up as well. Although she was not Jun Xiaoyao's follower, she used to be his mount. Yu Chanwan, Taiyin Jade Hair, and the others also stepped forward. The horsemen's expressions changed slightly. The successor of the nine-fingered sacred dragon emperor, the successor of the Yi clan, the sacred body of reincarnation, the sacred body of Taiyin, seeing the prodigies step forward one after another, even the 18 horsemen of Yinyan's expressions changed. All of those geniuses turned out to be Jun Xiaoyao's followers, and none of them were any weaker than them. Perhaps only the top few of the 18 horsemen of Yinyun could stand shoulder to shoulder with these prodigies. In addition, some of the Jun family's talents were also looking at them coldly. This made some of the members of the 18 horsemen of Yinyun feel that they were too impulsive. At this moment, the horsemen suddenly felt an extreme sense of danger. Whoosh, in the void, two beautiful figures appeared, bringing with them an unprecedented killing intent. They were Xianyu and Su Hongyi. One of them was the former immortal execution bandit, an elf in the dark. The other was the descendant of the Dark Sky clan, the successor of the Dark Sky god. They were the two sharpest blades among Jun Xiaoyao's followers. Whoosh, the two of them attacked immediately, wanting to kill the one who spoke rudely to Jun Xiaoyao. Xianyu held the sickle of the god of death in her hand, and with the heaven-devouring creation divine art from the hurricane lily's mother, she charged toward one of the horsemen. As for Su Hongyi, her blood-red eyes shone with killing intent. She held the Dark Sky mirror in her hand and used the unique sacrificial power of the Dark Sky clan. Boom, puff, in the blink of an eye, two of the 18 horsemen of Yinyun, 13th and 15th, were killed. There was dead silence. No one expected the followers of Jun Xiaoyao to be so decisive in their killing. Most importantly, the ones who did it were two beautiful girls. This kind of contrast caused many people to be extremely stunned. One of them is the immortal bandit, and the other is the girl in red. She was brought here by the son of God of the Jun family. Both of them are so violent. Violent girls. I love them. But they are really brave. They even dared to kill the followers of the ancient young emperor. They will provoke a more serious conflict later. Many geniuses discussed and looked at Jun Xiaoyao. It would be fine if the 16th brother and the others died in the beginning. But now, two more died. It was like slapping the ancient young emperor in the face again and again. No matter how calm a person was, they would not give up. However, to everyone's surprise, there was one thing that surprised them. Jun Xiaoyao was expressionless and cold. It was as if he did not feel anything about his followers killing people, nor did he intend to stop them. After killing the two knights, Xianyu and Su Hongyi turned around again and were about to kill the other knights. How dare you? How dare you? Several knights shouted. While they were angry, they also felt a chill in their hearts. Why are all of Jun Xiaoyao's followers so freakishly powerful? They are practically the most powerful group of heroes of the era. They were not inferior to the big shots of the 18 horsemen of Yinyun. They began to regret being so impulsive. They did not want to seek justice without consulting the young emperor. At this moment, two more figures appeared in the void. A man and a woman. The man was riding a blood crow. He was muscular and had red hair. His muscles were covered with black and red demonic patterns. He grinned slightly, revealing teeth that looked like the teeth of a shark. It looked terrifying. He did not look like a human at all. He looked more like a demonic man. As for the other woman, she was riding a red-crowned crane. She was wearing a white dress and had an ethereal temperament. Her skin was snow white and her eyes were bright. Her appearance was also extremely beautiful, causing people to have a good impression of her at first glance. The appearance of these two left many people astonished. The difference in temperament was too great. It was simply a Beauty and the Beast. It's Old 4 and Old 5 of the 18 Horsemen of Yan'an, by Luo Xue and Red-Haired Ghost. On the Xianting side, a prodigy who knew a little about the history of the Xianting exclaimed in surprise. The 18 steeds of Yan'an were the strongest of their generation. However, they also vaguely judged their strength based on their rankings. Among the 18 riders, they were ranked 4th and 5th, which was enough to show their skills. I heard that the red-haired ghost has the bloodline of the demon race and is known as the human demon. He once killed many people and was later subdued by the ancient young emperor. There's also that by Luo Xue. She's a goddess of a generation. Not only is she extremely powerful, she's also scheming. Because she admires that ancient young emperor, she willingly follows him. The 18 steeds of Yan'an were very famous during that era, so some records were left behind. At this moment, Bai Luo Xue and Red-Haired Ghost had appeared and blocked Xianyu and Su Hongyi's attacks. The other knights also heaved a sigh of relief. Xianyu and Su Hongyi retreated after their attacks failed. They stared coldly at Bai Luo Xue and the others. The atmosphere was a bit tense. Jun Xiaoyao and the ancient young emperor of Xianting could be said to be important figures, although the two of them hadn't clashed yet. However, the followers under his command were already facing each other. The remaining knights stood beside Bai Luo Xue and the others. On the other side, Yu, Wang Chuan, Goddess Eternal Calamity, and Yan Qingying also stood out. Even if it was a battle between followers, it was enough to attract attention. That was because they were all the most outstanding geniuses. Bai Luo Xue's beautiful eyes swept over and finally landed on Jun Xiaoyao. She had to admit that even Bai Luo Xue was stunned. This white-robed man was indeed very special. In terms of noble status and temperament, he wasn't inferior to her master at all. If Jun Xiaoyao had been born in the ancient young emperor's era, perhaps Bai Luo Xue wouldn't necessarily have sided with the ancient young emperor. But now, an apologetic smile suddenly appeared on Bai Luo Xue's face. Lord Son of God, please don't laugh at us. This is just an impulsive action. I hope you can forgive us, Son of God. After all, my master is looking forward to meeting Lord Son of God. Bai Luo Xue's words surprised many people. Was she taking the initiative to give in? But some people secretly nodded. No wonder she was the brains of the 18 horsemen of Yan'an. Bai Luo Xue was taking a step back in order to advance. She said that the ancient young emperor was looking forward to meeting Jun Xiaoyao. In other words, she didn't want Jun Xiaoyao to go too far. It wouldn't be good for anyone if they completely fell out. However, Bai Luo Xue's face stiffened. Jun Xiaoyao still ignored her and ignored her. This made Bai Luo Xue's face stiffen and awkward. After all, she was a heavenly lady and a follower of the young emperor. Jun Xiaoyao didn't even want to say a word to her. Humph, the red-haired ghost grinned. Sparks flew from his shark-like teeth. Compared to Bai Luo Xue, he preferred to tear his enemies to shreds. Alright, that's enough. It's about time. Let's get ready to go. Third Elder Su Mo snorted when he saw the situation. If he didn't intervene, he would have a headache when these followers started fighting. Everyone on the 18 horsemen of Yan'an's side didn't look good. 2 of their people had died, but Elder Su Mo didn't say anything. Now, he was trying to be the peacemaker. Please forgive us, Elder Su Mo. We were too impulsive this time. Bai Luo Xue's expression returned to normal. She looked deeply at Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care about an ant like Bai Luo Xue at all. In terms of scheming, even the shrewd Ji Qingyi could only be crushed by him. Bai Luo Xue couldn't even compare to Ji Qingyi. However, Jun Xiaoyao was more and more interested in the ancient young emperor. To be able to take in such a group of passable subordinates, the ancient young emperor must have some skills. But this was more interesting. Jun Xiaoyao needed opponents. Otherwise, it would be too lonely to be invincible in the world. Sorry, young master. We were too impulsive. We just couldn't stand them yelling at young master. Su Hongyi and Xianyu stepped forward and lowered their heads slightly. They looked like little girls who had done something wrong and were waiting to be scolded. After all, what they did could be said to have exacerbated the conflict between Jun Xiaoyao and that ancient young emperor. The young emperor wasn't a simple character. Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward and raised his hand to pat the two girls' heads. You were indeed wrong. The two girls lowered their heads even more. You were wrong. You shouldn't have apologized to me for such things. So what if I killed him? Even if the sky falls, I'm here. Are you afraid that you can't afford to offend me? Jun Xiaoyao's tone was calm, but it made everyone fall silent. This was Jun Xiaoyao's domineering aura. So what if he was the ancient young emperor? If they offended him, so be it. Were they going to let their own people suffer? At this moment, Xianyu, Su Hongyi, Jun Xiaoyao's followers, and many people around them felt a surge of emotions. Jun Xiaoyao was worth their lives. Jun Xiaoyao's words were an encouragement to the people around him. As for the 18 steeds of Yan, their faces were as dark as the bottom of a pot. Even Bai Luoxue, who usually didn't show her emotions, couldn't help but take a deep breath. He even said that she was scheming. Jun Xiaoyao's few simple words were enough to win the hearts of everyone present. At this moment, Bai Luoxue felt that Jun Xiaoyao might not be just a monstrous talent and outstanding strength. His vision, structure, intelligence, and calculation were definitely far superior to hers. No wonder he can beat the heavens by half a step. Bai Luoxue sighed in her heart. She had long known about Jun Xiaoyao's game with the heavens. Now it seemed that he lived up to his reputation. After that, there were no more waves. The 18 steeds of Yan and the others didn't act presumptuously anymore. However, it was a pity that the ancient young emperor didn't appear. The void sky world was close to the border of the realm sea and was very far from the celestial realm. Fortunately, there was an ancient teleportation array in the Immortal Academy that could teleport them to an area close to the realm sea. Okay, it's about time. Let's go to the void sky world. Third Elder Su Mo waved his hand. Everyone directly entered the ancient teleportation array in the Immortal Academy. At this moment, the long-awaited mechanical voice of the system sounded in Jun Xiaoyao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. A new check-in location has been refreshed. Please check in at the Void Sky World. Jun Xiaoyao's expression didn't change much. The current check-in system was more like an auxiliary existence to him. It was better if it was. Even if it wasn't, Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't decline because of it. His current confidence came from his own talent and strength, not the system. He had already established his power, and the check-in system was already icing on the cake. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao was more than happy to accept the benefits for free. After everyone stepped into the teleportation array, heaven and earth instantly turned upside down. The surrounding space was distorted and strange. A feeling of time and space being separated appeared. After an instant, it also seemed like 1,000 years. Everyone arrived in a mysterious starry sky. This was only a transit point, not the destination. After that, they spent a few days passing through several ancient teleportation formations. When the distorted space was restored, they finally arrived at the end. Looking around, everyone held their breaths. They felt as if they had arrived at the end of the universe. The starry sky was dry, the stars were dim, and the ancient stars were shattered. Everything seemed desolate and primitive. There were no living creatures here. It was deathly still. It's so heavy. I feel like I'm being pressed down by something. Some of the geniuses frowned, feeling uncomfortable. There was a faint pressure that made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Third Elder Su Mo stroked his beard and smiled faintly. You can't take it anymore? You have to understand that you all and Realm Sea are separated by a dam, moreover so far away. Hearing Elder Sumo's words, all the Skyprides were stunned. Then, they suddenly heard the sound of waves crashing against the shore. How is this possible? This is the edge of the universe. How can there be the sound of waves? All the geniuses were puzzled as they looked in the direction of the voice. They could vaguely see a huge shadow in the distance, as if they had arrived at the end of the world. What is that? Could it be the border? Many of the geniuses were horrified, incomparably shocked. Before this, the most majestic structure they had seen was none other than the border. That was a mortal domain's barrier, the first line of defense against the other side. It was simply like a wall that propped up heaven and earth. But now, everyone was indescribably shocked when they saw the huge barrier that stretched horizontally across the sky. That barrier was simply even more majestic than the border, moreover incomparably ancient. They couldn't see the end even if they looked up or down. When cultivators stood before that barrier, they were even more insignificant than ants. Of course that isn't the border, but rather the dam. Outside the dam is the endless realm sea. Third Elder Suemo said, his tone also carrying a sigh. What? The other side is the realm sea? Many of the geniuses sucked in a breath of air. They had heard of the realm sea since they were young. That was a place filled with endless dangers, its origins also extremely mysterious. It could be said to be the ultimate forbidden land of the endless heavens. Even if it was a great emperor, when crossing the realm sea, they might encounter many dangers. There were all types of strange and inconceivable things, there were just too many. There were many mysteries that no one could unravel even now. Right when everyone was shocked. Above the dam, there was suddenly a wave that surged, striking the dam, releasing a sound that shook the universe. However, what left everyone feeling suffocated was that they saw that the so-called waves were actually ancient realms one after another. There were many small worlds, planes, and star domains that were rising and falling. They were shattering at every moment, recombining. How is this possible? Those waves are actually all spatial worlds? This toppled all of the heavenly geniuses' imaginations. Even if their backgrounds were all extremely great, all of their horizons extraordinary. However, when they saw the world's most mysterious forbidden land, they still felt like their horizons were shallow. This completely refreshed their worldview. At this time, within the waves, there was actually a giant human figure that appeared, the size of an ancient star. It released a world-shaking roar. From the looks of it, it should be trying to break free from the realm sea, climb up the dam. What kind of creature is that? Many heavenly geniuses were alarmed. That roar was simply about to shatter the heavens. Everyone felt that it was at least a quasi-emperor level powerful being. However, immediately afterwards, the waves rushed over, and many ancient worlds shattered. That giant humanoid creature directly disappeared within the waves. At this moment, everyone was deathly silent, witnessing the terror of the realm sea. A powerful being, who was at least a quasi-emperor, disappeared without a trace under a single wave, vanishing completely. How terrifying was this? Moreover, this was only the outermost region of the realm sea, the place close to the dam. Then what if it was deeper in the realm sea? What kind of great terror would there be? There are also creatures in the realm sea? Some heavenly geniuses couldn't help but ask. Of course. The realm sea is also formed by many worlds, and there are also some slightly stable worlds that can give birth to creatures. There will always be some supreme experts born in the thousands of worlds, Elder Zumo explained. The heavenly geniuses present felt their hearts rise and fall. They saw the mysterious side of this world with their own eyes again. Realm sea, is one of Father's clones overseeing this place? Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself, also looking at the giant dam that was as tall as the sky. Jun Wuhui's 1 qi into 3 pure ones oversaw the 3 great forbidden lands. Perhaps at this moment, on the other side of the dam, Jun Wuhui's figure was there. Jun Xiaoyao had doubts in his heart. What was the reason for Jun Wuhui overseeing the realm sea? What was on the other side of the realm sea? Ding, congratulations to host, a new check-in location has been refreshed, please check in at the endless sea. The system's mechanical voice sounded in Jun Xiaoyao's mind again. Jun Xiaoyao wasn't surprised. The realm sea was definitely an important place to sign in. He was very curious about what kind of rewards he could get from signing in such an important place. But now, Jun Xiaoyao was just thinking about it. After all, even the arch would find it difficult to cross the realm sea. If there were no special opportunities, Jun Xiaoyao would have to at least reach the boundary Emperor realm before he could start exploring the realm sea. Oh right, I almost forgot. Previously, in the foreign domain, Zhi of the Candle Dragon's lineage said that the Book of Time seemed to be in the realm sea. Collecting the 9 great heavenly books was something Jun Xiaoyao had been doing all along. He vaguely felt that the 9 great heavenly books might be related to a huge secret. He had already collected 5 of the 9 great heavenly books. The Book of Time was a heavenly book that described the Tao of Time. It was also very important to Jun Xiaoyao. It seems that whether it's to sign in or to find the Book of Time, I'll have to make a trip to the Realm Sea in the future, Jun Xiaoyao thought. But it was obviously impossible in a short period of time. Alright, stop looking. That's not something you can consider now. Not to mention completely confirming your Tao, you have to at least reach the boundary Emperor realm before you are qualified to set foot in the damn world. Elder Zumo shook his head slightly. The curiosity of some of the geniuses present was piqued. Their eyes lit up, and they had another goal in their hearts. Alright, we'll be there after walking for a while, Elder Zumo said as he walked in front. After a few days, they finally arrived at the Void Sky Realm. Looking around, it seemed like a withered universe riddled with holes. Dead stars were scattered all over like cold corpses. There were also all kinds of corroded ancient warships, shattered stars, and faintly discernible void cracks, and so on. There were also the remains of unknown ancient mutated beasts that were even larger than an ancient star, silently stagnating in the depths of the dark universe. Is this an ancient battlefield? One of the geniuses took a deep breath. That's right, the Void Sky Realm seems to be a place of space-time chaos created by the collision of 2 supreme powerhouses' divine wills. What kind of battle would that be? I really can't imagine. It could be said that this trip had broadened the horizons of all the Skyprides. Is that the Void Sky World? Suddenly, a paragon shouted. In the universe ahead, there was an area that looked like a giant egg. It was filled with a dense sense of space-time chaos. Various chaotic lights filled the air, and it was grotesque and variegated. It was like a place where space and time intersected. It was extremely chaotic. Elder Sumo brought them to a remnant star not far from the Void Sky World. There were many ancient formations carved on the ruined stars, carved down by some of Immortal Academy's older generation experts. Sitting cross-legged on these ancient arrays, the power of his primordial spirit could be directly transmitted into the Void Sky World. As long as not all of his origin spirits entered the Void Sky World, there would be no danger to his life. This was also the safest method. After that, you can enter the Void Sky World as your primordial spirit through the formation here. But remember, first, don't let your entire origin spirit leave your body. There are many dangers in the Void Sky World. If your origin spirit is destroyed, you'll really die. Second, because of the Void Sky World special rules, if your origin spirit is destroyed inside, you won't be able to enter again for a short period of time. That's why you have to cherish this opportunity. If you're destroyed without obtaining any treasures, then that would be too much of a pity. Third, there are many places of space-time chaos in the Void Sky World. There might even be some ancient heroic spirits, the imprints of supreme experts, and other things. They are all extremely ancient and terrifying existences. There are also many void cracks that lead to unknown worlds. Don't be so curious, or else you'll be wasting this opportunity. Elder Sumo spoke in great detail. However, in reality, almost all of this was directed at Jun Xiaoyao alone. After all, this time, Immortal Academy opened the Void Sky World to rope in Jun Xiaoyao. If Jun Xiaoyao came out without obtaining any benefits, then that wouldn't be too good. Many thanks for Elder's information. Jun Xiaoyao nodded indifferently. Forget about his origin spirit, which was the origin spirit of 3 worlds. He even had extremely powerful defensive methods. The ancient Chaos Talisman, that was the ancient Chaos Great Emperor's origin spirit talisman. Its defense was unparalleled. Then, the group of prodigies all sat cross-legged on the ancient formation. Resplendent light surged out from the ancient formation like a tide, drowning the group of prodigies. They immediately felt as if their origin spirits were about to ascend and break free. Everyone produced a part of their origin spirits. Jun Xiaoyao was the same. Space-time changed. When the scene before their eyes became clear again, Jun Xiaoyao had already arrived at an extremely open place. This was like an ancient battlefield. The earth was shattered, and mountains and rivers were sinking. Looking up, the sky was filled with the universe's starry sky that was full of cracks. It was like the wreckage after a great battle. Jun Xiaoyao's origin spirit was incomparably solid. It was almost no different from a body of flesh and blood. This meant that his origin spirit Dao was not inferior to his origin spirit Dao. It was also the best of his generation. There was no one around him. Obviously, all the prodigies were randomly teleported into the void sky world and would not land in the same place. This feeling. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly had an inexplicable feeling. He felt his blood boiling slightly. Although his physical body did not enter, that characteristic was still there. What was Jun Xiaoyao's original physique, the sacred body of the ancients? If it could make his blood boil, then it meant that, could it be that there is something about the sacred body in this void sky world? Jun Xiaoyao was a little curious. He began to go deeper into the void sky world. As expected, the third elder's warning was not just empty words. Jun Xiaoyao had just gone deep when he encountered some resistance. Suddenly, a grotesque scene appeared in front of him. It was as if it was reflecting an ancient battlefield. Many fragments of battlefields were imprinted on the ground. This void sky world was a strange treasure land created by the collision of the supreme experts' divine minds. There were many imprints that belonged to that era left behind. What kind of battle is this? It feels like the end of the world. Jun Xiaoyao frowned and observed. At this moment, in the scene, a flying serpent roared at Jun Xiaoyao's origin spirit like a living creature. Jun Xiaoyao frowned. A bright divine chain of order slashed out and turned into a small golden sword. It was the primitive Emperor Dao sword, the primitive Emperor Dao sword directly killed the flying serpent. Is this the ancient heroic spirit that the third elder mentioned? Jun Xiaoyao murmured. The void sky world was quite strange. In that great war, the auras of many creatures and supreme experts who participated in the battle were imprinted and reflected in the world. Swoosh, on the other side, there were also knights riding white horses, terrifying demonic apes, transcendent fairies, and other heroic spirits. It could be said that if one's origin spirit was not strong, one might be directly killed by these ancient heroic spirits and lose the opportunity. However, Jun Xiaoyao had the origin spirit of 3 lifetimes. His level had also reached the great perfection of the boundless realm. Moreover, he had cultivated the soul book. In terms of the path of the origin spirit and soul, he could be considered to have reached a certain extreme. Jun Xiaoyao directly used the power of his origin spirit to activate the devouring power and refine the only black hole. Those ancient heroic spirits were directly sucked in and refined into the purest source of soul power. The power of my origin spirit has actually improved a little. Jun Xiaoyao was surprised. His origin spirit was at the great perfection of the boundless realm. Logically speaking, it was already very difficult for him to improve. Unless he directly broke through to the next realm. However, after devouring and refining these ancient heroic spirits, not only did his soul power improve a little, but it also became purer. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. These ancient heroic spirits might be the best nourishment to improve the level of his origin spirit. Jun Xiaoyao's perfected boundless primordial spirit could be said to be far superior to his peers. In this void sky world that mainly used soul power, he was almost a giant existence. However, if Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit level could continue to increase and reach the eternal sand level, that would be even more terrifying. What was an eternal sand level primordial spirit? A single thought was as numerous as the sand in the Ganges River. Comprehending a cultivation method and divine ability was like billions of living beings comprehending at the same time. In addition, even if the primordial spirit was attacked, it could manifest thousands of times in an instant. Thoughts were like the sand of the Ganges River, endless. It was undoubtedly extremely difficult to completely destroy an eternal sand-level primordial spirit. In other words, as long as Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit reached the eternal sand level, in the future, even if his physical body was destroyed, as long as his primordial spirit was not destroyed, even if only a wisp was left, he could still recover. This was the power of an eternal sand-level primordial spirit. Jun Xiaoyao had been thinking about how to temper his primordial spirit. Now, it was good. The void sky world was the best place to temper his primordial spirit. Next, Jun Xiaoyao naturally didn't have any scruples. Above his head, the black hole was spinning like a black sun. This black hole was condensed from the law of devouring, the devouring god demonic technique, the devouring great divine art, the devouring great divine ability, and other devouring methods. It was also one of Jun Xiaoyao's major trump cards, a great killing move. Those ancient heroic spirits, the imprints of experts, and so on that charged over. They were almost unable to resist the devouring and refining of the black hole. Pure soul power poured into Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit, as if he was enlightened. Jun Xiaoyao strolled leisurely and went deeper. As for the other Immortal Academy disciples, they were not as calm as Jun Xiaoyao. Many Immortal Academy disciples were killed by the ancient heroic spirits. In the end, they had no choice but to lose their chance. Somewhere in the void sky world, a figure was carefully exploring. It was one of the 18 steeds of Yen Yun. They had also entered the void sky world. Humph, Jun Xiaoyao and his followers, when the young emperor appears, I wonder if you can still be so arrogant? This knight's eyes were cold. At this moment, his hair suddenly stood on end. Whoosh, a beautiful figure in a red dress rose up directly. A huge 8-armed demonic god appeared behind him, looking extremely terrifying. It also looked like the angry face of Buddha. It was surprisingly the foreign Black Heaven bloodlines Mo Hei Tian, Puchi. He had no chance to fight back at all. The primordial spirit of the night was directly destroyed. It was Su Hongyi, of course. You won't get any opportunities in the void sky world. Su Hongyi's blood-red eyes were extremely cold. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao's followers were completely at odds with the 18 steeds of Yen Yun. This was a battle between followers. At the same time, in other places, Jun Xiaoyao's followers, such as Wang Chuan and Yu, were also fighting with the other members of the 18 steeds of Yen Yun. In another realm, Bai Luoxue and the red-haired ghost appeared. After they entered the void sky world, they quickly met up. Bai Luoxue's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she pondered. It seems like the followers of the Jun family's Son of God are going to compete with the 18 steeds of Yen Yun. The red-haired ghost grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp scarlet teeth. This is interesting. I haven't killed for a long time. Bai Luoxue sighed slightly and said, Young king, you won't miss it, right? You mean? The red-haired ghost's eyes narrowed. He was extremely murderous and unrestrained. Only Di Haoyan, the young emperor of ancient times, had a kind of reverence. He would never forget that godlike figure who had subdued him with a single palm strike. Yes, young king will probably come to the void sky world, Bai Luoxue said, her beautiful eyes also shining. Haha, that's even better. There's not much time left for Jun Xiaoyao and the others to be arrogant. The red-haired ghost grinned. As time went by, some Immortal Academy disciples also began to gradually enter the void sky world. The entire void sky world was extremely large, like a vast continent. However, the deeper they went, the more dangerous it would be. Jun Xiaoyao went all the way, devouring and refining endless ancient heroic spirits. His goal was to go to the deepest part of the void sky world. This was because he still had the system's mission. As he devoured more and more heroic spirits, Jun Xiaoyao also felt that his primordial spirit was growing stronger bit by bit. At this moment, powerful soul power fluctuations appeared in front of him. Some powerful strange beasts appeared. There was a snake, coiled like a mountain, with one head and 2 bodies. That was the ancient strange beast, Fei. There was also a strange beast, shaped like a red leopard, with 5 tails and 1 horn. That was the strange beast, Ho. What kind of war was it? Even these ancient strange beasts were dragged to the battlefield. Jun Xiaoyao was even more puzzled. The war recorded in the void sky world should be the most vast war in ancient times. For example, the Jun family's War of the Immortals also used some war beasts like Zhuyan. When Jun Xiaoyao entered the void sky world, he faintly sensed his bloodline. Jun Xiaoyao vaguely felt that the war recorded in the void sky world should be an extremely important war. Moreover, this war seemed to have been deliberately erased and not recorded in history. If I want to understand this situation, I still need to go into the depths of the void sky world and find the thing that caused my bloodline to sense it. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes showed that he was thinking. Just as he was about to use the only black hole to refine the Fei, Ho, and other strange beasts, heroic spirits. Suddenly, on the other side, a vast holy light of truth surged and directly enveloped those strange beasts, heroic spirits. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the person who came. He was wearing a pure white priest robe and had a sacred and handsome face. There was a truth divine halo behind his head that emitted the light of faith. It was the Son of Truth of the Gulan Church. He also saw Jun Xiaoyao and smiled slightly. Brother Jun, what a coincidence. The Son of Truth had a transcendent and peaceful temperament. That faint smile was like a spring breeze, and people would subconsciously have a good impression of him. However, it was also because he was a missionary. How could he not make people have a good impression of him? Are we familiar with each other? Jun Xiaoyao replied indifferently. The Son of Truth wanted to play tricks with him? He was too inexperienced. The Son of Truth didn't mind Jun Xiaoyao's attitude and still smiled indifferently. Brother Jun, there was indeed some misunderstanding between our two forces before, but that's all in the past. The great God has said that we can't change the past, but we can create the future. Oh, so? Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyelids and glanced at the Son of Truth. He didn't take him seriously when he kept calling him the True Lord. The so-called True Lord of Gulan was like the one-armed Nether King of the Nether King bloodline. Although he had already become a mythical existence, he was only an extremely powerful person. Could he be called a god? As someone who had faced the ultimate calamity, Jun Xiaoyao wasn't too interested in this kind of god. I think that our two forces can turn hostility into friendship. If Brother Jun is interested, you can even join our church, the Son of Truth said. That came as a bit of a surprise to him. Why? Jun Xiaoyao asked. The Son of Truth smiled and said, Brother Jun is now a great hero who saved the celestial realm. You are also worshipped by all living beings and have a huge amount of faith power. It would be a pity if such a huge amount of faith power was wasted. It just so happens that our Gulan Church has a method to cultivate the power of faith. In fact, my primordial spirit is the same. The Son of Truth said as the light of faith bloomed from his body. His primordial spirit wasn't an ordinary primordial spirit. It was an extremely special and rare faith primordial spirit. Most cultivators' primordial spirits were ordinary primordial spirits. However, there were also a few monsters' primordial spirits that were special. The so-called special primordial spirits were similar to special constitutions. They were both extremely rare and rare existences. For example, some people were born with lightning primordial spirits. Even when transcending tribulations, their primordial spirits were not afraid of being destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. They could even absorb the power of the heavenly tribulation. Another example was the Western Paradise sect. They were most famous for their reincarnated primordial spirits. Primordial spirits had the special ability to reincarnate. For example, the reincarnated Buddha D was rumored to be the reincarnation of a Buddhist almighty. Jun Xiaoyao's three primordial spirits were the rarest and most powerful special primordial spirits. He could split his thoughts into three and manifest the past, present, and future primordial spirits. In the future, if the three primordial spirits fused into one, it would produce a qualitative transformation. Right now, the faith primordial spirit that the Son of Truth displayed was also a special primordial spirit. This primordial spirit was nourished by the power of faith. As long as the faith was endless, it would be difficult for the primordial spirit to be destroyed. This was also the reason why the Son of Truth was so confident in facing Jun Xiaoyao. In terms of primordial spirits, it was difficult for anyone to suppress him. An imperishable sect like the Gulan sect was originally good at controlling the power of faith and souls. How about it, Brother Jun? As long as you join my sect, I can directly teach you the Immortal Sutra of Faith, the Son of Truth said with a smile. Is it that good? I don't have to pay any price? Jun Xiaoyao also smiled faintly. However, his smile was a little indifferent. If the Gulan Holy Church were to let bygones be bygones and be considerate of him, he would feel uncomfortable instead. But unfortunately, it was just a case of a weasel paying a visit to a chicken. It seemed that the Gulan sect was not only coveting his god's Dharma body. In fact, they were even a little jealous that he could receive the worship and faith of all living beings. Jun Xiaoyao had no doubt that if he really joined the Gulan sect, He was afraid that the Gulen sect would directly squeeze the power of faith dry. "Brother June, you must be joking. How could we let you pay the price?" the Son of Truth said with a faint smile. No matter what the situation was, at least for now, the Child of Truth wouldn't say anything bad. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head lightly. "Is that so? I thought your Gulen church was very interested in my belief God's Dharma body." A dark light flashed in the eyes of the Son of Truth. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't tempted. Everyone had witnessed the strength of the godly spiritual Dharma body. Although it required a massive amount of faith as fuel, its power was absolutely terrifying. Otherwise, he would not have been able to face the ultimate calamity head-on. The Archean royalty was interested in Jun Xiaoyao's three-world coffin and black blood. On the other hand, the Gulen church was eyeing Jun Xiaoyao's godly spirit Dharma body. Hee, Brother Jun really likes to joke around. As the son of God of the Jun family, there are not many people in the celestial realm who would dare to provoke you, the Son of Truth said. Jun Xiaoyao sighed. It's a pity that I, Jun Xiaoyao, don't believe in heaven, earth, deities and Buddhas, let alone God. I am my own God. Jun Xiaoyao's words were indifferent. If he had to find an existence to believe in, then Jun Xiaoyao could only believe in himself. The Son of Truth's pupils shrank. Jun Xiaoyao really had no scruples. However, before the Son of Truth could say anything, Jun Xiaoyao then continued, "However, if we were to work together, there is one more possibility." "Oh, Brother Jun, please say it." The Son of Truth's eyes lit up. As long as he could cooperate with Jun Xiaoyao, then in the future, he could slowly explore the mystery of the godly spiritual Dharma body. Jun Xiaoyao then said plainly, "You people of the Gulen cult are free to cast aside that so-called true Lord and worship me instead. I, Jun Xiaoyao, can become your new god and lead you to the light." Boom, as soon as these words came out, it was as if there were 100,000 thunderbolts in the Son of Truth's mind. His expression changed in an instant. The smile on his face stiffened, and he could no longer pretend. For these imperishable sects, faith was something absolutely unshakable. Jun Xiaoyao's words were simply blasphemy against their God. This was an absolutely unforgivable sin. Jun Xiaoyao, it seems that you don't have the sincerity to cooperate with the Gulen church. The Son of Truth's face turned completely cold. At this moment, he completely understood. It turned out that Jun Xiaoyao had seen through his intentions from the beginning. He was just teasing him as if he was teasing a fool. This made the warm smile on the Son of Truth's face completely disappear, and there was a coldness as cold as ice. Jun Xiaoyao tilted his head slightly and continued, "Cooperation? Is the Gulen church worthy of it? The only way for you to survive now is to submit to the imperial court. In this way, I can forgive you for coveting my godly spiritual Dharma body." Jun Xiaoyao, don't think that you are the only one in this world. The Son of Truth said coldly, and the golden divine ring of truth behind his head bloomed with endless light. At this point, there was no need for him to pretend anymore. Since they were destined to be on the opposite side, what he needed to do now was to expel Jun Xiaoyao from the Void Sky World so that he could not obtain the opportunities in the Void Sky World. If he were to fight with Jun Xiaoyao face to face, the Son of Truth would definitely be extremely cautious. And he was not too confident. But now, both of them were in the state of primordial spirits. The Son of Truth was a special primordial spirit of faith and was very difficult to destroy. That was why he was so confident. The true Lord has said that those who have done wrong must be punished. The Son of Truth's body surged with the light of faith, like a golden sun. The sound of countless people praying and worshipping could be heard. Under this light, Jun Xiaoyao even felt that there were endless voices ringing in his ears. They wanted him to submit to the great true Lord of Gulen. Huh. Ridiculous. Jun Xiaoyao's face was cold. In the future, he would also have a religion that believed in him, the Church of Destiny. His goal was to let the Church of Destiny surpass the Gulen Church, the Western sect, and other top sections. So now, how could he believe in the true Lord of Gulen? A divine chain of order shot out from between Jun Xiaoyao's eyebrows, turning into a small golden sword with a sharp power that could cut the heavens and the earth, the primitive Emperor Dao sword. Seeing this, the Son of Truth muttered something in his mouth. One by one, strange golden words were spat out from his mouth, floating in the void. Those were the special sacrificial words of the Gulen Church. Rumor had it that they were created by the mysterious true Lord of Gulen and had a special mystic power. Many strange words formed chains and collided with the primitive Emperor Dao sword, bursting out waves. Supreme Mantra. The Son of Truth was incomparably transcendent and sacred as he silently chanted the mantra of the Gulen Church. Many golden words turned into chains of order and rushed toward Jun Xiaoyao. This kind of powerful mantra could imprison one's soul. The control of primordial spirits and souls was what these religions were best at. As for Jun Xiaoyao, his expression was indifferent as he summoned his primordial spirit. An incomparably magnificent Mahavairakana Dharma form appeared, like a golden mountain, suppressing the world. That's the primordial spirit technique of the Western sect. The Son of Truth said in surprise. The Son of Truth was really a little surprised. He didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao to be able to use the primordial spirit technique of the Western sect. Among the great sects, there were only a few that could compete with the Gulen sect for believers. The Western sect was one of them. Their foundation was too deep, and they had endless believers from ancient times to the present. Even the Gulen sect couldn't suppress the Western sect. And these two sects often had conflicts because of competing for believers. No wonder Jun Xiaoyao is unwilling to submit to the embrace of Allah. It turns out that you actually believe in the Western sect, the Son of Truth said coldly. For these sections, believing in heresy was heresy. Jun Xiaoyao sneered and said, "What do you mean by belief? These techniques are for me to use. I am the only master." What Jun Xiaoyao hated the most were those who nagged about things like that. It was better to believe in himself than anything else. As long as he had enough strength. What was a god? Rumble. The Mahavairakana Dharma idol seemed to be able to suppress the 3,000 boundless worlds as it pressed down on the Son of Truth. Those supreme incantation chains were shattered by the tremors. Seeing this, the Son of Truth's expression changed slightly. Jun Xiaoyao's aura was too strong. Did all of your primordial spirit come in? The Son of Truth asked in surprise. Your imagination is too poor. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao continued to urge his vast primordial spirit power. Endless, boundless, lifeless. Boundless perfection. The Son of Truth's pupils shook. This kind of vigorous primordial spirit power was definitely the power of the boundless perfection. It was only a little bit away from the legendary supreme eternal sound level. How is this possible? Jun Xiaoyao is only a supreme. How can he have such a strong primordial spirit power? And isn't he mainly cultivating the physical body? How can his primordial spirit be cultivated to such a level? The Son of Truth's worldview was refreshed. It turned out that there was really someone who could cultivate both the physical body and primordial spirit to the extreme. The Son of Truth's face darkened as he continued to use his ultimate skill. He threw out a punch, and the surging power of faith surged. The truth divine ring behind his head was spinning, releasing a bright light of truth. Universal Truth Fist. This was one of the great techniques of the Gulen sect. When he punched out, it was as if he could make others understand what the true truth was. Of course, this was a physical truth. Dong, the Universal Truth Divine Fist landed on the Mahavairakana Dharma form, giving off a majestic sound like the morning bell and evening drum. Upon seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao cast the primordial spirit reincarnation technique. It was the samsara tribulation. In an instant, the will of the Son of Truth seemed to have fallen into some kind of vortex. That was a cycle of reincarnation after reincarnation, and it was enough to make anyone go crazy. However, the Son of Truth was, after all, the strongest sky pride of the ancient Orchid sect. No calamity can shake my faith in Allah. The Child of Truth silently chanted the mantra of the ancient Orchid sect to get rid of his delusions. Soon, he regained his composure. However, Jun Xiaoyao used the future primordial spirit Dharma formulation again. Paramita Soul Bridge. This was the technique that Jun Xiaoyao had obtained from the mother of the red spider lilies. Scarlet red spider lilies danced in the sky, and a bridge appeared from within. That bridge seemed to be able to lead all the spirits in the world to the end of the Paramita. What technique is that? The Child of Truth was truly shocked. How could Jun Xiaoyao have so many primordial spirit Dharma formulae, and they were all so fierce? The Paramita Soul Bridge crushed down. In addition, Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit was at the peak of the boundless realm. Even someone as strong as the Child of Truth felt as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to resist. His body was involuntarily pulled by the Permethos Soul Bridge, and he wanted to walk to the other end of the bridge and reach the other side. It had to be said that the Permethos clan's Dharma formulae were indeed terrifying. The Child of Truth's body was instantly torn apart. Of course, this was only a portion of his primordial spirit. It wouldn't cause too much of an impact on the Child of Truth's main body. However, the opportunity in the Void Sky realm might not be fated with him. No, impossible. The Child of Truth shouted. His originally broken body began to be enveloped by the light of endless faith. His primordial spirit wasn't an ordinary primordial spirit, but a rare faith primordial spirit. As long as the power of faith was endless, it could provide his primordial spirit with endless energy. The Truth Divine ring behind the Child of Truth's head bloomed with endless divine light. His broken primordial spirit body actually began to heal and repair. He wasn't willing to be excluded from the Void Sky realm just like that. He still wanted to obtain the opportunities inside. Jun Xiaoyao, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. As long as faith is endless, the primordial spirit will not be destroyed. This is the power of the faith primordial spirit. The Child of Truth regained his confidence. He was incomparably transcendent, and his entire body was bathed in the light of faith. Jun Xiaoyao didn't think much of it. Is that so? He tilted his head slightly. Since that was the case, he would just refine it completely. Jun Xiaoyao activated the law of devouring, the devouring god demonic technique, the devouring heaven creation divine technique, the devouring great divine ability, and other abilities. In the end, they fused into a black hole. That black hole was incomparably deep, as if it could refine everything in the universe. A violent suction force surged out, directly pulling the Child of Truth's primordial spirit into it. This is, the Child of Truth's originally confident expression changed again. Jun Xiaoyao's endless methods really made him speechless. The Child of Truth's entire body was burning with the light of faith. He used the supreme mantra, the Truth Divine Fist, and other powerful moves, wanting to destroy the only black hole. However, the only black hole devoured everything. Even the moves that the Child of Truth used were swallowed by it, unable to cause a single splash. In the end, the Child of Truth's entire body was sucked into the only black hole. No matter how strange the faith primordial spirit was, it was impossible to recover. Because all of it was devoured. Jun Xiaoyao immediately felt as if a massive surge of soul power was being refined by him. At the same time, there was also a lot of faith power and essence that he comprehended. Jun Xiaoyao came to a realization right away. After refining part of the Child of Truth's faith primordial spirit, Jun Xiaoyao had a lot of insights. Maybe I can condense the law of faith. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were very bright. He had gathered the faith of all living beings, and he also had the God's Dharma body. Now, he had refined part of the Child of Truth's primordial spirit. This caused him to have an extremely deep understanding of the power of faith. Jun Xiaoyao could use this to condense the law of faith. This was simply a pleasant surprise for Jun Xiaoyao. Not bad. These newly born geniuses are indeed plump and delicious leeks. They have brought me so many benefits. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. While comprehending the essence of faith, he continued to go deeper. Outside the Void Sky world, on the broken star, many geniuses had already woken up. They all had helpless looks on their faces. They were destroyed not long after entering the Void Sky world. They didn't get any opportunities at all. At this moment, the Child of Truth, who was sitting cross-legged in the ancient formation, suddenly trembled and woke up. His face was as gloomy as water. The surrounding geniuses looked over, and they were all stunned. What? The Child of Truth actually woke up? So, he failed? Impossible. How could he fail so easily? The surrounding people found it inconceivable. The Child of Truth was not on the same level as Jun Xiaoyao, the ancient young emperor, the Khanate chaotic body, and other geniuses. However, he was also one of the top geniuses, similar to Huang Miadao, Little Stone Emperor, and other geniuses. But now, he had failed so early. And it seemed that he didn't get any great opportunities. Even third elder Sumo was a little surprised. However, after thinking for a while, his old eyes narrowed slightly. Jun Xiaoyao, feeling the surprised gazes around him. The child of truth's expression remained calm, but his heart was filled with extreme coldness. He looked at Jun Xiaoyao, who was sitting cross-legged on the other side of the ancient formation. Not only did Jun Xiaoyao make it impossible for him to get any opportunities in the void sky world, he even devoured and refined part of his primordial spirit. This was absolutely unforgivable. If it weren't for the fact that third elder Sumo was here, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold back and directly attack Jun Xiaoyao's main body, so that he wouldn't be able to get any opportunities. Jun Xiaoyao, I'll remember this. The Gulan sect must get your god's Dharma body and faith. In the depths of the void sky realm, after Jun Xiaoyao dealt with the Son of Truth, he continued to move forward with his hands behind his back. To him, the Son of Truth was just a small character. He was just a little bit, but half a bucket of water jingled and couldn't make any waves. However, Jun Xiaoyao didn't plan to directly settle the score with the Son of Truth after he went out. He wanted the Son of Truth to grow like a leek. It was best to wait until his primordial spirit of faith completely sublimated and transformed. Then, he would directly refine it. It would definitely be a great tonic that could become the nourishment for Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit of 3 lives. It's not that I want to swing the sickle, but you guys insisted on hitting me. Although Jun Xiaoyao controlled the only black hole, he wouldn't go around refining other geniuses. That was the method of a demon. Jun Xiaoyao didn't mind becoming a demon, but he still needed the title of a hero to collect the faith of all living beings. He could only blame the Son of Truth for hitting the muzzle of his gun. Then, he could only start harvesting leeks. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao had an inexplicable feeling. His reincarnation law was trembling slightly. Could it be that a top-grade supreme treasure has appeared? It seems that the Great Elder didn't lie to me. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows slightly. The Great Elder of Immortal Academy had once told Jun Xiaoyao that there were some opportunities in the void sky realm that even the Jun family would find difficult to take out. And now, Jun Xiaoyao sensed that a supreme treasure of this level seemed to have appeared. Is it related to reincarnation? Jun Xiaoyao was curious. He also had a deep relationship with the power of reincarnation. The second ability of the Supreme Bone was the reincarnation Nirvana Light. The fist technique that had always accompanied him, the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, was also a reincarnation attribute supreme cultivation technique. The mother of the spider lilies also gave him the Permitha reincarnation immortal art. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao's research on the power of reincarnation was quite deep, and he even condensed the law of reincarnation. Most importantly, the power of reincarnation was of great help to Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe. If Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe began to construct reincarnation, only then could the entire inner universe have the foundation of all life and death. Interesting. Let me see what kind of treasure it is. Jun Xiaoyao followed his instincts and went deeper into the place with a hint of curiosity. It didn't take long for a thick fog to appear in front of Jun Xiaoyao, making his vision hazy. Soul-dispersing fog. Jun Xiaoyao saw through it at a glance. If a person with a weak essence soul stepped into the soul-dispersing fog, their essence soul would dissipate in 3 steps. Coincidentally, the spirit-dispersing fog blocked Jun Xiaoyao's path. Jun Xiaoyao pondered for a moment. Then, without dodging, he stepped into the spirit-dispersing fog. He was actually using his origin spirit to resist the corrosion of the soul-dispersing mist. If anyone saw this, they would definitely be shocked beyond words. This was too shocking. The soul-dispersing mist, which would have dissipated upon contact with ordinary primordial spirits, was used by Jun Xiaoyao as a means of tempering his primordial spirit. When I was young, my primordial spirit was tempered by the primal chaos divine grindstone visualization method countless times. This soul-dispersing fog is just SOSO. Although Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit body emitted sizzling sounds, he seemed to be used to it and didn't feel anything. However, Jun Xiaoyao could also feel that his primordial spirit seemed to be purified in this soul-dispersing fog, becoming more solid. Just as Jun Xiaoyao entered the soul-dispersing fog area, in another mysterious place in the void sky world, there were many large cracks in the dark void. The void sky world was a place of chaotic spacetime to begin with. Elder Sumo had also warned that there might be many spacetime cracks that might even lead to unknown worlds, so these Immortal Academy disciples shouldn't be so curious. This place was clearly a void passage in the void sky world that Immortal Academy didn't know about. At this moment, in the grotesque and variegated passage, suddenly, a few figures appeared. They were also in the primordial spirit state and didn't descend in their true bodies. Their bodies were covered in a layer of pale green light, appearing incomparably transcendent. It was as if they were separated from the world of mortals, their temperaments ethereal and otherworldly. Green was a noble color. Because it was the color of the sky. It represented the heavens. At this moment, these figures were conversing. That divine item of heaven and earth should be about to mature, right? It should be. Otherwise, Heavenly Cycle Daozi wouldn't have asked us to come and pick it. The void sky world is indeed a place of history. The great battle back then, TSK, my clan's watchers still recorded it in the history books. It hasn't been spread out yet. Shoo, don't talk about that kind of thing. Let's get down to business. Right, it seems that some disciples of the Nine Heavens Immortal Academy have also entered the void sky world. Don't be disturbed by them. It doesn't matter. They're just a bunch of ants. Don't worry about them. But there are a few that are stronger, such as the one from the ancient Orchid sect, the son of the undying ancient emperor, the genius of the Xianxia, and the one from the Jun family. When the Jun family was mentioned, the mysterious figures paused for a moment. Jun Xiaoyao had done something that made them a little unhappy. He had toyed with the heavens. It's just a moment of glory. Haha, that's true. Our clan controls the epic and stands above all living things. Noble green blood flows in our bodies. The Xianting, the underworld, the Jun family, and the imperial family are just the strongest above the surface. If it weren't for the fact that our clan doesn't want to float above the surface, how could they have the qualifications to call themselves kings? These mysterious figures, as they conversed, revealed an innate sense of superiority. Everything, including the human race, was as small and insignificant as ants in their words, not worthy of their attention. The Immortal Academy naturally didn't know the situation here. The void sky world was chaotic to begin with, and it was constantly changing. There were actually many passages like this. In the depths of the void sky world, in an area with a strange aura. In the void here, all kinds of brilliance surged, and there was also an indescribable vast reincarnation aura. As long as one wasn't a fool, they would know that there was definitely a great opportunity here. Many disciples of the Immortal Academy were attracted over. Of course, it wasn't that easy for them to go deeper. After all, they were not the only ones who were attracted over. In the void sky world, some ancient heroic spirits and the imprints of the strongest experts were attracted by their instincts, and gathered over crazily. What's going on? Why do these ancient heroic spirits feel like they have gone crazy? Many disciples of the Immortal Academy were confused. Reincarnation, it's the power of reincarnation. These ancient heroic spirits want to use the power of reincarnation to achieve reincarnation and transcend, a prodigy yelled. They were also attracted by the vast power of reincarnation. The scene was a little chaotic. The disciples of the Immortal Academy and the ancient heroic spirits and the imprints of the strongest experts fought fiercely. Those who were able to join the Immortal Academy were obviously the most outstanding talents of the Nine Heavens Immortal Realm. Every one of them was quite strong. Of course, there were also some extremely strong existences among the ancient heroic spirits. Both sides were injured in an instant. Damn it, are you bullying me because my primordial spirit isn't strong enough? Among the disciples of the Immortal Academy, a crisp and tender voice cursed with a hint of childishness. It was the little divine demonic ant, Little E. The divine demonic ant clan had overwhelming vitality, unparalleled physical strength, and unparalleled divine power. It was one of the few bloodlines that could compete with the sacred body of the ancients. However, there were always gains and losses. Not everyone could be like Jun Xiaoyao, whose physical body and primordial spirit had reached the peak. The divine demonic ant clan had relatively weak primordial spirits. Of course, that was only in comparison to their physical bodies. their primordial spirits weren't that strong. Therefore, Little had a hard time entering the void sky world. He couldn't use his physical body, which he was best at. He could only resist with the power of his primordial spirit. "Hey, you loach, let's see how I'll subdue you." The little divine demonic ant saw an ancient heroic spirit. It was a powerful viper. The little divine demonic ant was full of fighting spirit. The divine demonic ant clan had once competed with the dragon clan for the title of the strongest. At that moment, a six-colored brilliance suddenly appeared in the deepest part of the area. The chanting of the great Tao sounded. A six-colored flower appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The six-colored flower was the size of a basin. Each petal seemed to be holding up a world. Heaven, man, Azura, hell, beast, evil spirit. 6 paths of reincarnation. Could that be the legendary 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root? It was a 6-colored flower the size of a basin. It didn't look big, but it seemed to contain 6 worlds. There was ethereal immortal energy swirling around it, and all kinds of strange scenes appeared. True dragons, cheilants, divine phoenixes, mountains, rivers, seas, suns, moons, stars, and all living beings. Nothing seemed to be able to escape the cycle of reincarnation between the 6 petals. Everyone was shocked to see that there were grain-like jade ribbons floating and spinning between the 6 petals. Upon closer inspection, it looked like countless spirits were reincarnating between the 6 petals. Was this really a reincarnation cycle? Many Immortal Academy disciples were shocked. Some prodigies even cried out. This was the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root. It was a divine creation object of heaven and earth, a priceless treasure comparable to the world tree. In an instant, all the prodigies' eyes turned red. Those who could enter Immortal Academy were all disciples of ancient families and prodigies of undying clans. But even with such noble statuses, the factions and families behind them couldn't give them the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root. This wasn't because of its ability, but because it was too rare. There might only be a few in the entire immortal realm, or even just one. Just like the world tree, it was something that couldn't be obtained no matter how powerful the faction was. It required great luck. Even if Xianxia was here, he would definitely be tempted. Because in his inner universe, only the world tree's rarity could slightly surpass the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root. Even the spring of life, the immortal source ancestral vein, the celestial tree, and other wondrous items were less rare than the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root. The prodigies here were still wondering why those ancient spirits seemed to have gone crazy. But now, they were almost going crazy. This was a heavenly creation that even those with money, power, and status couldn't get. All the Immortal Academy disciples' eyes were as red as burning steel balls as they joined the fight. The little divine demon ant also did its best to tear apart the alternative dragon spirit and rushed toward the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root. Now, there was only one thought in everyone's mind. Seize the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root. The fight here immediately reached a climax. At this critical moment, suddenly, black heavenly fire swept over from the distance. Many ancient heroic spirits were incinerated into nothingness by the black flames. It's him, Huang Yedao. When they saw the black undying flames, everyone knew who had come. Other than Huang Yedao, there was no one else. However, what left a few Immortal Academy disciples shocked and furious was that the undying flames attacked indiscriminately. Even though those ancient heroic spirits were wiped out, a few Immortal Academy disciples still released unresigned miserable cries. His primordial spirit was destroyed in the undying flame, and he lost the precious opportunity to fight for the opportunity. Huang Yedao, although you are the son of the ancient emperor, don't you think your actions are too overbearing? A genius from a clan of the ancients said coldly. The remote antiquity families and the Archean royalty had always been at odds with each other. Oh, really? Huang Yedao tilted his head slightly, and an ancient mark flickered between his eyebrows. He pointed out with his finger and the undying flames engulfed the genius of the clan of the ancients, destroying him. This action made many of the Immortal Academy disciples here not dare act recklessly, their hearts cold. Who dared to move now? Taking the immortal root of the 6 paths of reincarnation was the same as making an enemy out of Huang Yedao. Most importantly, the destruction of one's primordial spirit meant that they had lost the chance to stay in the void sky world. So, no one dared to act recklessly. The treasures of heaven and earth belong to those who are capable. Do you still think this is a game? If you don't have the courage and ability, then accept your fate. The road to rise up is very cruel. A cold smile appeared on Huang Niedao's handsome face. He waved his sleeve, silencing many of the Immortal Academy disciples. They didn't dare to retort. This was Huang Niedao's boldness and majesty. And at this critical juncture, a crisp, tender, and childish voice rang out. You be **starred, what are you showing off for? Do you really think you're the best in the world? Boss Jun can crush you with one palm. Huang Niedao's eyes turned cold as he looked at the source of the voice. It was the demonic ant, Little E. The eyes of the other Immortal Academy disciples lit up. Like Huang Niedao, Little E was also the legitimate son of an ancient emperor. There wasn't much of a difference in status between them. Demonic ant, I've already tolerated your unreasonable offense once when I was in Immortal Academy. Now, it seems that you don't know what's good for you. Huang Niedao's expression didn't change much. He looked as if he had a card up his sleeve. What right do you have to tell me what's good for me? The ant clenched its fists. Although it was only the size of a little finger, it was the only creature present who dared to confront Huang Niedao directly. Little E just couldn't stand it. It was only natural that someone like Jun Xiaoyao, who was invincible among his peers, would be so domineering. Huang Niedao, on the other hand, hadn't defeated anyone in the world yet, but he had already learned how to show off. He wouldn't have a good ending. The little divine demon ant's repeated provocations made Huang Niedao lose his patience. If I remember correctly, the demonic ant has an unparalleled physical body and can even compete with true dragons for supremacy. But its primordial spirit doesn't seem to be its strong suit. Huang Niedao's words made the ant's heart skip a beat. But it still said stubbornly, so what? Do you think I'm scared of you? Heh, I'll let you have a taste of my immortal divine phoenix's immortal primordial spirit. Huang Niedao activated his soul power, which turned into monstrous immortal flames. The immortal primordial spirit of his race was very special. Like the characteristics of a phoenix, it could be reborn in flames and undergo nirvana. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to kill an immortal primordial spirit. This was also why his father, the immortal ancient emperor, could shake the entire immortal domain. Apart from being powerful, the immortal primordial spirit also made it very difficult to kill the immortal ancient emperor. One could imagine how terrifying an immortal ancient emperor that was difficult to kill would be. If he couldn't kill it, then what awaited him would be the revenge of an immortal ancient emperor. Huang Niedao activated the power of the immortal primordial spirit. The surging immortal flames turned into countless flaming sword feathers that shot toward the ant. Damn it, the ant's expression was a bit gloomy. It was in a very passive position. If we were outside, Grandpa would definitely beat you to death, you damn birdman. The little divine demon ant was unwilling to accept this. Unfortunately, this is the void sky world. Huang Niedao smiled coldly. Using one's weakness to attack the ant's strength, the ant was naturally at a disadvantage. Just as the ant's primordial spirit started to turn illusory, a clear dragon's roar sounded in the distance. A dragon-shaped primordial spirit appeared. Huang Niedao was surprised. He collided with the dragon-shaped primordial spirit and forced it back. The dragon-shaped primordial spirit turned into a beautiful woman in a palace dress. It was Princess Longji. This primordial spirit. You've indeed inherited the legacy of the nine-fingered sage dragon emperor. Huang Niedao's expression was still calm. True dragons and phoenixes had always been on par with each other. Back in the primordial age, they had both reigned supreme. Moreover, these two species were very influential. They weren't limited to just one branch or one faction. Seeing Princess Longji's help, the ant wiped the sweat off its forehead and said sincerely, "Big Sister Longji, thank you for your kindness." "Big Sister Loach, thank you. You are the best of all loaches." Princess Longji's chest heaved as she heard this. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. The divine demon ant had once competed with the dragons for physical strength, so the ant had always been prejudiced against the dragons. However, Princess Longji was Jun Xiaoyao's woman and she had helped it. Naturally, it had to express its gratitude. But this way of thanking her made Princess Longji speechless. Was it thanking her or mocking her? I wouldn't have cared if you weren't my master's pet, said Princess Longji, pursing her lips. What pet? Boss Jun and I are sworn brothers. The ant jumped up and retorted. On the other side, Huang Yedao darted a look at Princess Longji. Princess Longji was tall and slender. Her hair danced in the wind, her skin was as smooth as jade, and her legs swayed gracefully. If it were any other man, they would definitely worship such a peerless beauty as if she were a goddess. However, she was only fit to be Jun Xiaoyao's mount. Jun Xiaoyao was riding her. This was simply a reckless waste of resources. You're also a creature of the Archean royalty and have a trace of the ancient emperor's blood in you. Don't you think it's beneath you to be a human's mount? The look on Princess Longji's face didn't change. My master will become the most powerful man in history. Even being his mount is a great honor. Princess Longji had been Jun Xiaoyao's rival in the beginning. Later, she was subdued by Jun Xiaoyao. Along the way, she had witnessed Jun Xiaoyao's rise with her own eyes. She was now completely loyal to Jun Xiaoyao. I really don't know what that Jun Xiaoyao fed you. You've lost your mind. This little ancestor can give you a chance. Renounce the darkness and follow me. How about it? Princess Longji was beautiful and had a trace of the ancient emperor's bloodline. She had even inherited the nine-fingered sage dragon emperor's legacy. It wouldn't be bad if he could take her in as his subordinate. Hearing this, Princess Longji's expression turned cold. Are you worthy? These three simple words expressed Princess Longji's disdain. Did he really think that she was such a loose woman? Only Jun Xiaoyao had the right to make her willingly submit to him. As for the others, Princess Longji couldn't be bothered to look at them. Huang Yedao's eyes turned cold. As a man, the greatest insult was to be looked down upon by a woman. If that's the case, there's nothing I can do. I'll kill you all first before taking the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route. Huang Yedao attacked again, activating his immortal primordial spirit. The black undying flame was as vast as the ocean. Princess Longji's expression turned serious. Although she also had a trace of the ancient emperor's bloodline, she still had a trace of it. However, compared to Huang Yedao, who had the bloodline of the ancient emperor, there was still a huge gap. If she hadn't inherited the nine-fingered sage dragon emperor's legacy, she didn't have the right to fight against Huang Yedao at all. Boom, there was another clash. The little divine demon ant and Princess Longji fought against Huang Yedao. Even so, they were completely suppressed. Their primordial spirits were starting to become unstable. However, they were unwilling to lose their chance just like that. Huang Yedao is too much. Some of the Immortal Academy disciples' expressions turned cold. Jun Xiaoyao was indeed domineering sometimes. However, he would only do that to the strong. For example, the young emperor of Xianxia and the others. Jun Xiaoyao had been in Immortal Academy for so long, but they had never seen him put on airs before any of the Immortal Academy disciples. Meanwhile, Huang Yedao only wanted to feel his existence from these ordinary disciples. If it were the young emperor of Xianxia or the other emperors, Huang Yedao definitely wouldn't be so arrogant. If master was here, would you still be so arrogant? Princess Longji's expression was cold. That's right. This birdman only knows how to bully the weak, the little divine demon ant shouted. Huang Yedao's expression didn't change, as if he didn't hear it. Perhaps that was the truth. However, he had the strength to do so. Noisy. Huang Yedao's palm pressed down. The undying flames that covered the sky condensed into a giant flaming hand. It was as if the sky was burning. This palm was going to completely annihilate the little divine demon ant and Princess Longji. It was going to end their opportunity here. Just then, another palm came from afar. It collided with Huang Yedao's flaming hand, creating ripples. Who is it? Huang Yedao said coldly. He was a bit unhappy. In the distance, a man and a woman walked over. It was Jun Bieli and Li Qing'er. Jun Bieli was dressed in plain clothes. His appearance was ordinary. He was the type that couldn't be picked out in a crowd. However, he was a seed of the Jun family and had the title of Commoner Emperor. He had even defeated the young nine-fingered sage dragon emperor and cut off one of his fingers. Princess Longji's expression was complicated when she saw them. She used to hate Jun Xiaoyao. Not only did he attack Jun Xiaoyao, but he was also the nine-fingered sage dragon emperor's inner demon. However, now that the misunderstanding was resolved, Princess Longji's hatred for him wasn't that deep. "Thank you," Princess Longji said after a moment of hesitation. Jun Bieli nodded slightly and turned to Huang Niedao. "You're too naive if you want to monopolize the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route." Jun Bieli's aura was calm and natural. His arrival shook the spirits of the Immortal Academy's disciples. Especially the disciples of the clan of the Ancients. They breathed a sigh of relief. Although Jun Bieli wasn't as stunning as Jun Xiaoyao, he was still one of the Jun family's top geniuses. Huang Niedao's expression hardened. If it was just Jun Bieli, he could deal with him. However, the green-clothed woman beside Jun Bieli also gave him a faint sense of threat. This made Huang Niedao a bit incredulous. The news of Jun Bieli giving the heavenly Dao crown to Li Qing'er hadn't spread, so not many people knew about it. Then let's see who can get the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route. Although Huang Niedao was vigilant, he obviously wouldn't show weakness. Just as everyone thought that Huang Niedao and Jun Bieli would fight. Suddenly, another voice sounded. "The 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route has matured." As expected, it attracted a group of ants. "No problem. Just pluck it." This voice made many of the Immortal Academy's disciples angry. Those who could enter the Immortal Academy were all dragons and phoenixes among men, but they were called ants by others. Even Jun Bieli and Huang Niedao, who were prepared for battle, frowned slightly and looked away. A few blurry green figures emerged from the void, carrying with them a sense of transcendence. "You guys aren't Immortal Academy's disciples?" Jun Bieli looked at those figures and frowned slightly. These people shouldn't be among the Immortal Academy's disciples who came to the Void Sky World this time. However, those figures couldn't help but chuckle when they heard this. "Immortal Academy's disciples, haha. Does Immortal Academy have the right to make us disciples?" Their words were full of disdain for the Nine Heavens Academy. Even Huang Niedao's eyes turned cold. Although he didn't care about Immortal Academy, he was still temporarily cultivating in Immortal Academy. Huang Niedao swung his sleeves and said coldly, "Who are you guys? How dare you talk nonsense in front of this little ancestor?" A figure walked out from those people and said in an incomparably cold voice, "All ants, back off. The 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route is not something you can touch." These people who had suddenly appeared were shrouded in a green brilliance, making them look mysterious and otherworldly. Many Immortal Academy disciples were confused. Only Immortal Academy disciples could enter the Void Sky World this time. Which corner did these people pop out from? Moreover, their words were full of arrogance and loftiness. Although these people's actions and attitudes were a bit unpleasant, they had to admit that their primordial spirit auras were too vast, like the heavens. They weren't any weaker than Huang Niedao, Jun Bieli, and the others. "You all also want the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route?" Huang Niedao's expression was cold. He already regarded the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route as his own. He wouldn't allow others to touch it. Boom, without any superfluous words, Huang Niedao directly attacked. The surging undying flames turned into countless flaming sword feathers and swept out. However, those figures only laughed lightly. Their attitudes were very casual. When they attacked, vast and immeasurable soul power surged. It was as if the heavens were about to collapse. All kinds of mystical scenes appeared. The ancient gods worshipped, and all living creatures prayed. The scene was shocking. It was hard to imagine what kind of power these people came from. Boom, after the collision, those figures didn't move at all. Huang Niedao's eyes flashed with shock. Although he didn't use his full strength, this move was definitely not something an ordinary person could block. "What, are you surprised? If I said that my strength is only average among my clan's younger generation, would you be even more shocked?" Seeing Huang Niedao's shocked expression, the person who stood out said indifferently, "How is that possible?" The Immortal Academy disciples all sucked in a breath of cold air. These people's strength was only average in the power they came from. Didn't that mean that even Huang Niedao, an ancient emperor's direct descendant, could only be considered outstanding in that power and couldn't reach the top? This was terrifying. It was hard to imagine what kind of power would have this kind of power. What kind of power do you all come from? Huang Niedao frowned. He felt that the situation was a bit troublesome. It was out of his control. The leading figure said indifferently, "We are following the will of the heavens." When these words came out, Huang Niedao's pupils suddenly shrank. After all, he was the legitimate son of the emperor of the ancients. The 4 words, "receive the will of the heavens," and the heavenly Tao aura that these people gave off. He immediately thought of a race. One was hiding behind Ji Yuan. The most powerful beings beneath the surface of the immortal region. Great clan. Huang Niedao's eyes widened. I didn't expect this clan to come into being in this golden age. Are they going to step up from behind the scenes? Huang Niedao's heart was in turmoil. In this great world, all kinds of monsters came out. The forces that had been hidden under the surface in the past had also begun to reveal themselves. His father, the undying ancient emperor, had also warned him before. It was best not to provoke some of the ancient forces hidden under the surface of the water. The Great Clan was one of them. This made Huang Niedao's expression freeze. He was in a dilemma. After all, he had declared that he was going to claim the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route for himself. But now, a creature from this race had appeared and wanted to obtain the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route. It could be said that Huang Niedao had acted pretentiously too early. He was now in a difficult position. I know you. You are the legitimate son of the undying ancient emperor. For your father's sake, you should leave, said the leading figure. Huang Niedao's expression changed. Not to mention whether he could completely suppress these people. Even if he could defeat them, he couldn't do anything. The Great Clan was too mysterious. If he really offended them, he wouldn't have a good ending. Even if he had a good father, it wouldn't be enough. Huang Niedao didn't say anything. He began to retreat, expressing his attitude. Clearly, the consequences of offending the Great Clan were more serious than obtaining the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route. TCH, isn't it a supreme treasure of heaven and earth? You're scared just like that? What a coward. Seeing Huang Niedao's attitude, the little divine devil ant naturally didn't want to let him go and mocked him. He's just a son of a father. That's right. Without a good father, how could he have his current status? Clearly, the other Immortal Academy disciples also looked down on Huang Niedao. You don't even know which clan they're from. Huang Niedao glanced at the little divine devil ant and the others coldly, then left with a flick of his sleeves. The remaining Immortal Academy disciples also began to move, preparing to leave. Jun Bieli frowned slightly. A dark glint flashed in his eyes. As expected, that race has surfaced? Jun Bieli had also guessed their identities. He also wanted to leave. There was no need to start a conflict with these people now. At that moment, the leader of the group said, "Hold on. Anyone related to Jun Xiaoyao, stay." The hearts of the surrounding Immortal Academy disciples sank. Could it be that these mysterious people had a grudge against Jun Xiaoyao as well? What do you mean by this? Princess Longji's eyes were cold. It's nothing. It's just that Jun Xiaoyao did something wrong, so I'll let you guys pay for it first, the leader said. How dare you? Princess Longji's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Who had the right to judge Jun Xiaoyao? Boss Jun is the hero who saved the immortal region. Are you blind? The little divine devil ant was also furious. Just who was this group of people? They actually dared to act so high and mighty and boast so shamelessly. Jun Xiaoyao is only one of the reasons. We're also quite interested in that girl. She can be part of our clan. Someone else spoke, pointing at Li Qing'er, who was next to Jun Bieli. Li Qing'er's face changed. Jun Bieli's face also turned cold. He rarely showed such an expression. Li Qing'er was his reverse scale. You've gone too far, said Jun Bieli indifferently. The one who refined the heavenly Dao crown should be a member of our clan. If you don't want to, it's fine. Our clan has a special method to extract the power of the Heavenly Dao crown from her body again. The leader's tone was cold and cruel. Boom, Jun Bieli attacked. He threw out a palm strike, returning to his original state. These people were really despicable. We came to the void sky realm to pick the immortal root of 6 paths of reincarnation. How could we not be prepared? The few people sneered and activated their supreme soul power at the same time. In an instant, a heaven-like pressure surged out. A green array appeared. It was incomparably mighty, as if millions of miles of mountains and rivers were crushing down. Even someone as strong as Jun Bieli was forced to retreat while resisting this mighty array. His primordial spirit's body was trembling. After all, there was only the primordial spirit in the void sky realm. Jun Bieli couldn't unleash his full strength. Li Qing'er, the divine devil ant, Princess Longji, and the others also attacked together to resist this array. It's futile. Where's Jun Xiaoyao? Ask him to come and accept his punishment. How dare he blaspheme the heavens? These people's tone was extremely arrogant. It was as if the heavens were the boss and they were second. Other than the heavens, they didn't care about anything else in the world. Just as the situation was getting critical. Above the universe's firmament, a vast golden Buddha's Dharma form suddenly appeared. It crushed down like an ancient mountain and smashed onto the array. Who has the right to punish me? Even the heavens can't, let alone you. A cold and indifferent voice echoed in the area. The disciples of Immortal Academy who hadn't left yet were surprised and pleasantly surprised. The Son of God is here. Jun Xiaoyao leisurely strolled down from the sky. He was tall and handsome, wearing a white robe. He had wanted to use the soul-dispersing mist to train himself earlier, so he had wasted some time and didn't get here right away. Boss Jun. Master. Xiaoyao. The little divine demon ant, Princess Longji, Jun Bieli, and the others were all excited. They felt inexplicably calm. It was as if Jun Xiaoyao's appearance could calm everything down. Unknowingly, Jun Xiaoyao had become the stabilizing force in everyone's hearts. Great! Boss Jun is here. Let's see how arrogant they can be. The little divine demon ant clenched its fists in excitement. The massive image of Mahavairakana clashed with the array. What a powerful soul power! Someone whispered. The leader looked at Jun Xiaoyao. He really came. But that's good. We can take care of some things. Jun Xiaoyao didn't pay attention to those people right away. Instead, he focused on the immortal root of 6 paths of reincarnation. The immortal root of 6 paths of reincarnation is indeed a rare divine item. The Grand Elder didn't lie to me. Jun Xiaoyao was satisfied. However, he felt that there was something wrong with the immortal root of 6 paths of reincarnation. But no matter what, he had to get it first. Jun Xiaoyao saw it. It was his. This is what Zhou Tian Daozi of our clan wants. Do you dare to take it? Said the mysterious leader. Only then did Jun Xiaoyao look at them. He sized them up for a while and didn't seem surprised. Are you from the Grey Clan? Jun Xiaoyao pointed out the truth. Many disciples of Immortal Academy were confused. Clearly, they didn't know what was going on. However, there was a small portion of Immortal Academy's disciples whose eyes revealed contemplation. Then, as if he had thought of something, his pupils shook violently, and he took a deep breath. The Heaven Clan. Only in the oldest history books of my family, there are some vague records of it. Sky Clan. I once heard a senior of my clan that has lived for a few years mention it. It's an absolutely mysterious and taboo clan. It's the Grey Clan. Those Skyprides who knew a little about this were all extremely shocked. Even this race appeared in the world, starting to appear before the eyes of all creatures. The leader of the group frowned, finding out that Jun Xiaoyao was able to see through their identities right away. However, they didn't care. In any case, their race would gradually surface in this golden age. Seeing their reactions, Jun Xiaoyao had an idea. As for the heavenly cycle Daozi they spoke of, Jun Xiaoyao believed that he might be one of the so-called 8 sons of heaven. Previously, the Ascension King had also warned him to be careful of the Heaven Clan and the 8 sons of heaven. He was different from the abandoned pawns of the 7 emperors. The 8 sons of heaven were the true elites of the Heaven Clan. They were Daozi-level figures who were favored by the heavens. I'm Li Gu of the Heaven Clan. Since you know who we are, you should also know what a huge mistake you've made. Li Gu, who was the leader, scolded coldly. What mistake? Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. You went against the heavens. Li Gu scolded. Jun Xiaoyao smirked, but the smirk on his face was rather cold. How foolish and ridiculous. Even the heavens are no match for me, let alone the heavenly path's lackey. Jun Xiaoyao's words instantly made everyone go dead silent. It was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The Heaven Clan was a supreme race that was hidden behind the scenes. They were favored by the heavenly path and had the same green blood as the heavens flowing in their bodies. This race was synonymous with nobility. In their eyes, all creatures were even more inferior than ants. However, Jun Xiaoyao had just called them lackeys. Not to mention the others, even Li Gu and the others were dumbfounded and thought that they had heard wrongly. However, before they could react, Jun Xiaoyao immediately activated his soul power. The majestic Vairocana Dharma form burst out with boundless light. Under the support of the boundless soul power, the Vairocana Dharma form directly crushed the array. How dare you? Li Gu reacted, and a terrifying cold light shot out from his eyes. This was a humiliation that they had never suffered before. The few of them also activated their power, and a vast aura like the heavenly path appeared. They were like a group of God's people who had descended to the mortal world. At the same time, the universe seemed to be shaking. Countless large stars seemed to be affected, and starlight poured down to support the primordial spirits of Li Gu and the others. This works? This is King cheating. The little divine demon ant shouted with his eyes wide open. They call themselves the people of the heavens and can even borrow the power of the heavens. The Heaven Clan is indeed not that simple. Jun Bieli saw through Li Gu and the others. They were actually borrowing the power of the heavens. On one hand, they could support themselves. On the other hand, they could use the power of the heavens to suppress their enemies. Of course, Li Gu and the others were not the top of the younger generation of the Heaven Clan. So, the power they could borrow was limited. Even so, it was terrifying enough. Huang Yedao and the others had to expend energy to resist. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were as calm as water. If the 8 children of the Heaven Clan appeared in front of him and attacked at the same time, Jun Xiaoyao's fighting spirit might have been aroused, which was rare for him. But Li Gu and the others were not worthy. Jun Xiaoyao simply used his fingers as a sword. Then, he pointed with his finger. A ray of sword light appeared. This ray of sword light was ordinary and not thick, and it did not have the aura that could cut the sun, moon, mountains, rivers, and everything in the universe. It even seemed a little ordinary. Li Gu and the others were slightly taken aback when they saw this, and then they laughed. That's it, that's it. After all, you once carried the title of invincible among the younger generation. Could it be that you're afraid of the Heaven Clan? The other members of the Heaven Clan couldn't help but laugh. Jun Xiaoyao's words were not bad, and he even dared to treat them as his lackeys. But when he used this move, it was a bit of a drag. After Jun Xiaoyao pointed with his finger, he turned around and didn't look at Li Gu and the others, nor did he refute. Instead, he walked toward the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route. Jun Xiaoyao, I told you that the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route is what Zhou Tian Daozi wants. Li Gu and the others frowned and used their methods to destroy the ray of sword light. However, Li Gu and the others suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. Their eyes turned to the ray of sword light again. The ray of sword light wasn't fast, and it even seemed a little slow. However, it seemed to reflect all living things in the world, all living things and all living things. What shocked them the most was that they saw themselves in that ray of sword light. What the hell is this? Li Gu and the others' hearts skipped a beat. They felt that something was wrong. They were the ones who should be mocked. Furthermore, what astonished them even more was that none of them were able to evade that strand of sword light. It was as if it was fated to cut them. Pucci, without any resistance, Li Gu and the other members of the Heaven Clan silently destroyed their primordial spirits. This sword strike was aimed at the heart. It was even more harmful to the soul and primordial spirit. It was simply a killing move, the arrogant members of the Heaven clan were annihilated into nothingness in the next moment. Everyone was speechless, and their eyes all turned to Jun Xiaoyao, who had already walked to the side of the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route. What kind of divine move is this? Many disciples of the Immortal Academy exclaimed. Jun Xiaoyao's methods once again refreshed their understanding. Those people were from the Grey Clan. Even if they weren't the top Dao disciples of the Grey Clan, they were still on par with the top geniuses of the deity region. But now, they were annihilated by Jun Xiaoyao's ordinary sword aura. Even if they were only nascent spirits in the void sky world, it was still shocking enough. Because Jun Xiaoyao was also a nascent spirit. If it was his true body that executed this sword move, then how powerful would it be? No one could imagine it. This move was simply amazing. Master, Princess Longji's eyes were filled with admiration. Jun Xiaoyao's performance was a stark contrast to Huang Niedao's from before. One was so casual that he didn't care about killing the Grey Clan members at all. The other was such a coward that he didn't dare to make a move even if he had some strength. Princess Longji wasn't even interested in looking at someone like that. Boss Jun is Boss Jun, forever a god. The divine demon ant was also excited. It was right to follow Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Bieli was also impressed. Even he felt an extreme sense of danger from the sword just now. It seems that the gap between Xiaoyao and me is getting bigger and bigger. Jun Bieli sighed, but he wasn't jealous at all. However, his face still darkened when he thought about Li Qing'er. It seemed that the Grey Clan also wanted the heavenly Dao crown. Isn't the Divine Sun sword move a little too powerful? It felt like it described the ultimate law of the sword. Some of the geniuses who cultivated swordsmanship were mesmerized and couldn't wait to watch it again. The power of self-slash didn't disappoint Jun Xiaoyao. After all, it was the combination of the 5 godly swordsmanship techniques. If it couldn't even kill Li Gu and the other small fries, that would be surprising. As for the consequences of provoking the Grey Clan, Jun Xiaoyao didn't care at all. Didn't you hear what Jun Tianming said? The Grey Clan was the followers of the heavenly Dao. The Jun family, on the other hand, could overturn the sky if they were angry. So, who should be afraid of whom? The Grey Clan probably didn't know what was going on. Living in a sense of superiority. The only thing that Jun Xiaoyao was interested in was the 8 sons of heaven. Jun Xiaoyao stopped thinking about the Grey race and focused on the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route. The strange flower the size of a basin was incomparably resplendent, glistening with immortal light. The 6 petals of different colors seemed to hold up 6 worlds, forming the 6 paths of reincarnation. Just by getting close to it, one could feel the rich power of reincarnation. Jun Xiaoyao pondered. He vaguely felt that there was something wrong with the 6-path reincarnation immortal route's aura. Although it looked good, it was still lacking compared to his tree of world. Strange, however, Jun Xiaoyao didn't overthink it. He waved his sleeve and put away the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route. Towards this, none of the other Immortal Academy disciples had any objections. If it was Huang Niedao, there would definitely be people who wouldn't be convinced. However, when it came to Jun Xiaoyao, everyone felt that it was only natural. After putting away the 6-path reincarnation immortal route, Jun Xiaoyao came to Princess Longji and the others. Master, Princess Longji bowed respectfully. Her beautiful eyes shone brightly. Boss Jun is awesome. He killed the Grey race so easily. The little divine demon ant was thrilled. Following such a big shot, it would never have to worry about not being able to live a good life in the future. Xiaoyao, it seems that you're already ahead of everyone. Jun Bieli also smiled. Just a little trick. I'm glad that you're all fine. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. By the way, about Qing'er. Jun Bieli told him about how the Grey race coveted Li Qing'er. It seems that the Grey race wants the heavenly Dao crown as well, Jun Xiaoyao said. But on second thought, it made sense. The heavenly Dao crown was a gift from the heavens. It was only natural that the Grey race wanted it. Jun Xiaoyao even suspected that the 8 children of heaven were also blessed by the heavenly Dao and had the heavenly Dao crown or something similar. You don't have to worry about me. How can I trouble my benefactor? Li Qing'er felt a little embarrassed. After all, she was only able to survive and become so young because of Jun Xiaoyao. She was grateful to Jun Xiaoyao from the bottom of her heart. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. Don't mention it. The gray race won't provoke the Jun family for the time being. Who knows if the gray race will have the last laugh in the future? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold. He hadn't provoked the gray race, but they had been acting all high and mighty, trying to punish him. All right. We'll take it one step at a time. Jun Bieli nodded. The gray race was mysterious. But the Jun family wasn't to be trifled with. Since ancient times, the Jun family had never revealed its complete power. Many members of the Jun family didn't even know how deep their power ran. Therefore, the Jun family was a force above the surface. But it was well hidden, and it wasn't any worse than the forces below the surface. After talking for a while, Jun Xiaoyao and the others also dispersed. Everyone's opportunities were different. If they gathered together, it would be difficult to find more opportunities. Jun Xiaoyao continued to go deeper alone, and the other geniuses from the Immortal Academy also dispersed. At this moment, outside the void sky world, in another space, several figures were sitting cross-legged here. They were the original bodies of Li Gu and the others. On the side, there were a few members of the gray race taking care of them. Li Gu and the others' bodies shook, and then they spat out blood. The blood wasn't the bright red of ordinary creatures. Instead, it was a light green color. It wasn't rich, but it carried a supreme and ethereal aura. Li Gu, what happened to you? Didn't you get the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route? Seeing the situation of Li Gu and the other members of the gray race who were taking care of them changed their expressions. Li Gu and the others hadn't been in the void sky world for long before they came out. Something must have happened. But they couldn't figure it out. Who dared to provoke the creatures of the gray race, even if it was an immortal force? If they knew the name of the gray race, they would have to retreat respectfully. Jun, Li Gu's mouth was mixed with blood as he spat out the words with difficulty. His eyes were bloodshot, and he felt his Dao heart collapsing inch by inch. This was extremely terrifying. It was reasonable to say that even if part of the origin spirit died in the void sky world, it wouldn't affect the original body too much. However, Li Gu and the others felt their vision turn dark, and their Dao hearts were cut off. Jun, what? The others' eyes narrowed. Jun Xiaoyao. Li Gu roared. Then, the space between his eyebrows suddenly split open, and the primordial spirit within it shattered like a cracked porcelain. Not only him, but the glabella of the other members of the gray race who entered the void sky world also cracked at the same time. Their Dao hearts were shattered, and their origin spirits were destroyed. This shocked the other members of the gray race. How is this possible? Even if something bad happened in the void sky world, it shouldn't affect the original body outside. The members of the gray race felt a chill in their throats. Jun Xiaoyao is the son of God of the Jun family who fought against the heavens. How could he have such means? Should we go in? Do you want to die? Li Gu and the others are all dead. What's the point of us going in? Let's go back to the gray race and tell Zhou Tiandaozi about this. Even if he's the son of God of the Jun family, he'll have to pay the price for being stained with the blood of the gray race. The remaining members of the gray race didn't go to the void sky world. Instead, they went back. As the most mysterious and proud race, their clansmen had been killed. One could imagine that it would cause a commotion. In particular, Zhou Tiandaozi would definitely not let it go. Leisurely literature, let the soul travel. Outside the void sky world, on a broken star. Third Elder Sumo was guarding this place out of boredom. At this moment, in the depths of the universe, resplendent light suddenly appeared. A golden path formed from the interweaving of laws spanned across the starry sky. A slender figure covered in a hazy golden radiance stepped on the golden path and slowly walked over. That is, the expressions of all the Immortal Academy disciples present were shocked. The eyes of the Swallow Cloud Knights who were expelled were filled with excitement. They knelt on one knee and shouted loudly. We pay our respects to young Emperor Hao Tian. This sentence stunned all the Immortal Academy disciples present. It's that ancient young emperor. Many people felt their scalps go numb. Did the Xianting's ancient young emperor finally come out of seclusion? Dihaoyan's figure appeared in the surging golden light. He wore a loose robe, had long golden hair, and silver eyes. His expression was calm, as if he was the ruler of everything and had a card up his sleeve. He's that mysterious ancient young emperor of the Xianxia, who has 3 great physiques and once ruled an era? The Child of Truth also looked at Dihaoyan with a grave expression. Right now, in the immortal realm, who had the confidence to face Jun Xiaoyao head-on, the ancient young emperor, Dihaoyan, was definitely one of the few. Senior is the leading elder of Immortal Academy this time, right? I wonder if this young emperor has the qualifications to enter the Void Sky World? Dihaoyan said indifferently. Of course. After all, you were once a disciple of Immortal Academy, Third Elder Su Mo said with a twitch of his mouth. If he really wanted to argue, he might not have the qualifications to be Dihaoyan's senior. Thank you, Elder. Dihaoyan nodded slightly. Then, he sat cross-legged in the ancient formation. There were many hidden gazes sizing him up. This is the ancient young emperor of the Xianxia, Dihaoyan. As expected, he is a natural-born deity. His temperament is too outstanding. And his aura is also very powerful. I wonder what level he has reached. It's hard to say. Rumor has it that Dihaoyan possesses 3 great physiques, which are extremely heaven-defying. I reckon that he's one of the few monsters who can be compared to the Jun family's Son of God. Some of the surrounding skyprides were discussing. Dihaoyan didn't care. Now that he had been reborn, he only wanted to seize the opportunity and advance step by step. If there are no deviations, then there are many opportunities in the Void Sky World. The first one should be the 6-path reincarnation immortal route. Dihaoyan muttered to himself as he closed his eyes. Ancient young emperor, entering the Void Heaven realm, outside the virtual sky world, Dihaoyan's figure appeared. What a nostalgic place. Dihaoyan sighed. If he had not picked up that celestial stone plate fragment in the Void Sky World, he would not have been able to do so. It was impossible for him to return to the starting point of this golden era. Then, Dihaoyan began to go deeper into the Void Sky World. His primordial spirit released endless light. It was also a very special primordial spirit. Any heroic spirit of the ancients would be annihilated by his palm. Even the soul-dispersing mist couldn't stop him. Then, Dihaoyan arrived at the place where the 6-path reincarnation immortal route had appeared. This place was a bit messy, and the 6-path reincarnation immortal route was nowhere to be seen. However, there was still a faint aura of reincarnation left. It's gone? Dihaoyan's brows furrowed slightly before relaxing again. As expected, the ignorant people actually mistook the fake for the real one. Dihaoyan shook his head slightly. The 6-path reincarnation immortal route was too rare. Therefore, most people didn't know about it. The 6-path reincarnation immortal route had a special ability. It could create pseudoroots and create an illusion. The pseudoroots were even more dazzling and gorgeous than the real ones and could attract people's attention. Meanwhile, the real 6-path reincarnation immortal route was hidden in the dark and safe. It could be said that without his rebirth, Dihaoyan wouldn't have known about this little secret. Since the pseudoroots have already appeared, then the real 6-path reincarnation immortal route should be in the deepest part of the Void Sky World. Dihaoyan muttered to himself, then stood with his hands behind his back and continued forward. At this moment, in the deepest part of the Void Sky World, Jun Xiaoyao's figure continued to go deeper. Why do I feel that something is wrong? Jun Xiaoyao was confused. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong with the 6-path reincarnation immortal route's aura. Could it be? Jun Xiaoyao thought of a possibility. Some divine items and ultimate treasures could even have their own spirituality. They would use all kinds of methods to ensure their safe development. The 6-path reincarnation immortal route appeared with such great momentum, as if it was afraid that people wouldn't know about the treasure here. Jun Xiaoyao already had some guesses in his heart. But I still have to verify it. Let's go to the deepest part of the Void Sky World first, Jun Xiaoyao murmured. He had heard about it before. There was a blood fiend illusion in the depths of the Void Sky World. It could be said to be an absolute forbidden area in the Void Sky World. Any primordial spirit that entered would be annihilated. He then recalled the special reaction of the sacred body bloodline when he first entered the Void Sky World. Jun Xiaoyao guessed that the source of it should be in the blood fiend illusion. It just so happened that he also needed to go deep into the void sky world to sign in, so it was on the way. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was about to go deep into the void sky world, he suddenly stopped, and his face darkened. Luoli, when entering the void sky world, Jun Xiaoyao merged a wisp of his primordial spirit with Jiang Luoli's primordial spirit. This way, if Jiang Luoli was in trouble, he would know immediately. And now, Jun Xiaoyao sensed that Jiang Luoli was in trouble. In another world of the void sky world, Jiang Luoli was wearing a pink and white dress and a light blue muslin dress. She was slender and elegant, like a beautiful fairy between heaven and earth. However, at this moment, her eyes were filled with suspicion and disgust as she looked at the group of people opposite her. That group of people's figures were also very hazy and blurry, making it difficult to see them clearly. "Why have you been following this young lady?" Jiang Luoli said coldly. "No reason. We just want to know the truth. There is a familiar aura on your body." Someone in the group of people opposite her stood out and said, "You are not from Immortal Academy. Who are you?" Jiang Luoli's beautiful eyes carried a wisp of seriousness. This group of people seemed to have suddenly appeared. Among the geniuses from Immortal Academy who came here, this group of people definitely did not exist. This void sky world is not a treasure land that Immortal Academy occupies alone. Our origins will scare you to death if we tell you. The leader shook his head slightly. Scare me to death? Jiang Luoli felt that it was ridiculous. She was the pearl of the Jiang family of the desolate land. What kind of power could scare her to death? Alright, we won't make things difficult for young lady. Young lady, please come with us, the leader said. Impossible. Jiang Luoli took action. Resplendent primordial spirit light blossomed. Her original constitution was also the origin spirit immortal body, able to take in and send out a sea of immortal energy. Meanwhile, her primordial spirit was also receiving the refinement of heaven and earth spiritual energy at all times. That was why Jiang Luoli's primordial spirit Dao was definitely not weak. This type of constitution, origin spirit immortal body, as expected, when they saw Jiang Luoli activate the origin spirit immortal body, that group of mysterious people's eyes lit up. This time, they came to the void sky world just to train and see if they could get any opportunities. In the end, they ran into Jiang Luoli. That kind of aura immediately attracted their attention. "Miss, don't make things difficult for us. If you come with us, you will only benefit." The leader was a man. Judging from his voice, he wasn't old. However, there was a sense of superiority in his tone. It was similar to the tone of the Grey race. "This miss is from the Jiang family of the desolate era. What are you guys?" Jiang Luoli activated the power of her primordial spirit. Bright light bloomed. She was on guard. Because she couldn't figure out the other party's background. "You will know as long as you come with us." As soon as the leader's voice fell, he took out a move. A chain-like weapon was taken out by him. Like a giant dragon wrapped in immortal energy, it took the initiative to bind Jiang Luoli. That was a primordial spirit weapon activated by soul force. The so-called primordial spirit weapon was a weapon that mainly used the primordial spirit to attack or defend. This kind of primordial spirit weapon required many rare treasures to refine, so it was much rarer than ordinary divine weapons. To a certain extent, Jun Xiaoyao's ancient chaotic emperor talisman was also a primordial spirit emperor weapon that protected the primordial spirit. At this moment, the young man took out a god-binding chain, specially used to capture and bind the primordial spirit. Jiang Luoli was so angry that her beautiful eyes were spitting fire. Were they treating her like a pig or a dog and trying to capture her? Boom, Jiang Luoli's jade-like hands formed hand seals. Bright immortal seals blasted out, fighting a great battle with this group of mysterious people. She had the primordial spirit immortal body and inherited the primordial spirit realm. The current Jiang Luoli was no longer that useless short-legged girl. The two sides fought fiercely. However, Jiang Luoli was a bit surprised. This group of mysterious people's techniques were very strange. It didn't seem like the techniques of the Nine Heavens immortal realm. Who are these people? Jiang Luoli was extremely confused. She never expected that an immortal academy's place of natural luck, there was actually this type of mysterious group of people who barged in. Jiang Luoli was not weak, but that group of people was also very strong. Moreover, they had the advantage of numbers. For a woman like Jiang Luoli to be able to resist this group of mysterious people for so long was already considered very good. In the end, the eyes of the young man in the lead flashed. He took advantage of the time when the others were suppressing Jiang Luoli. He made his move, using the god-binding chain to bind Jiang Luoli's delicate body, wrapping her like a dumpling. Jiang Luoli's pretty face was filled with anger, like an angry kitten. As the beloved daughter of the Jiang family, she had never received such treatment. Even Jun Xiaoyao doted on her. When had Jiang Luoli ever suffered such grievances? Miss, we really don't have any bad intentions. It's just that there's something on you that attracts us. That's right, we won't hurt you. We just want to verify something. This group of mysterious people slowly walked over. All of you, get lost. Jiang Luoli reprimanded. Regardless of whether these mysterious people had good or bad intentions towards her, she didn't care. Even if she was only a primordial spirit right now, she still didn't want those people to get too close. Don't worry, we are only examining your primordial spirit's fluctuations. After all, your true body is still outside the void sky world. The man in the lead smiled. He reached out his hand, about to grab Jiang Luoli. Meanwhile, right at this time, the man suddenly felt a type of extreme coldness. This type of coldness was like the third month of spring, when ice and snow suddenly covered the sky, freezing all creatures. His eyes suddenly shifted upwards. He saw that aloof figure standing in the void, close whiter than snow. A pair of cold and deep eyes were like those of a deity, coldly watching him. The man suddenly trembled slightly, feeling as if he was being targeted by a great vicious being. Big brother Xiaoyao. Jiang Luoli revealed a look of pleasant surprise, but she also felt a bit ashamed. She didn't expect to alarm Jun Xiaoyao and ask him to come to her rescue. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the group of people with an extremely indifferent expression. The man in the lead felt his heart tighten. When he heard Jiang Luoli call him that just now, his heart skipped a beat. Xiaoyao. Could it be that person? He wasn't a fool. He thought of a name that was somewhat famous even in their world. You are Jun Xiaoyao from the Jun family? The man in the lead frowned. Although he was on guard in his heart, it seemed that he wasn't too afraid of Jun Xiaoyao. Their origins were enough to give them this kind of calmness. Jun. Xiaoyao was indifferent and didn't say anything. Although they didn't cause any substantial harm to Jiang Luoli. For Jun Xiaoyao, daring to attack his woman was a crime that must be punished with death. They seemed to have sensed the killing intent in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. The man in the lead hurriedly said, Jun Xiaoyao, although you are very famous and can be called the #1 person of the younger generation in the immortal realm, we are from the 9 heavens. However, before the man could finish speaking, Jun Xiaoyao directly made a move, using his fingers as a sword. An ordinary sword light appeared, as if reflecting the heavens and the earth, and swept towards the group of people. I don't care who you are. I only care that you deserve to die for provoking my woman. After a flash of sword light, there was nothing left. Jun Xiaoyao was able to kill even the beings of the Grey Clan right away with the Umaba slash. Although the origins of this group of people were extremely extraordinary, there was still a gap between them and the Heaven Clan. Therefore, without any suspense, the primordial spirits of these people were directly annihilated and turned into nothingness. On the other side, Jiang Luoli felt sweet in her heart. Jun Xiaoyao's domineering speech also made Jiang Luoli feel very safe. Big brother Xiaoyao. Jiang Luoli's delicate body was bound by the god-binding chains, and she was like a chubby silkworm, wriggling towards Jun Xiaoyao. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao's originally indifferent expression also revealed a hint of a smile. Jiang Luoli was really a lovable buffoon. At this moment, her silkworm-like appearance was charmingly naive. Big brother Xiaoyao, you're still looking. Jiang Luoli's face was a little red, and she pouted coquettishly. Jun Xiaoyao was the one who saw how embarrassed he was. Jun Xiaoyao smiled and shook his head, and he didn't tease Jiang Luoli anymore, and directly tore the god-binding chains apart. I'm sorry, big brother Xiaoyao, I've asked you to come to my rescue again. Jiang Luoli was very ashamed and embarrassed. It's fine, you're already doing well to be able to fight with this group of people for so long. Do you know where they are from? Jun Xiaoyao said with a deep gaze. Where? Jiang Luoli asked like a curious baby. The Empyrean's End, the Forbidden Clan, Jun Xiaoyao said. Apart from this, he couldn't think of any other identity of this group of people. They are indeed people from the Empyrean. No wonder when she said that she was from the clan of the ancients, that group of people didn't seem to think much of it. If they were from the clan of the Empyrean, then they indeed didn't have to be afraid of the clan of the ancients. She also understood why she felt that the group of people's techniques didn't seem to be from the immortal realm. It turned out that they were originally living beings from the Empyrean. It could be said that the Empyrean's End was an extremely ancient and mysterious place for the entire immortal realm. It was independent of the heavens and formed a forbidden zone. The laws of heaven and earth there were also different from those of the immortal realm. Because it was the forbidden land of 10,000 spirits that had been passed down since ancient times, there were unimaginable existences hibernating there. They were also very low-key and rarely showed themselves. The so-called forbidden clans were existences that accompanied the forbidden zone. They were a family force formed by the servants and followers of the forbidden zone. Their backs were against the forbidden zone. While working for the forbidden zone, they could also receive the protection of the forbidden zone. They could even obtain the techniques passed down by some great figures in the forbidden zone. Therefore, most of these forbidden clans thought highly of themselves. Other than the forbidden zone, they looked down on everything else. Even if Jiang Luoli said she was from a clan of the ancients, those people didn't care too much. In their eyes, only the forbidden zones were supreme and eternal existences. But, above the Empyrean, why would the forbidden clans come to the void sky world? Jiang Luoli was confused. Jun Xiaoyao looked thoughtful and said, the void sky world is a place of space-time chaos. Immortal Academy controls the way to enter the void sky world, but that doesn't mean there aren't other passages to enter the void sky world. Jun Xiaoyao finally understood. The Heaven clan from before and the forbidden clans now should have entered the void sky world through other unknown passages. Interesting. These existences that were originally hidden behind the scenes are starting to show themselves one by one. It seems that a great storm is coming. The Heaven clan and the forbidden clans of the Empyrean all showed up. It was enough to show that this was the precursor of a storm. Thinking back to what the little demon empress said before, a dark calamity was probably not far away. Right, why are these forbidden clans targeting you? Jun Xiaoyao suddenly asked. At the mention of this, Jiang Luoli said angrily, I don't know. They have been following me since they saw me. They even said that I have a familiar aura on me and wanted me to go with them. They are simply disgusting perverts. Oh? Jun Xiaoyao deliberately sniffed the air. Jiang Luoli immediately blushed and said, Big brother Xiaoyao, what are you smelling? I am now a primordial spirit. It smells good. Big brother Xiaoyao. Jiang Luoli's face was flushed red, and her voice was coy and a little shy. Jun Xiaoyao was getting better at flirting. Alright, stop messing around. I roughly know the reason, Jun Xiaoyao said with a faint smile. Could it be? Jiang Luoli was also very smart and reacted. Elemental spirit world. The two of them said at the same time. Jiang Luoli had once merged with the elemental spirit realm and refined it into her own inner universe. I had my doubts at that time. The rules of the Yuan spirit world seemed to be different from those of the immortal domain. They didn't seem to be left behind by the strongest of the immortal domain. It seems that if I'm not wrong, the original owner of the Yuan spirit world should be in existence above the 9 heavens, Jun Xiaoyao said. No wonder they would pester me. Their family should be related to the original owner of the Yuan spirit world, Jiang Luoli also thought and said. Yes, it seems that Luoli, you have another opportunity, Jun Xiaoyao said. If the Yuan spirit world was really related to a certain strongest of the 9 heavens, that might not be a bad thing for Jiang Luoli. Of course, the premise was that those people wouldn't do anything bad to Jiang Luoli. It seems that this is also a problem. Jiang Luoli sighed. But it was impossible for her to give up the Yuan spirit world. Jun Xiaoyao also helped her to repair and reconstruct the Yuan spirit world with the power of the Tree of World. How could she give up just like that? It doesn't matter. I'd like to see who dares to trouble you, Jun Xiaoyao said casually. So what if it was a forbidden family above the 9 heavens? To put it bluntly, they were just lackeys of the life-forbidden zone. It was just that their name sounded a little intimidating. Brother Xiaoyao, Jiang Luoli's eyes were full of love. It was almost every woman's dream to have a husband who was so strong and protective of his wife. Don't worry. They will definitely come to us later. We'll see what their attitude is then. If they treat you courteously, that's fine. But if they come to snatch you away, Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. He would let the forbidden family above the 9 heavens know what it meant to be sinister. Then, the two separated. Jiang Luoli didn't want to be a burden to Jun Xiaoyao. Instead, she chose to find other opportunities by herself. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care. Anyway, Jiang Luoli's life wouldn't be in danger in the Void Sky World. Outside another passage in the Void Sky World, a group of people looked a little pale. In front of them were a few figures whose glabella had been split open and were no longer breathing. They were the people who had provoked Jiang Luoli before. After being hit by Jun Xiaoyao's valiant slash, even their true bodies were killed. What a terrifying move. Even their true bodies were killed. The news they revealed before they died was really shocking. I didn't expect the last inheritance to fall in the deity region and be obtained by the girl from the Jiang family. But we can't let go of Yu Kuan and the others, even if he's the son of God of the Jun family. That's right. The Yu family is a forbidden family above the 9 heavens. We have the life-forbidden zone behind us. Which force dares to provoke us? This group of people from the Yu family didn't enter the Void Sky World again. Instead, they returned to their family. One could imagine that the storm had just started. However, the scary thing was, the Yu family wasn't the only one who came to the Void Sky World to train. Elsewhere in the Void Sky World, Ji Qingyi was wearing a green dress. She was shrouded in celestial light. Her hair was sparkling and translucent. She was pure and flawless, like a blooming lotus. Her appearance was delicate and pretty. Her face was covered with a light veil. Her eyes were as clear as a lake and as brilliant as the stars. She looked otherworldly, untainted, and aloof from the world. There was also a group of people opposite her. The leader was a 28-year-old woman. Her skin was sparkling like snow, and her face was extremely beautiful. However, at this moment, her eyes were filled with questions as she looked at Ji Qingyi. What is the truth behind Brother Dowie's death in the world of God? This woman's emotions were a bit agitated. Her name was Ji Yingying. She didn't come to the Void Sky World to train or obtain opportunities, but to seek the truth. The Brother Dowie she spoke of. He was the former successor of the human immortal sect, the eldest son of the forbidden family above the 9 heavens, Ji Dowie. Ji Dowie was first seriously injured by Jun Xiaoyao in the world of God. Then, he was killed by Ji Qingyi. Because of this, Ji Qingyi sat firmly on the throne of the human immortal sect Sanctus. In addition, she also received the core nurturing of Immortal Academy. It could be said that she had obtained all the benefits. Not to mention, she also obtained the opportunity that originally belonged to Ji Dowie. Immortal artifact, immortal demon diagram imprint, and because of this she obtained a certain inheritance. It could be said that Ji Qingyi's thoughts were too deep. Ji Dowie was played by her. Ji Qingyi's expression was calm as she faced the people from Ji Dowie's family. Her limpid eyes were as clear as water. The truth is that after Ji Dowie was seriously injured, he was assassinated by the foreign creatures. It's also my fault for not paying attention at that time. If I had traveled with him, perhaps he wouldn't have died. Ji Qingyi sighed, carrying a wisp of self-blame and helplessness. It would be a pity if she didn't get an Oscar with her acting skills. Seeing this, Ji Yingying's eyes were still filled with anger and hatred. If that Jun Xiaoyao hadn't recreated Brother Dowie, how could he have been killed so easily by the foreign creatures? Jun Xiaoyao, Brother Dowie's blood debt is still remembered by my Ji family. In the depths of the Void Sky World, Jun Xiaoyao was strolling and thinking at the same time. At first, he thought that the Void Sky World would be a simple experience. But now, the situation had become complicated. The Void Sky World itself seemed to have some kind of secret. For example, something that caused his sacred body bloodline to sense. There was also the Heaven Clan, the forbidden family above the 9 heavens. Originally, these forces were all hidden behind the scenes. But now, all of them had surfaced. Did it mean that the life-forbidden zone above the 9 heavens couldn't hold back anymore? There was another point worth thinking about. Jun Xiaoyao didn't forget about the curse of the sacred body bloodline. Previously, he had investigated some things in the Black Abyss, which was an ancient ruin of the underworld. Apart from the underworld, those who were involved in the sacred body curse were also from the underworld. There seemed to be another life-forbidden zone, Longevity Island. If the forbidden zone appeared in the future, Longevity Island would naturally surface as well. Since the life-forbidden zone might surface in the future, then the matter of the sacred body curse must be investigated clearly. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. He believed that before the life-forbidden zone truly appeared in the world, the forbidden family would probably be the vanguard and appear first. But for now, I still need to focus on the opportunities in the void sky world. Jun Xiaoyao continued forward. In fact, there weren't many Immortal Academy disciples left in the void sky world. After all, the deeper one went into the void sky world, the greater the danger. Other than a few geniuses, it was difficult for anyone to guarantee that their primordial spirit wouldn't be destroyed. Not long after, Jun Xiaoyao finally arrived at the Blood Fiend illusion in the depths of the void sky world. This was a forbidden area in the deepest core of the void sky world. Even in the void sky world, no one was able to enter and come out. In fact, as soon as they stepped into the Blood Fiend illusion, their primordial spirit would be destroyed. The bloodline sensing of the sacred body is getting stronger and stronger, Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. The power of his primordial spirit surged, boundless and endless, and he directly stepped into the Blood Fiend illusion. Immediately, Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have arrived in a blood-red world. As far as the eye could see, everything was blood-red. This was like an ancient battlefield, but it was dyed with a layer of bleak blood. All kinds of illusions left behind from ancient times appeared. Ancient emperors were clashing, and primordial beasts were fighting. Blood flowed like rivers in all living things in the firmament. It was like the end of an era, a world-shocking battle. Jun Xiaoyao could even vaguely see a golden aura surging into the sky and a furious roar spreading in all directions of the universe. That's a great completion, Saint Physique. Jun Xiaoyao was extremely surprised. What kind of war was that? Was the divine physique also involved in it? But, if there really was such a terrifying battle, why wasn't it recorded? Now, there were only vague records about the void sky world. It was a place of space-time chaos formed by the collision of ultimate powerhouses. Jun Xiaoyao vaguely felt that this battle was of great significance. It might even be a major turning point for the celestial realm, however, it was purposely erased by someone and not recorded in history. The achievements of the sacred physique lineage in this great battle were deliberately buried, and they were not praised by the people of the world. There are more and more unknown secrets. Jun Xiaoyao frowned. At this moment, the scenes left behind trembled like ripples of water. Suddenly, a rumbling sound rang out in the depths of the Blood Fiend illusion. Violent chi and blood surged under the blood-colored sky. It turned into a Blood Fiend thunder dragon. What a terrifying chi and blood power, even Jun Xiaoyao's pupils trembled slightly. Just a wisp of chi and blood had turned into a Blood Fiend thunder dragon. That wisp of chi and blood should have come from an unimaginable powerhouse. It was even very likely that it was an ancestor of the sacred physique lineage. Jun Xiaoyao finally understood what was going on. Why did he have that special sacred physique bloodline feeling? Could it be that one of the ancestors of the sacred physique lineage was one of the ultimate powerhouses who caused the formation of the void sky world? Jun Xiaoyao had a bold guess in his heart. Roar, that Blood Fiend thunder dragon's aura was too powerful. Especially in the Blood Fiend illusion, it could be enhanced by the environment. As for Jun Xiaoyao, just by stepping into the Blood Fiend illusion, his primordial spirit was greatly suppressed. If his primordial spirit wasn't strong enough, without the Blood Fiend Thunder Dragon, he would probably be annihilated by the Blood Fiend aura in the Blood Fiend illusion. This blood aura was extremely young. As for the primordial spirit, it was Yin. Therefore, it would be greatly restrained. It was no wonder that the Blood Fiend illusion was a forbidden area in the void sky world that no one had set foot in. The Blood Fiend Thunder Dragon charged towards Jun Xiaoyao and spat out Blood Fiend Divine Thunder. This kind of thunder was extremely effective against the soul and primordial spirit. Jun Xiaoyao activated his primordial spirit technique. The Mahavairakana Dharma idol appeared. It was as unmoving as a mountain and blocked in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Boom, the entire Mahavairakana Dharma idol was trembling, and cracks appeared on the surface of its body. So powerful. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze was also solemn. If his true body was in its peak state, dealing with this blood fiend thunder dragon would be a piece of cake. But now, Jun Xiaoyao was only in his primordial spirit body, and it was only a portion of his primordial spirit's power. The Mahavairakana Dharma idol was collapsing. And at this critical moment, suddenly, a sky full of pitch-black flame sword feathers attacked from behind Jun Xiaoyao. Huang Ye Dao. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with cold light. Behind him, Huang Ye Dao's figure appeared. He had also obtained this information from an Immortal Academy disciple. Later on, Jun Xiaoyao appeared and killed the Heaven Clan's people, obtaining the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root. Huang Ye Dao was naturally unwilling to let Jun Xiaoyao obtain the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root. Therefore, he also entered the depths of the void sky world to search for Jun Xiaoyao's traces. When Jun Xiaoyao was in danger, he wanted to launch a sneak attack and kill him in one strike. Jun Xiaoyao, should I say you are bold or stupid? You even dare to kill someone from the Heaven Clan. Provoking the Heaven Clan won't have a good ending. Why don't you let me help you endure the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route? Huang Ye Dao had a cold smile on his face. Jun Xiaoyao's face was cold. The light of his Yuan spirit surged around him, blocking the power of the flaming sword feathers. However, Huang Ye Dao raised his hand again. Endless undying flames condensed into a pitch-black spear. This was the undying Yuan spirit technique. The pitch-black spear was wreathed in flames, capable of burning souls to nothingness as it was thrown at Jun Xiaoyao. At the same time, the blood fiend lightning dragon also charged at Jun Xiaoyao. It could be said that if he didn't have a powerful technique, Jun Xiaoyao's Yuan spirit might be annihilated. Then he would lose the chance to explore the void sky world. Huang Ye Dao's handsome face was about to show a mocking smile, but he found that Jun Xiaoyao's expression was as calm as water. Huang Ye Dao felt that something was wrong. Jun Xiaoyao didn't say anything. An ancient monarch talisman appeared between his brows with a sense of supremacy. Suddenly, a vast emperor aura swept across the entire blood fiend illusion. Vaguely, there seemed to be a blurry and tall figure appearing between heaven and earth. It was the figure of Emperor Ancient Chaos. The Emperor talisman Jun Xiaoyao took out was naturally the Emperor weapon that protected the Yuan spirit, the Emperor Ancient Chaos talisman, just as the Emperor Ancient Chaos talisman's Emperor Dao light shone. Not far away, a group of mysterious people who were searching for opportunities in the depths of the void sky world saw the figure of Emperor Ancient Chaos. Their expressions changed instantly, becoming extremely cold. Could it be that the successor of Emperor Ancient Chaos has appeared again? The dazzling Ancient Chaos Imperial Talisman carried a boundless imperial aura. Previously, the Ancient Chaos Imperial Talisman had been passively manifested. When Jun Xiaoyao obtained the Imperial Talisman, he wasn't strong enough to use the Imperial weapon. Now, Jun Xiaoyao, whose cultivation had reached the level of supremacy, was no exception. Even if he couldn't use the full power of the Imperial weapon, he could at least control it a little. The Ancient Chaos Imperial Talisman had helped Jun Xiaoyao many times. In the Bronze Immortal Palace and the Godly Ruins, when Jun Xiaoyao's body was in danger and his primordial spirit was in danger, the Ancient Chaos Imperial Talisman had protected Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit. And now, Jun Xiaoyao was using the Ancient Chaos Imperial Talisman's power. The Blood Lightning Dragon's attack and Huang Ye Dao's attack couldn't break through the Ancient Chaos Imperial Talisman's defense. In terms of offense, the Ancient Chaos Imperial Talisman was ranked last among the Imperial weapons. But in terms of defense, the Ancient Chaos Imperial Talisman was definitely one of the top weapons. Damn it, the Imperial weapon. Huang Ye Dao's face darkened. To be honest, not many people remembered that Jun Xiaoyao had another identity. He was the successor of the Ancient Chaos Imperial Talisman. He also had the Ancient Chaos Imperial Talisman's Ancient Chaos Imperial Talisman. And the ancient Chaos Imperial Talisman, was also in Jun Xiaoyao's hands. That's an imperial weapon. Huang Yedao's eyes twitched. Even as the son of the Emperor of the Ancients, he only had a boundary imperial weapon that his father had left him. And it wasn't even a primordial spirit imperial weapon that belonged to the primordial spirit. Besides, how many people in the Nine Heavens immortal realm could casually take out an imperial weapon like Jun Xiaoyao, even the successor of an immortal faction couldn't be so extravagant. Right now, for the top tier of prodigies, having a pseudo-emperor armament was already considered the best. Of course, if Huang Yedao knew that Jun Xiaoyao had so many imperial weapons that he could sell them, how would he feel, apart from the ancient Chaos Imperial Talisman? Strictly speaking, the desolate god armor of the desolate ancient sacred temple belonged to Jun Xiaoyao. However, Jun Xiaoyao had given the desolate god armor to Wu Hu for the time being. There was also the Emperor Imperial Court in the Battle of the Immortals in the Huangtian mystic realm. The monarch weapons of Zulong, Wanhuang Spirit Mountain, and the Wang family of the north were also confiscated by the monarch dynasty. One had to know that this didn't include the Jun family's imperial weapons. Therefore, it was not a lie to say that Jun Xiaoyao had a lot of sovereign weapons for sale. Huang Yedao, don't think you're all that just because you have a father. The world will only remember you as the son of the undying ancient emperor. They won't remember you as Huang Yedao. As Jun Xiaoyao spoke, he summoned his Permethos soul bridge. Red spider lilies bloomed in the sky and a bridge appeared, pressing down on Huang Yedao. Hearing what Jun Xiaoyao said, Huang Yedao's handsome face immediately turned ferocious, even somewhat twisted. Jun Xiaoyao was really good at reading people's minds. Huang Yedao's sore spot. That's right, in his heart, he was unwilling to accept this. The world was only afraid of his father. They didn't respect him. Even those from the Grey clan said that they would let him go for the sake of the undying ancient emperor. This was a scar in Huang Yedao's heart. However, Jun Xiaoyao had just unraveled the seal. You want to mess with my Dao heart? Impossible. Huang Yedao's immortal flame surged and clashed with the Permethos soul bridge. However, he was suppressed by the chaotic ancient emperor talisman. This move put Huang Yedao at a disadvantage. His primordial spirit was shaken by the Permethos soul bridge. However, in the next moment, Huang Yedao's immortal flame surged. His scattered primordial spirit started to reform. It's useless. I have the immortal primordial spirit. No one in the void sky world can kill me. Huang Yedao shouted, his face cold and arrogant. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm. The child of truth also had this confident expression before. Does the immortal primordial spirit mean you're invincible? Jun Xiaoyao used all kinds of devouring techniques and brought out the only black hole. This was the ultimate manifestation of the devouring Tao. It was just like the ultimate embodiment of the way of the sword. The only black hole suppressed and devoured everything. So what if he had the immortal primordial spirit? If it was a complete immortal primordial spirit, he might be able to resist the only black hole for a short time. But the problem was that only part of Huang Yedao's primordial spirit had entered the void sky world. He naturally couldn't resist. No. Huang Yedao was furious. He wanted to be the oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada. But now, he had gone for wool and come home shorn. He had lost himself. He couldn't get the six-path reincarnation immortal route. He didn't even have the chance to find fortuitous opportunities. The problem was that he didn't get any fortuitous opportunities in the void sky world. Huang Yedao had come for nothing this time. Splat, Huang Yedao's primordial spirit was destroyed in the only grotto heaven and refined by Jun Xiaoyao. It was another great tonic. Faith primordial spirit, immortal primordial spirit. If these primordial spirits can be devoured by me, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. It was no wonder that cultivators who mastered the devouring Tao could easily become demons. Because they couldn't control their desire to devour people. On the other side, the blood fiend Thunder Dragon had been attacking Jun Xiaoyao. It was only because it was protected by the ancient Chaos Emperor talisman that it didn't pose much of a threat to Jun Xiaoyao. With a thought, Jun Xiaoyao released a wisp of his sacred body's aura. The world only thought that his sacred body of the ancients had collapsed in the world of the ruins of God and that he had returned as the successor of Emperor Qing with a chaotic physique. Little did they know that Jun Xiaoyao's sacred body of the ancients was still there and had even transformed into a quasi-innate sacred body Dao embryo. However, Jun Xiaoyao didn't deliberately reveal it. This could also be used as a trump card that might be of great use in the future. After Jun Xiaoyao released the sacred body's aura, the blood fiend thunder dragon suddenly froze. In the next moment, it actually made a shocking move. The blood fiend thunder dragon lowered its dragon head as if it was worshipping Jun Xiaoyao. This also made Jun Xiaoyao a little surprised. It was just a blood fiend thunder dragon condensed from a wisp of qi and blood, but it was like a real living creature that had intelligence. This could only prove one thing. The owner of this wisp of qi and blood was so powerful that it was unimaginable, and just as Jun Xiaoyao was about to go deep into the blood fiend illusion, he suddenly sensed some kind of abnormality. Behind him, a surprised voice came. How is this possible? He's actually safe and sound? Jun Xiaoyao turned his head and saw a group of people not far away. Their figures were hazy, and their auras seemed very transcendent. Moreover, it was very unfamiliar and different from the aura of the immortal realm. That's the ancient Chaos Emperor talisman. It seems that you're really the successor of ancient Chaos? Among the group of people, the leader stepped out and asked Jun Xiaoyao. This kind of high and mighty attitude. Apart from the Grey Clan, there was only the Forbidden Clan. It seems that there is indeed a passage connected to the Empyrean's end in this void sky world. It's the trial ground of these Forbidden Clan geniuses. Jun Xiaoyao pondered in his heart. However, looking at the expression of that group of people, it seemed that they were full of hostility towards Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao was puzzled. He had never seen those people, and they didn't have much connection with the Forbidden Clan above the Empyrean. If there was a connection, it would only be that Ji Daoi. Their reaction to the ancient Chaos Emperor talisman is so big. Could it be? A flash of inspiration flashed through Jun Xiaoyao's mind. He remembered that the ancient Chaos Emperor seemed to have suppressed the turmoil of a generation. His emperor weapon, the ancient Chaos Axe, was also lost in that battle. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. He felt that he seemed to have found a clue about the ancient Chaos Axe. Suppressing the chaos was the duty of the sacred physique, but it was not only the sacred physique that participated. In fact, some supreme emperors who cared about the common people and had universal love had also taken action. Ancient Chaos Emperor was one of them. This group of people came from above the 9 heavens and were extremely sensitive to ancient chaos. If Jun Xiaoyao's guess was right, the family behind them, or even the forbidden zone behind them, might have a trace of relationship with ancient Chaos Emperor. And judging from their attitude, it must not be a friendly experience. You are also from the forbidden family above the 9 heavens? Jun Xiaoyao looked at the group of mysterious people. You are Jun Xiaoyao? The group of mysterious people took a closer look, and there was a hint of surprise in their eyes. Obviously, Jun Xiaoyao's name was also spread above the 9 heavens. Although it was impossible to be as grand as the immortal realm, at least they had heard of it. This made the group of people's expressions change slightly. If it was anyone else, with their identity and background, they could directly find out and destroy them. But if it was Jun Xiaoyao, then it was different. Even if the forbidden family was high and mighty, if they wanted to provoke Jun Xiaoyao, they had to consider how capable they were. Unless the forbidden zone behind them made a move. But that was not something they could control. Thinking of this, the group of people's expressions were uncertain. They were not stupid. Although they were hostile to Jun Xiaoyao, when they thought of Jun Xiaoyao's name. Plus now, even the blood fiend Thunder Dragon had strangely submitted to Jun Xiaoyao. They would not be stupid enough to provoke him. Let's go. The leader waved his sleeves and prepared to leave. Wait. An indifferent voice sounded. It was Jun Xiaoyao. The clue that they had just found could not be broken. Did I say to let you leave? Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent. Others might be extremely afraid of the forbidden family above the 9 heavens. Not to mention provoking them, they would be thankful if they were not provoked. However, Jun Xiaoyao did not have such awareness. He looked down on everything and ignored any background or force. Jun Xiaoyao, what do you mean by this? The leader's face darkened slightly. They did not take the initiative to provoke Jun Xiaoyao, but Jun Xiaoyao took the initiative to provoke them. Your hostility makes me unhappy. Tell me, why are you so sensitive to the descendant of ancient Chaos Emperor? It has nothing to do with you. The group of people turned to leave. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head and sighed before snapping his fingers. Roar, the Blood Fiend Thunder Dragon in the Blood Fiend illusion roared and spat out Blood Fiend Divine Thunder. Jun Xiaoyao, you're going too far. Don't think we're afraid of you. That group of people shouted fiercely and unleashed their techniques. The Nine Heavens was the immortal Nine Heavens, but the immortal fiend, the Blood Fiend Dragon was the Blood Fiend. Even the people from the Forbidden Clan were no match for him. Of course, they had come to the Void Sky world, but they had lost their chance before they could plunder too many opportunities. Only the leader was left, and his expression was extremely ugly. I don't want to repeat my words, understand? Jun Xiaoyao said coldly. The leader gritted his teeth and said coldly, Great Emperor Ancient Chaos once offended the Forbidden Zone behind my Jin family. As long as you are the descendant of Ancient Chaos, even if you have the identity of the son of God of the Jun family, you will not have a good ending in the future. As expected. Jun Xiaoyao's guess was right. If he was not mistaken, it should be when Great Emperor Ancient Chaos suppressed the chaos of the world. He had once formed a grudge with a Forbidden Zone of the Nine Heavens. Perhaps he had killed a big shot of that Forbidden Zone and formed a great enmity. And the Jin family was a forbidden family that followed that Forbidden Zone. Therefore, it was natural for them to be hostile to him, the descendant of Ancient Chaos. I think that Great Emperor Ancient Chaos way of doing things is indeed wrong, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly said. The Jin family member revealed a strange look and said, Why? You want to make peace with the Forbidden Zone behind my family? If you are sincere enough, it is not impossible. However, in the next moment, Jun Xiaoyao casually said. What Great Emperor Ancient Chaos did wrong was that he should not have left the Forbidden Zone alive. If it were me, so what if I directly flattened the Forbidden Zone? Jun Xiaoyao, how dare you? The Forbidden Zone behind my family is one of the 10 great Forbidden Zones. It is difficult for the heavens to bury it, and difficult for the earth to destroy it. It overlooks the eternal space-time. The Jin family member's face was pale, and he said fiercely. He thought that Jun Xiaoyao wanted to make peace. In the end, this descendant of Ancient Chaos was even more ruthless than Ancient Chaos himself. Jun Xiaoyao casually flicked his finger and directly destroyed the primordial spirit of the Jin family member. 10 great forbidden zones, Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. To the beings of the celestial realm, the 9 heavens was an incomparably mysterious region. However, although it was mysterious, the 10 great forbidden zones were widely spread in the world. Those were the 10,000 spirit forbidden lands that absolutely could not be provoked. According to the little demon empress, this chaos began above the 9 heavens. The 10 great forbidden zones are the most important characters. What is the power behind the little demon empress? What about the forbidden zone related to Luoli? And the forbidden zone that has a grudge with ancient chaos? The more Jun Xiaoyao thought, the more he felt that the situation was inextricably linked and complicated. The 10 great forbidden zones were too complicated. Fine, I will think about it later. Jun Xiaoyao temporarily put it aside. Since the Blood Fiend Lightning Dragon had already submitted, Jun Xiaoyao could naturally safely enter the depths of the Blood Fiend illusion. At this moment, the scene changed. In another part of the Void Sky realm, a great battle erupted. The two sides of the battle were Di Haoyan and Jun Xiaoyao's followers. Di Haoyan's followers were by Luoxue, the red-haired ghost, and a few others. Jun Xiaoyao's side was Yu, Wang Chuan, Yan Qingying, and the others. This was a very strange battle. By Luoxue and the others were the most elite people of Di Haoyan's era. Yu, Wang Chuan, and the others were outstanding people of the current era who had been taken in by Jun Xiaoyao. Everyone, are you sure you want to continue fighting? Bai Luoxue was wearing a white dress and had an ethereal aura. She had a special constitution and was intelligent, so she became the 4th of the 18 steeds of Yan Yun. The essence soul technique she cultivated was also very special and had something to do with her constitution. It could release a terrifying cold power that could completely freeze one's essence soul. Who was the first to provoke? Wasn't it the 18 steeds of Yan Yun who provoked my young master first? Yan Qingying shouted coldly. She was wearing a black dress and had fallen wings on her back. She was like a beautiful fallen angel in the dark night. Why are you talking nonsense now? Just tear them apart. The red-haired ghost, who had the bloodline of the fiend race, had a violent temperament. At this moment, golden light suddenly shone in the distance. A golden path appeared in the void. A transcendent figure walked over like the son of an immortal god. His golden hair was as bright as the morning sun, and his silver eyes were as deep as the sun and moon. His temperament was lazy and casual, but he also seemed like a divine king who could control the sun and moon. It was Dihaoyan. Dazzling divine light illuminated the world, creating thousands of streaks of colorful light. Dihaoyan walked on the golden path, looking otherworldly. He looked like a descendant of God walking in the mortal world. Lord Haoyan. Bai Luoxue and the others knelt down to greet Dihaoyan when they saw him. Bai Luoxue's eyes were also filled with admiration and admiration. Oh no, that's the ancient young emperor of the Xianting. Why did he come to the void sky world? Yu, Wang Chuan, and the others' hearts skipped a beat. As the saying went, seeing is believing. No matter how much one heard about the ancient young emperor, it was not as shocking as seeing it with one's own eyes. His aura was too powerful. His aura was also extraordinary. Although they did not want to admit it, they had to say it. Other than Jun Xiaoyao, there were very few people who could surpass him in terms of aura. Dihaoyan glanced at Yu and the others. Ishan bloodline, sacred reincarnation constitution. Dihaoyan glanced at them and easily uncovered the secrets of Yu and the others' talents. This ability came from his silver eyes. It was also one of his 3 great physiques, the silver eyes of illusion breaker. They could see through illusions and point to the source. It was an extremely heaven-defying pair of eyes that was not much weaker than polychoria. What was more terrifying was that this was only one of Dihaoyan's 3 great physiques. It was not all of his abilities. Not bad. They are all talents. Jun Xiaoyao's foresight is not bad. Dihaoyan smiled. One of the cavalrymen gritted his teeth and said, Lord, 13th and 15th have also died at the hands of Jun Xiaoyao's followers. 5 of the 18 cavalrymen of Yan Yun had already died, all at the hands of Jun Xiaoyao and his followers. Dihaoyan waved his hand with an indifferent expression. To him, the 18 cavalrymen of Yan Yun were just tools. Apart from the top few who were of some use to him. As for the rest, he had nothing better to do, so he decided to make up the numbers after subduing them. I'll give you a choice. Follow me, and in the future, you'll all be second only to me, and above all the other living beings. Dihaoyan's tone was calm, but it did not lose its dominance. As the young emperor of ancient times, he also had the cheat of rebirth. Dihaoyan believed that he was destined to seize the fortune of this golden era. If they followed him, they would indeed be second only to him and above all others. We only have one master, and that is young master. The loyalty of Yu and the others was unshakable. That was because all of them had been pulled out of the swamp by Jun Xiaoyao. Sending charcoal in snowy weather was much harder than adding flowers to brocade. A fine bird chooses a fine tree to nest in. Blind. Loyalty is somewhat irrational. Dihaoyan's expression was still calm. There's nothing to say. Yu and the others immediately attacked. Yu drew his bow, and 10,000 arrows pierced through the air. The river of forgetfulness raised its sword, and the power of reincarnation surged. Yan Qingying summoned the devouring vortex. Goddess Eternal Calamity also summoned the power of sin. How dare you? Bai Luoxue, red-haired ghost, and the others berated and were about to attack. Dihaoyan took a step forward, raised his palm, and pressed down casually. Vast and dazzling golden soul power swept out like a huge wave, turning into a supreme golden god. Like the Jade Emperor, it suppressed the 3,000 worlds. Boom. After the attack, there was no suspense at all. The primordial spirits of Yu and the others collapsed at the same time. Damn it, they gritted their teeth and disappeared unwillingly. However, this was only a part of their primordial spirits. Yu and the others did not die, but they had lost the opportunity to continue staying in the void sky world. As expected of the young emperor, Bai Luoxue, red-haired ghost, and the others had respect and awe in their eyes. It would be difficult for them to kill them, but Di Haoyan could do it with a casual attack. They are just Jun Xiaoyao's followers. If he is so weak, I will be very disappointed. Di Haoyan did not care. However, in the next moment, he suddenly frowned. Before he could react, two beautiful figures suddenly appeared. They did not attack him. Instead, they attacked the other members of the 18 steeds of Yun. Except for Bai Luoxue and red-haired ghost, who were slightly closer to Di Haoyan. The primordial spirits of the other knights were directly destroyed. The indifference on Di Haoyan's face faded slightly. He frowned slightly and raised his palm. The surging golden soul power turned into a giant golden palm, pressing down on the two beautiful figures. One of the figures shuddered. A terrifying 8-armed demon god appeared and blocked Di Haoyan's palm. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Another cold female voice sounded. Then, the two beautiful figures disappeared into the void at the same time. It's them again. Seeing this, red-haired ghost could not help but yell. The two shadows that appeared and disappeared unpredictably were like assassins. Of course, they were Xianyu and Su Hongyi. Just now, it was Su Hongyi who used the Black Sky Emperor clan's Mo Haitian to block Di Haoyan's palm. They are also Jun Xiaoyao's followers? Di Haoyan was slightly surprised. Among Jun Xiaoyao's followers, there were actually people who could block his palm. It was indeed out of his expectations. Moreover, it was two girls. It's the two of them. They also killed 13th and 15th, Bai Luoxue said. These two are indeed sharp blades. One doesn't seem to have any special constitution, but seems to have fused with many special bloodlines. The other's power is somewhat incompatible with the celestial region. It seems to be a foreign emperor clan's art. This Jun Xiaoyao has a unique eye. Di Haoyan's silver eyes of illusion breaker immediately saw through the two. That's because Big Brother and the others didn't come. Otherwise, those two women wouldn't have been able to kill our people, red-haired ghost said. Among the 18 horsemen of Yun, the top 3 were the strongest. And they were all opponents who had challenged Di Haoyan. Since they could become Di Haoyan's opponents, one could imagine that they were not weak. They were only willing to follow Di Haoyan because they were defeated in the end. Okay, let's go. Di Haoyan put his hands behind his back and did not care. This was just an interlude. Next, it's the blood demon illusion. There is a great opportunity there. If I get it, I can use it to refine my imperial path golden body. Di Haoyan had a plan. He took Bai Luoxue and red-haired ghost to the blood demon illusion in the depths of the void sky world. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao had already gone deep into the blood demon illusion. Because of the bloodline of the sacred body, he did not encounter any danger. After continuing to go deeper into the blood demon illusion, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly found. In front of him was a blood-stained abyss. There was a drop of blood in it. A drop of ordinary, red blood. It looked ordinary, but it was not so ordinary. This was because the entire blood-fiend illusory realm was formed by this drop of extremely strong blood. Even the blood demon thunder dragon was only formed by a wisp of blood chi emitted by this drop of blood. The moment he saw this drop of blood, Jun Xiaoyao understood in his heart. This was the blood of the sacred body of the ancients, and it was not the blood of an ordinary sacred body of the ancients. It was the great accomplishment sacred body of the ancients. No, it was even more perfect than the great accomplishment sacred body of the ancients. This was the bloodline of the sacred body, the blood of the strongest. That drop of blood was very red, like a fire diamond. It was unknown how long it had been, but it still exuded a terrifying aura. Even the entire blood illusion was formed because of this drop of blood. The blood of the sacred body of the ancients appeared in the depths of the void sky realm. What did this mean? In the great battle hidden in ancient history, the sacred body lineage was the absolute main force. This drop of blood should have been left over from that great battle. It had been so long since then that it was unimaginable. However, this drop of blood was still fresh, like a beating heart, as if it was alive. The blood of the sacred body lineage is covered with a layer of bright gold, while the perfected sacred body returns to its original nature. This drop of blood is absolutely perfect. Even among the perfected sacred bodies, it is absolutely flawless. Jun Xiaoyao was very curious. Who was the owner of this drop of blood? Although I don't know who it is, it means a lot to me. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were very bright. To him, the value of this drop of blood was definitely no less than that of the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root. Jun Xiaoyao signed into a sacred body of the ancients that broke 10 shackles when he was born. But strictly speaking, it was not a perfected sacred body. A true perfected sacred body of the ancients was an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the emperors. Jun Xiaoyao only had a perfect sacred body with no restrictions. Now, this drop of blood was too important to Jun Xiaoyao. This was the blood of the strongest sacred body lineage, which was very helpful for him to comprehend the secrets of the sacred body. And don't forget, Jun Xiaoyao had only comprehended 4 of the 6 visions of the sacred body of the ancients. It was not that he was not smart enough. It was just that he had to comprehend too many techniques and abilities, and he had been cultivating the chaotic physique. So, he did not have the extra energy to comprehend the visions of the sacred body. Now, after obtaining this drop of blood, Jun Xiaoyao could not only use it to temper his sacred body, but also get the opportunity to comprehend the visions of the sacred body. When the 6 visions gathered, they would form the 6 paths of reincarnation, which could defeat all enemies. This was the same as the 9 great godly forms of the tyrant body. When all of them were comprehended, their power would be multiplied. Without the slightest hesitation, Jun Xiaoyao put away the drop of Saint Physique blood. If it were anyone else, their primordial spirit would have been shattered just by coming close to this drop of blood. That was because the blood of the saintly body was extremely masculine. Primordial spirits were of the yin attribute, so it was impossible to get close to them. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was completely unaffected because he had a holy body. Jun Xiaoyao was in a good mood after putting away the drop of perfect sacred blood. The sign-in hasn't been triggered yet. I should be able to go deeper. After making this judgment, Jun Xiaoyao continued to move deeper. He sensed it carefully, and faintly sensed that there seemed to be faint fluctuations of reincarnation in the depths. Not long after Jun Xiaoyao went deeper into the forest, he suddenly heard something. 3 figures appeared outside the blood fiend illusory realm. They were Dihaoyan, Bai Luoxue, and the red-haired ghost. Young king, this is the blood fiend illusory realm, a forbidden area of the void sky world. It's difficult for primordial spirits to enter, Bai Luoxue said. Of course I know, but it doesn't matter. Dihaoyan's expression was indifferent. He waved his sleeve, and a vast golden soul power surged, enveloping Bai Luoxue and the red-haired ghost. Then, the 3 of them directly entered the blood fiend illusory realm. As expected of the young king, Bai Luoxue's eyes were filled with admiration. Such a forbidden area couldn't stop Dihaoyan's footsteps at all. However, Dihaoyan frowned slightly. He sensed that the blood chi here seemed to have weakened a lot. Thinking of a possibility, he quickened his pace. Soon, they arrived at the depths of the blood fiend illusory realm. There were only traces of blood chi left in the abyss. Among them, what Dihaoyan really wanted was gone. Dihaoyan frowned. Dihaoyan didn't care if he didn't obtain the pseudo-root of the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root the first time. But this time, he also didn't get the drop of blood that could refine his physical body. This caused Dihaoyan to be alarmed. It seemed that someone was 1 step ahead of him and took the opportunity that originally belonged to him. Once is a coincidence, twice is a coincidence. Then let me see if there will be a 3rd time. Dihaoyan's eyes flashed with a dark light. The true 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root was in the depths of the void sky world. He had to get it. Dihaoyan and the others quickly went deeper. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao, who was walking at the front, found that he had already walked out of the blood fiend illusory realm. As far as the eye could see, there was a grotesque starry sky in front of him. All kinds of spatial cracks and time cracks were everywhere. The broken universe, the dim stars. It formed an extremely chaotic place. It seems that this should be the deepest part of the void sky world. It might also be the center of the clash between the supreme experts, Jun Xiaoyao thought. If one of the supreme experts was the master of this drop of perfect sacred blood, then how powerful would his opponent be? Is there such a terrifying enemy of the sacred body branch? Has the enemy of the sacred body been eliminated? Jun Xiaoyao thought. He felt that the enemy of the sacred body couldn't be from the tyrant body branch. Although the tyrant body was strong, it couldn't have started such a huge war with the sacred body branch. Longevity Island, the underworld, the curse of the sacred body, the war reflected in the void sky world, Jun Xiaoyao thought as he walked. He felt that there must be a shocking secret. The forbidden zone in the ninth heaven, the mysterious underworld, the curse of the sacred body, the war in the void sky world. All of these were like a web, and they were all secretly connected. However, Jun Xiaoyao hadn't found the key clues yet and hadn't figured it out yet. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was thinking, suddenly, the mechanical voice of the system sounded in his mind. Ding! You have reached the sign-in location, Void Sky World. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 8-star reward, the Heart of Protector. Heart of Protector? Jun Xiaoyao was puzzled. Then, he checked the function of the Heart of Protector. He found that the Heart of Protector was an extremely powerful enhancement method. As long as the host had the compassionate Heart of Protector, he could integrate it and directly break through a realm below the Quasi-Emperor realm. It can unconditionally increase one level and continue to enhance my body? This was a very good check-in reward. No wonder it could reach 8 stars. Although there was a restriction below the Quasi-Emperor realm. But one could imagine that if a Chaos Dao Venerable refined it, he could directly break through to the Quasi-Emperor realm. This was absolutely heaven-defying. If word got out, countless Dao Venerables would fight over it. However, Jun Xiaoyao wasn't too tempted. Because it wasn't difficult for him to break through to the Quasi-Emperor realm. Moreover, to integrate this Heart of Protector, one needed to have a compassionate heart to save the world. Jun Xiaoyao didn't have that. He was willing to protect his family, friends, and beauties. But he wasn't interested in saving the world. Now, he had become a hero respected by everyone in the immortal realm. It was just a coincidence. At the same time, he collected the power of faith. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao didn't care about being a savior at all. He was more like an anti-hero. As for Jun Xiaoyao's father, Jun Wuhui, he was very suitable. He was a real hero. However, Jun Wuhui had his own path and had his own path to walk. He didn't need this Heart of Protector. By the way, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. He thought of someone. The person most suitable for the Heart of Protector. The person that Jun Xiaoyao thought of was naturally the last sacred body of the Desolation Sacred Palace, Wu Hu. Jun Xiaoyao felt that if chaos really came in the future, the sacred body was definitely a crucial role. And now, in the entire immortal realm, other than him, only Wu Hu had the sacred body of the Desolation. The Heart of Protection was the most suitable for him. And Wu Hu himself also had a benevolent wish to protect the world. I always feel that Wu Hu will play an extremely important role in the future. The sacred body lineage, including the former Desolation Sacred Palace, had once borne the mission of stopping the Great Calamity. Wu Hu was the last sacred body of the Desolation Sacred Palace. Naturally, he was also born to face the calamity. Jun Xiaoyao himself should also be a person to face the calamity. But if he could have one more helper, why not? Moreover, Wu Hu was now a divine venerable and was also a big shot in the Emperor's court. Helping him was beneficial to Jun Xiaoyao and the Emperor's court. In the future, the Emperor's court would be more stable with a sacred body in charge. After making up his mind, Jun Xiaoyao put away the Heart of Protection. He continued to walk in this chaotic area. It could be said that not many people could reach such a deep place in the void sky world. There's an aura. Jun Xiaoyao sensed a certain aura and looked over. In front of him, there was a pitch-black void crack. There was a faint brilliance surging within. Jun Xiaoyao focused his gaze and was surprised to find that it was a cocoon of light. Among them, there was a hazy figure that could not be seen clearly. What's going on? Jun Xiaoyao was very surprised. There was such a cocoon of light in the spatial crack in the depths of the void sky world. It was too strange. Moreover, the cocoon of light was filled with a faint reincarnation fluctuation that contained extremely terrifying energy. Could this be the real 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route? Jun Xiaoyao guessed. Just as he was about to go forward to investigate, a faint voice came from behind. We finally meet, Jun Xiaoyao. This voice was steady, calm, and carried a sense of confidence, as if it was the ruler of the heavens. Jun Xiaoyao turned around and saw Dihaoyan and the others. He had long golden hair, silver eyes, a slender figure, and a face as handsome as a god. It had to be said that when he first saw Dihaoyan, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with a faint surprise. It was rare for him to see someone with such an excellent temperament. Although he couldn't be compared to him, he wasn't too far off. Xianting, the ancient young emperor, Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. Other than the mysterious ancient young emperor, Jun Xiaoyao could not think of anyone else. Not to mention that Bai Luoxue and the red-haired ghost were standing beside him. While Jun Xiaoyao was sizing up Dihaoyan, Dihaoyan was also sizing up Jun Xiaoyao. It had to be said that this man's appearance and temperament were something he had never seen before in his life. Dihaoyan's silver eyes flashed with a faint silver light. The aura of chaos is indeed similar to the chaotic body. He has indeed received the inheritance of Emperor Qing, Dihaoyan muttered to himself. Just as he was about to activate the silver eyes of illusion to conduct a deeper investigation, a strange look appeared in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, and his body shook slightly. Chaotic qi surged up and filled his body, giving Jun Xiaoyao a vague and ethereal feeling. He activated the sky-stealing sun-swapping technique. Silver eyes of illusion. Jun Xiaoyao had heard that this ancient young emperor of Xianting had 3 great physiques. The silver eyes of illusion was one of them. It could see through many illusions in the world, and it was not much worse than the polychoria. Jun Xiaoyao had many secrets, and there were many rare treasures in the inner universe. Naturally, he would not let Dihaoyan see through him. Not to mention that he also needed to hide his quasi-innate sacred body Taoist embryo, which would be of great use in the future. Dihaoyan's eyes flashed with a strange look. He found that his silver eyes of illusion could not see through Jun Xiaoyao. A secret technique to hide one's aura? Unfortunately, the power of my silver eyes of illusion is more than that, Dihaoyan muttered to himself. After cultivating the silver eyes of illusion to a high level, he could even see the karma threads. Let me see what the karma of you, a person who originally did not exist, is. There were silver runes flowing in Dihaoyan's eyes. Previously, in the memories of his rebirth, Jun Xiaoyao was a person who did not exist. Now, all the deviations pointed to Jun Xiaoyao. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao was a person who had changed the world. Therefore, Dihaoyan wanted to see through Jun Xiaoyao's secrets. However, what surprised Dihaoyan again was that he could not see Jun Xiaoyao's karma. There were only 2 reasons. First, Jun Xiaoyao's karma was blocked. Second, Jun Xiaoyao was not affected by karma at all. Dihaoyan thought that was the first reason. Interesting. This makes me more and more interested. Dihaoyan smiled faintly. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was also calm. He also noticed that Dihaoyan was using his silver eyes of illusion to check his karma. Unfortunately, he was a fateless one. He wanted to control his karma and fate. Dihaoyan was too inexperienced. Young Emperor, red-haired ghost and Bai Luoxue were puzzled. Dihaoyan and Jun Xiaoyao stood facing each other in silence. Neither of them knew. In the short period of time just now, the 2 of them had already gone through a round of psychological competition. This was a real fight between experts. Every move was fatal. Since I was born, the name I heard the most was Jun Xiaoyao. Today, I can see that you live up to your reputation. Dihaoyan's bearing was graceful, just like the Jade Emperor in the legends. The ancient young emperor of Xianting. You live up to your reputation. Jun Xiaoyao also smiled faintly. He was not afraid of facing the most monstrous genius of Xianting. You got the immortal root of 6 paths of reincarnation, Dihaoyan said. So what? And that drop of blood? You got it too? Huh? You know there's a drop of blood in the blood fiend illusion? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with surprise. I judged it from the residual blood qi there, Dihaoyan said calmly without changing his expression. His rebirth was his biggest secret. He could not let anyone know. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered with a pondering look. It seemed like this ancient young emperor of Xianting had something up his sleeves. He was different from the other leaks he had seen before. So, what do you want? You killed my follower. Logically speaking, this young emperor should settle the score with you. However, they were the ones who provoked me first. Besides, you're indeed one of the most talented geniuses of this era. I'm quite impressed by you, Di Haoyan said. The meaning behind his words was very clear. Di Haoyan was planning to recruit Jun Xiaoyao as his follower. In other words, in the entire Nine Heavens immortal realm. Even a real martial monarch did not have the right to recruit Jun Xiaoyao as his follower. The reason being that Jun Xiaoyao would at least become a martial monarch in the future. It was easy to imagine how arrogant Di Haoyan was. No one was more arrogant than him. Jun Xiaoyao didn't get angry when he heard what Ji Futian said. Di Haoyan, don't let me underestimate your intelligence. Jun Xiaoyao's mouth was vicious. He did not curse at all, yet he was cursing Qin Nan. Anyone else would have died from anger by now. But who was Di Haoyan? His expression remained calm. I know you might not be convinced, but it's fine. A few of my subordinates from the 18 horsemen of Yun have challenged me before, but they all lost and became my followers. And you, Jun Xiaoyao, are no exception. Di Haoyan said calmly. You can give it a try, Jun Xiaoyao waved his sleeves. He was not intimidated even when he was facing the ancient young emperor. Right at this moment, the cocoon of light in the spatial crack suddenly trembled. Its surface was covered in cracks. A petite figure appeared in front of Jun Xiaoyao and Di Haoyan. When Di Haoyan arrived here, he immediately noticed the cocoon of light. He also guessed that it was definitely something special. It might even be the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route. Although Di Haoyan had heard about the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route, he had never seen it with his own eyes. After all, Di Haoyan only knew some information about great fortuitous opportunities. It was impossible for him to have experienced every fortuitous opportunity. What surprised both Di Haoyan and Jun Xiaoyao was that, at that very moment, Jun Xiaoyao and Di Haoyan found it strange. What emerged from the cocoon of light was not the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route they had imagined. Instead, it was a curled-up little girl. The little girl did not look very old. She was about 5 or 6 years old. She was wearing a little white dress that was as light as a cicada's wings. She had a head of long silver hair, and her skin was as white as ice and snow. It was extremely fair. That white and delicate face that was like porcelain was carved out of jade. Her eyes were closed, and her eyelashes were very long. Her slender and tender limbs were curled up like a baby in her stomach. She looked like an exquisite, beautiful, and extremely cute porcelain doll. This surprised Di Haoyan and Jun Xiaoyao. In the deepest part of the void sky world, a cocoon of light in a spatial crack had given birth to such a fairy-like little girl. Could she be the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route? Di Haoyan could not help but guess. There were indeed some immortal herbs that had spirituality and intelligence and could transform into a human form. This was not considered rare. Just as the two of them were sizing up the little girl seemed to feel something. Her long eyelashes that were like butterfly wings trembled slightly. Then, she opened her big, black, and white eyes that were as flawless as gemstones. The first thing she saw was Jun Xiaoyao. It was rumored that when a chick hatched from its shell, it would treat the first living being it saw as its closest existence. And now, the first person this little girl saw was Jun Xiaoyao. Instinctively, the little girl called out in a childish voice. Daddy. Even Jun Xiaoyao, who had never shown his emotions on his face, was slightly taken aback. He looked to his left and right and was a little startled. Was this little girl calling him? Was he going to be a father? Even Jun Xiaoyao was a little confused and couldn't react for a moment. Was this really a creature created by the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route? However, there was only an extremely faint aura of reincarnation on her body. It was not obvious. If this little girl really was the true body of the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route, then it would be a little difficult for him to refine her. After all, refining copper was not allowed. On the other side, Di Haoyan's eyes flashed with silver light. He activated the silver eyes of Illusion Breaker, and there were fine silver runes flowing in his mercury-like pupils. He wanted to see through this little girl's secret and find out if she was really the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root. However, in the next moment, Di Haoyan only felt that his vision was extremely dazzling. He felt like he was staring at a great emperor. It was even more terrifying. Pucci, in an instant, a terrifying backlash force appeared. Tears of blood flowed from Di Haoyan's eyes, even he couldn't help but cry out, and his body directly exploded. Young Emperor! Bai Luoxue and the red-haired ghost's faces changed when they saw this, and they were extremely pale. What's going on? Di Haoyan's essence spirit directly exploded. Jun Xiaoyao's pupils constricted slightly when he saw the scene. Then, he resisted the urge to check the little girl's background. However, although Di Haoyan's essence spirit exploded, golden soul power was still vibrating. Vaguely, there seemed to be a golden emperor with a terrifying aura that could suppress the universe. The scattered golden soul power actually condensed into Di Haoyan's body again. However, compared to before, Di Haoyan's essence spirit was 70% illusory. The current Di Haoyan was really a little like a ghost, thin and transparent. As expected, it hasn't been destroyed yet? Jun Xiaoyao felt that it was a pity. If Di Haoyan was really eliminated just like that, it would be a little funny. However, Di Haoyan's essence spirit also made Jun Xiaoyao a little vigilant. Di Haoyan's special essence spirit was also one of his 3 great talents. Rumor had it that he inherited it from an ancient supreme emperor of the Xianting. He was unimaginably powerful. However, this also proved it from another perspective. This little girl's background was not ordinary. Di Haoyan used his silver eyes of illusion breaker to investigate, but he suffered a terrifying backlash. Daddy! The little girl seemed to be a little afraid of Di Haoyan's invasive gaze. She directly rushed towards Jun Xiaoyao. Like a swallow returning to its nest, she crashed into his embrace. Jun Xiaoyao was stunned. He was really stunned. The little girl's body was light and soft as cotton. Her silver hair was as smooth as silk, and her skin was as delicate as jade. Her big eyes, which shone like stars and were as clear as gemstones, were blinking and staring at Jun Xiaoyao. Daddy, you're so beautiful. The little girl hugged Jun Xiaoyao's neck. Jun Xiaoyao was speechless. Did this girl choose her father based on his looks, as expected? On the other side, even Di Haoyan's eyes were twitching slightly. Was he not handsome enough? That was not the case. If he stood out, he would definitely charm countless girls. But now, the little girl with a strange identity and a mysterious origin was chosen by Jun Xiaoyao. Even a fool knew that this little girl was definitely not ordinary. She could make his silver eyes of illusion breaker suffer a backlash, so she was definitely not ordinary. If he could gain her trust, he might be able to research some big surprises in the future. You can't do the same thing 3 times. This is already the 3rd time. Di Haoyan began to take it seriously. From the pseudo-root of the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root at the beginning, to the drop of blood in the blood fiend illusion, and now to the little girl. Logically speaking, these opportunities should have belonged to Di Haoyan. Didn't he reincarnate into the early stage of the Golden Era because the will of heaven wanted him to dominate this era, plus, the memory of reincarnation? In his eyes, all the prodigies were leaks that could be harvested. But why was it that Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have replaced him and could always take away his opportunities in advance? Di Haoyan did not like this feeling. It was as if Jun Xiaoyao had taken away everything that originally belonged to him. If Jun Xiaoyao was not here, Di Haoyan was confident that this little girl would definitely recognize him as her master. Daddy, hungry. The little girl blinked her big eyes and was extremely cute. Jun Xiaoyao directly took out the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root. He wanted to test whether this little girl was the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root. From this, one could see how smart Jun Xiaoyao was. As expected, the little girl's eyes lit up. Is this okay? The little girl asked for Jun Xiaoyao's permission. She was very obedient and was not like a naughty child. Of course. On the one hand, Jun Xiaoyao wanted to test the little girl. On the other hand, he also wanted to get along well with the little girl. After all, this little girl's origin was a big secret. However, who would have thought that after Jun Xiaoyao agreed? The little girl opened her small red mouth and ate the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root in big mouthfuls. The basin-sized 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root was swallowed into the little girl's stomach. Seeing this scene, Di Haoyan and Jun Xiaoyao were both stunned. What kind of existence was this little girl? Let's not talk about whether this 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root was real or fake. Even if it was a fake root, the power contained in it was also extremely powerful. Even a supreme martial artist would have to refine it carefully. But this little girl ate it in a few bites as if she was eating a snack. And her body didn't react at all. This was too strange. What kind of existence is she? Jun Xiaoyao was really confused. He didn't deliberately investigate. It would be bad if he suffered a backlash. But all signs showed that this little girl had a big secret behind her. Di Haoyan stepped forward and looked at Jun Xiaoyao. I'm a little interested in this little girl. Brother Jun, can you part with her? The power of his primordial spirit was less than half of what it used to be. After all, the backlash was too severe. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao didn't say anything. But the little girl wrinkled her nose and turned to look at Di Haoyan. Bad guy. She was not an object. How could he exchange her back and forth, and he wanted her father to hand her over? If he wasn't a bad guy, what was he? Di Haoyan didn't care. He finally understood. As long as he didn't court death and attack the little girl, she should be harmless and pose no threat. Di Haoyan looked at Jun Xiaoyao. The little girl, on the other hand, had a pair of big, bright eyes. Her eyes were sparkling. She stared at Jun Xiaoyao pitifully and innocently. When she woke up, the first person she saw was Jun Xiaoyao. She instinctively regarded him as her father. Naturally, she didn't want Jun Xiaoyao to abandon her. Jun Xiaoyao was not stupid. The mysterious origin of this little girl was very likely unimaginable. Not to mention that Jun Xiaoyao also liked obedient and cute daughters. Although he liked being a father, Jun Xiaoyao didn't mind being a stay-at-home dad. He reached out and scratched the little girl's delicate nose. The little girl smacked her lips and kissed Jun Xiaoyao's cheek. She knew that Jun Xiaoyao would not abandon her. Di Haoyan's eyes darkened slightly. He didn't see the little girl as a living being, but as an opportunity. Jun Xiaoyao had taken the opportunity that originally belonged to him. It seems like you don't take me seriously at all. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyelids slightly. It's good that you know. In terms of eloquence, Jun Xiaoyao did not speak much, but he could definitely infuriate people to death. No matter how calm Di Haoyan's personality was, he was still a little unhappy at this moment. After that, there was nothing left to talk about. He directly took action. Golden soul power surged, turning into a dazzling golden palm, as if it was cast from immortal gold. Vast sun divine palm, it could be said that the moment Di Haoyan made his move, everyone knew how terrifying his strength was. In the entire void sky realm, very few people could receive this palm strike. Jun Xiaoyao manifested the Mahabhairana Dharma form. The golden Buddha also stretched out a palm and collided with the vast sun divine palm. Instantly, waves of energy rippled through the area. The originally chaotic space was now riddled with holes. Jun Xiaoyao did not want to delay any longer and directly used the Buddha slash. An ordinary sword light swept out and swept towards Di Haoyan and the other two. Even Di Haoyan sensed the uniqueness of this sword light. Sword law? There was surprise in Di Haoyan's eyes. He opened his mouth and used an ancient primordial spirit method. Golden sound waves vibrated out like the evening drum and morning bell, but also like the roar of an old Buddha. A golden swastika rune appeared. This was an ancient Buddhist essence soul technique called the Great Brahma Heavenly Voice. Once it was used, it seemed to be able to resound through the 3,000 Dharma realms and reverberate in the ears of billions of living beings. This was an extremely terrifying technique. Not only did it have great lethality, but it could also purify all living beings. If it were any other prodigy, they would have a headache facing Di Haoyan's move and would be easily annihilated. However, Jun Xiaoyao's Buddha slash was also very terrifying. It was the essence of the 5 great sword Dao techniques. Boom, under this attack, the essence souls of Bai Luoxue and the red-haired ghost were directly destroyed. Of course, because of the weakening of the great Brahma heavenly voice, their true bodies were only injured and did not die. Di Haoyan was not destroyed. However, he was forced back. His originally illusory body became even fainter and almost transparent. I was actually forced back? Di Haoyan himself could not believe it. I didn't expect you to be able to keep your primordial spirit intact after taking one of my attacks. Di Haoyan's performance also surprised Jun Xiaoyao. Of course, he did not use his full strength. However, Di Haoyan was not in his peak state either. He had just suffered a backlash, and the power of his essence soul was at least weakened by half. From this, it could be seen that Di Haoyan was indeed very different from the leaks he had encountered before. However, leaks were ultimately leaks. Even if they were very strong and special. In the end, they could only wait to be harvested. Jun Xiaoyao activated the power of the three lives essence soul. The reincarnation tribulation of the past essence soul, the Vairocana Dharma idol of the present essence soul, the Prometheus soul bridge of the future essence soul. Jun Xiaoyao used the three essence soul techniques at the same time. That wave of might was enough to throw heaven and earth into chaos. The entire void sky realm was trembling, becoming unstable because of this type of aura. Your essence soul is the three lives essence soul. Di Haoyan was surprised. This was definitely an extremely heaven-defying essence soul. It was definitely stronger than his essence soul. And his essence soul was inherited from a powerful figure in the ancient Xianxia. It could be said to be supreme. If your true body came, it might arouse my interest. But it's only an essence soul body, and it has been weakened. You are not qualified to fight me officially. Jun Xiaoyao's words were indifferent as the three essence soul techniques suppressed him. Even someone as strong as Di Haoyan was now an arrow at the end of its flight. Because of the little girl's backlash, his essence soul had been weakened. He wanted to resist, but his essence soul still collapsed in the end. However, he was different from others like the Son of Truth and Huang Niedao. Di Haoyan was not flustered and exasperated. His mentality was still very calm. There's still a long way to go. Jun Xiaoyao, I'll play this game with you. Di Haoyan put his hands behind his back, and his essence soul dissipated into a golden rain of light. Seeing Di Haoyan disappear, Jun Xiaoyao's face did not show any joy. Di Haoyan gave him a strange feeling. He had the confidence to control everything. Also, he seemed to already know about the opportunities in the void heaven world. If Di Haoyan was a fateless one, he would have thought that Di Haoyan was a fateless one. He really wondered if Di Haoyan and he were from the same hometown, and if they were both from Earth. I'll have to take this seriously. Jun Xiaoyao took this matter to heart. He had always been very casual with other enemies, especially those of the same generation. However, Di Haoyan was worthy of him being a little more serious. Daddy beat the bad guy away. Daddy is awesome. The little girl beamed, and her face was as red and cute as an apple. I'm not your father. Jun Xiaoyao was a little speechless. Was this how it felt to be a father? You are my father. The little girl pouted, as if she was certain that he was Jun Xiaoyao. She was very obedient, but this matter was not negotiable. Do you have a name? Jun Xiaoyao asked. The little girl shook her head. He looked at her silver hair, which was as brilliant as the Milky Way and as translucent as snow. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly said, how about I call you Eversnow? Little Eversnow? Eversnow? The little girl blinked her big eyes, which were as beautiful as the stars. Daddy, you gave me a nice name. From now on, I'll be called Eversnow. Little Eversnow was very happy, and her eyes curved. By the way, Daddy, Eversnow can sense the aura of this thing, little Eversnow suddenly said. What thing? Daddy fed it to little Eversnow said. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. Did little Eversnow sense the true 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root? Ever since little Eversnow ate the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root like a snack. Jun Xiaoyao understood. The immortal root he obtained was indeed not the real 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root. The real 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root was comparable to the world tree. No matter how mysterious little Eversnow's background was, she couldn't have eaten the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root directly. Because that energy was too powerful. Even a true emperor wouldn't be able to refine that energy in an instant. You can sense that energy? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Of course. If Daddy wants it, I'll help you find it. Little Eversnow smiled brightly when she saw that she could help Jun Xiaoyao. Then I'll have to trouble you. Jun Xiaoyao was in a good mood. The real 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root was as rare as the world tree. Even a the arch would be tempted. But, that. Little Eversnow suddenly lowered her little head and twisted her white, tender fingers. What? That, Eversnow, can I ask for a reward? Little Eversnow stole a glance at Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. As expected, she still had the temperament of a child. What reward? Daddy, can you give Eversnow a kiss? Eversnow's little face was a little red. She didn't know how long she had been in a deep sleep. The first person she saw when she opened her eyes was Jun Xiaoyao. Therefore, she felt absolutely close to Jun Xiaoyao and wanted to obtain Jun Xiaoyao's love. Jun Xiaoyao was slightly taken aback, but he didn't mind. He bent down and kissed little Eversnow's white forehead. Little Eversnow was very happy. When she smiled, 2 deep dimples appeared. Jun Xiaoyao sighed inwardly. How long had this little thing been alone? How much did she lack love? But it was good that little Eversnow acknowledged him as her father. If she fell into the hands of Di Haoyin, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not to mention whether she could pose a threat to Jun Xiaoyao. At the very least, he could pose a great threat to the people around him. Under little Eversnow's guidance, Jun Xiaoyao made his way through the chaotic land in the deepest part of the void sky realm. His vigorous primordial spirit swept out and avoided some dangers. At this moment, a huge spatial rift that stretched across the sky suddenly appeared in front of him. It faintly reflected a land of chaos. And at the center of the land of chaos, an immortal root took root in the void. There wasn't any dazzling brilliance, nor were there any shocking phenomena of the great Tao. It was a strange 6-petaled flower, and each petal reflected a world. A world and a flower. The 6 paths of samsara. This is the true 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root. Jun Xiaoyao took a deep breath. Even though they were separated by a crack in the void, he could also feel that incomparably vigorous power. It was indeed incomparable to the false roots from before. Little Eversnow, you're the best. Jun Xiaoyao was also in a good mood. He reached out and gently pinched little Eversnow's chubby and red cheeks. Little Eversnow chuckled as if she was enjoying Jun Xiaoyao's pampering. However, that place, Jun Xiaoyao noticed that the dark land of chaos was like a black desert. He could vaguely hear the sound of waves crashing against the shore. Could that be the dam world blocking the endless sea? On the other side of the spatial rift. It was actually the dam world that they saw when they came to the void sky world. There were even terrifying quasi-emperor level creatures that wanted to swim ashore from the realm sea. In the end, they were swept away by a wave. The 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root actually grew in the dam world. No wonder not many people could find it. Even quasi-emperors would not easily go to that kind of place. Jun Xiaoyao was thinking, but his gaze turned resolute. The 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root was very important to him. He had the world tree and could endlessly expand his inner universe. However, it was very difficult to produce outstanding creatures in the inner universe. This was because it lacked the reincarnation structure of life and death. If Jun Xiaoyao could obtain the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root, then his inner universe would undergo a qualitative change. The creatures born in his inner universe could also enter the reincarnation cycle of birth, old age, sickness, and death. This way, to a certain extent, Jun Xiaoyao would become a true god. A god of the inner universe, this was of great significance to his path of cultivation. Hence, even if it was the dam world, Jun Xiaoyao still had to give it a try. However, he only had one chance. If his origin spirit body was destroyed, it would be difficult for him to enter the void sky world again. Unless he really stepped into the dam world from the outside world. However, that kind of danger was undoubtedly many times more dangerous than now. Little Eversnow, wait here for me to return. Jun Xiaoyao put down little Evers now, not wanting her to be in danger. Even if his origin spirit body was destroyed, his life would not be in danger. However, it was different for little Evers now. No, Evers now wants to follow Daddy, little Evers now said softly. Be good. Wait here. Jun Xiaoyao patted little Eversnow's little head. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's firm tone, little Evers now could only nod weakly. However, she could also sense that the other side of the spatial rift seemed to be a dangerous place. Jun Xiaoyao did not want her to be in danger. This made little Eversnow's trust and intimacy towards Jun Xiaoyao even more firm. Leaving little Evers now behind, Jun Xiaoyao entered the spatial rift alone. Heaven and earth turned upside down. The countless stars in the surroundings seemed to be spinning. In the next instant, Jun Xiaoyao arrived at this chaotic place. This was the dam world. How strange. A single dam is comparable to a vast world. Jun Xiaoyao sized up his surroundings. The ground was littered with the remains of broken stars. All kinds of unknown white bones were buried deep within. It was unknown how many years had passed, but it still emitted a lingering aura of Emperor's might. Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have arrived at the end of the world. It was incomparably dark, and there was a faint mist lingering all year round. The sound of waves crashing against the shore came from afar. That was the realm sea. Of course, it was still very far from here, so there was no fatal threat. Jun Xiaoyao directly took out the ancient Chaos Imperial Talisman. There was no other way. In such a place, even if Jun Xiaoyao came with his true body, he would have to be 120% alert. Not to mention that he was only in his primordial spirit body. Swish, in front of him, an aurora-like light swept past. That was a kind of extremely special light of laws. Dong, the ancient Chaos Imperial Talisman trembled. After being attacked, it automatically emitted Emperor's might. It was just a wisp of light, but it made the ancient Chaos Imperial Talisman tremble. Even a Dao Master would die if he was careless enough to be hit by the light. One could imagine how dangerous the Dam world was. Jun Xiaoyao used his powerful divine soul to sense the surroundings. All kinds of space-time cracks, strange blood mud, unknown the arch bones, and so on were all dodged by Jun Xiaoyao. Even if he could not dodge some, the ancient Chaos Imperial Talisman could resist them. Finally, Jun Xiaoyao came to the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root. He reached out, wanting to pluck it. However, the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root's petals shook, emitting a terrifying power. All things had spirits, let alone such a divine object. It created a pseudo-root, which meant that it did not want other living beings to pluck it. Jun Xiaoyao was not in a hurry. On one hand, he also released his various reincarnation powers and reincarnation laws. On the other hand, he directly released the aura of the world tree in his inner universe. The world tree was the ancestor of all trees. Previously, even the celestial immortal tree was attracted by the world tree and voluntarily threw itself into Jun Xiaoyao's arms. As expected, the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root's resistance weakened. Don't worry, I won't refine you violently. I want you to take root in my inner universe and carry out the cycle of life with the world tree. This is a win-win situation for both of us, Jun Xiaoyao said. The 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root seemed to understand human language. It did not resist anymore. Jun Xiaoyao smiled and reached out to pluck it. Although refining it directly would bring great benefits to him, he was still unable to do so. However, it would be a waste. Putting it in the inner universe would be more beneficial to Jun Xiaoyao. Okay, everything is over. This trip was perfect. After obtaining the real 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root, Jun Xiaoyao finally let out a long sigh of relief. The trip to the void sky world should be over. Just as Jun Xiaoyao turned around and was about to leave this place. Suddenly, he saw a boundary in front of him from the corner of his eye. There was a faint line of footprints that extended into the distance. That is. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed. In this damn world, there was a line of footprints that was extremely lonely and extended into the distance. Clearly, it was a humanoid living being. Who left the footprints? The damn world had been incomparably mysterious since ancient times. Same as the endless sea, it became a legendary existence. That was also a region that only the strongest could set foot in. And now, in the damn world, Jun Xiaoyao actually saw a line of faint footprints. Very clearly, that belonged to a human race life form. Furthermore, the damn world's laws were also different from the immortal domain. To be able to leave behind footprints here, furthermore, even after tens of thousands of years, it had not been erased. It was enough to see that the life form that left behind the footprints was unimaginably powerful. Could it be that the life form that left behind the footprints is the owner of that drop of perfect sacred blood? Jun Xiaoyao could not help guessing. Of course, this was also just a guess. These great secrets of eternity were still hidden too deeply for Jun Xiaoyao. The clues that Jun Xiaoyao grasped were insufficient. Now, Jun Xiaoyao had to face a choice. Leave directly. Or follow this line of footprints to find some clues. This line of footprints extended all the way into the depths of the damn world. To say that there was no danger, that was impossible. And Jun Xiaoyao practically did not hesitate, directly following this faint line of footprints and advancing forward. In his dictionary, there was no fear, this word. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao was also not that kind of brash person who only had courage. He only did this because he felt that he had confidence. Jun Xiaoyao used the chaotic ancient emperor talisman to protect himself, following the footprints and advancing. The deeper he went, the more he could feel the desolation and danger of the damn world. It was hard to imagine who exactly created this dam. Also, what kind of existence was the Realm Sea? Jun Xiaoyao even had a hole in his brain. Could the Realm Sea be the inner universe of some unimaginable supreme powerhouse? This world had too many great secrets. Even someone as smart as Jun Xiaoyao sometimes felt that he was very slow-witted, like he was bound by an invisible frame. This was also why Jun Xiaoyao wanted to ascend to the supreme peak. He wanted to overlook the eternity of time and space, unravel all the secrets. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was pondering in his heart, suddenly, he actually heard a trace of faint crying sound. At first, Jun Xiaoyao thought it was an illusion. After all, this was the damn world. How could there be cries? It was too sudden. However, in the next moment, Jun Xiaoyao's expression froze. This was not an illusion. He really did hear the sound of crying. That cry was low, hoarse, and dull. It was so much so that one could feel the indescribable pain and despair. What's going on? Is this some kind of soul interference? Jun Xiaoyao immediately became alert. After all, this was the mysterious and dangerous damn world. The sudden sound of crying, if it was anyone else, would feel their hair stand on end. Something was very wrong. Jun Xiaoyao was on high alert, ready to activate the ancient Chaos Imperial Talisman at any moment. Finally, Jun Xiaoyao followed the footprints and saw the scene in the distance. That was the source of the cries. Due to the distance between them, Jun Xiaoyao was only able to see a hazy silhouette. From the back, he looked like an incomparably tall man. His long, grayish-white hair was messily draped over his shoulders. Just from the back, one could tell that this was a very valiant man. But now, in front of him, there was an ice coffin. This man was lying on top of the ice coffin, crying hoarsely. He was like a middle-aged widower who had lost his wife in the mortal world. He was alone and desolate. Jun Xiaoyao was extremely surprised. In this strange damn world, there was no one else. At the end of the faint footprints, there was actually such a scene. An incomparably desolate man was lying on top of a coffin, crying. If this was not the damn world, Jun Xiaoyao would really think that he had come to the mortal world. This was too inconceivable. Could that be? Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have thought of something. In a flash, a shocking thought flashed across his mind. Even Jun Xiaoyao's breathing became slightly hurried. He endured the pressure and got closer. And when he got a little closer, only then did he realize. The scene in front of him was not real. There were remnants of the aura of the Tao laws. This is a scene from ancient times that has been left until now. Jun Xiaoyao took a deep breath. Because the laws of heaven and earth in the damn world were different from the immortal realm. As long as a mark could be left, it would be very difficult to disappear. This was a scene that had been imprinted, forming an indelible mark. Until today, the scene still remained and had not disappeared. In other words, the scene in front of Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. It was something that had happened here a long time ago. The reason why Jun Xiaoyao was surprised was that he thought of someone. He thought of a great hero whose name had been left in the history of the immortal realm. Emperor Wu Zhong. Emperor Wu Zhong was once the sacred body of the ancients, and he had cultivated it to the level of greater success. He and the Jade Lake Queen Mother of the West were the Tao couple that everyone in the Nine Heavens immortal realm envied. Then, a terrifying turmoil broke out in the immortal realm. Emperor Wu Zhong wanted to go to the Nine Heavens to quell the chaos. The Queen Mother of the West refused. She wanted to go with him and die together. After that, Emperor Wu Zhong compromised and said that he would go into seclusion with the Queen Mother of the West. After breaking through, he would go up to the Nine Heavens. In the end, Emperor Wu Zhong lied to the Queen Mother of the West. After leaving behind the words of not letting down the people and not letting down her, he went up to the Nine Heavens alone. But then, a broken body fell from the Nine Heavens. The Queen Mother of the West's hair turned white. For love, she defied the heavens and sacrificed herself. With the 12 apertures of the immortal heart, she seized life from the heavens. She forcefully saved Emperor Wu Zhong. From then on, there was one less pair of lovers in the world. But there was an additional Tao embryo of the innate sacred body. Emperor Wu Zhong sealed the Queen Mother of the West in a 10,000-year-old ice coffin. He carried the coffin up to the Nine Heavens and quelled the turmoil of a generation. It was said that after that, the Nine Heavens Forbidden Zone suffered heavy losses. For several eras, they did not make any moves. This was something that all living beings in the immortal realm knew. They also regarded Emperor Wu Zhong as the hero who saved the immortal realm. As for Emperor Wu Zhong, he carried the coffin and left in the end. No one knew where he went. A hero of a generation saved all living beings in the immortal realm. In the end, he was alone and had no place to speak. Now, if there were no accidents. The image that Jun Xiaoyao saw in front of him. It was the former Emperor Wu Zhong. This was a little out of Jun Xiaoyao's expectations. In the eyes of the world, Emperor Wu Zhong was a hero, a godlike existence. He had great love and universal love. He saved billions of living beings and completed the mission of the sacred body lineage. But now, what appeared in front of Jun Xiaoyao's eyes? It wasn't that tall and mighty, godlike hero. It was a down-and-out man lying on an ice coffin, crying hoarsely. Could emperors cry too? Jun Xiaoyao was dazed for a moment. It could be said that those who could cultivate to the level of emperors were at least complete Tao hearts, even if they were not emotionless. Any emotion could be easily controlled. This was because they had seen through many illusions in the world and pointed directly at the truth. All the 7 emotions and 6 desires could be sensed by emperor-level figures, but they could also be easily isolated or even abandoned. This was also why some supreme existences sleeping in the Nine Heavens Forbidden Zone would cause endless disasters and turmoil. Because to them, they had long abandoned all kinds of feelings as living beings. All that was left was the coldness of pursuing longevity and becoming an immortal. Jun Xiaoyao was looking at an emperor who was weeping in grief at the moment. This was a great emperor. Not to mention that Emperor Wu Zhong had the connate sacred body Tao embryo. His true strength was definitely not as simple as that of a great emperor. The so-called endless great emperor was just a title. It didn't mean that his cultivation was limited to the great emperor level. But now, this was a supreme expert who was ranked in the ancient history of the immortal realm. But he was crying like a child. This contrast made people speechless. Jun Xiaoyao saw again. On the side, there was a stone-shaped stone. There were 2 lines of words written with blood on it. There is no return. Life and death are boundless. Jun Xiaoyao finally understood where the great Emperor Wuji had gone after the chaos ended. He carried the ice coffin with the Queen Mother of the West on his back, came to the dam, and walked towards the realm sea. But why? Jun Xiaoyao was puzzled. Emperor No En took the body of the Queen Mother of the West to the realm sea. Could it be that there was a way to resurrect people in the realm sea? Jun Xiaoyao thought that it should not exist. If martial monarch Wuji had really found it, there was no way he would not have shown himself until now. Especially if the Queen Mother of the West was really resurrected by Emperor No En. Then she would definitely return to the Jade Lake sacred ground to take a look. Instead of letting the Jade Lake sacred ground decline. Therefore, Emperor No-End had most likely failed. Looking at the two lines of poetry on the stone tablet, Jun Xiaoyao could not help but sigh slightly. Emperor No-End was definitely the most special one among all the emperors. When one cultivated to the emperor level, one's Tao heart was harmonious. Even if one's loved ones died in front of them, it would not cause too much emotional fluctuation. And Emperor No-End, even if he cultivated to the highest level, still maintained his true nature and had a sincere heart. She was crying for her lover. There is no return date, life and death are boundless. Jun Xiaoyao read the handwriting on the stone. At this moment, he was suddenly touched. A hint of pondering flashed in his eyes. Then, he cupped his hand slightly to Emperor No-End. He reached his hand under the stone. The soil under the stone-shaped stone was also extremely solid. After all, the rules of the damn world were different from those of the immortal realm. It was very difficult to cause great damage here without the strength of a Tao master or above. Jun Xiaoyao also released the aura of his quasi-connate sacred body Tao embryo. The soil finally broke open. A corner of scripture appeared. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up and he picked it up. It was a dazzling golden scroll. It looked like it was made of gold but not gold, wood but not wood. Jun Xiaoyao opened it to take a look. The densely packed ancient characters carried an unprecedented sense of profoundness. Runes of the great Tao flowed, emitting a supreme Tao. Every word seemed to be made of metal, and they were as dazzling as the stars in the sky. Most people would go blind if they saw it. This was not a scripture that ordinary people could read. However, Jun Xiaoyao was different. He activated the aura of the Tao embryo of the quasi-connate sacred being and covered his eyes with the qi and blood of the sacred being. He finally saw the words clearly. Endless Imperial Sutra. Jun Xiaoyao recognized the scripture. This was the true scripture of a great emperor. It was the Void End Emperor's technique. There were also many divine abilities, cultivation techniques, array formations, Tao patterns, and Tao insights left behind by the endless heavenly monarch. More importantly, there was a cultivation method for the innate saint being's Taoist embryo. This was the most precious thing to Jun Xiaoyao. It was a priceless treasure. This was because Jun Xiaoyao had only fused with the quasi-innate sacred being Tao embryo when he had accidentally obtained the origin source of the Tao. As for how to become a true innate sacred being, Jun Xiaoyao really had no clue. At this time, the Endless Imperial Sutra of the Endless Imperial Emperor appeared extremely precious. This is too precious. The value of the Endless Imperial Sutra is not inferior to the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route. To ordinary people, the Endless Imperial Sutra is an absolute treasure. But to me, it's a priceless treasure. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes shone brightly. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. Perhaps even the Grand Elder who invited him to the Void Sky World would not have thought that Jun Xiaoyao could actually obtain such a thing. And why would the Endless Imperial Sutra be here? The reason was obvious. Before going to the Realm Sea, the Endless Imperial Emperor was afraid that he would not be able to return. Although he had the famous innate sacred being's Taoist embryo, the Endless Sea was also an absolute forbidden area since ancient times. Even the Endless Imperial Emperor was not confident that he could return safely from the Realm Sea. Therefore, before he left behind the essence of his life's comprehension, which was the Endless Imperial Sutra, waiting for the fated person. And in this world, who was more qualified than Jun Xiaoyao to obtain the Endless Imperial Sutra? Jun Xiaoyao put it away as if he had obtained a treasure. The complexity of the Endless Imperial Sutra was definitely not inferior to the Immortal Sutra. It required a long time to comprehend and was not something that could be comprehended overnight. At this time, Jun Xiaoyao discovered that there was actually a page of paper in the pit where the Endless Imperial Sutra was buried. Jun Xiaoyao picked it up and took a look. There was only one line of words on it. Mars appears, the forgotten land, desolation. Jun Xiaoyao read the line of words on it and felt very confused. Mars was the name of the star. The forgotten land should be a place. And what was desolation? The Endless Imperial Emperor's cultivation is very profound. It's impossible for him to leave these words for no reason. This should be a clue, Jun Xiaoyao thought. Even though the Endless Imperial Emperor's life was bleak, he truly cared about the world. Otherwise, there was no way he would have slaughtered his way into the 9 heavens before reaching the great success sacred body. After quelling the chaos, even though the endless imperial emperor was disheartened, he carried the coffin into the distance. However, he should still be worried about the chaos that followed. Meanwhile, the one who could obtain the endless imperial sutra was definitely a fated person. It might very well be a sacred body or an innate sacred body Dao core. The reason the endless imperial emperor left behind these words was to remind his successor. Jun Xiaoyao didn't have any clues for now, but he still remembered this clue in his heart. This time, Jun Xiaoyao's harvest could be considered to be great. Flawless sacred body blood, 6 Dao reincarnations immortal root, endless imperial sutra. There was also the cheap little lowly Evers now of unknown origins. It could be said that Immortal Academy's great elder really didn't lie to him. These things, not even the Jun family could bring out. They were too precious, something that could only be obtained through luck and opportunity. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao gave the man who was lying on the ice coffin a crying look. His gray hair was messy and bleak, his beard unkempt. If one didn't know better, no one would think that this was the endless imperial emperor whose name shook the endless ages. Jun Xiaoyao released a sigh. Even though immortal domain didn't lack despicable people, for example, some Archean royalty. However, there was no lack of true heroes. For example, Endless Imperial Emperor, Ancient Chaos Imperial Emperor, and his father, White-Clothed Divine King Jun Wuhui and others. These people were truly worthy of respect, worthy of remembering. Jun Xiaoyao solemnly clasped his hands at Wuji Emperor as a sign of respect. He obtained Endless Imperial Emperor's Endless Imperial Sutra, so he could be considered his successor. Endless Imperial Emperor's scene still didn't change. This was just an imprint left behind from the ancient times, something that continued until now. Jun Xiaoyao gave it one last look, and then turned around to leave. However, what not even Jun Xiaoyao knew was, right after he left this place, Endless Imperial Emperor who was lying on the ice coffin and crying seemed to have sensed something, slightly turning his head. There is reincarnation in this world, no beginning and no end. Everything is predestined, a hoarse and low voice sounded from Endless Imperial Emperor's mouth. If Jun Xiaoyao could sense it, he would definitely be incomparably shocked. The Endless Imperial Emperor in front of him was nothing more than a Dao law and imprint left behind from the ancient times. It was impossible for him to have consciousness, let alone sense his existence, open his mouth to speak. However, everything was just this miraculous. After so many days, the trial in the Void Sky World finally came to an end. Many geniuses came out of the Void Sky World one after another. Because they couldn't go any deeper. Not everyone could reach the deepest part of the Void Sky World like Di Haoyan and Jun Xiaoyao. Of course, there were also some geniuses who obtained enough opportunities to satisfy themselves. They didn't want any more accidents, so they took the initiative to come out. Huang Yedao, Gu Tizi, Ling Yan. There were also people on Jun Xiaoyao's side, his followers, the experts of the Jun family, and Jiang Luoli. They all woke up. And as soon as they woke up, they talked about some things. I didn't expect the mysterious Grey Clan to show up. And the geniuses of the forbidden families in the 9 heavens. Is the storm in this world going to happen again? Why do I have a bad feeling? The storm in the outer realm has just calmed down. Is the immortal realm going to welcome a new storm? After waking up, many geniuses of the Immortal Academy were talking. After all, no one expected the Grey Clan and the forbidden families to appear in the Void Sky World. Third Elder Sumo's expression turned grave when he heard the news. The Grey Clan and the forbidden families of the 9 heavens appeared at this critical moment. Actually, it wasn't a good thing. Hey, that person, could it be? Some geniuses who didn't meet Di Haoyan in the Void Sky World were shocked when they saw the peerless man who was sitting cross-legged and surrounded by brilliant light. This is the ancient young emperor of the Xian Ting, Di Haoyan. He came here alone later. He's Di Haoyan? Many geniuses were surprised. Huang Yedao's face was cold. His primordial spirit was destroyed by Jun Xiaoyao and he came out of the Void Sky World. He looked at Di Haoyan and hoped that Di Haoyan could expel Jun Xiaoyao. He's Di Haoyan, Jiang Luoli's little face was very serious. Jun Xiaoyao's enemy was her enemy. His aura is indeed not weak. Jun Bieli and the other geniuses of the Jun family also had serious looks in their eyes. Di Haoyan was undoubtedly a terrifying monster. Otherwise, Xianting wouldn't think so highly of him. In fact, in his previous life, he was absolutely qualified to attain Dao and become the true leader of Xianting. However, Di Haoyan refused. This was because he wanted to shine with his own brilliance in this most glorious era since ancient times. Just as everyone was paying attention to Di Haoyan, a voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, Bai Luoxue, crimson-haired ghost, and the others woke up, and they spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Their eyes were filled with panic and fear. That sword is too terrifying. Bai Luoxue's beautiful face was extremely pale, and she still had lingering fears. Even the arrogant crimson-haired ghost was trembling at this moment, and his chin was dripping with blood. He thought that Di Haoyan was strong enough to subdue him with one palm. Who would have thought that in this era, there would be such a terrifying genius who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Di Haoyan? Hey, they've also woken up. Could it be that they were beaten out by the son of God of the Jun family? Everyone knew about the friction between the 18 steeds of Yan Yun and Jun Xiaoyao. Doesn't this mean that Di Haoyan has already met Jun Xiaoyao? Many people had strange looks in their eyes. If the two of them really clashed, it would make everyone curious. However, not long after, Di Haoyan's body shook, and he slowly woke up. Everyone was shocked to see this scene. Di Haoyan had woken up so quickly. Most importantly, Jun Xiaoyao hadn't woken up yet. Could it be? Everyone had an idea in their minds. Di Haoyan had lost, he was at a disadvantage in the fight with Jun Xiaoyao and his primordial spirit was destroyed. Of course, although the geniuses thought so, they didn't dare to say it out loud. If they said it out loud, it would be a provocation to Di Haoyan. Young King, Bai Luoxue, crimson-haired ghost, and the others were also stunned. Could it be that their lord had really lost? Di Haoyan didn't say anything. He just looked at Jun Xiaoyao with a dim light in his eyes. I've indeed underestimated him. Di Haoyan's words made everyone present fall into silent shock. Other things aside, at the very least, Jun Xiaoyao had the upper hand in their first clash. My brother Xiaoyao is indeed a god. Jiang Luoli smiled brightly, revealing 2 dimples. So what if the Xianting young king was the ancient Xianting? Didn't he lose to Jun Xiaoyao? How is this possible? Huang Yedao, the son of truth, and the others couldn't believe it. Even Di Haoyan couldn't deal with Jun Xiaoyao. Another period of time passed. Almost all the geniuses of the Void Sky world came out. In the end, only Jun Xiaoyao was left. At a certain moment, Jun Xiaoyao's entire body was enveloped in brilliant divine light. He began to return and awaken. The Son of God has come out. Everyone's gazes converged on him. Jun Xiaoyao stayed in the Void Sky world the longest. Many people guessed that Jun Xiaoyao should have reached the deepest part of the Void Sky world and obtained a great opportunity. The light dissipated, and Jun Xiaoyao's figure appeared. What was different from before was that there was now a little girl with silver hair beside him. She was delicate and cute like a doll. The disciples of the Immortal Academy were speechless. Third Elder Sumo was also surprised. He looked at the little girl, and suddenly, he felt an inexplicable palpitation. He hurriedly withdrew his gaze and stopped looking. What exactly did Jun Xiaoyao bring out from the Void Sky world? Elder Sumo was also extremely surprised. Big brother Xiaoyao, Jiang Luoli looked at little Evers now and was also surprised. Daddy, there are so many people here. Little Evers now was a little shy and shrank beside Jun Xiaoyao's leg. Everyone was stunned. All the disciples of the Immortal Academy looked as if they had seen a ghost. Jun Xiaoyao went into the Void Sky world and became a father. Jiang Luoli's delicate body trembled as if she had been struck by lightning. When did Jun Xiaoyao become a father? She still wanted to give birth to Jun Xiaoyao's precious daughter. It's a long story. Jun Xiaoyao didn't plan to explain. Because even he didn't know little Eversnow's origin for the time being. The prodigies present also came back to their senses. They knew that this little girl's origin was not simple. She might be one of the fortuitous opportunities in the Void Sky world. Since Jun Xiaoyao didn't explain, they naturally didn't ask too much. Some of the female disciples also breathed a sigh of relief. Jun Xiaoyao was the white moonlight in many women's hearts. If he really became a father, who knew how many women would be heartbroken? Jiang Luoli also understood. Her eyes curved as she looked at little Evers now. She had to admit that this snow-white little girl was too cute and very likable. Even Jiang Luoli's maternal instincts overflowed. She really wanted to go up and pinch her little cheeks. However, little Evers now was a little shy. She hugged Jun Xiaoyao's leg tightly. Looks like the Son of God has gained a lot this time. Elder Su Mo smiled slightly, and his heart also calmed down. After all, this trip to the Void Sky World was to curry favor with Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, should have gained quite a lot. At this moment, on the other side, Di Haoyan stepped forward. For a moment, the atmosphere froze. Everyone on the scene immediately understood the situation. In the process of fighting for the fortuitous opportunity, Di Haoyan should have lost to Jun Xiaoyao. Although they didn't know the specific situation. Now, they had all come out of the Void Sky World. Would Di Haoyan be willing to let Jun Xiaoyao get the fortuitous opportunity? Are we going to witness the battle between Di Haoyan and Jun Xiaoyao today? Everyone was on high alert. This was not just a battle between two supreme prodigies. It was also a battle between two colossal forces behind them, the Xianting and the Jun family. On the Xianting side, Gu Tizi looked like he was watching a show. Previously, he had thought of all kinds of ways to deal with Jun Xiaoyao on the ancient final road and the divine ruins. In the end, he failed one by one. Instead, he was screwed over by Jun Xiaoyao. Now, with Di Haoyan taking action, Gu Tizi didn't believe that Jun Xiaoyao could still be so calm. As for Ling Yan, her expression was very complicated. When Di Haoyan was born, he was called the Young Emperor. Then what was she, the current generation's young emperor, considered? Ling Yan was very strong, and she was also a genius nurtured by Empress Wa's core. However, her appeal in the Xianting was inferior to Di Haoyan's. What's more, she was a woman. She lacked some of Di Haoyan's domineering authority. At this moment, Di Haoyan and Jun Xiaoyao were confronting each other. Her identity was awkward, and she was sandwiched in the middle. It was indeed very uncomfortable. Jun Xiaoyao, I have to say that you have exceeded my expectations. Even though Jun Xiaoyao had seized the opportunity, Di Haoyan's expression was still indifferent. He knew too many opportunities, and the Void Sky Realm was only a small part of them. Di Haoyan, you don't have the right to put on airs in front of me. Jun Xiaoyao was also indifferent. Although this Di Haoyan was slightly different from some of his previous opponents. He was a bit stronger and a bit more special. However, Jun Xiaoyao had the belief of being invincible and didn't fear Di Haoyan. Moreover, he had gained a lot this time. When he returned to the Immortal Academy to cultivate in seclusion, his strength would definitely soar again. At that time, he wanted to see if Di Haoyan had the ability to catch up to him. Am I not qualified? Di Haoyan didn't think much of it. Then, he suddenly attacked and slapped out a palm. In an instant, a dragon's roar shook the sky. 81 heavenly dragons roared and rushed out. Each of the heavenly dragons looked as if they were made of metal and were tens of thousands of feet long. With a casual flick of its tail, it could shatter a star. That's the dragon race's supreme technique. A few Immortal Academy disciples cried out in alarm, recognizing him. That was a supreme technique of the Dragon Clan long ago, but it was lost later on. Who would have thought that it would reappear in Di Haoyan's hands? However, when he thought about how Di Haoyan was not from this era, it was understandable that he could use such a technique. Jun Xiaoyao also casually shook his hand, and primal chaos energy filled the air. The great primal chaos handprint pressed down and collided with the 81 heavenly dragons. Chaotic chi and dragon chi erupted, shocking the world. Jun Xiaoyao was also slightly surprised. This Di Haoyan was indeed something. Previously, in the Void Heaven world, Shaochen executed the Buddhist sect's Brahma heavenly voice. Now, he also displayed the dragon race's technique. He felt like this Di Haoyan seemed to have learned all of the myriad Dao's techniques. The primal chaos handprint was like the hand of a deity, capturing the heavenly dragons. Just the power of the collision alone made many Immortal Academy disciples here feel apprehensive. Was this really someone in the same age group as them? Alright, both of you should stop. Suemo couldn't watch any longer and came out to stop them. In reality, he also felt terrible. It was because he couldn't afford to offend either of these two, so he felt terrible no matter which side he sided with. Jun Xiaoyao stopped, and Di Haoyan also did the same. Elder Suemo said sincerely, "Now, you all have also seen it. In the Void Heaven world, Heaven Clan and the 9 Heavens taboo families have appeared one after another. In the future, Immortal Domain will not be peaceful either. You all are the pillars of Immortal Domain, so you shouldn't have internal strife." "I don't mind," Jun Xiaoyao said casually. Di Haoyan gave Jun Xiaoyao a deep look. He felt that the real 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route should have fallen into Jun Xiaoyao's hands. Di Haoyan was also very curious about Evers now. Fine, what's mine will be mine in the end. Di Haoyan also felt relieved. He had the confidence that what he lost in the future would eventually return to him. Then, Di Haoyan turned to look at Ling Yan. Of these two, one was the current young emperor, and the other was the ancient young emperor. The atmosphere immediately became subtle. Di Haoyan said indifferently, "Ling Yan, as the current young emperor of Xianting, what you should know the most is propriety. My follower may have acted improperly, but flies don't bite seamless eggs. I hope that in the future, you will know what boundaries and propriety are." These words were full of lecturing. In other words, the relationship between Ling Yan and Jun Xiaoyao was a little vague, which was inconsistent with her background. Even Ling Yan's cold and beautiful face changed slightly. Di Haoyan was indeed the ancient young emperor. But he didn't seem to have the right to criticize her in such a high and mighty tone. After all, she was the current young emperor. But now, she was like a child being lectured by an adult. Di Haoyan didn't pay attention to Ling Yan's somewhat ugly expression. Because he knew that Ling Yan would play an extremely important role in the future. It was related to an important person in the ancient Xianting. Therefore, Ling Yan absolutely couldn't have anything to do with Jun Xiaoyao. Otherwise, it would also affect his plan. At this time, Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward. "I killed your people. If you want to target someone, you should target me. Is internal strife a tradition of the Xianting?" Jun Xiaoyao's words surprised many people present. They looked at Jun Xiaoyao and then looked at Ling Yan. Was he protecting his wife? Previously, their relationship was only vague. But at this moment, Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward to speak, which was full of protectiveness. The son of God of the Jun family was protecting the Xianting young emperor. It was hard not to let people's imagination run wild. Even Ling Yan didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao to be so straightforward and speak up for her. This made Ling Yan's heart surge with indescribable complexity and joy. She was happy that Jun Xiaoyao was protecting her. What was complicated was that Jun Xiaoyao's actions undoubtedly deepened the conflict between her and Di Haoyan. She didn't know that this was Jun Xiaoyao's real purpose. However, he didn't want to stir up conflict between Ling Yan and Di Haoyan. Instead, he wanted to stir up conflict between the immortal lineage of Empress Hua and the immortal lineage of Fuxi. These two immortal lineages were now the most prestigious in the Xianting. If these two immortal lineages were to split, it would undoubtedly be a fatal blow to the Xianting. This Jun Xiaoyao, as expected, Di Haoyan also had a strange look in his eyes. He noticed that Jun Xiaoyao wasn't just a genius with monstrous talent. Even his shrewdness and scheming were so deep. It was obvious that he wanted to sow discord between him and Ling Yan. Although they didn't have much to do with each other. This is our Xianting's business. Outsiders shouldn't interfere. Jun Xiaoyao, I'll remember you. I look forward to meeting you officially. As soon as Di Haoyan's voice fell, his body turned into a golden rain of light. This is a Dharma body? When they saw this scene, all the disciples of the Immortal Academy were stunned and exclaimed. Just now, when Di Haoyan and Jun Xiaoyao exchanged blows, 80% of the heavenly talents present couldn't withstand the power. In the end, it was just a Dharma body. Di Haoyan's true body hadn't come out of seclusion yet. Many disciples of the Immortal Academy fell silent. Their Tao hearts were shocked. Just now, not many people present could block Di Haoyan's Dragon Clan technique. They couldn't even beat Di Haoyan's Dharma body. Of course, there were also some people who were disdainful. They were all on Jun Xiaoyao's side. Showing off with a Dharma body. Do you really think everyone is Lord Son of God? Back then, Lord Son of God's Dharma body was enough to compete with the tyrant body. A heavenly talent mentioned such an old incident. In the crowd, Long Yao's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Was this a pot that didn't boil? He was exposing her shortcomings. This was her dark history, a past that she couldn't bear to look back on, a nightmarish existence. As for Jun Xiaoyao, his expression was calm from the beginning to the end. He knew long ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that Di Haoyan wasn't qualified to fight with him in the Void Sky world. Di Haoyan, I'm also looking forward to meeting you officially. Jun Xiaoyao smiled slightly. It was rare to meet someone who could arouse his interest. The trip to the Void Sky realm came to an end. All the disciples of the Immortal Academy didn't expect that so many things would happen in just a place of good fortune. The mysterious ancient young emperor of Xianting appeared. Under the water surface, the ancient Grey clan appeared. There were also the forbidden families above the 9 heavens. After this trip, many geniuses were reporting to the forces and families behind them. They could foresee that a great storm no less than the invasion of the foreign realm was about to sweep over. Of course, many geniuses also gained something from this trip. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, had gained so much that he even became a father. Everyone, including Third Elder Su Mo, was very curious about little Evers now. However, this girl had always stuck to Jun Xiaoyao and didn't come into contact with anyone else at all. Even Jiang Luoli felt a little jealous. She and Jun Xiaoyao weren't that close yet. Of course, she also liked little Evers now very much. Next, everyone began to return to the 9 Heavens Immortal Academy. Jun Xiaoyao's gains from this trip weren't just some opportunities. He also obtained some clues. However, there were still some things that needed to be investigated. For example, which sacred body did that drop of flawless sacred blood come from? Jun Xiaoyao believed that drop of blood shouldn't be the blood of No-End Heavenly Emperor. No-End Heavenly Emperor later transformed into an innate sacred body of Tao, which was no longer a pure sacred body of the ancients. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao had to return to the Huangtian immortal realm later to ask Guardian Wu. As the last sacred body of the sacred palace of the ancients, Guardian Wu should know some clues. In addition, Jun Xiaoyao was also very curious about the whereabouts of No-End Heavenly Emperor. After he went to the Realm Sea, what was the result? Was he still alive? Why was there no news of him until now? The mysteries in Jun Xiaoyao's heart increased again. Just as Jun Xiaoyao and the others returned to the Immortal Academy. In a mysterious place shrouded in mist. This place was not the laws of heaven and earth of the immortal realm, but another space. Like the foreign realm, the desolate border, the Realm Sea, and other places, it was not bound by the laws of the immortal realm. In another area, a group of people stood up. Yukuan and the others are all dead. I didn't expect the son of God of the Jun family from the immortal realm to be so ruthless and decisive. The people of the Yu clan cannot die in vain. So what if he is the son of God of the Jun family? We are backed by the immortal mausoleum, one of the 10 great forbidden areas. We stand above the 9 heavens. Even the clan of the ancients of the mystic region has no right to touch our people. There's also that young girl from the Jiang clan. She has obtained the inheritance of the immortal mausoleum. We've already sent a message to young Master Yugan. He should be going. After all, Yukuan is his younger brother. If it wasn't for the endless killing formation left behind by the endless heavenly emperor, the Forbidden Land would have been able to descend long ago. However, the time is fast approaching. Before that, let us, the clans, attack first. Meanwhile, in another region, there was also a group of people conversing. They were from the Forbidden Clan above the 9 heavens, the Jin clan. They were backed by the Sacred Spirit Ruins, one of the 10 great forbidden areas. They once had a grudge with the ancient Chaos Great Emperor. I didn't expect the successor of the ancient Chaos Great Emperor to be the son of God of the Jun family. This is going to be a bit troublesome. The ancient Chaos Great Emperor and the Forbidden Clan behind our clan, the Sacred Spirit Ruins. The grudge between them is too great. It's completely impossible to resolve. However, a great figure in the Sacred Spirit Ruins has spoken. Everything related to the ancient Chaos Great Emperor must be eliminated. It seems like it's time to make a trip to the Mystic region. In another region, there was another group of people. Among them was a young woman in her late 20s. Her face was beautiful and delicate. She was the woman from the Ji clan who had questioned Ji Qingyi in the Void Sky realm, Ji Yingying. The Ji clan was also a forbidden clan above the 9 heavens. Their eldest son, Ji Daoi, was once the successor of the human immortal sect. Later on, he died in the world of the divine ruins. Ji Yingying wanted to investigate the true cause of Ji Daoi's death. However, Ji Qingyi insisted that Ji Daoi was killed by a sneak attack from a foreign creature. However, Ji Yingying believed that, if Ji Daoi hadn't been injured, the foreign creature definitely wouldn't have been able to kill him. As such, Jun Xiaoyao was naturally the source of the conflict. If he hadn't seriously injured Ji Daoi wouldn't have been attacked by the foreign creature and died. "Are we really going to go against Jun Xiaoyao?" a member of the Ji clan asked hesitantly. "Brother Daoi can't die in vain," Ji Yingying said through gritted teeth. Indeed, those cowards from the human immortal sect don't dare to go against Jun Xiaoyao. However, we, the Ji clan, must seek justice. There were also members of the Ji clan who supported Ji Yingying's decision. The Forbidden Clan was located above the 9 heavens and had the Forbidden Clan behind them. In fact, they didn't need to be too afraid of the Jun clan. Also, don't forget that the Jun clan has been cursed by the curse of misfortune. They might not even be able to take care of themselves. That's right. If it weren't for the endless killing array, the supreme existence in the Forbidden Clan would have already appeared. By then, the Jun clan would be just like that. However, I heard that some of the young primes in the Forbidden Clan, the Immortal Emperor's son, seemed to be about to appear. What the creatures of the Immortal Domain didn't know was, back then, the endless Heavenly Emperor slaughtered his way into the 9 heavens. After quelling the chaos, he left behind the endless killing array. This was a true Supreme Emperor's formation. It was used to restrict the 9 heavens Forbidden Clan, forming a barrier with the Immortal Domain. It was also precisely because of this that there was a period of peace later on. However, as time passed, the endless killing array's effects were also weakening. In addition, some great figures in the Forbidden Clan took action, so the effects of this formation diagram were gradually diminishing. Therefore, when the endless killing array was completely destroyed, that was when the chaos would completely erupt. And now, the endless killing array's effects were actually much worse than before. That was why those forbidden clans above the 9 heavens had the ability to go to the Immortal Domain. Yu clan, Ji clan, Jin clan. The 3 great forbidden clans above the 9 heavens were going to head to the Immortal Domain together to deal with Jun Xiaoyao. If this matter were to erupt, it would attract the attention of the entire Immortal Domain. However, right now, Jun Xiaoyao didn't know that these forbidden clans wanted to stir up trouble. Even if he knew, he wouldn't feel anything. After more than 10 days, they also returned to Immortal Academy. The 18 steeds of Yan Yun were much more well-behaved and didn't appear in front of Jun Xiaoyao again. Bai Luoxue and the red-haired ghost even left Immortal Academy. When they thought of Jun Xiaoyao's sword, they felt lingering fear. If it wasn't for Di Haoyan helping to block it, they might really have died. The Son of Truth and Huang Yadao also didn't find trouble with Jun Xiaoyao anymore. Didn't they see that even Di Haoyan couldn't take advantage of Jun Xiaoyao? Next, Jun Xiaoyao prepared to go into seclusion for a while. He wanted to digest the opportunities he obtained in the Void Sky world. As for Little Evers now, although she was very clingy to Jun Xiaoyao, she was also very sensible. Knowing that Jun Xiaoyao had serious matters to attend to, she didn't disturb him. Fortunately, Jiang Luoli and Little Evers now got along well. The entire Immortal Academy fell into silence again. Little did they know, the incident of the Forbidden Clans descending to the lower realm was soon going to happen in the Immortal Academy. Meanwhile, in the mixed sky immortal realm of the 9 heavens, inside an ancient starry realm, Di Haoyan was sitting in a golden palace with an expressionless face. Previously, only a wisp of his clone had gone to the Void Sky world. His true self was still sitting in the palace, merging with the aura of the era. Jun Xiaoyao, you have indeed exceeded my expectations. But then again, the plan still needs to be pushed forward. No one can stop me from dominating the world, not even Jun Xiaoyao. I am the ruler of this world. Di Haoyan was a proud person. Even if he hadn't been reborn, he was still the proud young emperor of the Xianting. Not to mention now that he had the memories of a lifetime. Xianxia didn't think that he would lose. It was even more impossible for him to lose to a current prodigy. The loss in the virtual sky world was just a small interlude to Xianxia. It wouldn't affect his plan or the overall situation. What's really important is this. Xianxia took out the fragment of the celestial stone plate. It was this fragment that had brought him back to the beginning of the Golden Age. However, the whereabouts of the other 3 fragments were unknown. Ancient history, the secret to becoming an immortal, and the chaos. I have to find the remaining 3 fragments. Because this might be the greatest opportunity in the beginning of the Golden Age. Xianxia's silver eyes shone with divine light. He knew things that others didn't, so he could seize the opportunity and advance step by step. By Luoxue, Xianxia said. Young Emperor. A beautiful woman in a white dress with an ethereal aura appeared. It was Bai Luoxue. I need to find the remaining 3 fragments of this ancient artifact and activate the power of the Xianting. Xianxia said as he held the fragment of the celestial stone plate. Yes, young Emperor. Bai Luoxue took a deep look at the fragment of the celestial stone plate. She was very smart and didn't ask what it was or what it could do to Xianxia. Sometimes, as a subordinate, she just had to do as she was told. This was the only way to be valued. As the think tank of the 18 horsemen of Yanyun, Bai Luoxue naturally understood this simple principle. By the way, don't make a big fuss. I don't want others to know, Xianxia said. I understand. Bai Luoxue nodded. Luoxue, you're very smart, so I'm not worried about leaving this matter to you. Xianxia smiled faintly. It's my honor to be recognized by Sir Young Emperor. Joy appeared in Bai Luoxue's eyes. Go ahead. Xianxia waved his hand. Bai Luoxue withdrew. Xianxia pondered for a moment. In the Void Sky world, the Grey Clan and the Forbidden Clan appeared one after another. If I'm not mistaken, it's time for the Forbidden Clan to reveal themselves. They are the vanguard of the Life Forbidden Zone. Xianxia used to have the sacred body of the ancients. Logically speaking, he should be the natural enemy of the Forbidden Zone. Furthermore, there's also news that he's the successor of ancient chaos. There should be some grudges between him and that forbidden area. Since that's the case, Xianxia had another idea. He suddenly spoke, Purple Flame Heaven Monarch. Outside the Golden Palace, a fiery light flashed past. A purple-robed, purple-haired man appeared. The man's figure was robust, and his entire body was enveloped in a ball of purple divine flames. His eyes looked as if they were about to spit out flames. His aura was extremely powerful. Just by standing there, he was like a dazzling purple sun. What's the matter, young king? He was different from the other knights of the 18 steeds of Yanyun. Purple Flame Heaven Monarch didn't bow to Xianxia. Instead, there was a hint of challenge in his eyes. Purple Flame Heaven Monarch, after so long, your personality still hasn't changed. Xianxia didn't mind. Purple Flame Heaven Monarch ranked 3rd among the 18 steeds of Yanyun. He used to be one of his challengers. It was said that Purple Flame Heaven Monarch had no parents. He was a creature born from a purple sun and was born to control all kinds of fire. In that era, Purple Flame Heaven Monarch was an absolute dark horse. He rose to prominence and defeated countless talents of the imperishable forces. In the end, he met Xianxia and was defeated by him. He was willing to become a follower. Therefore, his temperament was different from the other followers. He wasn't too humble. Young king, it's been a long time since I last sparred with you. My hands are indeed itching, Purple Flame Heaven Monarch said. Don't worry. If you do this well, I'll give you a chance to practice, Xianxia said. What's the matter? Go and investigate secretly. Report to me any news about the Forbidden Clan. I'll need to contact them if necessary, Xianxia said. All right. Purple Flame Heaven Monarch nodded and turned into a ball of fire and left. Next, it's up to the Forbidden Clan. But no matter what, Xianxia, you can't beat me. Sooner or later, you'll ask me to take you in as a follower. Xianxia smiled. Oh right, I almost forgot. Go to the Huangtian Mystic Realm and contact the Little Demon Empress. Her background is not ordinary. Di Haoyan wanted to call her, but he shook his head in the end. Forget it. I'll go there personally to show my sincerity. With that, dharmic powers intertwined in front of Di Haoyan and rays of light surged. A dharma body appeared again. His aura hadn't merged with the aura of this era yet, so it was inconvenient for him to go out. After Di Haoyan's dharma body left, his dharma body was still sitting in the golden palace with his legs crossed. Step by step, my plan is perfect. Now, all we have to do is wait for that place to open. That place is extremely important to the Xianting. It's related to the unification and integration of the Xianting. We can't afford to make any mistakes. Di Haoyan's eyes glittered. Everything, including the key points in history, was in his memory. How could Jun Xiaoyao fight him? Di Haoyan's plan didn't startle anyone. The Nine Heavens mystic realm was as usual. However, some cultivators saw that some of the Immortal Court's troops had begun to patrol the various starfields. It didn't feel like they were patrolling, but looking for something. Of course, it didn't attract too much attention. The Immortal Institute was calm too. After returning from the Void Sky world, no one dared to provoke Jun Xiaoyao and the people around him anymore. Many disciples of the Immortal Institute started to cultivate diligently after obtaining the fortunate encounters. The Heaven Clan and the Forbidden Clans that appeared in the Void Sky world made them feel uneasy. It felt like the calm before the storm. Therefore, they cultivated diligently. The stronger they were, the more they could protect themselves. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao purposely asked the Grand Elder to choose a place isolated from the outside world after returning to the Immortal Realm. No one would disturb him. Not long after Jun Xiaoyao went into seclusion, a shocking piece of news came from the Huntian Immortal Realm. An eerie blood-red star appeared in the Immortal Realm. It was flickering as if it was going to illuminate a certain place. The star was called Mars. It was rumored to be an inauspicious star. However, it wasn't Mars itself that was shocking. It was related to one of the 7 inconceivable things in the Immortal Realm. The 7 inconceivable things were the 7 great taboos in the Immortal Realm. Jun Xiaoyao had been to the Bronze Immortal Palace, the 19 floors of the Infernal Star, and so on. The legend related to the Mars Fiend Star. It was related to one of the 7 inconceivable things, the Forgotten Country. Rumor had it that it was an ancient forbidden land that was forgotten by time. It usually didn't show up in the world. Only the places illuminated by the Mars Fiend Star would show up in the Forgotten Country. Then, even more shocking news began to spread. The important ruins of the ancient Xianting were in the Forgotten Country. Each of the 7 wonders of the Immortal Realms was mysterious and eerie. Ordinary cultivators would never dare to set foot in them. Jun Xiaoyao was probably the only one who was able to come out unscathed after going through 2 unbelievable events. And this Forgotten Kingdom, even among the 7 wonders, was the most mysterious and treacherous. Rumors said it was a land that had been forgotten by time. No one could find its exact location. Only when the Chaos Demon Star appeared. Wherever its blood-red light shone, the Forgotten Kingdom would be revealed. That being said, there were many powerful cultivators in the Immortal Realms who managed to enter the Forgotten Kingdom by chance. However, many of them never came out after entering the Forgotten Kingdom. Many cultivators did not expect the ruins of the ancient Xianting to be in the Forgotten Kingdom. However, on second thought, the most dangerous place was the safest place. The ruins of the ancient Xianting were located in the Forgotten Kingdom, so it was difficult for outsiders to disturb them. The Xianting immediately took action after the news spread. Some people saw the Xianting sending out heavenly soldiers and generals to seal off the entire Huntian Immortal Realm, forbidding cultivators from other immortal realms from entering. Many cultivators cursed in their hearts. The ancient Xianting ruins. God knows how many fortunate encounters there would be inside. It was definitely priceless. It was equivalent to a supreme treasure vault that contained the most precious treasures of the ancient Xianting. Ordinary cultivators would be able to enjoy even 1 or 2 of them. The entire 9 Heavens Immortal Realm was in an uproar because of the news. Of course, many people were curious about the Jun family's reaction too. After all, if the Xianting obtained the fortune of the ancient Xianting ruins, the Xianting's strength would skyrocket. It was not a good thing for the Jun family. However, the Chaos Demon Star had just shown up. There was still some time before the Forgotten Kingdom showed up. The Nine Heavens Immortal Academy was in a mess too. Even the geniuses of the 9 immortal factions, including Ling Yan and Gutizi, were summoned back. It was obvious that they were preparing for the Forgotten Kingdom. It was an important matter for the Xianting. As for Jun Xiaoyao, because he was in seclusion, he didn't know about this for the time being. Within the depths of Immortal Academy, within an ancient mountain range that was isolated from the outside world, spiritual qi was abundant here, forming a dense fog. There were jade grasses and exotic flowers, beautiful purple and brilliant red, evergreen all year round. This was Immortal Academy's most precious cultivation land. Generally speaking, it was the place where the Great Elder and the others cultivated in seclusion. But now, it was given to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged in the center of this ancient land in a spotless white robe. He was ethereal, intelligent, and peerlessly handsome. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged like an immortal. He was emptying himself to prepare for his breakthrough. After all, he had gained quite a lot this time. Jun Xiaoyao didn't want to delay any longer. He brought out the 3-world coffin. There was also a portion of law fragment energy left behind after refining the ultimate calamity. With the help of the energy, Jun Xiaoyao condensed his chaos immortal qi into the law of primal chaos. Also, the power of faith, Jun Xiaoyao had devoured and refined the primordial spirit of the Son of Truth in the void sky realm. Although it was only a portion of the primordial spirit energy of the Son of Truth. But for Jun Xiaoyao, it was still enlightening. It gave him a deeper understanding of the path of faith. In addition, Jun Xiaoyao himself also had a Dharma body of the God of Faith. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao also had a deep understanding of the power of faith. After a period of time of comprehension, Jun Xiaoyao finally condensed the law of faith. This law of faith was resplendent. It was as if there were billions of living beings floating, praying, and worshipping. Because Jun Xiaoyao had killed the ultimate calamity. Therefore, even now, there was still an endless stream of power of faith pouring into Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe. The law of faith has been condensed. Next is the law of strength. Jun Xiaoyao began to comprehend the law of strength again. He had the sacred body of the ancients, so his understanding of strength was naturally extremely deep. Later on, he obtained the divine demon strength technique from the little divine demon ant. His understanding of the path of strength was also very deep. It was not weaker than his understanding of the law of sword. After a while, Jun Xiaoyao condensed the law of strength again. Next, there is the path of yin-yang transformation. Jun Xiaoyao began to comprehend again. He had once killed the 10 princes of Jinwu and obtained the true essence of the Immortal Sutra of Sunday. He also obtained the Immortal Sutra of Taiying from Yuchanwan. In his inner universe, there was also the sun and the Taiying. The 2 stars alternated, representing the rotation of the sun and the moon, and the changes of yin and yang. Soon, Jun Xiaoyao condensed the law of yin-yang again. At this point, Jun Xiaoyao had condensed a total of 17 laws. This was an extremely terrifying number. 9 laws could be called the supreme of the extreme realm. What were those 17 laws? They were definitely far beyond the extreme realm. Jun Xiaoyao had broken through under such circumstances. No matter which stage of the 7 supremes he was at, he had the power to crush those of the same level. It's not over yet. Jun Xiaoyao took out the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root. This 6-colored flower was hazy and shrouded in immortal light. It carried the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. This was a divine item that was close to the level of the world tree. It was also something that Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe could not lack. He planted the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root into his inner universe. Suddenly, the inner verse, which had been like a pool of stagnant water, began to come alive. To make an analogy, Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe was like a pool of stagnant water. Even if a fish was placed in, without water to irrigate it, the fish would quickly die. However, the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root seemed to have turned the stagnant water into living water. All living things could be reincarnated in it. It was the 6 paths of reincarnation. In fact, Jun Xiaoyao did not even need to guide living things in from the outside world. The inner universe had the conditions to spontaneously give birth to life. This was like a real world, a world with reincarnation. Boom, in an instant, Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe was like the creation of heaven and earth. Clear air rose. Turbid air descended. 6 paths of reincarnation. All living things reincarnated. My inner universe is advancing toward a minor thousand world. Jun Xiaoyao's expression shook, and he revealed a joyful expression. The level of the inner universe began from the microscopic world. It advanced step by step to the minor thousand world, the middle thousand world, the greater thousand world, the single universe, the multiverse, and so on. Previously, Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe had always been at the level of a microscopic world. Now, with the long-term nourishment of the world tree and the addition of the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root, Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe was finally evolving into a minor thousand world. His entire inner universe was trembling and expanding. This was different from the improvement of one's cultivation level. However, it was more important for Jun Xiaoyao. Generally speaking, one would only begin to cultivate after reaching the level of a quasi-emperor. However, Jun Xiaoyao was only a prime, but his inner universe had already begun to evolve into a minor thousand world. If this news were to spread, it would definitely cause endless shock. This was because Jun Xiaoyao had refreshed everyone's understanding of cultivation, as Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe gradually transformed. His understanding of the world Tao also became deeper. After all, this was the law that was evolving in his body. At a certain moment, Jun Xiaoyao's soul was blessed. The immortal qi in his body transformed again and turned into the world law. So far, Jun Xiaoyao had condensed a total of 18 laws. Physical body law, all things law, reincarnation law, void law, sin law, heaven law, devour law, great path law, life and death law. Creation law, world law, magnetism law, chaos law, soul law, sword law, force law, faith law, yin and yang law. It could be said that if this were to spread out, countless people would be shocked. This was simply terrifying and unimaginable. It was already considered good for ordinary supremes to condense 1 or 2 laws. 9 laws was already the ultimate supremes and could stand at the peak of the supremes. But now, the laws that Jun Xiaoyao had condensed were twice as many as the ultimate supremes. This was ridiculous. It was simply not something that a human could do. It was not wrong to say that Jun Xiaoyao was an anomaly. It's about time to break through. Jun Xiaoyao nodded in satisfaction. He had been slow to break through to the celestial venerable realm because his laws were not condensed completely. But now, 18 laws was already considered very good. If he continued to cultivate, Jun Xiaoyao might be able to comprehend more laws. But that was meaningless. Because Jun Xiaoyao had already broken the limit and reached a certain extreme and perfection. Continuing to comprehend more laws would only be a slight icing on the cake. It would not be a qualitative change. When I reach the Tao in the future, I will comprehend more laws. When that time comes, I will control the 3,000 great paths. Who can defeat me? Jun Xiaoyao said to himself. If anyone said that they wanted to control the 3,000 great paths, they would definitely be laughed at because they were overestimating themselves. But these words, coming from Jun Xiaoyao's mouth, seemed to be a matter of course. Oh right, my summer world, Jun Xiaoyao noticed it again. Previously, he had been cultivating the technique in the physique book. The 3,000 summer worlds. Previously, he had already condensed 2,000 of them. And now, with the transformation and evolution of the innerverse, the majestic power of the world was absorbed by the cells and cultivated into a summer world. Unknowingly, the remaining 1,000 summer worlds were also successfully condensed. Jun Xiaoyao had successfully cultivated the 3,000 summer worlds. With a single palm strike, he unleashed the power of 3,000 summer worlds. When an enemy's attack landed on him, it would have to pass through 3,000 summer worlds before it could land on him. Jun Xiaoyao had successfully mastered the most powerful physique refinement method recorded in the Book of Physique. But why do I feel like this is just a starting point, a beginning? Jun Xiaoyao pondered. The 3,000 cells in his body had transformed into 3,000 summer worlds. However, the human body had 40 to 60 trillion cells. If he could cultivate them all into summer worlds, hiss, even Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but gasp at the thought. Just the 3,000 summer worlds were already so terrifying. If one could really cultivate to that level, the human body itself would be an unimaginably powerful universe, right? At that time, with a single finger, the heavens would collapse and all Daos would sink. A single force could break all techniques. Of course, this was only Jun Xiaoyao's guess. Moreover, just cultivating the 3,000 summer worlds would consume such a vast amount of world energy. If one really wanted to cultivate every cell in the human body into a summer world, the amount of resources that would be required was simply unimaginable. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao only kept this idea in his heart. At this moment, in Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe, there was a sound that could split heaven and earth. That was Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe. It had finally transformed from a microscopic world into a minor kiliocosm. A minor kiliocosm was more than 1,000 times larger than a microscopic world. All kinds of celestial bodies moved within it, and the world energy flowed. The immortal source ancestral vein and the foreign dragon vein provided the inner universe with a huge amount of world energy. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe was full of vitality. At this moment, his cultivation base could no longer be suppressed and began to erupt like a volcano. Jun Xiaoyao didn't suppress it anymore and began to break through. Thunder rumbled and a terrifying heavenly tribulation descended on this ancient mountain range. However, because it was isolated from the outside world, not many people noticed it. Only Immortal Academy's great elder and the others who were meditating suddenly opened their old eyes, revealing a hint of surprise. This fluctuation came from that ancient land. It's Xiaoyao. Could it be that he is about to break through? Even Immortal Academy's great elder was shocked and astonished. How old was Jun Xiaoyao? At this age, becoming a supreme being was already an absolute monster. But now, it seemed like he was about to break through to Lesser Empyrean. The younger generation really will surpass us in time. Immortal Academy's great elder also shook his head with a bitter smile. Compared to Jun Xiaoyao, this group of old men, were simply living like pigs. It was to the extent where he felt that Jun Xiaoyao might be able to surpass him soon. However, Great Elder also rejoiced that Immortal Academy had roped in Jun Xiaoyao and befriended him. In the ancient land of seclusion, the heavenly tribulation was extremely terrifying. All types of chaotic divine lightning, world-destroying demonic lightning, seven-colored profound lightning, and other things surged, hacking down murderously. It could be said that this type of tribulation was many times more terrifying than the Nine Tao Law's extreme realm supreme being tribulation. If it was anyone else, even if it was an extreme realm supreme being who cultivated Nine Tao Laws, they would still be in danger of dying after being hacked by this type of heavenly tribulation. However, Jun Xiaoyao was extremely calm, to the extent where he didn't even deliberately resist. He bathed in lightning tribulation just by relying on his flesh. After cultivating the 3,000 summer worlds, Jun Xiaoyao's flesh became more and more terrifying. In addition, the inner universe had already evolved into a small thousand world. The current Jun Xiaoyao really couldn't be measured by his cultivation realm. Soon, the heavenly tribulation passed, not leaving behind the slightest injury for Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's aura also began to surge like a geyser. He broke through from Supreme Being to Lesser Empyrean. Early stage Lesser Empyrean, mid-stage Lesser Empyrean, late stage Lesser Empyrean, small circle of Lesser Empyrean, great circle of Lesser Empyrean. Ordinary powerhouses would have to spend a lot of time in the Supreme Being realm to break through a small realm. However, Jun Xiaoyao broke through a large realm in an instant, reaching the peak of Lesser Empyrean. And this was only the realm he showed on the surface. His true strength was definitely not limited to this. To be able to break through a large realm in the 7 realms of the Supreme Being realm, it's not bad, right? Good preparation. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm. This was all within his expectations. Although the breakthrough of each small realm in the 7 realms of the Supreme Being realm was comparable to the superposition of the 9 levels of the Sage realm. However, Jun Xiaoyao had suppressed himself for too long. If he hadn't deliberately limited himself, Jun Xiaoyao would have broken through to Lesser Empyrean long ago. Therefore, this was also a result of good preparation. In the Empyrean realm, one's control of various laws has already reached the point of perfection. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand, and pieces of laws swam around his fingertips like fish. This was the power of Empyrean. The control of laws was far from what a supreme being could compare to. Oh right, my inner universe. Compared to the breakthrough of realms, Jun Xiaoyao was more curious about the breakthrough of his inner universe. From a microscopic world to a minor kiliocosm, it was a qualitative change. However, it was much more difficult to transform a minor kiliocosm into a medium kiliocosm. It was not something that could be done overnight. This was because 1,000 minor kiliocosms added together were comparable to a medium kiliocosm. And 1,000 medium kiliocosms added together were comparable to a greater kiliocosm. One could imagine that it would take a long time for Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe to transform again. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao noticed that in his inner universe, there were 18 energy balls being born in the universe's origin energy. That's a connate god fiend. Jun Xiaoyao was really surprised. He thought of a word. The Eldritch world. Jun Xiaoyao was no stranger to the chaos world. He was a transmigrator. At the beginning of the universe, heaven and earth had not been separated. Everything was chaotic. After that, clear air floated up, turbid air fell, and heaven and earth were separated. Between heaven and earth, 3,000 connate god fiends were born, representing the 3,000 great Daos. And now, Jun Xiaoyao was like a god of creation or an observer, observing his inner universe. Wasn't this similar to the legendary chaos world? In the beginning, there were also connate god fiends. Of course, that was all. Dao ancestor Hongjun, demon ancestor Rahu, dragon, phoenix, Qilin, and so on could not appear. Connate god fiends represented Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe. It had already begun to operate and could spontaneously give birth to living beings. The strength of the living beings in the inner universe was closely related to Jun Xiaoyao. After all, he was the god of the inner universe, a creator. The living beings born in the inner universe could not be far stronger than Jun Xiaoyao. Then, everything would be chaotic. If Jun Xiaoyao was strong enough, for example, in the future, he would truly become Celestial Emperor Jun. Then, his inner universe would naturally have the qualifications to give birth to incomparably terrifying living beings. Maybe Dao ancestors and demon ancestors could be born in his inner universe. But that was a matter for the future. 18 balls of energy, which means that there are 18 innate god fiends in the process of nurturing, and the laws that I've comprehended just so happen to be 18. A thought suddenly flashed in Jun Xiaoyao's mind. Every connate god fiend represented a law. It seems that in the future, I still have to continue comprehending laws. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. If he really gathered 3,000 laws and gave birth to 3,000 connate god fiends. This in itself was an incomparably terrifying power. In fact, Jun Xiaoyao did not even have to do it himself. With 3,000 connate god fiends, all enemies could be killed. Phew, the harvest this time is really great, but it's not over yet. Jun Xiaoyao exhaled softly. He had condensed 18 laws. He had broken through to the peak lesser heavenly venerable in one go. The inner universe had evolved into a minor kiliocosm. He had cultivated 3,000 Sumeru worlds to perfection. Jun Xiaoyao's seclusion this time could be said to have gained a lot. His strength soared once again, and there was a qualitative change from before. The transformation of the inner verse alone was enough for Jun Xiaoyao to defeat his past self. But, Jun Xiaoyao was still not satisfied. He still had things to do. He took out the drop of blood that had returned to its original state and was as red as agate. The drop of flawless saint blood in the void sky world. It came from the lineage of the divine physique, an unimaginable expert. I'll have to go back to the Huangtian mystic realm and ask Guardian Wu about the origin of this drop of blood. Jun Xiaoyao murmured. Then, he began to comprehend and refine this drop of blood. Of course, the energy in this drop of blood was too dense. Even Jun Xiaoyao could only refine it bit by bit. His main goal was not to use this drop of blood to temper his body. Instead, he wanted to use this opportunity to comprehend the sacred body phenomenon. The place of seclusion fell silent once again. Apart from Immortal Academy's Great Elder and the others, they vaguely sensed that Jun Xiaoyao might have broken through. No one else knew about it. However, Great Elder and the others guessed that Jun Xiaoyao had broken through to the early stage of Lesser Heavenly. Lord. They would never have thought that Jun Xiaoyao had already broken through to the peak of Lesser Heavenly Lord. Immortal Academy fell into a temporary silence. However, the news of the appearance of Mars in the Huntian mystic realm also attracted a lot of attention. The people on Jun Xiaoyao's side prepared to wait for Jun Xiaoyao to come out of seclusion before telling him about it. After all, this was a great opportunity for the Xianting. If they inherited the resources of the ancient Xianting, it would not be a good thing for the Jun family and Jun Xiaoyao. Especially when Di Haoyan came out, he would definitely be able to obtain the best resources of the ancient Xianting. This was not good news for Jun Xiaoyao. After all, the two of them were already on opposite sides when they were in the void sky world. At this moment, Di Haoyan, who attracted a lot of attention, was still in seclusion in the palace. However, his Dharma body had already quietly arrived in the Huangtian mystic realm. The demon god palace was located in the demon state of the Huangtian mystic realm. It was also an extremely vast spiritual land. Although the Jun family was absolutely worthy of the title of overlord in the Huangtian mystic realm now. However, there were still other forces, sacred grounds, and noble families standing tall. The demon god palace was one of them. There was also another reason why the demon god palace was so famous. Naturally, it was because of the mysterious little demon empress. It was rumored that she was one of the most beautiful women in the Huangtian mystic realm. Her beauty was unparalleled. Many people wanted to see her face, but they never had the chance. The little demon empress was also extremely mysterious. She rarely appeared in front of people. Even when she went to find Jun Xiaoyao, she only possessed Yan Ruming. Di Haoyan's arrival did not alarm anyone. He went deep into the demon god palace alone. He came to a luxurious palace. There was only a large red bed in the palace. The curtains were lowered. A curvy figure was faintly lying in the bed. A languid and charming voice was heard. It's not polite to come uninvited. Di Haoyan smiled faintly and cupped his hands. I am Di Haoyan of the Xianting. It was a simple sentence, but it revealed his identity. It was a terrifying identity that was enough to intimidate most forces in the Nine Heavens mystic realm. Oh, so you are the ancient Xianting young emperor who has caused a stir in the mystic realm recently. I didn't expect you to come looking for me. What a surprise. The owner of the voice, the little demon empress, referred to herself as I. However, when she talked to Jun Xiaoyao, she referred to herself as I. She even asked Jun Xiaoyao to call her Yao Yao. From this, it could be seen that the little demon empress did treat Jun Xiaoyao differently from others. Di Haoyan naturally did not know about this small matter. Moreover, in his memories, there was nothing about Jun Xiaoyao. I will be straightforward. I hope that Xianting can cooperate with the demon god palace, or I can cooperate with you, demon empress. Di Haoyan went straight to the point. He had a lifetime of memories, so he knew what kind of power was behind the little demon empress. Cooperating with her would only bring him benefits and no harm. The power behind her, even in the Nine Heavens, was enough to make the other forbidden zones wary. Oh? The immortal court is actually cooperating with a tiny demon god palace? This is truly a surprise for me. The little demon empress seemed to be very surprised. Indeed, the demon god palace was a deterrent in the Huangtian mystic realm. However, compared to the supreme Xianting, the overlord of the mystic realm, it paled in comparison. The two were not on the same level. Di Haoyan saw this and chuckled. Demon empress, you are too humble. Isn't the demon god palace a toy you created casually? It's like playing house. You are from the Nine Heavens, and there is an unimaginable existence behind you. At this moment, the temperature of the entire palace suddenly dropped. A terrifying pressure appeared, making people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. A wisp of indistinct killing intent locked onto Di Haoyan. The little demon empress tone became as cold as water. You are investigating me? Of course not. I just happened to hear some news. Cooperating with me to deal with the big waves in the future is a win-win strategy for both sides. Di Haoyan's expression was still calm. He was smiling, as if he did not feel the killing intent. He was the ancient young emperor of the Xianting, and his status was extraordinary. Even if the little demon empress had a shocking background, at least now, she would not do anything to him. Moreover, he was only here with his Dharma body. It could be said that Di Haoyan had calculated everything and was fully prepared. He was very calm. Sorry, I don't seem to be interested in cooperating with you. The killing intent dissipated. The little demon empress tone was still languid, with a trace of coldness that kept people 1,000 miles away. Why? Is this young emperor and the Xianting not qualified to cooperate with you? Di Haoyan frowned slightly. The situation did not seem to be going according to his plan. Logically speaking, the little demon empress should be very happy to cooperate with him and the Xianting. Because they were the best partners. Unfortunately, I already have someone in mind. I can only apologize. The little demon empress tone was indifferent. Oh. Could it be? Di Haoyan's eyes flashed, and he immediately thought of someone. Looks like you are also a smart person. That's right, I will cooperate with whoever the Huangtian immortal realm belongs to, the little demon empress said lazily. Jun Xiaoyao. Di Haoyan spat out 3 words. That's right, it's Jun Xiaoyao. This empress has already decided to work with him. The little demon empress tone carried a trace of laziness and charm. When she mentioned Jun Xiaoyao, her tone was obviously different. Why? Di Haoyan was puzzled and confused. This wasn't right. Wasn't she following the script? Working with him should be the most perfect and safest choice. The Jun family was already unstable due to the curse of calamity. And Jun Xiaoyao was provoking enemies everywhere. The Archean royalty and the Holy Spirit bloodline were on bad terms with him. This kind of person wasn't the best partner at all. The little demon empress giggled, then said, Young emperor, young lady, please enlighten me. Your Excellency, young emperor, let me give you a kind reminder. With women, don't ask why. Because women are such emotional beings. They don't have a reason for doing things, they only do what they want. Also, this empress also likes handsome little puppies. The little demon empress word slightly stunned Di Haoyan. In the future, there would be a great storm. The immortal region and the 9 heavens would all be affected. In the end, the little demon empress chose to work with him so easily. The reason was just because she liked little puppies. Di Haoyan couldn't understand at all. It was the same for Evers now. Could it be that women nowadays only looked at faces? Di Haoyan even wondered if he had been sealed for too long and couldn't keep up with this era that looked at faces. Demon Empress, this is a big matter. I think you should think about it carefully, Di Haoyan said. No need. Thinking is very tiring and very sad. It's also not good for the skin. The little demon empress voice was already somewhat cold. Di Haoyan also understood that she was asking him to leave. Alright then. My Xianting door will always be open. I hope you can change your mind. Di Haoyan finished speaking and turned to leave. He was also a proud person. Since the little demon empress wasn't willing, he couldn't shamelessly ask for cooperation. This didn't match Di Haoyan's identity and style. After leaving the demon god palace, only then did Di Haoyan's face completely darken. Jun Xiaoyao, it's Jun Xiaoyao again. They say that you shouldn't do things more than 3 times, but this isn't the 3rd time. Ever since the Void Sky World, Jun Xiaoyao had been seizing his opportunities. Originally, without Jun Xiaoyao, he could have subdued Evers now. The little demon empress should also be very happy to cooperate with him. But now, all of them were taken by Jun Xiaoyao. Was Jun Xiaoyao the leak, or was he the leak? Most importantly, he had no memories of Jun Xiaoyao. As far as he could remember, Jun Xiaoyao was a non-existent person. Naturally, it would be difficult to target him. Why is it that a person who shouldn't exist has appeared? Could it be that he is not from this world? Di Haoyan suddenly had a ridiculous idea in his heart. Even he himself felt that this was too much of a fantasy, and that it was unlikely. As a reincarnator, it was already extremely incredible that he could be reborn. He couldn't imagine how a person who didn't belong to this world suddenly appeared. Was this a confrontation between a reincarnator and a transmigrator? Di Haoyan shook his head slightly, feeling that this idea was a bit too far-fetched. Since there was Jade, why would there be Jade? Since there is Di Haoyan, why would there be a Jun Xiaoyao? Di Haoyan's face was cold. But he wasn't discouraged. Dihaoyan's temperament was unusual. Since the little demon empress is blocked, I can only make the next plan. Mars has appeared, and the Forgotten Nation is also about to appear. This is very important to my plan, and it is also related to the unification and rise of the Xianting. Jun Xiaoyao will definitely not come in. The Huntian immortal realm was the territory of the Xianting. And the Forgotten Nation also appeared in the Huntian immortal realm. Without the permission of the Xianting, it was almost impossible for others to enter the Forgotten Nation. Dihaoyan left. He had to start preparing for the next step of the plan. And in the Demon God Palace, behind the curtains of the large red bed, the little demon empress' beautiful figure of Ling Long was extremely tempting. Dihaoyan, why do I feel like he knows everything? Almost no one knows about my background, and I only told Jun Xiaoyao before. He couldn't have told Dihaoyan. Dihaoyan suddenly came to me and wanted to cooperate, as if he knows about the power behind me. The little demon empress' tone was also filled with confusion. To be honest, she didn't like the feeling of having her background known. But then, the little demon empress said in a self-pitying tone. Little brother Xiaoyao, I even rejected the cooperation with the Xianting for you. If you still ignore me like that, Yao Yao will be sad. Jun Xiaoyao naturally didn't know about what happened in the Huntian immortal realm. In fact, with Jun Xiaoyao's personality, he didn't care who he cooperated with. For him, only his own strength was real. All the other cooperation and schemes were just empty words. For absolute powerhouses, cooperation was superfluous. Over at the Nine Heavens Immortal Academy, Jun Xiaoyao had been using the drop of flawless sacred blood to comprehend the sacred physique after his breakthrough. And the entire Immortal Academy was still peaceful. In the days without Jun Xiaoyao, little Eversnow was very bored. But fortunately, Jiang Luoli was there to accompany her. Also, little Eversnow made a friend. It was Luo Xiangling. Perhaps it was because Luo Xiangling wasn't human to begin with. Therefore, little Eversnow liked her pure and innocent temperament very much. She was willing to get close to her without any resistance. Luo Xiangling was also very fond of this little girl that Jun Xiaoyao brought out from the Void Sky realm. She doted on her a lot. She felt as if she was her and Jun Xiaoyao's daughter. Princess Longji, Yu Chanwan, and Yan Rumming also couldn't resist this little girl's cuteness. Suddenly, little Eversnow became a little princess-like existence in Jun Xiaoyao's camp. And the Immortal Academy was so peaceful and peaceful. It didn't last for long. A few months later, suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the depths of the universe. Then, many powerhouses, old antiques, and living fossils of the immortal realm felt a strange aura. It wasn't the aura of the Nine Heavens immortal realm. That aura, could it be? When that aura spread out, the countless experts and old antiques of the immortal domain all turned their gazes towards the depths of the universe. Above the Nine Heavens, the special aura came from above the Nine Heavens. What's going on? Has the killing formation left by the martial monarch of the Void End completely collapsed and lost its effect? An old antique who was familiar with history blurted out in astonishment. In the past, the Void End formation was keeping the Nine Heavens forbidden zone in check. Therefore, the chaos that followed didn't result in irreversible consequences. However, if the Void End formation collapses, it will lose the last barrier that keeps the Nine Heavens in check. Furthermore, the immortal realm might be facing the most terrifying chaos in its history. Many important figures were deeply worried. The chaos was no less terrifying than the invasion of the Nine Heavens immortal realm. Besides, it was a golden age. The chaos it stirred up would only be more terrifying. By then, any immortal realm faction might vanish like a fleeting cloud in front of the chaos. Wait, the Void End formation hasn't collapsed yet. The Forbidden Zone hasn't done anything. Could it be that the people of the Forbidden Clan have come to the lower realm? Why would the Forbidden Clan come to the lower realm at a time like this? The Nine Heavens immortal realm fell into an uproar. On the Immortal Academy's side, the first elder stood in the sky with his hands behind him. He had a worried look on his face. A storm is approaching. It was not a good thing for the immortal forces of the immortal region that the Forbidden Clans descended. Because this was a group of clans from above the Nine Heavens. They were backed by forbidden lands and had a deep foundation. Their strength even surpassed some of the ordinary immortal forces of the immortal region. If they descended to the lower realm, they would only disturb the originally peaceful situation. In the depths of the universe, there were several wells here. These wells were very ancient. They had experienced thousands of tribulations and were indestructible. In other corners of the universe, these wells could be seen occasionally. Each well was as big as a star region. They were so dark that they looked like black holes. This well was called the Well of Heaven Ascension. As the name suggested, this well was connected to the mysterious 9 heavens. The 9 heavens and the immortal region did not have the same relationship. They were equal. It was just that the 9 heavens were independent of the immortal region and formed their own world. Therefore, it naturally formed the illusion of standing above the immortal region. Of course, the forbidden lands of the 9 heavens were indeed ancient and terrifying. There was no doubt about that. The Well of Heaven Ascension was not the only portal between the immortal region and the 9 heavens. However, it was the most convenient portal. Ever since the endless heavenly emperor quelled the chaos, the Well of Heaven Ascension was almost abandoned. Because of the endless killing formation, it created a certain restriction on the 9 heavens. But now, in the depths of the immortal region, a Well of Heaven Ascension suddenly started to operate like a black hole. Then, a group of figures with powerful auras appeared. Is this the immortal region? It's just as usual. A middle-aged man smiled faintly. He did not look old. Although it was difficult for cultivators to age, he was definitely not more than a few thousand years old. His cultivation had reached the mystique venerable rank. In the immortal region, he would be an absolute genius. His cultivation speed was shockingly fast. This was the advantage of living in the 9 heavens. On one hand, the 9 heavens' rules and spirit energy were different from the immortal region. On the other hand, they could also receive teachings from the forbidden lands. This also caused the forbidden clan's strength and foundation to be extremely shocking. They were even more powerful than some of the clan of the ancients and supreme clans in the immortal region. And they were only the vanguard of the forbidden lands. This showed how terrifying the true forbidden lands were. This time, the Yu clan has a mission in the lower realm, said another mystique venerable rank powerhouse. They came from the Yu family, backed by the immortal mausoleum, one of the 10 great life forbidden areas. Of course, I also want to know what kind of person that Xianxia who killed my younger brother is. A cold voice rang out. It was a young man with a slender physique. His black hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyes were as sharp as lightning. His entire body was enveloped in divine splendor, and his aura was extremely powerful. He was like a young god of war. He was a supreme genius of the Yu clan. His name was Yugon. His younger brother was none other than Yu Kuan, who had died at the hands of Jun Xiaoyao. At first, he did not care about Yu Kuan going to the void heaven world. Because it was only the primordial spirit that entered, there would not be any life-threatening danger. However, no one expected Jun Xiaoyao to destroy Yu Kuan's primordial spirit with just one move. Even his original body outside the void sky world had died. This infuriated Yugon. In his eyes, the 9 heavens stood above the celestial realm, exuding an innate loftiness. Mr. Yugon, our main goal this time is not Jun Xiaoyao, but the girl from the Jiang family, someone on the side reminded him. Of course, but I heard that Jiang Luoli is Jun Xiaoyao's partner. If we break them up, a cold smile appeared on Yu Qian's face. Jun Xiaoyao was backed by the Jun family. It was unrealistic for him to want to avenge Yu Kuan and make Jun Xiaoyao pay with his life. At least a forbidden family was not qualified to go against the Jun family, let alone a life-forbidden zone. However, the woman who took Jun Xiaoyao away saw his painful expression. This could also be considered as a form of revenge on another level. Not long after the Yu clan arrived in the celestial realm. In another Well of Heaven Ascension, there was also a surge of aura, and a group of people appeared. They were the members of the Ji family. One of the beautiful women was Ji Yingying, who had appeared in the void sky world before. Find Jun Xiaoyao and ask for an explanation. Ji Yingying's face was fierce. She didn't want Jun Xiaoyao to pay with his life. But at least, she had to sincerely apologize to Ji Daoi and comfort his soul in heaven. Then, in another place, another group of people from the forbidden family appeared. It was the Jin family. They were backed by the Saint Spirit Ruins, one of the 10 forbidden zones. As the name suggested, it was a forbidden zone where the immortal Saint Spirit was sleeping. Legend had it that the most terrifying Dark Saint Spirit and the immortal Fire Spirit were sleeping there. There were even rumors that the legendary powerhouse of the Saint Spirit Island, Shi, was related to the Saint Spirit Ruins in the 9 heavens. I didn't expect the inheritance of ancient chaos to fall into the hands of the son of God of the Jun family. This is a bit troublesome. A powerhouse from the Jin family side. If it were other geniuses, the Jin family would have directly destroyed them. But Jun Xiaoyao's identity was too special. He came from an immortal and powerful family. The Jun family's ancient mystery was not inferior to the Forbidden Zone. To put it bluntly, if the Jun family entered the 9 heavens, it would immediately become the 11th Forbidden Zone outside the 10 Forbidden Zones. It could even become a Forbidden Zone. Wherever they went, that place would be a Forbidden Zone. Therefore, this time, the Jin family's people came to the lower realm to test Jun Xiaoyao's attitude. It's very simple. We don't want his life. As long as he is willing to give up the inheritance of ancient chaos and hand over the ancient chaos emperor talisman, then he has nothing to do with the inheritor of ancient chaos. The Jin family's people discussed as they flew through the air. Who would have thought that the 3 great forbidden families came to the lower realm for the same person? If it was anyone else, this would be a kind of honor. Several days later, over at the 9 Heavens Immortal Academy, Jiang Luoli, who was cultivating, seemed to have vaguely sensed something. The primordial spirit world in her body seemed to be trembling slightly. Is it that aura? Jiang Luoli was ethereal and bright, her cheeks were smooth, and her eyes were like autumn water. At this moment, she looked into the distance and seemed to have sensed something. A few days ago, she heard someone in the Immortal Academy discussing that the creatures of the 9 heavens seemed to have come to the immortal realm. This made Jiang Luoli feel a little uneasy. Even if the opportunity she obtained might be related to the 9 heavens. However, she didn't want to leave immortal realm, even more so didn't want to leave Jun Xiaoyao's side. Meanwhile, right at this time, suddenly, in the boundless cosmos not far from Immortal Academy's Immortal Island, there was a group of figures with extraordinary auras that appeared. Who are you? An Immortal Academy guard asked, shouting. Hung. Someone in that group released a cold snort. It was immediately as if thunder exploded, heaven and earth shaking. Several Immortal Academy guards directly coughed out blood, seriously injured as they flew out. What is going on? Someone dares to stir up trouble in my Immortal Academy? The entire Immortal Academy immediately erupted into commotion. Many heavenly talents appeared. We came to find someone, bring her to the 9 heavens. Jiang Luoli, come out. An expert from the Yu family shouted coldly. Immortal Academy became restless, and then it erupted into chaos. 9 heavens, it's the people from the forbidden families above the 9 heavens. They really did appear, existences backed by mysterious restricted regions. Many Immortal Academy disciples' pupils were trembling. It was different from the void sky realm. These were true creatures of the 9 heavens, not void figures or magical bodies that came. What did this represent? Were the 9 heavens restricted regions going to make some great movements? Those who came are guests, but you all don't seem to place my Immortal Academy in your eyes. Immortal Academy's great elder appeared, primal chaos Tao sovereign's cultivation sweeping out, suppressing the commotion. However, on Yu family's side, every single one of their faces carried a hint of disdain. Ever since they entered the lower realm, they knew that not many powers in immortal domain dared to truly provoke them. It was because provoking them was precisely offending the restricted regions behind them. In the entire immortal domain, the powers that truly dared offend the life-restricted regions were few and far between. At the very least, 9 Heavens Immortal Academy couldn't be counted among them. 9 Heavens Immortal Academy was just an academy. Even though they had quite a bit of backing and connections. In the end, it was just a place to educate people. Their true strength wasn't at the top. If they really offended a restricted region, not many powers would be willing to stand up for Immortal Academy. At worst, they wouldn't let their own juniors go to Immortal Academy to cultivate. This was also why Immortal Academy's great elder didn't hesitate to put down his face to curry favor with Jun Xiaoyao. putting aside Jun family for now. With Jun Xiaoyao's talent, if he became a peerless expert in the future, he would at least care about some fate with Immortal Academy. He could protect Immortal Academy. This was enough. This matter has nothing to do with Immortal Academy, you all do not interfere. An elder stepped out from Yu family, unexpectedly also having the cultivation of Primal Chaos Dao Sovereign. This left some Immortal Academy disciples shocked. Even in ancient families and unmatched great clans, Primal Chaos Dao Sovereigns were definitely old ancestor-level existences. Meanwhile, the Nine Heavens taboo families had Primal Chaos Dao Sovereigns following them whenever they went down. From this, one could see the background of the taboo families. This made some people feel restraining fear. Just the taboo families alone were already so terrifying. Then, just how powerful was the life-restricted region behind them? Immortal Academy's great elder's face sunk, extremely ugly. This was not putting Immortal Academy in his eyes at all, treating them as nothing. However, Immortal Academy's great elder was indeed conflicted. In the end, Immortal Academy was just an academy, difficult to compete with the families of the Nine Heavens. Right at this time, a voice that was like a warbler leaving a valley sounded, carrying calmness. Great Elder, this matter has nothing to do with Immortal Academy, they came to find me. Jiang Luoli appeared. Her figure was slender, her delicate body tall and graceful, her fine black hair tied into 2 ponytails. Her appearance was beautiful beyond compare, bright eyes and white teeth, like a fairy of heaven and earth, ethereal and intelligent, lovely and moving. Jiang Luoli only retained that type of naivety and innocence when she was at Jun Xiaoyao's side. During these years, her temperament had also been tempered. Right now, facing the taboo families from the Nine Heavens, she didn't feel the slightest bit of fear, appearing extremely calm. Not bad after all. When Yu family's people saw Jiang Luoli, their eyes shone brightly. They didn't expect that the inheritance of the strongest person in the Immortal Mausoleum would fall into the hands of such a young girl. Today, follow us back to the Nine Heavens. Among the Yu family's people, a young man with a slender physique stepped forward. It was Yu Gan. There was a hint of coldness at the corner of his mouth. This coldness was not directed at Jiang Luoli, but at Jun Xiaoyao. Jiang Luoli could naturally sense Yu Qian's coldness. She didn't back down and said, "Are the forbidden clans of the Nine Heavens really that impressive? If Big Brother Xiaoyao wasn't in seclusion, do you think you could still talk like this?" Jiang Luoli's words caused Yu Gan's expression to darken. "My brother died in the Void Sky world. I haven't settled the score with Jun Xiaoyao yet." "Who's your younger brother?" Jiang Luoli was confused. After all, at that time in the Void Sky world, he was harassed by the Yu family. Jun Xiaoyao sent out a beam of sword light, killing everyone right away. Therefore, Jiang Luoli really didn't know who his younger brother was. Yu Gan's face was trembling. His eyes were extremely cold and sharp, shooting out a cold light. His younger brother died tragically at the hands of Jun Xiaoyao. However, Jiang Luoli asked who his younger brother was with a confused expression. Wasn't this a blatant provocation? Could she look down on him anymore? "You don't have the right to take Luoli away. She's a member of the Jiang family." Another group of people came. It included the geniuses of the Jiang family and the Jun family, as well as Jun Xiaoyao's followers and friends. They were all in Jun Xiaoyao's circle. The one who spoke was an ancient freak of the Jiang family, Jiang Tianyan. He had appeared in the immortal ancient world and helped the Jun family. However, Yu Gan only glanced at him coldly. Then, he slammed his palm toward Jiang Tianyan at lightning speed. "You!" Jiang Tianyan also instinctively attacked. However, after the attack, Jiang Tianyan spat out blood and retreated. All the surrounding Immortal Academy disciples were stunned. No matter what, Jiang Tianyan was an ancient freak of the Jiang family. Although his strength wasn't at the top, he wasn't someone anyone could provoke. However, he was now vomiting blood after being slammed by a forbidden family's genius. 8. At least the power of 8 Dao laws. Some Immortal Academy disciples couldn't help but exclaim. This caused an uproar among the geniuses of Immortal Academy. As everyone knew, in the Supreme Realm, one's strength had a lot to do with the number of laws. A Supreme Being with 4 laws was enough to crush a Supreme Being with 2 laws. However, it was also very difficult to condense laws. Not everyone was like Jun Xiaoyao, who was able to comprehend laws as easily as eating or drinking. Many geniuses could condense 3 or 4 laws in the supreme realm, which was already very good. They would directly break through to the next realm. However, now, some geniuses noticed it. Yugon actually used 8 laws as soon as he attacked. He was close to the supreme realm. No wonder Jiang Tianyan was injured in a single blow. Is this a genius from above the 9 heavens? Isn't he too monstrous? The Forbidden Family's genius alone is close to the supreme realm. Wouldn't those supreme princes and outlaw geniuses in the Life Forbidden Zone be even more terrifying? From Yugon's corner, everyone felt the terror of the 9 heavens' strength. No wonder the beings of the 9 heavens looked down on the immortal region. If we also cultivate above the 9 heavens, wouldn't it be much better than cultivating in the immortal region? Many Immortal Academy disciples suddenly thought. However, even if they wanted to go, they weren't qualified. Jiang Luoli was qualified, but she didn't want to go. You've crossed the line. Jiang Luoli's pretty face was as cold as frost. They injured the Jiang family's people and wanted to take her away? I'll only stay by Big Brother Xiaoyao's side. You can give up. At least I won't go with you. Jiang Luoli only felt disgust toward the Yu family. She had obtained an opportunity above the 9 heavens. Logically speaking, even if they came to receive her, they should be polite. However, the Yu family wanted to take her away as if she was a criminal. However, Jiang Luoli also guessed it. This shouldn't be the intention of the Life Forbidden Zone behind the Yu family. It was the Yu family's attitude. The reason was simple. Wasn't it just because Jun Xiaoyao killed some Yu family members? Did the Yu family feel unhappy? Also, Yugon only had this attitude because of his younger brother's matter. Jun Xiaoyao, where is he? Tell him to come out. When Yugon heard this name, a wave of anger surged in his heart. He wanted to meet the enemy who killed his younger brother. At this moment, another cold female voice sounded. Jun Xiaoyao, is it? Our Ji family also wants to meet him. Boom, another group of people arrived, also carrying an ethereal aura from above the 9 heavens. The woman in the lead, her jade-like face cold, arrived here. Another forbidden family. The entire Immortal Academy was in an uproar. Cries of surprise rose and fell one after another. It could be said that at this point in time, the taboo families coming to the lower realm was definitely very sensitive and would attract the attention of the 8 forces. To a certain extent, these taboo families represented the attitude of the forbidden zones behind them. That was why these taboo families could be so arrogant and unscrupulous. Previously, the Yu family appeared. Although they came for Jiang Luoli, they also targeted Jun Xiaoyao. Now, the Ji family appeared again and targeted Jun Xiaoyao. No wonder someone gave the Jun family Son of God the nickname of the King of Troublemakers. It's really a good image. But what kind of enmity does the Ji family have with the Jun family Son of God? Many people were confused. Jun Xiaoyao seriously injured our Ji family's genius, Ji Daoi, in the world of the divine ruins. That was why Brother Daoi was killed by the foreign realm. Today, we are here to seek an explanation. Ji Yingying's voice was trembling. She and Ji Daoi were childhood sweethearts. Ji Daoi once told her that his opportunity was not in the 9 heavens, but in the immortal realm. When he returned with success, he would marry her. Who would have thought that they would be separated forever, however, when they heard Ji Yingying's words? Many disciples of the Immortal Academy were a little speechless. This woman's brain circuit was indeed a little strange. How could this be blamed on Jun Xiaoyao? Then Jun Xiaoyao had injured many people. Wouldn't Jun Xiaoyao be blamed for everyone who died later? I seriously suspect that this woman's brain is damaged. What does this have to do with the Son of God? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Ji Daoi for being too weak. Who else can you blame for dying in the hands of the foreign realm? That's right. Didn't you see that even the immortal sect didn't dare to pursue the Jun family Son of God's responsibility? Although the Ji family is a taboo family in the 9 heavens, they don't have the right to go against the Jun family, right? Some disciples of the Immortal Academy whispered to each other. Of course, they were all communicating secretly with their divine thoughts. After all, behind Ji Yingying stood the taboo family. No one dared to mock her in front of her. However, everyone understood tacitly and felt that this woman was a little retarded. He seemed to have sensed everyone's mocking gazes. Even Ji Yingying's face was slightly red from embarrassment. But she was still strong. After all, she came from the 9 heavens and had the Forbidden Clan and the Forbidden Land behind her. All the forces in the immortal realm had to give her face. However, the others were afraid of her. Jiang Luoli was not afraid. When she heard Ji Yingying's words, she almost laughed out of anger. Woman, your way of thinking is really weird. Then I'll slap you right now. When you go back, you'll suffer from cultivation deviation and be struck to death by lightning. Then the Ji family will also want to settle the score with me, saying that I killed you. Jiang Luoli's eloquence was not bad to begin with. In addition, she had always been the apple of the Jiang family's eye. Ever since he was young, he had never lost an argument. Now, how could she let her big brother Xiaoyao be bullied by this brainless woman? You. Ji Yingying was so angry that her face turned pale. Jiang Luoli's words were sharp and vicious. She couldn't help but want to attack. At this moment, Yu Qian frowned and said, "Everyone from the Ji family, this woman is related to the immortal mausoleum behind my family. Don't bicker with her." Yu Qian's words made Ji Yingying sober up a little. She came here to seek justice from Jun Xiaoyao, not to quarrel with unrelated people. Alright, let Jun Xiaoyao come out. Yu Qian said indifferently. You have no right to say such words. Yu stood out and said coldly. Oh? Yu Qian threw out another palm. When Yu saw this, he was already prepared and drew his bow. The power of laws gathered, turning into 9 arrows and shooting out. Just like Ishan who shot down the sun. With a loud bang, Yu was forced back a few steps, his expression still cold. Interesting. You can take my palm, seems like you're one of the strongest geniuses of Immortal Academy. Yu Qian said with his hands behind his back, a faint aura spreading. I'm just young Master Xiaoyao's follower, Yu said coldly. Yu Qian's expression immediately froze. This was awkward. In his eyes, Yu was not weak and qualified to exchange blows with him and be his opponent. However, such a genius was just Jun Xiaoyao's follower? Then how strong is Jun Xiaoyao? Yu Qian's expression changed. Just as the situation was in a stalemate. Another voice was heard. Where's Jun Xiaoyao? Let him come out. Another group of people arrived, also carrying the aura of a creature from the 9 heavens. The Forbidden Family with the Saint Spirit ruins behind them, the Jin family, appeared. Hiss, countless gasps could be heard from all directions. Many people stood there in a daze, their expressions a little stupefied. The Forbidden Family that had attracted everyone's attention came down to the lower realm. They actually came for Jun Xiaoyao. Seems like the Son of God is not only stirring up clouds and rain in the immortal realm, even the 9 heavens are moving because of him. Many geniuses couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, if it was anyone else, they really wouldn't have the qualifications to make the 3 great forbidden families come down. Jun Xiaoyao was probably the only one capable of such a feat this time, even Immortal Academy's great elders' expression couldn't help but change. Those were the 3 great forbidden families, it meant that there were 3 ancient forbidden families behind them. Forget about the 9 heavens Immortal Academy. If it was any other undying power, they wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of pressure. Apart from the Xianting, Underworld, Jun family, and a few other overlord-level powers, not many powers could withstand this kind of situation. Our 3 great forbidden families have all appeared, but Jun Xiaoyao doesn't plan to come out and meet us. Is he not putting us and the forbidden families behind us in his eyes? Yu Qian began to pull a tiger's skin to put pressure on Immortal Academy. Immortal Academy's great elder's expression was gloomy to the extreme. At this moment, a clear and cold voice carrying a wave of emperor's might resounded. Xiaoyao is cultivating in seclusion. Who dares to disturb him? Following this queen-like mature sister's voice, a peerlessly beautiful woman in a plain long dress with azure long hair appeared. That snow-white peerless face seemed to make the world lose its brilliance. All the brilliance was reflected on her body. Apart from Luo Xiangling, who else could it be? In front of Jun Xiaoyao, she was nothing more than a gentle, little girl. However, at this moment, facing the three great forbidden families' attack on Jun Xiaoyao, she fully displayed the domineering aura of a queen. Handsome. Even Jiang Luoli's big eyes were shining with envy. She also hoped that there would be a day when she would have such strength and be able to stand up for her beloved. Boundary Emperor, Yu Qian, Ji Yingying, and the others' expressions changed slightly. When someone of this level appeared, no one could remain calm. Beside Luo Xiangling, a small head popped out. She was wearing a small white dress. Her silver hair was soft and smooth, and her skin was pink and tender. Her facial features were exquisite and cute, like a porcelain doll. Who else could it be but Little Eversnow? Are you bad people who came to disturb Daddy? Little Eversnow's big eyes also revealed a vigilant look. Eh? However, some of the experts from the three great clans were a little surprised when they saw Little Eversnow. They vaguely sensed a trace of a special aura. However, it was also vague, as if it was an illusion. Before they could investigate carefully. On the other side, Fufeng of Gojoseon also appeared, also releasing the aura of a Boundary Emperor. Two Boundary Emperors appeared immediately to protect Jun Xiaoyao. Even the three forbidden clans had a grave expression on their faces. Even in the 9 heavens, Boundary Emperors were the most powerful, and in the forbidden families, they were supreme ancestors. However, now, 2 of them appeared at once. Were Boundary Emperors so worthless? However, the 3 great forbidden families clearly came prepared. The Yu family brought out a stone statue, and the Ji family brought out a painting scroll. They both emitted a faint emperor's might. Clearly, this was the work of a true emperor. It was a method they used to intimidate after descending to the lower realm. In an instant, everyone could feel the strong smell of gunpowder. Many Immortal Academy disciples were a little nervous. Could it be that a great conflict would erupt today, just as the atmosphere was as tense as a bowstring? Suddenly, in the depths of Immortal Academy, a rumbling sound rang out. Multicolored light shot out in thousands of streaks. A transcendent figure came from the hazy chaos, as if he walked out from the ancient universe when heaven and earth were created. His elegant demeanor was exceptional. I didn't expect that an esteemed guest from the 9 heavens would come. This June is a little overwhelmed by the favor. This voice carried a light laugh, but also a kind of mockery. It was a kind of careless contempt and disdain. The main character is here. Jun Xiaoyao's figure was slender and otherworldly. His white clothes fluttered without wind. After the initial divine splendor dissipated, Jun Xiaoyao's aura was restrained, and he looked ethereal and simple. However, he always gave people an indescribable feeling. It was as if the place where Jun Xiaoyao stood was the center of the universe. It was a very strange feeling. Naturally, they didn't know that this was a special feeling that Jun Xiaoyao emitted after cultivating a small world. This feeling could be described with a word. The Lord of the World. Yes, Jun Xiaoyao could now be called the Lord of a small world. That was why he gave people a feeling that he was the ruler of the world. Jun Xiaoyao's appearance was like a stabilizing force, calming down everyone from the Immortal Academy who had been feeling rather uneasy. Even the great elder of Immortal Academy secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was as if as long as Jun Xiaoyao appeared, all problems would no longer be a problem. There were also people who were curious about how far Jun Xiaoyao had reached after cultivating in seclusion for a period of time. Did he make a breakthrough? However, as long as Jun Xiaoyao didn't want to, even a quasi-emperor would find it difficult to see through him. After all, as a fateless one with the sky-stealing sun-swapping technique, there weren't many people who could see through Jun Xiaoyao. Even Di Haoyan's silver eyes of illusion breaker couldn't see through him. Jun Xiaoyao first glanced at Jiang Tianyan, who still had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. In the blink of an eye, a drop of spring water from the spring of life fell into Jiang Tianyan's hand. Jiang Tianyan was overjoyed. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, young master." Don't forget that Jun Xiaoyao also had another identity. He was the young master of the Jiang family. Hiss, this generosity. The corners of the eyes of the surrounding people twitched. That was the spring of life, a rare divine object of heaven and earth. A drop of spring water was comparable to a divine pill, but Jun Xiaoyao gave it away so casually. Daddy. Little Eversnow was overjoyed. She threw herself into Jun Xiaoyao's arms and rubbed her little head against Jun Xiaoyao's chest. She was like a spoiled kitten. Big brother Xiaoyao, you've finally come out. Jiang Luoli was also delighted. Luo Xiangling also came to Jun Xiaoyao's side. There were also his followers, friends, the geniuses of the Jun family and the Jiang family, and so on. It could be said that in this circle, Jun Xiaoyao was the absolute backbone. As long as he was there, everyone's heart could calm down. Meanwhile, the people from the three great taboo families were left to the side. Jun Xiaoyao did not seem to care about their identities and backgrounds at all. Jun Xiaoyao, you've finally shown yourself. Stop being a coward. Yu Qian took a step forward as cold lightning flashed in his eyes. Jun Xiaoyao, how are you going to settle this debt with Brother Dowie? Ji Yingying also stepped forward. Jun Xiaoyao, you have the inheritance of the ancient chaos. This made the forbidden zone behind the Jin family a little unhappy. Of course, you are the son of God of the Jun family. Your identity is different. As long as you are willing to give up the inheritance of the ancient chaos and hand over the ancient chaos imperial talisman, we can let you go. A heavenly venerable powerhouse stepped out from the Jin family. The people from the three great taboo families did not deliberately. However, that innate sense of superiority still leaked out from between the lines. It could be said that among the living beings that Jun Xiaoyao had seen, apart from the Heaven clan, only these living beings of the 9 heavens were so arrogant. Even the living beings of the foreign realm were not arrogant to this extent. They were just warlike and bloodthirsty. However, Jun Xiaoyao was not angry. There was not even a trace of anger on his face. He first looked at Yu Qian and said, "So, what do you want?" Yu Qian sensed that something was wrong, but he could not tell what was wrong. He still said, "It's very simple. First, we will take this woman away. She doesn't belong here, and you can't protect her." Yu Qian pointed at Jiang Luoli. "I will only stay by Big Brother Xiaoyao's side. I won't go anywhere." Jiang Luoli stubbornly stood beside Jun Xiaoyao. "What else?" Jun Xiaoyao was still smiling faintly, as if he wanted to negotiate. "Also, you killed my brother, Yu Kuan. Your identity is indeed not ordinary. Not to mention paying with your life, but you have to apologize to my brother's spirit in heaven. Also, you need to compensate him. For example, the spring of life you gave before is not bad. Also, you seem to have obtained the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route in the void sky realm." Yu Qian's words were already very clear. These words made many disciples of the Immortal Academy a bit angry. They were really treating Jun Xiaoyao like a fat sheep to be slaughtered. The geniuses of the Jun family and Jiang family were even more furious. In the immortal realm, Jun Xiaoyao's identity was incomparably noble. Who dared to demand from him like this? However, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was still calm. He raised his hand and gestured for everyone to be quiet. The surroundings became quiet. "What about you?" Jun Xiaoyao looked at Ji Yingying. Ji Yingying's heart also jumped when she was stared at by Jun Xiaoyao like this. It had to be said that this was the first time she had seen such a handsome man. However, in her mind, when she thought of Ji Dowie's face, her expression immediately became firm. "I don't want much. I only want you to sincerely apologize to Big Brother Dowie and comfort his spirit in heaven." Jun Xiaoyao didn't say anything. He didn't ask the Jin family again. Because the Jin family had already given him their conditions. They wanted him to give up the ancient chaos inheritance and hand over the ancient chaos imperial talisman at the same time. "It seems like you don't understand my character. You only heard some of my deeds. Also, your attitude, apart from the fact that you have the Forbidden Clan backing you, is because you think that the Jun family is under the curse of calamity and doesn't want to make enemies?" Jun Xiaoyao's words exposed the truth. The 3 forbidden clans didn't say anything, but it was obvious that they meant this. If the Jun family wasn't under the curse of calamity, they might be a little more restrained. However, what you said is indeed correct. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly out of character. This surprised the disciples of the 4 Directions Immortal Academy. Was this still the domineering son of God of the Jun family? Sigh, it seems that even you have a time when you have to admit defeat. In the distance, the Son of Truth of the Gulan sect stood in the void and shook his head with a smile. "Back then, when I retreated in the face of the Heaven clan, many people secretly mocked me. Now, aren't you the same, Jun Xiaoyao? On the other side, Huang Niedao also watched from afar and said to himself coldly. However, before everyone could be surprised, Jun Xiaoyao continued. I'm very sorry. I was wrong. My mistake was that first, I should have let you brothers reunite and not be separated by life and death. Second, I'm also very sorry about Ji Daoi's death. You were so loyal to him. I should have thought of a way to send you to meet him. Third, as the successor of ancient chaos, I'm very sorry. 3 sentences. 3 apologies. Everyone was silent. At this moment, everyone felt that something was wrong. Jun Xiaoyao wasn't such a person. Yugon and the others' hearts skipped a beat. An extreme sense of danger rose in their hearts. In the next moment, they saw the white-robed figure appear in front of them. I'm very merciful. I'll let you brothers reunite. Jun Xiaoyao still had a smile on his face. He casually slapped down with his palm. The power of 3,000 Sumer worlds surged. He didn't need to use any techniques. A single palm strike was the most terrifying move, breaking all techniques with brute force. Yugon finally realized that Jun Xiaoyao wasn't apologetic at all. He was just ridiculing him. How dare you? Jun Xiaoyao, do you really think that I'm on the same level as those geniuses of the immortal region? Yugon roared angrily and unleashed his cultivation. As a young expert close to the supreme stage, his strength had indeed surpassed the geniuses of the immortal region. However, Pucci, the sound of a watermelon exploding rang out. Yugon's primordial spirit and physical body were smashed into pieces. He couldn't resist at all. The geniuses of the Forbidden Clan had fallen. And you, I'll fulfill your wish and send you to meet Ji Daoi. Jun Xiaoyao countered with a palm strike, launching another attack at Ji Yingying at lightning speed. No. Ji Yingying only spat out one word before her delicate body was smashed into meat paste. Blood and bones splattered everywhere. It was a tragic sight. Her primordial spirit was directly destroyed. There was no chance of her escaping. And you guys? Jun Xiaoyao deliberately used Ancient Chaos's technique, the Chaotic Sky Secret Technique, Cross Starfield. He attacked the Jin family's Heavenly Venerate. I'm a Heavenly Venerate. The Jin family's Heavenly Venerate roared angrily. He wasn't considered a member of the younger generation. His strength was extraordinary. However, the result was the same. His body was cut into 4 pieces by the Cross Starfield. His primordial spirit was also destroyed. 3 moves, 3 people died. This is my answer to you. A cold and indifferent voice resounded throughout the entire 9 Heavens Immortal Academy. Jun Xiaoyao's sleeves fluttered. His white robe fluttered, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He stood tall in the vast universe. His eyes were indifferent, looking down on the past and present, domineering, swift and decisive. 9 heavens, forbidden areas, forbidden families. In his eyes, they were worse than dog sh*t. Everyone, please don't misunderstand. I'm not deliberately targeting any forbidden areas. I'm saying that the 3 forbidden families are all trash. Does anyone have any objections? Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back and said casually. He wasn't deliberately targeting them, nor was he deliberately insulting them. Naturally, he said something that he thought was only natural. Everyone was speechless, everyone was dead silent. The entire 9 Heavens Immortal Academy was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Not to mention Immortal Academy's side. The people of the 3 great families were all dumbfounded. After coming to their senses, the people of the Yu family were the first to fly into a rage. Because Yu Qian was a core genius of the Yu family, but he was killed by Jun Xiaoyao with a single palm. Jun Xiaoyao, how dare you? No one can save you. A grand heavenly venerable expert of the Yu family was so angry that his head was muddled. He didn't care about Jun Xiaoyao's identity anymore. He threw out a punch and was about to kill him. However, before Immortal Academy's Grand Elder and the others could make a move, Jun Xiaoyao was the first to make a move. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and he also threw out a punch. The power of 3,000 worlds combined with the divine demon Ant Clan's heaven-splitting fist. It was also supported by the law of strength. This punch was the embodiment of power. Is the Jun family son of God crazy? Many Immortal Academy disciples subconsciously exclaimed. Before, Jun Xiaoyao was only a supreme. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't defy the heavens when facing a grand heavenly venerable expert. No, the Jun family son of God broke through to the lesser heavenly venerable level. No, not only lesser heavenly venerable, this is the peak lesser heavenly venerable level, close to the greater heavenly venerable level. Everyone was shocked, countless Immortal Academy disciples' eyes widened. They were so shocked that their scalps went numb, and their pupils were trembling. In a single seclusion, he had directly broken through from sovereign to complete lesser heavenly venerable, and in such a short period of time. Forget about those Immortal Academy disciples, even Immortal Academy's great elder was stupefied. What kind of cheat is this? How is that possible? However, even a lesser heavenly venerate is fundamentally different from a greater heavenly venerate. In the distance, the Son of Truth was shocked, but he quickly consoled himself. But in the next moment, the cold reality was like a ruthless slap to the Child of Truth's face. Boom, their fists collided. Jun Xiaoyao's punch pierced through the void and shattered the heavens. The great stars in the universe were shaking, trembling, and falling down, forming a meteor shower. After a single punch, he was reduced to ashes. The Yu family's Grand Empyrean no longer existed. Dead silence. This was a complete and utter silence. Killing a Grand Empyrean with one punch, even an expert of the same level would not be able to do it so cleanly. The pinnacle state. Could it be that the Jun family son of God broke through to lesser heavenly venerable from the pinnacle state? That's right, this is the only possibility. Only by stepping into the pinnacle state can one have such overwhelming power. The Immortal Academy disciples couldn't help but exclaim. But to be honest, their imaginations were somewhat limited. Because in their eyes, the pinnacle state of 9 Tao laws was the peak, the most perfect state. However, Jun Xiaoyao was an anomaly. What was an anomaly? If it could be imagined by everyone, then it was not an anomaly. Only Luo Xiangling, Great Elder, and the other quasi-emperors and Tao masters vaguely sensed it. Jun Xiaoyao's terrifying combat strength did not seem to be limited to the power of the pinnacle state. Jun Xiaoyao, you've gone too far. Jun Xiaoyao, you're too presumptuous. Today, we'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the Jun family's ancestors, an ignorant junior. The experts of the three families shouted angrily and summoned their trump cards at the same time. The Yu family summoned a stone statue. The stone statue shone, emitting emperor's might. Vaguely, a blurry figure appeared. This stone statue was integrated with a wisp of the great emperor's spiritual aura. The Ji family also summoned the painting from before. The painting unfolded, and thousands of miles of mountains and rivers appeared, as if it could suppress heaven and earth and the universe. This was definitely the work of the great emperor. It was an immortal painting left behind by the great emperor himself. The Jin family summoned a token, which was also filled with emperor's might, and a blurry emperor's shadow appeared. It could be said that as a forbidden family in the 9 heavens, their foundation was extremely deep. Any supreme treasure that was stained with the emperor's aura would be able to intimidate everyone in all directions. Luo Xiangling and Fufeng of Gojoseon, the 2 quasi-emperors, saw this and wanted to help Jun Xiaoyao resist. However, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was still calm. He waved his hand, indicating for the others not to make such a fuss. Then, Jun Xiaoyao also summoned a talisman. However, this attracted the sneers of the 3 great forbidden families. You want to block the emperor's supreme treasures of our 3 clans with a random talisman? The people of the 3 great forbidden families were disdainful. Jun Xiaoyao sighed and shook his head. Didn't you see clearly whose talisman it is? The people of the 3 great forbidden families were stunned. The other disciples of Immortal Academy also looked over. There were only 2 lines of words on it. A gentleman's order, no regrets in life. That's the white-robed divine king's talisman. Some people cried out. The talisman that Jun Wuhui gave to Jun Xiaoyao bloomed with thousands of streaks of brilliance. Vaguely, a hazy white-robed figure appeared, sitting in the center of the vast universe. A vast pressure swept through heaven and earth. That was an aura of supremacy, one that could laugh at the world. In front of this majestic aura, even emperor's might was just that. It's the white-robed divine king, the hero of our immortal domain. Lord Divine King. In the battle against the foreign calamity, other than Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Wuhui was undoubtedly an unparalleled hero. Jun Xiaoyao had at least borrowed the power of the divine spirit body. However, Jun Wuhui had forcibly transformed from the Divine King physique to the absolute beginning Divine King physique. He was a fierce person who fought against the ultimate calamity with his own strength. After that, there were even more experts who speculated. If Jun Wuhui had verified his Tao, he would be incomparably terrifying. He might become one of the strongest emperors in history. He might even be able to enter the emperor rankings. The so-called emperor rankings was the ranking of the strongest emperors in the immortal domain. It could be said that as long as one could enter the emperor rankings, they would be a legend, ancient chaos, demon god, no end, heaven abandoning. These former emperors had all entered the emperor rankings. Some great figures speculated that Jun Wuhui could enter the emperor rankings. This was already the highest praise. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao took out Jun Wuhui's talisman and released endless brilliance. That figure was hazy, only a corner of his white clothes fluttering in the wind. I can feel that father's aura has become stronger. Through this talisman, Jun Xiaoyao could vaguely sense Jun Wuhui's condition. He was looking forward to Jun Wuhui's return. At that time, father and son would be united. What 9 heavens? What forbidden lands? Overturn them all. The Jun clan is unparalleled in the world. Boom. The white-robed divine king's phantom directly suppressed the 3 great forbidden families' treasures until they trembled and then vibrated. Finally, with a loud bang, they collapsed. This was also normal. There were strong and weak emperors too. These 3 treasures were just stained with emperor's aura. As for Jun Wuhui, he was an existence who had truly killed the foreign immortal king and fought against the ultimate calamity head-on. Ordinary emperors were not qualified to confront Jun Wuhui. As the 3 treasures exploded, the people of the 3 great forbidden families were sent flying while vomiting blood. Stop, stop. That group of people from the Forbidden Clan, who had always been high and mighty, finally trembled. They lowered their prideful heads, wanting Jun Xiaoyao to stop. The Jun family son of God won't be too ruthless, right? Yeah, after all, he has already killed some people of the forbidden families. If all of them are wiped out, it will attract the attention of the 3 great forbidden lands. Even the Jun family will be under a lot of pressure, right? Many disciples of Immortal Academy in the surroundings were pondering. However, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was still indifferent. The hearts of the people of the 3 great forbidden families suddenly turned cold and sank to the bottom. Jun Xiaoyao, you don't really dare to, before the people of the forbidden families could finish their words. The powerful aura of a godly emperor crushed the people of the 3 forbidden clans into pieces and turned them into a bloody mist. Between heaven and earth, there was only a rain of blood drifting down. The 3 great forbidden families came to the lower realm, but in the end, they were all wiped out. Not a single one was left alive. The entire Immortal Academy fell into an unprecedented silence. Even the Son of Truth, Huang Niedao, and the others who were extremely displeased with Jun Xiaoyao were dumbfounded. Was he really that stubborn? Jun Xiaoyao's eyelids didn't even move from the beginning to the end. What a farce. Everyone, disperse. Jun Xiaoyao put away the talisman, turned around, waved his sleeves, and left with his hands behind his back. He didn't deliberately put on an act, but it always gave people the feeling that he was pretending. A group of dumbfounded, stunned, and petrified disciples of Immortal Academy were left. What a farce! Little did they know that this farce was enough to shake the immortal realm and the 9 heavens. Only then did they understand. In front of Jun Xiaoyao, even the 9 heavens had to bow their heads. Today, everyone from Immortal Academy widened their horizons. As the vanguard of the 9 heavens, the Forbidden Clan could be said to represent the 9 heavens. But now, they were mercilessly wiped out by Jun Xiaoyao. It could be said that if it were anyone else, even if they had the ability to wipe out the Forbidden Clan, they wouldn't be so ruthless. After all, many people knew that the future chaos would start from the Forbidden Clan. Offending the Forbidden Clan now and becoming a thorn in their side was obviously not a wise choice. However, Jun Xiaoyao did it without hesitation or regret. It's good to have a powerful background. You can do anything without any worries. When can I be like the Son of God, looking down on the 9 heavens and the Forbidden Clan? Some Immortal Academy disciples sighed. That's not right. Could it be that the curse of calamity doesn't affect the Jun family at all? That shouldn't be the case. There were also many people who were puzzled. They couldn't figure out the Jun family's background. In the distance, the Son of Truth silently glanced at Jun Xiaoyao. He's only a lesser heavenly venerable, but he can kill ordinary greater heavenly venerables. Moreover, he has reached the pinnacle. The strength that Jun Xiaoyao displayed made the Son of Truth speechless. Then, he silently left. If he didn't have any other methods, he wouldn't be Jun Xiaoyao's opponent at all. On the other side, Huang Yedao's expression was also cold. He left without saying a word. As the son of the ancient emperor, he was extremely confident in his talent and bloodline. He was very proud. However, this confidence and pride were shattered in front of Jun Xiaoyao. It even seemed so laughable. He needed to use all kinds of methods to make himself stronger. Otherwise, forget about dealing with Jun Xiaoyao, he wouldn't even be qualified to be his opponent. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao's breakthrough this time had really intimidated a portion of the clowns. They didn't dare to provoke him anymore. In the distance, Ji Qingyi, who was dressed in green and wearing a veil, had been watching everything. He knows? Ji Qingyi's limpid eyes looked at Jun Xiaoyao's back. She felt that Jun Xiaoyao should have guessed who killed Ji Daoyi. Strictly speaking, Jun Xiaoyao was helping Ji Qingyi take the blame. After all, it was Ji Qingyi who had killed Ji Daoyi, yet Ji Yingying had shifted all her anger onto Jun Xiaoyao. Of course, Ji Qingyi only said that Ji Daoyi was killed by foreign creatures. He did not deliberately slander Jun Xiaoyao. That was because she had long known that Jun Xiaoyao was not someone she could afford to offend. Ji Qingyi even felt that Jun Xiaoyao had seen through all of her little schemes. However, Jun Xiaoyao was too lazy to expose or explain. To him, one more or one less Ji clan didn't matter at all. If anyone dared to provoke him, he would just kill them directly. There was no need to explain so much. Jun Xiaoyao, does Qingyi owe you a favor? Ji Qingyi muttered to herself. She subconsciously reached out and touched her face through her veil. There was still a mark left behind by Jun Xiaoyao. That was a warning. It warned her not to get too excited. He has such great talent and strength, yet he also has such deep wisdom. He is truly a person who will make others of his generation despair. Even someone as scheming as Ji Qingyi could only sigh when facing Jun Xiaoyao. On the other side, Jiang Luoli and the others had also caught up to Jun Xiaoyao. Their eyes were shining brightly, and they were filled with infatuation and adoration. After all, Jun Xiaoyao's domineering performance was indeed stunning. Immortal Academy had gained another group of Jun Xiaoyao's little fans. Jiang Luoli was even more elated. She could no longer hide the hearts in her large eyes. Because this was her man. Everyone, I hope that you can all make your preparations. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly said to the people around him. Everyone listened attentively. This is not the end, but the beginning. The creatures of the 9 heavens should be moving about the immortal domain more frequently in the future. Jun Xiaoyao's words made the surrounding people nod slightly. It was indeed not bad. The destruction of the 3 great families this time was only the beginning. There was no way the forbidden families of the 9 heavens would not come to the immortal domain because of fear. Of course, there is no need to be overly apprehensive. Cultivate. Well, I will bear all the storms alone. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was indifferent. However, it was like a reassuring pill, making the Jun family, Jiang family, followers, and many people related to Jun Xiaoyao feel extremely calm and secure. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happens, there will be true creatures of the forbidden regions descending soon, Jun Xiaoyao said with a faint smile. What? The surrounding people were all shocked. True creatures of the forbidden regions were about to descend. Jun Xiaoyao looked towards Jiang Luoli. Jiang Luoli naturally knew what he meant. If her inheritance was really that important, then the immortal mausoleum would probably personally send someone over. After that, the situation was indeed not out of Jun Xiaoyao's expectations. This time, the destruction of the 3 great forbidden families had indeed set off a huge storm in the entire immortal domain. Many immortal forces were surprised that Jun Xiaoyao could be so stubborn. Or could it be that the June family did not even take the forbidden regions of the Nine Heavens seriously? The Nine Heavens were also shocked. Many forbidden families were angry. It was not that they had a good relationship with the three great families. It was that the forbidden families were bound together for good or ill. Jun Xiaoyao casually killed the members of the forbidden families. Didn't that mean that he did not take the other forbidden families seriously? The feeling of being high and mighty was gone. The various forces of the immortal domain were watching the show, waiting for the Nine Heavens to make a big move. Not long after, shocking news spread out. Some cultivators saw a hazy fairy walking out of the Well of Heaven Ascension, heading in the direction of the Nine Heavens Immortal Academy. This was like a sudden clap of thunder that exploded in the immortal domain. Many people thought that with such a transcendent aura, she was definitely not from the forbidden families. It was very likely that she was a true creature of the forbidden regions. This undoubtedly set off a huge storm. The true creature of the forbidden regions had appeared. Many people were paying attention, and many people were a little nervous. Above the Nine Heavens, the mysterious forbidden regions carried endless ancient legends. Although there were terrifying existences hibernating in the forbidden regions. However, not all of the forbidden zones were the culprits behind the unrest. Some forbidden regions always remained aloof from worldly affairs, not participating in the chaos. Of course, they did not stop the chaos. Many people were guessing the identity and background of that fairy. Many people even turned their eyes to the Nine Heavens Immortal Academy. On the site of Immortal Academy, a fairy walked over from the universe, carrying a transcendent aura. Many Immortal Academy disciples were alarmed, and many elders appeared. Did the creature of the forbidden regions come to settle the score this time? Many people were nervous. However, the fairy in the hazy rain of light spoke, her voice as pleasant as the sound of nature. I am Yuntian Sound, from the Immortal Mausoleum. I hope to meet young Master Jun. The fairy named Yuntian Sound spoke, causing the surrounding people to be shocked. As expected, she came from a true forbidden region, not someone from the forbidden families. Immortal Mausoleum, that is one of the 10 great forbidden regions, rumored to have a true immortal's inheritance. There are even rumors that the Immortal Mausoleum is a true immortal's descendant, a forbidden region established in the Nine Heavens. Fairy Tian Sound announced her background, causing great waves in all directions. Many cultivators were shocked. This was a true great background, the forbidden region behind her, rumored to be inextricably linked to immortals. Otherwise, why would it be called the Immortal Mausoleum? However, what surprised everyone was that Fairy Tiansound's tone did not seem to carry too much hostility. She did not come because of the Yu family's condemnation. In the universe, a rain of light scattered down, divine multicolored light, tens of thousands of streaks. Fairy Tianmei's hazy figure was among them, truly like a fairy who descended from the heavens. And this was indeed the truth. She came from the Nine Heavens, from the Immortal Mausoleum, her identity extremely extraordinary. She was like a fairy who descended to the world, arriving at the Nine Heavens Immortal Academy. However, it was different from the arrival of the three great forbidden families. Fairy Tianmei's expression was aloof and calm. There was not the slightest bit of hostility or arrogance. She was also not like the previous forbidden families, arrogant and unbridled. At this time, an indifferent voice sounded from Immortal Academy. The fairy from the restricted region has come, welcome. Jun Xiaoyao and the others appeared. He was dressed in white, aloof and otherworldly. His appearance was unparalleled in the world, and his temperament was eternal and otherworldly. It made Fairy Tianmei's eyes light up slightly. It could be said that there weren't many people like this in the Nine Heavens. Even those sealed children of the restricted regions, the heirs of unmatched old monsters, the sleeping ancient emperors, and others, there weren't many who could reach Jun Xiaoyao's temperament. It was to the extent where in front of Jun Xiaoyao, Fairy Tianmei felt that she didn't seem that otherworldly. Immortal Domain Jun family, son of God, I've heard of your name for a long time. Seeing you today, it is as the rumors say, you really are an immortal. Fairy Tianmei smiled slightly, revealing her sparkling white teeth, exceptionally beautiful. Beside Jun Xiaoyao, Jiang Luoli's large eyes revealed a trace of vigilance. Could it be that this was another woman who was going to fall for Jun Xiaoyao's charm? Not at all, Fairy Tianmei is the one who is like an immortal. Those who come are guests, this Jun has always treated people with sincerity. Jun Xiaoyao smiled as well, looking like a gentleman who was as gentle as jade. The disciples of Immortal Academy were all speechless. Treating people with sincerity. Wonderful. If the idiots of the three great forbidden families knew about this from the Yellow Springs, they would probably be so angry that they would ascend to the heavens. Jun Xiaoyao knew why Fairy Tianmei came. Therefore, he invited the Heavenly Sound Fairy to have a drink or two to discuss in detail. Jiang Luoli also accompanied him. Jun Xiaoyao was such a person. If you let him be decent, he will let you be decent. You don't let him be decent. He will personally teach you what it means to be decent. Thus, the three great taboo families were sent away in a dignified manner. Jun Xiaoyao, Fairy Tianmei, and Jiang Luoli arrived at a pavilion in the Blessed Enclave. Young Master Jun, I'll be frank. You should know why I'm here, Tianmei Fairy said with a smile. It can't be because of the Yu family, right? Jun Xiaoyao joked. Young Master, you must be joking. Although the Yu family is a taboo family under our immortal mausoleum, to be honest, they were indeed in the wrong this time around. Fairy Heavenly Sound's tone was indifferent and casual. The forbidden clan seemed to be glorious in the immortal realm and could intimidate everyone. However, in the eyes of the life forbidden zone, they were nothing more than dogs. Indeed, the immortal mausoleum did not care about the deaths of a few members of the forbidden families. It seems that you're here for Luoli, Jun Xiaoyao said. That's right. If I'm not wrong, she should have the elemental spirit immortal body. In fact, in our immortal mausoleum, there is a cultivation method that belongs to the elemental spirit immortal body called the elemental spirit immortal scripture. And most importantly, Jiang Luoli should have a world in her body. That was left behind by an ancient fairy of our immortal mausoleum. Fairy Tianmei said without any hesitation. Because she knew that if she wanted to get Jiang Luoli, she must first get Jun Xiaoyao's approval. As long as Jun Xiaoyao said no, Jiang Luoli would definitely not be willing to go with her to the 9 heavens. I see. The world in Luoli's body came from an ancient fairy of your immortal mausoleum. Jun Xiaoyao completely understood. Jiang Luoli inherited the orthodoxy of an ancient fairy of the immortal mausoleum. Then how can I be sure that your immortal mausoleum has good intentions towards Luoli? After all, you should know the attitude of the Yu family. Jun Xiaoyao said slowly. Jiang Luoli was very obedient at this moment, letting Jun Xiaoyao talk. She knew that Jun Xiaoyao would consider everything for her. Young Master Jun, you must be joking. To be honest, that ancient fairy is from our orthodoxy. If Jiang Luoli goes to the immortal mausoleum, she will become the core cultivator of our orthodoxy, Fairy Tianmei said with a smile, looking peerless. That's also conditional. After all, there's no free lunch in the world. Of course. Our only request is that Jiang Luoli can sincerely become a member of our immortal mausoleum in the future, Fairy Tianmei said sincerely. Did your immortal mausoleum also participate in the turmoil of the past? Jun Xiaoyao suddenly asked, looking straight at Fairy Tianmei. Fairy Tianmei paused, then said, at least, our orthodoxy did not. Jun Xiaoyao retracted his gaze and pondered. It seemed that the situation in the immortal mausoleum was not that simple. Perhaps it was like the supreme Xian Ting, divided into different inheritances and branches. But it was normal. After all, the Forbidden Zone was a colossus. Not to mention a forbidden zone like the immortal mausoleum, which was rumored to be built by the descendants of immortals. Jun Xiaoyao thought for a while. The best thing for Jiang Luoli now was to let her go to the immortal mausoleum to cultivate. Fairy Tianmei saw that Jun Xiaoyao was still thinking and continued. Young Master Jun, what else do you have to worry about? I swear that I will take care of her. In addition, no matter what turmoil occurs in the immortal realm in the future, Jiang Luoli will naturally not be affected by my immortal mausoleum. The Heavenly Sound Fairy was already very sincere. Her attitude and the Yu family's previous attitude were like heaven and earth. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. In fact, he did not want to stop Jiang Luoli from going to the immortal mausoleum to accept the opportunity inheritance. After all, this was her path. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Jiang Luoli. However, to Jun Xiaoyao's surprise, Jiang Luoli did not say that she was determined to stay. Brother Xiaoyao, I want to go to the immortal mausoleum. Jiang Luoli's tone was firm. Previously, the three great forbidden clans came to visit. She saw Luo Xiangling, in the posture of a quasi-emperor, appearing domineeringly to protect Jun Xiaoyao. At that time, Jiang Luoli was very envious. Not only Luo Xiangling, but also Jiang Xingyi, who was also working hard to stand side by side with Jun Xiaoyao, and not let him fight alone. In this case, how could Jiang Luoli be willing to only be protected by Jun Xiaoyao? Although it did feel good to be protected, she also wanted to continue on her path and make Jun Xiaoyao look at her in a different light. Okay. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. He was very happy to see Jiang Luoli's growth. Then, Jun Xiaoyao looked at Fairy Tianmei. Since Luoli agrees, then there is nothing else. The only thing is, I hope that Luoli will not suffer any grievances in the Immortal Mausoleum, and that nothing bad will happen to her. If there is, Jun Xiaoyao paused and then continued. I will personally go to the 9 heavens and let the Immortal Mausoleum know what dignity is. Jun Xiaoyao's words were indifferent. Hearing this, Fairy Tianmei's mind also focused. After all, after the destruction of the three great forbidden clans, Fairy Tianmei knew Jun Xiaoyao really had no scruples, and did not care about the 9 heavens and the forbidden clans at all. He could do such a thing. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao so protective of his wife, Jiang Luoli's love surged in her heart, and she could not help but impulsively, regardless of Fairy Tianmei's presence, offered her lips and kissed Jun Xiaoyao. Fairy Tianmei was slightly embarrassed and looked away. But in her heart, there was a trace of envy. There were not many peerless figures like Jun Xiaoyao in the 9 heavens. To be able to become his Tao companion, she must have saved the immortal domain in her previous life. Jiang Luoli left with Fairy Tianji. When they parted, Jiang Luoli was naturally reluctant to part. Jun Xiaoyao was very calm. A short parting was for a longer time. This scene was also seen by many people. Many people were surprised. Jun Xiaoyao and Immortal Mausoleum's fairy were actually talking so harmoniously. This formed a sharp contrast from before. However, it was also because the restricted region fairy's attitude was polite. Otherwise, regardless of whether he was a man or a woman, Jun Xiaoyao would give him face. This is heading to the 9 heavens, truly reaching the heavens in a single step. Yeah, the cultivation rules and various cultivation environments above the 9 heavens are different from immortal domain. If one can cultivate there, they will definitely improve quickly. Not to mention that Jiang Luoli was even received by Immortal Mausoleum. This is an opportunity that one can't even ask for. Many people revealed looks of envy, wishing that they could replace him. In fact, before they parted, Fairy Tianji had also invited Jun Xiaoyao to go to Immortal Mausoleum. It was to the extent where he could even cultivate in Immortal Mausoleum. But Jun Xiaoyao tactfully refused. Firstly, he still had other things to do in Immortal Domain. Secondly, with Jun Xiaoyao's talent, regardless of whether it was Immortal Domain or the 9 heavens, there was actually no difference. With his talent, even in the Age of Doom, he could corroborate the Tao. With monstrous talent, he was just this willful. Jiang Luoli left. Jun Xiaoyao didn't have any disappointed or frustrated expression. He wasn't the kind of person who would indulge in love. In the following period of time, Jun Xiaoyao continued to stay in Immortal Academy, consolidating his cultivation realm. However, the entire Immortal Domain wasn't calm. The three great taboo families and Fairy Tianji's arrival seemed to have opened a new chapter. At the Well of Heaven Ascension, there would be light surging every few days. Some cultivators discovered that some creatures of the 9 heavens began to wander about Immortal Domain frequently. Then, there was another extremely shocking piece of news that spread through Immortal Domain. Someone saw the beings of the 9 heavens heading towards the Holy Spirit Island. Holy Spirit Island's monstrous genius, Little Stone Emperor, was sent away, receiving him into the 9 heavens. This attracted the attention of many cultivators. After all, he was the second genius after Jiang Luoli to be led up to the 9 heavens. Later, some people came to a realization. It was rumored that the Holy Spirit Island's Emperor of Stone was closely related to the forbidden area above the 9 heavens, the Holy Spirit Ruins. Now, the Stone Emperor's son, the Little Stone Emperor, had been brought up to the 9 heavens. Without a doubt, they were guided by the Saint Spirit Ruins. Then, there was news that Huang Ye Dao, who was originally in Immortal Academy, was also brought up by the creatures of the 9 heavens. There were rumors that this was all thanks to his father, the undying ancient emperor. There were important figures in the nine heavens who were on good terms with the immortal ancient emperor. This caused a group of immortal region geniuses to feel indignant. Having a good father was a good starting point. The little stone emperor was like this, and so was Huang Niedao. Then, Immortal Academy's Ji Qingyi was actually also guided away by the creatures of the nine heavens. There were rumors that Ji Qingyi obtained the inheritance of a certain restricted area inheritance, and was going to be nurtured as a core genius. Now, there were some immortal domain geniuses who couldn't hold themselves back anymore, their minds moving, wishing to head up to the nine heavens. One could imagine that these geniuses who were guided up to the nine heavens would all have extraordinary opportunities. Their cultivation speeds would far surpass immortal domain's geniuses. Of course, this didn't mean that the geniuses who stayed in immortal domain were crippled. Being guided up to the nine heavens only meant that they had a bit of advantage, it wasn't a qualitative change. However, just these advantages alone were enough to move some geniuses. After all, they couldn't compare to the most powerful geniuses. They could only think about how to overtake them. This made Immortal Academy's great elder, this old man, sigh endlessly. It was because there were some Immortal Academy disciples who left, wishing to be like Huang Niedao, Ji Qingyi, and the others, guided up by the nine heavens. You all, do you know that the great chaos that previously plunged immortal domains millions and millions into misery and suffering was precisely caused by the nine heavens restricted areas? Immortal Academy's great elder sighed towards the heavens. There was a type of resentment towards iron for not becoming steel. Some people, for their own benefits, had they ever considered Immortal Domain's greater situation? However, the only thing that left Immortal Academy's great elder gratified was that Xianxia had said that Immortal Mausoleum had previously invited him up to the nine heavens as well, but he was too lazy to go. If Immortal Domain had a few more loyal heroes like Xianxia, what kind of disturbance couldn't be quelled? Immortal Academy's great elder said with a sigh. This was a true hero of 10,000 generations, a true pillar of talent. However, if Xianxia knew about this, he would definitely be speechless. Immortal Academy's great elder was purely imagining things. He was really just too lazy to go, that's all. After all, with his talent, even if he stayed in the most barren place, he could still prove his Tao. Afterwards, there were some immortal domain geniuses who were guided up by the nine heavens one after another. If they didn't have connections, then their aptitudes were outstanding. One could imagine that if chaos erupted in the future, not many of these geniuses would contribute to immortal domain. After all, they were already bound. This was also one of the plans of the nine heavens. Immortal domain itself was like a piece of fertile soil, giving birth to many geniuses, known as immortal seedlings. Then, when the time was ripe, the nine heavens would absorb some of immortal domain's immortal seedlings and pluck them. This would strengthen the various restricted regions and absorb the living blood. Of course, not all geniuses would be attracted. For example, Xianting, Jun family, Western Paradise sect, and other powers didn't have any geniuses heading to the nine heavens. There were also some powers that had old grudges with the nine heavens restricted regions, so they definitely wouldn't let their geniuses head there. Jun Xiaoyao had always stayed in Immortal Academy. During this period of time, he also heard from his followers about the appearance of the Chaos Fiend Star in Chaotic Heaven Immortal Domain. This made Jun Xiaoyao recall the note left behind by Without End Heavenly Emperor. Chaos Fiend Star appeared, Forgotten Land, desolate. It seems like that Chaos Fiend Star is the Chaos Fiend Star. And Forgotten Land should be one of the 7 inconceivable worlds, the Forgotten Country. But the problem is, what does desolate mean? Jun Xiaoyao pondered. At this moment, the mechanical voice of the system sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. A new check-in location has been refreshed. Please check in at the Forgotten Country. Jun Xiaoyao wasn't surprised. Some special places were always easy to activate check-ins. However, Chaotic Heaven Immortal Domain is Xianting's territory. Plus, Di Haoyan is very scheming. He definitely won't let me enter the Forgotten Country. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered. This was indeed a difficult problem. Jun Xiaoyao definitely had to search for the clues left behind by Without End Heavenly Emperor. Forget it, I'll go back to the Huangtian immortal domain first and ask Guardian Wu about which generation of Saint Physique this drop of flawless saint blood in the void sky realm belongs to. After making up his mind, Jun Xiaoyao made some preparations. When he appeared, his body was surrounded by chaotic mist, and his aura was restrained. He looked as usual. After learning that Jun Xiaoyao was going back to the Huangtian immortal domain, Luo Xiangling and Little Eversnow both wanted to go with him. Little Eversnow simply wanted to stick to Jun Xiaoyao. Luo Xiangling, on the other hand, was curious about Jun Xiaoyao's family. She wanted to know about Jun Xiaoyao's past. In fact, it was also a little like an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws. Of course, Luo Xiangling wouldn't say this out loud. Jun Xiaoyao didn't mind. He took Luo Xiangling and Little Eversnow back to the Huangtian immortal domain on the Fufeng of Gojozian. Jun Xiaoyao's return to the Jun family in the Huangtian mystic realm undoubtedly caused another stir. After all, the Jun family had received news that Jun Xiaoyao had casually killed people from the 3 forbidden families in the Immortal Academy. No one in the Jun family thought that Jun Xiaoyao had done anything wrong. On the contrary, they thought that Jun Xiaoyao's actions were most in line with the Jun family's style. Jun Xiaoyao's prestige in the Jun family had obviously reached a peak again. The fact that Jun Xiaoyao had brought a quasi-emperor back also made everyone in the Jun family very curious. Even the great ancestors of the Jun family showed up to show respect to Luo Xiangling. Luo Xiangling's strength was almost on par with the great ancestors of the Jun family. There was also Little Eversnow, who surprised the great ancestors of the Jun family. Some of the great ancestors were extremely surprised. Little Eversnow was very shy, and she only shrank behind Jun Xiaoyao. Great ancestors, do you see anything? Jun Xiaoyao asked with a smile. Not simple, Xiaoyao, this is your fate. The great ancestors of the Jun family were all experienced and knowledgeable, but they did not say anything. However, if they said that it was not simple, then it was obviously not simple. Jun Xiaoyao did not mind. He was now really raising Little Eversnow as his daughter, and was not in a hurry to find out her identity and origin. Jun Xiaoyao's birth mother, Jiang Ro, also showed up and asked about Jun Xiaoyao again. Jiang Ro was stunned when she saw Little Eversnow. Daddy, Little Eversnow grabbed the corner of Jun Xiaoyao's clothes. Xiaoyao, isn't this too sudden? Jiang Ro was speechless for a moment, and then she was very happy. Jun Xiaoyao still explained to clear the misunderstanding. Ah, what a cute little girl. Jiang Ro's maternal instinct was overflowing, and she still liked this little girl very much. By the way, Xiaoyao, that. Jiang Ro glanced at Luo Xiangling. Jun Xiaoyao was silent, and he did not know how to explain. Could it be that this was the thigh he was hugging in the other side? Hello, Auntie. Luo Xiangling's tone was a little shaky, and her beautiful face was slightly red as she spoke to Jiang Ro. Although in terms of age, she was definitely not younger than Jiang Ro. But now, she was really like a little daughter-in-law meeting her parents-in-law, full of shyness. Jiang Ro was naturally happy as well. She really hoped that Jun Xiaoyao would have more women so that he could have more children. But the premise was that Jun Xiaoyao treated them really well and really liked them. What followed was naturally a joyous and harmonious atmosphere. However, Jun Xiaoyao did not forget his purpose in coming to the Huangtian mystic realm. He arrived at the Bronze Immortal Palace. At this moment, the Bronze Immortal Palace had become a mobile fortress for the monarch dynasty. Jun Xiaoyao found Wu Hu. Wu Hu's physique was robust, his muscles were like metal, his hair was thick, and his eyes emitted cold lightning. He looked like a dragon and ferocious tiger. He was like a reincarnated god of war. His golden blood surged and shook the sky. Wu Hu could be said to be an absolute upper echelon of the monarch dynasty, a core member. Jun Xiaoyao, you're here. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao appear, Wu Hu stood up to welcome him. Senior Wu Hu, it seems that your condition is getting better and better. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. He still hadn't forgotten the first time he saw Wu Hu. In the dilapidated desolate ancient sacred palace, Wu Hu's hands and feet were shackled, and thick chains pierced through his shoulder blades. On his back was a stone tablet, which was the humiliation left behind by the tyrant body lineage. However, Wu Hu did not give up. He was in the darkness, but his heart was in the light. He had always done his best for the continuation of the sacred body lineage. He even didn't hesitate to use his own blood essence to nourish Ningchen and Xianxia, wanting the blood of the sacred body to continue flowing. It's all because of you, Xiaoyao. Wu Hu knew. If it weren't for Jun Xiaoyao, the sacred body lineage would have been destroyed. In this great world, the sacred body lineage would probably no longer have its glory. Jun Xiaoyao had single-handedly saved the entire branch of the Saint Physique. Senior Wu Hu, I'm here this time because I have something to ask you. As Jun Xiaoyao spoke, he took out the Heart of Protector that he had obtained from signing in. Wu Hu was stunned for a moment. He could feel the terrifying majestic energy of the Heart of Protector. This Heart of Protector can only be refined by those who truly have the desire to protect the world. If it's refined, it can at least unconditionally raise one's realm below the quasi-emperor realm. Senior Wu Hu, you're now a godly venerable. You can completely refine it when you cultivate to the Tao Lord realm. In that case, a sacred body of the ancients at the quasi-emperor level will be absolutely terrifying and can even compete with a real emperor. Jun Xiaoyao said. Wu Hu was also stunned for a moment. Then, he directly refused. No, it's too precious. Jun Xiaoyao, you're the hope of the sacred body lineage. It should be left for you to use. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be greedy for such a precious thing. It was even enough to cause brothers to turn against each other. However, Wu Hu directly refused and asked Jun Xiaoyao to keep it for his own use. Senior Wu Hu, just accept it. I have my own plans, Jun Xiaoyao said. I don't deserve it. Wu Hu still refused. He had been indebted to Jun Xiaoyao enough. Jun Xiaoyao had even refined 50 drops of sacred body blood essence to help him break the shackles of the sacred body. Now that he had to give such a precious treasure to him, Wu Hu felt guilty. Senior Wu Hu, you should know what the duty of the sacred body lineage is. I think the real turmoil is not far away. When that time comes, the world will need a sacred body. Although my cultivation speed is not slow, it's impossible for me to reach the quasi-emperor level in such a short time. Jun Xiaoyao's words made Wu Hu fall silent. Indeed. Calming the turmoil was the duty of the sacred body lineage. This is an opportunity, but it's also a responsibility, Jun Xiaoyao said. In the end, Wu Hu accepted it. Jun Xiaoyao, in the future, whether it's to protect the imperial court or to quell the turmoil, I, Wu Hu, will not shirk my responsibility. Wu Hu said. A man of character was a man of his word. He meant what he said. By the way, Senior Wu Hu, there's one more thing. Jun Xiaoyao told him about the void sky realm and took out the drop of flawless sacred blood. Seeing this drop of sacred blood, even Wu Hu's eyes burst out with divine light. He was very surprised. It seems that Senior Wu Hu knows something, Jun Xiaoyao said. Wu Hu thought for a moment and said, You want to know who the owner of this drop of flawless sacred blood is? That's right, Jun Xiaoyao said. Then do you know who created the desolate ancient temple? Wu Hu asked. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. Tracing back to the creation of the desolate ancient temple was too long ago. Could it be that the owner of this drop of flawless sacred blood? Jun Xiaoyao came to a realization. That's right. This most primitive and perfect sacred blood seems to have activated the blood in my body. The only thing I can think of is the legendary founder of the desolate ancient temple, the desolate emperor. The strongest sacred body of the desolate in history. Wu Hu said in a solemn tone. The desolate emperor, Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind as he remembered the clues left by the endless great emperor. Mars appeared, the forgotten land, desolate. Could that desolate be the desolate emperor? Jun Xiaoyao wanted to know more about the desolate emperor. Protector Wu told him everything he knew without holding anything back. Actually, there aren't many records about the desolate emperor, even in the desolate sacred palace. After all, it was too long ago. But as the founder of the desolate sacred palace, the desolate emperor's strength is undeniable. He was the strongest sacred body of the ancients in history. In his era, the desolate emperor single-handedly made the sacred body of the ancients the second of the 3,000 physiques, surpassing the chaotic body, the eternal deity body, and other nature-defying physiques. In that era, the desolate emperor was almost the symbol of invincibility. Even the tyrant body of the great accomplishment dared not come out, hiding like a mouse. That was the most glorious era of the sacred body lineage. Wu could not hide his excitement when he said this. After all, the sacred body of the ancients was not restricted by the heavenly path in that era, and there were no shackles on it, so it could reach the extreme and the most perfect state. It was not like now, where the sacred body lineage had withered to such a state after being shackled by the heavenly path and cursed by the sacred body. If it were not for Jun Xiaoyao, the sacred body lineage would not have been able to shine in this golden era. Wu sighed when he thought of this. Even Jun Xiaoyao was surprised. What kind of glory was that? Even the tyrant body of the great accomplishment did not dare to come out. How strong was the desolate emperor? What happened after that? Jun Xiaoyao was curious. If the desolate emperor was really that strong, he should be able to continue the glory of the sacred body lineage. The sacred body lineage would not have fallen to such a state. There are no detailed records of what happened after that. We only know that the desolate emperor encountered an unprecedented taboo enemy, which was not recorded in the ancient history. Wu's tone was extremely serious when he said this. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. The desolate emperor's strength was beyond doubt. He was almost at the peak of the sacred body lineage. However, a terrifying enemy appeared, one that could compete with the desolate emperor. During the desolate emperor's era, even the tyrant body of the sacred body could only admit defeat. Who was the taboo existence that could compete with the desolate emperor? Are there no records of the desolate emperor's great enemies? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Wu shook his head and said, it was indeed not recorded. It was as if it had been deliberately erased. In the later generations, there were some seniors with saintly bodies who tried to find the answer, but they couldn't find any clues. I only know that the desolate ancient sacred palace was built during the era of the desolate emperor. The divine being's duty to quell the chaos was passed on after that. Wu's words made Jun Xiaoyao fall into deep thought. If the desolate emperor is doing this for the sake of quelling chaos, then it should be related to the 9 heavens. Could it be the doing of a forbidden zone? Jun Xiaoyao speculated. Protector Wu shook his head and said, it shouldn't be possible. In that era, the desolate emperor was too powerful. Even the forbidden zones didn't want to provoke him. Jun Xiaoyao recalled the clues he had obtained in the ruins of the underworld beneath the black abyss. The curse of the saintly body was related to the immortal island, a life-forbidden zone. At that time, Jun Xiaoyao had been trying to figure it out. The immortal island was very likely to be related to the underworld, and they were targeting the saintly body together. Wu seemed to have thought of something and said, although those seniors with saintly bodies didn't find the truth, they vaguely caught some clues. They even investigated that the shackles, curses, and so on of the saintly body might be a conspiracy that only appeared after the era of the desolate emperor. Jun Xiaoyao fell into deep thought. He vaguely sensed a huge conspiracy. A shocking conspiracy that spanned across ancient history. This shocking conspiracy seemed to be targeting the saintly body. But in fact, the saintly body was just an obstacle, a stumbling block, which was why it needed to be eliminated. The deeper meaning and purpose behind it were the most important. Jun Xiaoyao seemed to see a terrifying black hand behind the scenes. It was even possible that it was the forbidden enemy that the desolate emperor encountered, and if that was the case, the level of that black hand was at least at the level of the ultimate calamity. It might even be more dangerous and unpredictable. Although the ultimate calamity spread black blood, created darkness, and polluted the world. But it didn't have too many calculations. And this black hand behind the scenes not only had extremely terrifying strength, but it could also become the desolate emperor's enemy. Its wisdom should also be incomparably terrifying, far more scheming than the ultimate calamity. And it also involved the 9 heavens forbidden zone, the underworld, and other forces. It could be said that it was too complicated. Not to mention Jun Xiaoyao, even a real great emperor would find it difficult to investigate the truth. Jun Xiaoyao, I can feel that you are under a lot of pressure. The matter of the saintly body shouldn't be on your shoulders alone, Wu said. It's okay. Thank you, Senior Wu, for clearing my doubts. At least I found some clues and sorted it out. Oh right, as Jun Xiaoyao spoke, he divided a part of the drop of desolate emperor's blood and handed it to Wu Hu. Senior Wu Hu, you can take this and refine it. This is too precious. Wu Hu was shocked. If the heart of world protection was extremely precious, then this desolate emperor's blood was priceless to the saintly body. Senior Wu Hu, I also need your help. The stronger you are, the better it is for me, for the imperial court, and for the entire saintly body. Protector. Wu sighed when he heard this, but he still accepted it. Jun Xiaoyao's kindness to him could no longer be described with words. Senior Wu Hu, I really hope that the saintly body will be able to create new glory. Jun Xiaoyao smiled slightly. Then, he left. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao's slender and thin back, Wu Hu was a little absent-minded. He vaguely seemed to see the shadow of the desolate emperor, and also the shadow of the no-end emperor. But in the end, all the shadows disappeared. Jun Xiaoyao was still that Jun Xiaoyao, he didn't have to become anyone. Because he would surpass. If there is anyone who is qualified to shake the desolate emperor's position or even surpass him, then only you, Jun Xiaoyao, Wu Hu sighed. Then, he cheered himself up and began to cultivate. With the heart of protector and a part of the desolate emperor's blood, Wu Hu was confident that when the chaos came, he could help Jun Xiaoyao to bloom the glory of the saintly body. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao left the bronze immortal palace. As he crossed the void, he was thinking. He had learned too many clues this time. No matter what, the clues left behind by the no-end emperor point to the forgotten kingdom. If that desolate really refers to the desolate emperor, then does that mean that the desolate emperor left something there? How did the ancient Xianxia get the desolate emperor's things? Jun Xiaoyao was thinking. But he was sure of one thing. He had to go to the forgotten kingdom. Not to mention Dihaoyan, even if there was no Dihaoyan, the Xianting would not let me enter their treasure land, so I have to think of a way. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. He was not a brute who only had talent and strength. In terms of shrewdness and scheming, Ji Qingyi could only be considered as a sister in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was thinking. In the distance, a woman in a colorful dress suddenly approached. She had a faint demonic aura on her body. Greetings to the son of God of the Jun family. My master invites you. The woman in the colorful dress bowed respectfully. She looked at Jun Xiaoyao, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at the woman in the colorful dress and said, "It's the little demon empress." Sensing the demonic aura of the woman in the colorful dress, Jun Xiaoyao immediately knew who wanted to invite him. It just so happened that Jun Xiaoyao also wanted to meet this mysterious little demon empress. Although Jun Xiaoyao had rejected the little demon empress last time. However, she should have some information as well. Not long after, Jun Xiaoyao arrived at the demon god palace. With his current strength, he could easily tear the void and travel hundreds of millions of miles. Son of God, please. The demon empress is waiting for the son of God in the palace, the woman in the colorful dress said respectfully. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly and entered the luxurious and gorgeous palace. Ah, there is actually such a person in this world that even the demon empress is concerned about. The woman in the colorful dress sighed. Jun Xiaoyao arrived at the palace. The layout was also very simple. There was only a large red bed with curtains hanging low, partially concealing a delicate, enchanting, and alluring figure. Even though there was a layer of gauze, he could still feel Linglong's curves. Jun Xiaoyao didn't need to see the real person to know. The little demon empress's reputation in the Huangtian immortal realm was not unfounded. Little brother Xiaoyao, we finally meet. Is this bed big enough? Can you use it? The little demon empress' sweet voice sounded. It was like a cat's paw, tickling one's heart. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao had seen all kinds of storms. He had also seen a lot of women, so he wouldn't lose his composure. The little demon empress' words were no longer a hint, but a clear indication. Unfortunately, Jun Xiaoyao didn't fall for it. Senior demon empress, I didn't come here to reminisce about the past. You're still calling me senior. What did you say before? The little demon empress said coquettishly. Yao Yao. Jun Xiaoyao was helpless. Yes, I like to hear little brother call me that, the little demon empress said happily. Yao Yao, why don't we be honest with each other? There's no need to hide, Jun Xiaoyao said generously. Hearing this, the little demon empress said in surprise, be honest with each other? Then shouldn't little brother Xiaoyao take off his clothes first? Jun Xiaoyao was speechless and didn't know what to say. He wasn't talking about being honest with each other. The little demon empress was even better than him. It could be said that a normal man couldn't take it. Alright, I won't tease you. From within the red curtain, a delicate, snow-white foot suddenly stretched out, and then slowly lifted the curtain. The little demon empress' beautiful face finally appeared in front of Jun Xiaoyao. She was wearing a light red dress that covered her proud body. Not only wasn't it a empress, it had a different kind of beauty. Her to look to her to her to her to her to her her to her to her to her to her to her to be to her to be. Her beautiful face seemed to make the world lose its color. Especially the beauty mark beside her red lips. It gave the little demon empress a soul-stirring charm. This was the little demon empress whose beauty had spread throughout the Huangtian immortal realm. What, are you stunned? The little demon empress giggled. She was wearing cool clothes. A pair of long, snow-white legs were unscrupulously exposed. Jun Xiaoyao didn't deliberately pretend to be a moralist. Instead, he looked at her generously. Flowers need to be appreciated by someone to show the value of their beauty, Jun Xiaoyao said with a smile. Then why did you reject Yao Yao back then? The little demon empress seemed a little wronged. When a charming woman was wronged, it was simply fatal. Jun Xiaoyao smiled and said, these are two different things. Is that so? Sigh, I'm so sad. For you, I even rejected the cooperation with Xian Ting and Di Haoyan, the little demon empress said with a sigh. Di Haoyan came to find you. Why? Jun Xiaoyao thought about it and was a little surprised. The little demon empress didn't hide anything and told Jun Xiaoyao about Di Haoyan's visit. To be honest, even I was a little surprised. That Di Haoyan seems to know everything. I feel like I've been seen through. It's very unpleasant, the little demon empress said. Jun Xiaoyao was also puzzled. He recalled Di Haoyan's performance in the Void Sky realm. That feeling of having everything under control, as if he had already experienced it once. Jun Xiaoyao's mind suddenly flashed. As a transmigrator, his mind was obviously more open. It couldn't be, could it be rebirth? Jun Xiaoyao thought of this and felt that it was a little unexpected. In a fantasy world, there could be reincarnation, and so on. But this kind of rebirth from the past was almost impossible. One had to know that even a myth emperor could set foot in the river of time and set up a plan for eternity. But it was impossible to personally reincarnate into the past, because that would involve unimaginably terrifying karma. That kind of karma, even a myth emperor had to be cautious. So, even a myth emperor had limitations in interfering with the past and future. And although Di Haoyan was a monster, he definitely didn't have this kind of power. But thinking of Di Haoyan's previous expressions and actions, he was indeed no different from a reborn person. He knew what opportunities there were in the Void Sky realm and knew that the little demon empress was from the 9 heavens and had a great background. If he really is a reborn person, then according to the routine, there should be some kind of cheat that brought him here. But is that really the case? Jun Xiaoyao had a nagging feeling that something was off. And Jun Xiaoyao also found a fatal flaw. It was that Di Haoyan seemed to be unable to predict his actions. In the Void Sky realm, all the opportunities were obtained by Jun Xiaoyao. In other words, Di Haoyan is a reborn person, but he doesn't have any memories of me. Because I'm a fateless person? Jun Xiaoyao thought a lot. He felt that Di Haoyan wasn't as simple as being reborn. There seemed to be a layer of dark clouds behind him. Even Di Haoyan himself might not have noticed. It was hard to imagine that just based on a message from the little demon empress. Jun Xiaoyao guessed Di Haoyan's background pretty close. This was the most terrifying thing about Jun Xiaoyao. Deep shrewdness and calculation. Little brother Xiaoyao, what did you think? The little demon empress asked lazily. Interesting, very interesting. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. After knowing that Di Haoyan might be a reborn person, Jun Xiaoyao wasn't afraid. Instead, he felt that it was more interesting. That's right. It's more interesting when it's a bit challenging, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. Otherwise, it would be very boring to be invincible all the way. What's interesting? Is that Dihaoyan? The little demon empress asked curiously. Nothing. It's really surprising that you could reject him. I think we can be friends. Jun Xiaoyao stretched out a hand. The little demon empress chuckled and suddenly leaned forward. She didn't shake Jun Xiaoyao's hand. Instead, she stuck out her tongue and licked Jun Xiaoyao's finger. This concubine doesn't just want to be friends with little brother. Jun Xiaoyao blushed with shame. When a woman was hungry, it was too scary. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao left the demon god palace. As for the power behind the little demon empress, she didn't reveal too much, saying that it wasn't time yet. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care too much. Because he didn't even think about borrowing the power of the 9 heavens. As long as the little demon empress didn't become his enemy, it was enough. Although the reborn Dihaoyan has grasped a lot of information about the future, he can't predict my future, and it's even more impossible for him to know my plans. Since that's the case, Jun Xiaoyao thought for a while and smiled. Those familiar with him knew that this smile meant that Jun Xiaoyao was going to do something again. After leaving the demon god palace, Jun Xiaoyao returned to the Jun family and spent some peaceful days there. As for Jiang Rou, she had told Jun Xiaoyao more than once. Luo Xiangling was a very virtuous girl. Jun Xiaoyao actually wanted to say, "Mom, Luo Xiangling is old enough to be your mom." But he still didn't say anything. Jiang Rou only hoped that he could start a family soon. This was every mother's most simple wish. Jun Xiaoyao originally wanted to confirm the date of his engagement with Jiang Xingyi and Jiang Luoli. But now, so many things had happened. Including the Huang Emperor's matter, the curse of the sacred body, and the possible mastermind behind the scenes. There was also Dihaoyan, the reincarnated person. The forgotten nation was about to appear. Jun Xiaoyao really couldn't spare too much energy. Returning to the Jun family this time could be considered as taking a break from his busy schedule. On the other side, in a desolate ancient star field near the Well of Heaven Ascension. On a dead planet without any life. At a certain moment, some figures suddenly appeared. They all had the aura of the 9 heavens. Obviously, this was a group of creatures from the 9 heavens. This kid from the Jun family is really too arrogant. He doesn't take us, the forbidden families, and the forbidden zone behind us seriously. A heavenly venerable said coldly. He was from the Ji family. That's right. The Jun family is used to being domineering in the mystic realm. But they don't know that this world is very big. The Jun family can't control the world with one hand, someone from the Yu family said. This kid actually dares to look down on the forbidden zone. If it weren't for the ultimate killing array and the supreme beings in the forbidden zone that haven't awakened, the Saint Spirit ruins behind our family would be enough to cause heavy damage to the Jun family. A powerhouse from the Jin family said coldly. The 3 great forbidden families descended to the mortal world, and in the end, their vanguard was completely wiped out. The death of their clansmen was secondary. The problem was that the originally noble status of the forbidden families was pulled down from the altar by Jun Xiaoyao alone. This made some forces in the mystic realm feel that the so-called forbidden families of the 9 heavens were just SOSO. This was what they hated the most. Is your Yu clan going to target Jun Xiaoyao again? I heard that the peerless genius of the immortal mausoleum, Fairy Tian Lai, personally descended to the lower world and was polite to that Jun Xiaoyao. The Jin family member asked. It doesn't matter. There are different factions in the celestial mausoleum. We don't have to listen to Yun Tianlai's faction, said someone from the Yu clan. Next, we should plan how to retaliate. However, we shouldn't show ourselves directly. After all, if the Jun family really goes crazy, we won't have an easy time either, said the cultivator from the Ji family. Although they were backed by the Forbidden Zone, if the Jun family really went crazy, the Forbidden Zone might abandon them. Just as the 3 great clans were discussing. Suddenly, a fiery light flashed from afar. In the end, it transformed into a purple-clothed, purple-haired man with purple divine flames all over his body. Yes, you are? The people of the 3 great clans frowned as they looked at the newcomer. I am the young emperor of the Xianting, Purple Flame Lord of Heaven, a subordinate of Dihaoyan. The purple-haired man was Purple Flame Lord of Heaven, the third of the 18 horsemen of Yan under Di Haoyan's command. Di Haoyan had arranged for him to keep an eye on the movements of the forbidden clans. Xianting, what do you want? The people of the three great forbidden clans asked coldly. There was no conflict between the forbidden clans and the Xianting for the time being. Of course, there was no friendship between them. The two sides would mind their own business for the time being. Are you all thinking of taking revenge on Jun Xiaoyao? Purple Flame Lord of Heaven asked with a smile. What? Is the Xianting so meddlesome? Said the cultivator from the Ji family coldly. The Xianting was an overlord force and used to be the ruler of the mystic realm. In the past, there had been some conflicts with the Nine Heavens. Although there was no conflict for the time being, the forbidden clans did not like the Xianting. Huh. Nothing. I just think that we have the same goal, Purple Flame Lord of Heaven said with a smile. Oh? The people of the three great forbidden clans were suspicious. They thought that the Xianting wanted to meddle in their affairs against Jun Xiaoyao. Who would have thought that they would have a helper? I have a suggestion. I wonder if the three great forbidden clans can accept it. Purple Flame Lord of Heaven said. Go ahead. If we really want to target Jun Xiaoyao, we obviously can't do it directly, let alone openly. So the only way is to assassinate him, and we can't do it, Purple Flame Lord of Heaven said. So, you mean, there are 3 immortal killers in the mystic realm? The Jin dynasty can do it, Purple Flame Lord of Heaven said. Are you kidding? With the Jun family's deterrence in the mystic realm, even the immortal killers of the Jin dynasty would not dare to do it, right? The people of the forbidden clans sneered. Now the Jun family's prestige in the mystic realm was enough to be on par with the Xianting. So, we need to give enough benefits and pay a huge price to make the Jin dynasty willing to take such a big risk, Purple Flame Lord of Heaven said. In the end, they want us to bleed together. The three great forbidden clans were not fools. Trying to assassinate Jun Xiaoyao would definitely cause a huge commotion. The Jun family would definitely be furious and take revenge. For the assassin dynasty to take such a huge risk, the price they would have to pay would be terrifying. That's why we need to cooperate. The young king has agreed to give us some attractive conditions. Of course, you have to help too. For example, if there is a big turmoil in the future, the Jin dynasty can guarantee that they will be safe. You can even let them move to the Nine Heavens and get the resources and cultivation arts of the forbidden clans. Purple Flame Lord of Heaven said slowly. Of course, he did not come up with these ideas. He was not qualified to make the decision. It was Di Haoyan who had instructed him to do so. The three great forbidden clans fell into deep thought. At this moment, there was another fluctuation in the void and a faint voice was heard. We are also interested in this plan. A few figures appeared. Their bodies were surrounded by a hazy blue light and carried a sense of transcendence. You are, from the Grey Clan? Sensing the ethereal aura that was like the heavens, a strange look flashed across the purple flame monarch's eyes. Yes, we are the servants of Zhou Tiandaozi. Those people's voices were cold and arrogant. They were even more superior than the beings in the Nine Heavens. Servants of the Daozi? Purple Flame Lord of Heaven was slightly surprised. He had heard Di Haoyan mention it before. There were not many geniuses in the mystic realm who could catch his eye. The Grey Clan's Daozi was one of them. Rumor had it that there were 8 Daozi in the Grey Clan. They were called the 8 Sons of Heaven. Zhou Tiandaozi was only one of them. They were favored by the heavenly Tao and favored by the heavenly Tao. They were the absolute tide of this world. The Grey Clan has also appeared? Even the people from the forbidden families in the Nine Heavens were a little surprised. They had also heard of the Grey Clan. However, the Grey Clan was too mysterious. Even during the turmoil in the past, the Grey Clan had hidden behind the scenes and benefited secretly. They had never truly appeared. Someone from the Grey Clan said, Zhou Tiandaozi is unhappy because the immortal root of the 6 paths of reincarnation was stolen. However, Jun Xiaoyao is not qualified for him to personally take action. That's why we are here to kill this sinner who blasphemes the heavens and the Grey Clan. In their eyes, Jun Xiaoyao was a sinner. A sinner should be killed. That's even better. The price we pay for the cooperation of the three forces is enough to make the three assassins of the Jin dynasty go all out to kill him. Purple Flame Lord of Heaven smiled. It could be said that no one had expected this. It was just a plan to target Jin Xiaoyao. However, it provoked the forbidden families of the Nine Heavens, the Xian and the Grey Clan. It could be said that if this plan really succeeded, Jin Xiaoyao would be killed. It would definitely cause the biggest storm in the immortal region. After all, if the Jin family was angry, the heavens would be shaken. However, they had already made up their minds. Because Jin Xiaoyao's cultivation speed was too fast. It had not been long before he had broken through to the lesser heavenly venerable level. Moreover, he could kill a great heavenly venerable with one punch and had the power of the extreme state. If this dragged on for a few more years, wouldn't no one below the boundary emperor be able to stop Jin Xiaoyao? Therefore, these three forces did not want to give Jin Xiaoyao room to grow. Even if the Jin family was protecting him, they would still take action. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. Jin Xiaoyao was also preparing to leave the Jin family. Because some news said that the Chaos Demon star in the Huntian immortal realm had changed. It was very likely that the Forgotten Kingdom would appear soon. Therefore, Jin Xiaoyao had to make preparations in advance. Unexpectedly, the situation was different. Luo Xiangling said that she wanted to stay in the Jin family. The people here are very good to me. They make me feel very relaxed. It's more relaxed and comfortable than staying in the Immortal Academy, Luo Xiangling said. Jin Xiaoyao nodded slightly. In fact, he also knew that Luo Xiangling and Jiang Rou got along very well during this period of time. He had always been away, and Jin Wuhui almost never returned home. Therefore, Jin Xiaoyao was happy to see someone accompanying Jiang Rou. Well, Xiangling, just treat the Jin family as your own home, Jin Xiaoyao said with a smile. My own home. Luo Xiangling's delicate face blushed slightly. Was that what he meant? Jin Xiaoyao was stunned and also noticed the ambiguity in his words. This was not the meaning of turning Luo Xiangling into the daughter-in-law of the Jin family. Jin Xiaoyao was too lazy to explain anything. He rode the Fufeng of Gojoseon and drove away from the Huangtian immortal realm with little Eversnow. Although everyone in the Jin family liked the little girl Eversnow. But little Eversnow was still very dependent on Jin Xiaoyao and only wanted to stay by his side. In the endless universe, a blue sky rock flapped its wings and flew past. Its wings cut through the void, and the fluctuations shattered many of the surrounding meteorites. Jin Xiaoyao sat cross-legged on the back of the blue sky rock, and little Eversnow leaned against his side. How should I enter the Forgotten Kingdom? Jin Xiaoyao was thinking. Right, there are also those forbidden families. Are they really so cowardly that after being intimidated by me once, they don't dare to make a move again? Jin Xiaoyao thought to himself. If that was the case, then Jin Xiaoyao would be disappointed. Because he thought of a way. But this method needed to beat them at their own game. At this moment, Fufeng of Gojoseon's voice suddenly sounded. Master, I feel that something is wrong. What's wrong? Jin Xiaoyao had been lost in thought, so he didn't pay attention to his surroundings. After hearing Fufeng of's reminder, Jin Xiaoyao. To his surprise, he discovered that the surrounding universe was pitch black. There weren't even 2 or 3 stars. As of the universe was of the universes of the universe. This was not normal. Of Gojoseon of the universe of the immortal realm of Gojoseon. Of course, it's just that. King Fufeng was also confused. Jin Xiaoyao got up from the rock's back and scanned his surroundings, squinting slightly. Then, he smiled. Is of the eye of AA. After he said that, there was no response from the 4 universes. It was as if Jin Xiaoyao was talking to the air. But after a long moment of dead silence. Suddenly, a chuckle sounded. As expected of the famous son of God of the Jin family, the great hero who saved the celestial realm. Such determination is indeed admirable. In the void, a group of people in white robes appeared. Their auras were very powerful. They were all 7th realm supreme beings. Their bodies were shrouded in holy light, and there were wings made of intertwined divine chains of laws on their backs. This group of people was incomparably sacred and holy. They looked like angels in mythical religions. But what didn't match their appearances was the kind of terrifying killing intent that was faintly revealed. That was an extremely murderous aura that was cultivated postnatally. It was an aura that could only be condensed after their hands were stained with the blood of countless people. Looking at it like this group of people gave off the feeling of wolves in sheep's clothing. Under the holy appearance, there were millions of corpses of blood and slaughter. One of the three great assassins of the celestial realm, the Jin dynasty, heaven. Jun Xiaoyao said calmly, revealing the identity of the person who came. Heaven sounded like an incomparably beautiful word. But it was the terrifying assassin of the celestial realm. The Jin dynasty had existed since ancient times and was hidden in the darkness. They claimed to be able to extradite people to heaven. As long as they attacked, there would be no mistakes. Even when Xianxia was establishing order, they could still exist. Because if there was light in this world, there would definitely be darkness. The Son of God is indeed knowledgeable. That's right, we are from heaven. Someone from heaven spoke. They were very calm and leisurely. It didn't seem like they were nervous about an assassination at all. Jun Xiaoyao's heart skipped a beat. Only then did he understand why they were so calm. Why? Do you want to send a message or ask for help? It's impossible. You have already stepped into the forbidden sky of the celestial realm set by the great nine-winged angel, the person from heaven said. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. In the assassin Jin dynasty's heaven, the strength of the assassins was divided by the wings of law on their backs. The great nine-winged angel of heaven was the strongest existence at the quasi-emperor level. It was no wonder that even the quasi-emperor Fufeng of Gojoseon didn't notice. When an expert of the same level secretly used a method, it was indeed sometimes difficult to detect. Although Jun Xiaoyao didn't know what the forbidden sky of the celestial realm was, he clearly understood that it was a method to isolate them from the outside world. That was why the people from heaven were so calm. They looked at Jun Xiaoyao as if they were looking at a caged beast. At this moment, another cold and deep voice sounded. This place doesn't only have the forbidden sky of the celestial realm of heaven, but also the heaven-bewildering array of my secluded country. It can be said that even a quasi-emperor wouldn't be able to deduce this place in a short period of time, let alone find you, Jun Xiaoyao. Another group of people dressed in black appeared. They all wore white masks on their faces. Those masks were carved from the bones of living creatures and were incomparably sinister and terrifying. It was another group of experts with shocking murderous auras. This was not an aura that they deliberately released. Instead, it flowed out naturally. The murderous aura emitted by this group of people was no weaker than the people from heaven. One of the three great assassins of the Jin dynasty, the secluded country. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes gradually turned cold. The secluded country was a country in the netherworld. They were a group of ruthless death gods. As long as there were enough benefits and money to buy their lives, they would kill for anyone. There were also rumors that the predecessor of the secluded country seemed to have some connection with the underworld. That was why they knew all kinds of terrifying and strange curses, assassination techniques, and so on. At this moment, even Fufeng of Gojoseon's heart was beating like a drum. Because he vaguely sensed the aura of more than one quasi-emperor. And it seemed that they were of a higher level than him. After all, quasi-emperors were also subdivided from 1 tribulation to 9 tribulations. Fufeng of Gojoseon had only become a quasi-emperor recently and his level was not even as high as Luo Xiangling's. He was only a quasi-emperor who had passed 2 tribulations. But in his senses, there were at least 3 to 4 tribulations of quasi-emperors. However, it wasn't over yet. Another group of people dressed in blood-red cloaks appeared. One of the 3 great assassins of the Jin dynasty, the Blood Pagoda. Jun Xiaoyao sighed. They were all here today. He remembered that he had once killed a successor of the Blood Pagoda on the ancient road of the ultimate realm. This assassin of the Jin dynasty was equally terrifying and not weaker than the heavenly kingdom and the secluded country. I really didn't expect that the 3 great assassins of the Jin dynasty would one day put on such a big lineup and join forces to assassinate a person. Moreover, it's a junior. Yes, Jun Xiaoyao, even if you die, it's enough to make you famous. This is the most extravagant lineup to send you to the other side. In order to kill a junior heavenly venerable like you, even a quasi-emperor has taken action. You should die in peace. the three great assassins of the Jin dynasty spoke. It could be said that this was definitely using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. It was a waste of talent. Such an extravagant lineup was more than enough to assassinate a true quasi-emperor. But now, it was just to assassinate a young genius. Even if this genius was Jun Xiaoyao, it was still a little too much. But from this, it could be seen how cautious the three great assassins of the Jin dynasty were about this assassination. To them, this was a huge gamble. If they won, the three great assassins of the Jin dynasty would receive endless benefits. And if they failed, the consequences of angering the Jun family were unimaginable even for the three great assassins of the Jin dynasty. That was definitely a fatal crisis for Jun Xiaoyao at the moment. With such a lineup, let alone killing Jun Xiaoyao, it was more than enough to kill a quasi-emperor. Even if Jun Xiaoyao was protected by the second tribulation quasi-emperor Fufeng of Gojoseon, it would not be enough. Furthermore, the three assassins of the Jin dynasty had expected that the quasi-emperor Luo Shangling would follow them. Now that Luo Shangling had not followed them, it was undoubtedly more advantageous for their assassination. Since the three assassins of the Jin dynasty had made up their minds to assassinate Jun Xiaoyao, naturally, they could not treat him casually. Underestimating the enemy was a mistake that an assassin organization would never make. Not to mention that the three assassins of the Jin dynasty were betting their futures and fates on this assassination. Therefore, a quasi-emperor level assassin had come this time, although he had not shown himself yet. No one would be calm in the face of such an ambush and assassination. However, Jun Xiaoyao was very calm. He even chuckled as he asked, "Do you know what you are doing?" "Of course we know." The three assassins of the Jin dynasty said coldly, but they were not in a hurry. The divine domain sky restriction and the great bewildering formation had completely isolated this place, making it impossible to deduce in a short period of time. Even a quasi-emperor would not be able to break it in a short period of time. Then you should also know that even if you succeed, the consequences are not something you can bear, Jun Xiaoyao said coldly. The three assassins of the Jin dynasty were stunned. If someone else had said this, they would have laughed coldly. In the immortal domain, there were not many people that they did not dare to assassinate. However, they could not refute Jun Xiaoyao's words. Jun Xiaoyao was one of the most respected people in the Nine Heavens immortal domain. He was backed by one of the most ancient and powerful clans in the immortal domain. If it weren't for the fact that the buyer behind them had a powerful background, they wouldn't have dared to accept this order. Then there's no need for Son of God to worry, because by that time, you'll already be dead, said the expert from heaven coldly. It seems that the person who wants to buy my life has given you a lot of confidence. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. You don't need to beat around the bush. Not telling who the buyer is the most basic virtue of an assassin. An assassin from seclusion sneered. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head and sighed. Actually, even if you don't tell me, I can roughly guess it. He did not expect the Forbidden Clan to be so efficient. However, this was exactly what he wanted. However, Jun Xiaoyao believed that just the Nine Heavens taboo clans alone wouldn't be enough to satisfy the appetite of the Jin dynasty. After all, it was too risky to assassinate him. Without paying a huge price, how could they convince the three assassins of the Jin dynasty? Therefore, there should be other forces involved in this. Di Haoyan. Jun Xiaoyao thought of him again. After all, he was one of the few people with a bit of intelligence, and he even had a rebirth cheat. He should also want to get rid of him as soon as possible, but he also did not want the Jun family and the Xianting to completely fall out. That would not be good for anyone. Moreover, as someone who had been reborn, Di Haoyan should also know about many opportunities. These opportunities could also be used as bargaining chips to make a deal with the three assassins of the Jin dynasty. In addition, Jun Xiaoyao also thought of the Grey Clan. After all, he had snatched the opportunity of the heavenly cycle Daoist in the void sky world. With the arrogant temperament of the Grey Clan, they should not be able to tolerate this. And the Grey Clan's foundation was enough to participate in this plan to kill him. As for whether the Archean royalty, the Holy Spirit clan, and so on, would participate, Jun Xiaoyao was not sure. However, the forces of these two factions were very complicated. It should be impossible for them to participate in this plan in a short period of time. In the end, only the underworld was left. Although they had the resentment of the Holy Spirit curse, they had not revealed themselves until now. The only resentment was the Hades bloodline, which was rumored to have broken away from the underworld. However, the underworld would not target him so early. The mastermind behind this is the taboo family of the Nine Heavens, the Xianxia, the Grey Clan. Am I right? Jun Xiaoyao clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the three assassins of the Jin dynasty. The three assassins of the Jin dynasty did not change their expressions. This was the professional quality of an assassin. However, they were surprised in their hearts. This Jun Xiaoyao's real monster did not seem to be his talent. It was his intelligence. You don't need to talk. Today is the day you die. The three assassins of the Jin dynasty were full of murderous intent. At this time, a young man and woman walked out of the heaven. They both had 4 wings on their backs and a bloody smell. Obviously, many creatures had died in their hands. Lords, please let us do it. Jun Xiaoyao is the best whetstone for us. The man of the young man and woman said. They looked very similar. They were twins, and their eyes were narrow with a sense of coldness. It's the twin assassins of the heaven. They're twins. They have different bodies and are united. When they carry out assassination missions, their success rate is 100%. Voices came from the secluded nation and the Blood Pagoda. Obviously, the twin assassins were very famous in the assassin circle. They were one of the most famous young prodigies. And now, they wanted to use Jun Xiaoyao as a whetstone. No, he's an ultimate heavenly venerable. He once killed a great heavenly venerable with one punch, someone from the heavens said. At this moment, the void suddenly split open, and the power of a sub-emperor surged. A ball of light shot toward Jun Xiaoyao. How dare you? Fufeng of Gojosian attacked. His life and death were linked to Jun Xiaoyao. If Jun Xiaoyao died, he wouldn't be able to live either. However, from another direction, another hand of laws reached out and collided with Fufeng of Gojosian. With a loud bang, the void exploded. Fufeng of Gojosian's blood and qi churned as he retreated hundreds of steps. A four-tribulation sub-emperor, Fufeng of Gojosian's expression was extremely ugly. At this moment, bright shackles appeared on Jun Xiaoyao's body. It was the ball of light that had just shot over. It was made of a special kind of mithril and had the ability to absorb the power of laws and limit one's realm. It's the spirit lock. It seems that the Lord has given you a chance to train, someone from the heavens said. The spirit lock could limit one's magic power and realm. Jun Xiaoyao's strength was far beyond his peers. If there were no restrictions, the result would be obvious. The twin assassins of the heaven were somewhat unhappy. They actually wanted to challenge Jun Xiaoyao in his complete form. Me too. A cold and hoarse voice was heard. A man walked out from secluded state and took off the white mask on his face, revealing a face as pale as a sheet of paper, just like an origami doll. It's the Grim Reaper. Rumor has it that he's the only monster in the younger generation of the secluded country to have completed 10 hell-level missions in a row. As soon as this person took off his white bone mask, the other 2 assassins from the Jin dynasty were shocked. Those who could walk out at this time and wanted to use Jun Xiaoyao as practice were not ordinary people. Even the twin assassins looked at the Grim Reaper with a dignified expression. They were competitors competing for the title of the young king of the assassin circle. The Blood Pagoda was naturally not to be outdone. A man in blood-red clothes stepped out. There was a blood-red demonic ring behind him, which seemed to contain tens of thousands of wailing resentful spirits. This was because too many living beings had been killed. The demonic ring condensed represented great sin, and of course, it was also a symbol of strength. The strongest successor of the Blood Pagoda has also come out. The top geniuses of the Jin dynasty of the 3 assassins walked out. Sparks flew in each other's eyes, obviously wanting to compete. Why don't we compete and see who can kill Jun Xiaoyao in the end, the man in the twin assassin's hands said. Sure, Jun Xiaoyao will be the most precious prey in my hands, the Grim Reaper whispered. To be able to kill someone like Jun Xiaoyao is also a legend, enough to be recorded in the history of the assassin world. The successor of the Blood Pagoda revealed a sinister smile. It was hard to imagine that the hero of the mystic realm, the person with the most noble status and the most monstrous talent, Now, he was treated as prey and a whetstone. If this news spread, it would definitely make many people angry. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was very calm about it. He had the spirit lock on him, which could limit his strength. That was why these assassins of the Jin dynasty dared to provoke him. Bad guys, you are all bad guys. Little Evers now shrank beside Jun Xiaoyao, her big eyes as clear as gemstones were filled with fear and disgust. Jun Xiaoyao touched her little head, his expression still calm. At this moment, a chain that seemed to be formed by holy light suddenly shot through the void. The top of the chain was connected to a light blade. Those were the twin assassins of heaven, who couldn't help but take the initiative to attack. It could be said that whoever could kill Jun Xiaoyao with their own hands, regardless of whether their reputation was good or bad, it would definitely be passed down for billions of years. This was also a kind of honor for the assassins. Jun Xiaoyao's feet flashed, and he stepped into the void. One of his palms struck out, colliding with the light blade chain. The blade of light, which could easily pierce through even a supreme being, burst into sparks in Jun Xiaoyao's hand. What? The twin assassins were surprised. Wasn't Jun Xiaoyao bound by the spirit lock? How could he still have such strength? You are too weak. Let me, the Grim Reaper of Seclusion whispered. He summoned a 9-story white bone pagoda. Upon closer inspection, the pagoda was densely packed with human heads. This was his spoils of war, a white bone pagoda made of human heads, which had been refined into a top-level supreme weapon by a big shot. The 9-story white bone pagoda fell down, carrying with it a monstrous resentment. This pagoda actually had the effect of soul attack. The cries of countless dead souls poured into Jun Xiaoyao's sea of consciousness. Jun Xiaoyao was completely unaffected. He used the Kuan Peng's great magical power, and stepped on the Kuan Peng's extreme speed. He landed in front of the twin assassins of heaven at an incredible speed. With a punch, the power of 3,000 sumeru surged, and the void was annihilated. This pair of twins had shocked expressions. Unexpectedly, they had attacked with all their strength, bringing out powerful methods and killing moves, but they were still instantly killed. At this moment, a blood-dripping sword ray appeared. It was the heir of the blood pagoda. He wielded the divine sword dripping blood and wanted to sneak up on Jun Xiaoyao. In his hands, the killing path saint art was used to perfection, and he could easily kill a powerhouse of the same level. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao merely flicked his finger and destroyed the divine sword dripping blood. The successor of the blood pagoda coughed up blood and retreated, his face filled with horror. At the same time, the Grim Reaper and the 9-story human skull pagoda emitted turbid yellow water, which carried with it a corrosive aura of the netherworld. That was the water of the yellow springs, which came from the underworld. Just like the spring of life, it was a rarely seen divine water. However, its effect was the opposite of the spring of life. The spring of life was filled with vitality. It was a supreme medicine that could heal the dead and bring bones back to life. As for the water of the yellow springs, it was rumored that anyone who touched it would die. It possessed a terrifying corrosive and cursing power. It was unknown how many vengeful souls had melted in the water of the yellow springs. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao sneered. With a flick of his finger, a drop of blood emitting the aura of chaos shot out. That was the chaos blood. Jun Xiaoyao had the chaos physique. The blood in his body was no different from the blood of a true connate chaotic physique. It was the rare chaos blood. What were the characteristics of the chaos blood? It contained and devoured everything. Only when all the powers in the world merged together would it be called the chaos blood. After the drop of chaos blood fell into the water of the yellow springs, it caused the water to boil. The various corrosive curses in it disappeared, dissolved by the chaos blood. How is this possible? Even the Grim Reaper, who had always been expressionless, had a change in expression. His yellow springs water lost its effect and became ordinary water. It no longer had the corrosive curse effect. Jun Xiaoyao raised his palm, and lightning flashed. The Thunder Emperor's great theurgy was unleashed. Thousands of light of calamity appeared and fell on the Grim Reaper. The 9-floored pagoda of human heads was blasted into pieces. The Grim Reaper screamed and died as a charred corpse. In the end, only the successor of the blood pagoda was left. A wave of cold air surged from his heart. Who was the prey? The spirit lock has no effect? The successor of the Blood Pagoda was terrified. For an assassin, that was already a disqualification. The spirit lock can restrain 30 to 40% of my power, but 10% is enough to deal with you. Jun Xiaoyao pressed down with his palm. Help me! The successor of the Blood Pagoda roared. However, the people of the Blood Pagoda were indifferent. You have lost the right to be the successor of the Blood Pagoda, someone said coldly. The successor of the Blood Pagoda was stunned, and his face was filled with despair. Puff! He was smashed into a bloody mist by Jun Xiaoyao's palm. Who could have imagined, just a moment ago, these prodigies were still arguing about who could kill Jun Xiaoyao with their own hands. In less than a moment, they were all dead. As expected of the assassins of the Jin dynasty. Your blood is cold. Seeing their own prodigies die in front of them, the three assassins of the Jin dynasty were indifferent. They can't even defeat you with the spirit lock. They don't have the right to continue living. The world of assassins is a survival of the fittest world. The strong live, and the weak die. But they are not completely useless. At least they can confirm that you are definitely here in your true body, not an illusory one. If a Dharma body with the spirit lock could kill the three assassins of the Jin dynasty in seconds, then these prodigies were really living like dogs. So, you are using their lives to test my authenticity? Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. He had to admit that the three assassins of the Jin dynasty were really a professional team. They did not make any mistakes in any way, leaving no trace of luck. The three assassins of the Jin dynasty did not say anything, but obviously that was what they meant. Then you should also find out what trump cards I have. Jun Xiaoyao sneered. His trump cards were not only Jun Wuhui's protective talisman, but also many protective ancient artifacts. Of course, more importantly, there was the Dharma body of the god of faith that he used to fight against calamity. Of course we have investigated this. After all, even the ultimate calamity died in your hands. But your Dharma body should not have time to accumulate the power of faith. As for other means, we have also prepared. So today, no one can save you. After the three assassins of the Jin dynasty finished speaking, they did not delay any longer and were about to attack. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled up. Indeed, the three assassins of the Jin dynasty had carefully prepared. It could be said that they had taken many situations into consideration. But there were also things that they did not take into account. The three assassins of the Jin dynasty, and even the real mastermind behind it, would never have thought of this. Jun Xiaoyao had already expected all of this. Or rather, it was exactly what Jun Xiaoyao wanted. Kill. The three assassins of the Jin dynasty attacked. How dare you? Fufeng of Gojoseon attacked, his quasi-emperor aura surging. His life had long been tied to Jun Xiaoyao's. And at this time, the quasi-emperor hiding behind the scenes finally appeared. On heaven's side, endless light surged. A nine-winged angel appeared. This was the quasi-emperor expert of heaven. Then, ghostly energy surged, as if the gates of hell had been opened. The quasi-emperor of the secluded country also appeared. He was dressed in black armor and held a dark heavenly blade. A sea of blood appeared, and a blood-colored figure stepped on the sea of blood. The quasi-emperor expert of the Blood Pagoda also appeared. The quasi-emperors of the Jin dynasty of the three assassins had appeared together. It could be said that this kind of extravagance to surround and kill a young prodigy could be said to be unprecedented in history. This lineup could even kill a quasi-emperor below the fourth tribulation, but Jun Xiaoyao's expression did not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. The three great assassins were quasi-emperors from the Jin dynasty, and the weakest of them was a third tribulation quasi-emperor. There was also a fourth tribulation quasi-emperor, the great nine-winged angel from heaven. The great nine-winged angel from heaven was a fourth tribulation quasi-emperor. The secluded nation and the Blood Pagoda each had a third tribulation quasi-emperor. And here, there was only Fufeng of Gojoseon, a second tribulation quasi-emperor. It could be said that this was a hopeless lineup, and it was impossible to break through. Killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. This time, we are betting on the future of the Jin dynasty. So, son of God of the Jun family, I'm sorry. You saved the celestial realm, but you can't save yourself. The great nine-winged angel of heaven's fourth tribulation quasi-emperor flapped his 9 light wings, and his powerful quasi-emperor aura shook the void. Countless nomological laws turned into killing lights and condensed in the void. They also looked like sword feathers. Each sword feather could easily penetrate a giant ancient star. In the eyes of a quasi-emperor, even the monstrous Jun Xiaoyao was like an ant. No matter how heaven-defying and unreasonable Jun Xiaoyao was, he could only cause trouble in the seventh tribulation supremacy realm. And quasi-emperors had already surpassed the seventh tribulation supremacy realm. They had transcended the ninth tribulation to attain the Tao. Although they had yet to attain the complete Tao, they had already figured out a vague path and formed some embryonic forms of the great Tao. Kill! The great nine-winged angel let out a murderous roar, and his voice shook heaven and earth. Of course, they had set up the Divine Realm Sky Restriction Array and the Sky Confusion Array. Therefore, the fluctuations from the battle could not be transmitted to the outside world. You dare to attack, Master? You are dead meat. No matter where you go, you will not be able to survive. Fufeng of Gojoseon shouted and rushed out. He was indeed very afraid of death. Otherwise, he would not have been so cowardly when he faced Jun Wuhui back then. But now, he had to attack even if he didn't want to. Moreover, he had experienced Jun Wuhui's strength. Although the quasi-emperors in front of him were all stronger than him, they were only slightly stronger. And facing Jun Wuhui, Fufeng of Gojoseon felt like he was an ant that was being pinched at the fingertips. Jun Wuhui crushed it lightly. They were not on the same level at all. Heh, then I'll kill you first. You guys go deal with him. The great nine-winged angel ordered the others to attack. To be honest, with their status, they really didn't have much interest in attacking a lesser Empyrean. The three quasi-emperors had made their moves. They had to kill Fufeng of Gojoseon in the shortest time possible. That was because he was the only one who caught their attention. He was almost at the same level as them. Jun Xiaoyao, your legend will end in the hands of the assassins of the Jin dynasty. In the future, our assassins of the Jin dynasty will be passed down for generations to come. A mystique venerable rank assassin from heaven sneered. Passed down through the ages? You're thinking too much. No matter what the outcome is today, there is no place for you in this world. Jun Xiaoyao flicked his sleeve. Violent chaotic energy surged, and the supreme divine blood in his body boiled. The fourth supreme technique was activated, his overall strength increased by several times, 3,000 Sumeru worlds vibrated, and the universe shook. Then, with a loud bang, the spirit lock on Jun Xiaoyao's body shattered into countless shards and shot out in all directions. Eversnow, I'm sorry to have dragged you into this. Step back. Jun Xiaoyao left little Eversnow behind him and charged out. Little Eversnow was crying, and bean-sized tears kept falling from her big eyes. However, what no one noticed was, there seemed to be some kind of strange whirlpool spinning in little Eversnow's eyes, bringing with it a mysterious and unpredictable feeling. Even little Eversnow herself did not notice it. She only felt very panicked and scared, and her heart started to beat faster. As for the three assassins of the Jin dynasty, they ignored little Eversnow for the time being. Their attention was on Jun Xiaoyao. At worst, they could just wait for Jun Xiaoyao to die and then silence him. This was a group of cold-blooded death gods. They would not let little Eversnow live just because she was a child. Jun Xiaoyao, your legend is about to end. A Tao Master of Heaven directly attacked, wanting to end the battle as quickly as possible. At the same time, the Tao Masters of Secluded Nation and Blood Pagoda also attacked. Three big hands reached for Jun Xiaoyao at the same time. All of them wanted to kill Jun Xiaoyao. The reason was very simple. With Jun Xiaoyao's talent, even his corpse was priceless. That drop of chaotic blood could be sold for a sky-high price. Not to mention an entire chaotic body. Including Jun Xiaoyao, as the son of God of the Jun family, naturally had all kinds of resources and treasures. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao himself was a huge moving treasure trove. The three Tao Masters of the Jin dynasty naturally did not want to let go of this benefit. Do you all really think I'm a fat sheep that everyone wants to kill? Jun Xiaoyao sneered. He took out one ancient artifact after another from his spatial artifact. For example, broken wooden swords, tattered armor, ancient talismans, and so on. These were all protective treasures given to him by the ancestors of the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao had used them when he was exploring the Bronze Immortal Palace, but he did not use them much after that. Because there was nothing that could threaten him. But now, some Dao Masters and Divine Venerables were shamelessly attacking him. Jun Xiaoyao had no choice but to take out these protective ancient artifacts. Humph, these things can't stop us. The Dao Master of Heaven snorted, raised his hand, and clashed with the broken wooden swords, causing a shocking explosion. The Dao Masters and Divine Venerables of Secluded Nation and Blood Pagoda were also blocked by the ancient talismans, bronze bells, and other artifacts. Of course, there were also lesser heavenly venerables, greater heavenly venerables, and even mystique venerables. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a cold smile. Of course, I know I can't stop them for long, but I just need to buy some time. Even if I die in the end, I still need to kill a few people, right? Jun Xiaoyao was wearing that tattered armor, which provided him with an additional layer of defense. This was the ancient artifact used by the ancestors of the Jun family. Kill. There was no mercy to speak of. The three Dao Masters of the Jin dynasty wanted to use him as a whetstone to practice their skills. But now, Jun Xiaoyao was using the three Dao Masters of the Jin dynasty to practice his skills. He was going to kill them all. Jun Xiaoyao's divine blood of the supreme stage boiled, flowing through his limbs and bones. His entire body was wrapped in a ball of divine flame, burning brightly. It was not a real flame, but a blood flame formed by the divine blood of the supreme stage. The divine blood of the supreme stage was the form of the supreme bone after its transformation. It was also one of the top talents. Jun Xiaoyao rarely used it, but it did not mean that this talent was not strong. His strength had increased by several times. The Kuanping Grand Mystique in his left hand and the Fiend God Grand Mystique in his right. The Kuanping's Infinite Divine Fist and the Heaven-Splitting Fiend God Fist were both executed by him at the same time. Wherever the fist passed, the lesser heavenly venerables of the three assassin dynasties were unable to withstand it and their bodies exploded. This was unimaginable. Cultivators who could cultivate to this level were not ordinary people. Even when facing an extreme supremacy of the same level, they could withstand 2 or 3 moves. But now, they could not even withstand one punch from Jun Xiaoyao, but this was not the most ridiculous thing. This was because even a Grand Empyrean was knocked back by this terrifying punch. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and the arm he used to attack was shattered. What kind of monster is this? Some great heavenly venerables roared with bloodshot eyes. When they heard that Jun Xiaoyao had killed great heavenly venerables with a single punch, they did not believe it. Because it was extraordinarily difficult for a 7th stage supremacy to kill someone of a higher level. But now, the truth was right in front of them, and they were helpless. An anomaly could not be judged by common sense. How dare a person who is about to die be so presumptuous? At this moment, an extremely cold voice sounded. It was the mystique venerables of the 3 Jin dynasty great heavenly venerables, who were charging at Jun Xiaoyao. The power of this level was not something a great heavenly venerate could compare to. It was not an exaggeration to say that every step of the supremacy realm was like ascending to heaven. This was also why it was harder than ascending to the heavens to challenge those of a higher realm after the supremacy realm. Even some monstrous prodigies could only reign supreme among those of the same realm at most. In the face of an expert who was a level higher than him, he seemed somewhat powerless. However, Jun Xiaoyao was different. Those of the same realm were no match for him. They were no different from ants. Even a grand heavenly venerable who was 1 level stronger than him could only vomit blood and fly backward when faced with the powerful Jun Xiaoyao. However, the one who was about to make a move. It was not a lesser heavenly venerable of the same realm, nor was it a grand heavenly venerable of a higher realm. It was a supreme mystique venerable. The word supreme was enough to prove that there was a qualitative difference between a powerhouse of this level and a grand heavenly venerable. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. The 3 assassins, the Jin dynasty's Dao venerable and godly venerable rank powerhouses, were temporarily blocked by Jun Xiaoyao's ancient weapons. Lesser heavenly venerables and grand heavenly venerables were no match for Jun Xiaoyao. Therefore, only a supreme mystique venerable could make a move. Sword of Judgment. The Heaven's Mystique Venerable Rank Powerhouse raised his hand. Endless power of law gathered and formed a sword of law that seemed to be able to sever heaven and earth. Fierce fluctuations surged in all directions. This move widened the gap between him and a grand heavenly venerable. It was not just the heaven's mystique venerable rank powerhouse. The secluded nation and blood Buddha's mystique venerable rank powerhouses also made a move. Bullying the weak was not important at all. They were a group of assassins who did not care about their reputation. The secluded nation's mystique venerable rank powerhouse took out hundreds of formation flags and formed a small killing array. However, its power was limitless and could easily kill a heavenly venerable rank powerhouse. The blood Buddha's powerhouse held a blood-stained dagger that glowed with a faint green light. It was obviously dipped in poison. Facing the encirclement of mystique venerable rank powerhouses, even someone as strong as Jun Xiaoyao had to be cautious. He was not blindly confident. He had a clear understanding of his own strength. Jun Xiaoyao took out his two weapons. The myriad qi cauldron floated above his head. As it rotated, strands of myriad qi descended, each strand capable of crushing the void. The everlasting sword embryo shone with sharp and resplendent light. The sword seemed to reflect the entire universe. The immortal patterns on it lit up, scattering down a brilliant rain of light. One had to know that Jun Xiaoyao had never used a weapon when fighting. But now, he had taken out the myriad qi cauldron and the Daluo sword embryo. This showed just how cautious Jun Xiaoyao was. Boom, Jun Xiaoyao faced off against a mystique venerable one. The heavenly lord of heaven's sword of judgment slashed toward Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao used the myriad qi cauldron to defend himself as he attacked. With a loud explosion, the myriad qi cauldron remained unscathed. Eh? What a great weapon. It's actually refined with the myriad source qi as the foundation. It's not far from being an imperial armament. The mystique venerable one from heaven looked at the myriad qi cauldron with greed in his eyes. The mystique venerable ones from seclusion and blood pagoda charged forward. Jun Xiaoyao slashed out with the everlasting sword embryo. The resplendent sword light tore through the heavens and earth. Each ray was 10,000 miles long. Destructive ripples erupted. Even someone as powerful as Jun Xiaoyao felt the impact and was under immense pressure. Fortunately, he was wearing a tattered armor. It was actually an ancient artifact with terrifying defensive power. Otherwise, it would not have been gifted to Jun Xiaoyao by the ancestors of the Jun family as a protective artifact. How is this possible? Jun Xiaoyao actually blocked off a round of attacks from mystique venerable ones. The other assassins from the Jin dynasty of the three great assassins were all dumbfounded. Challenging someone of a higher level was already heaven-defying enough. Challenging a supreme mystique venerable one's 2 levels above him was too much, wasn't it? No matter how strong the others were, they had to abide by the rules of their level. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care about martial arts ethics at all, nor did he play by the rules. It must be because of that protective armor. It blocked most of the power for Jun Xiaoyao. Even so, it's terrifying enough. If it were anyone else, even with an ancient artifact protecting them, they would not be able to fight against a mystique venerable ones. The people from the Jin dynasty of the three great assassins only understood now. They did not understand why Jun Xiaoyao was rumored to be such a god. He was truly a heaven-defying anomaly. Junior, don't be so arrogant. In front of us mystique venerables, you are just an ant. The mystique venerable one from heaven looked displeased. Jun Xiaoyao was able to stop him despite the fact that he was bullying someone weaker than him. He had nowhere to put his face. 100,000 killing swords. The mystique venerable one from heaven shouted and used his ultimate move. The light wings on his back trembled. Light feathers formed from precepts fell. They turned into 100,000 terrifying killing swords and formed a formation in the air. They formed a terrifying rain of death swords and charged toward Jun Xiaoyao. At the same time, the mystique venerable ones from secluded nation and blood pagoda also used their ultimate moves. They wanted to fight for Jun Xiaoyao, their prey. So what if you are a supreme mystique venerable? Do you really think that I, the son of God, am easy to bully? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were sharp, and his aura shook the world. Even though he was in a desperate situation, Jun Xiaoyao did not back down. This was the pride that was rooted in Jun Xiaoyao's bones. He was the son of God of the Jun family. He was an unparalleled monster since he was born. Even someone as strong as the ultimate disaster had been ended by his hands. Moreover, these were just a few mystique venerable ones from the Jin dynasty. The supreme divine blood in Jun Xiaoyao's body boiled, and all his attributes increased by several times. Behind him, chaotic energy surged, as if a vast demon god was splitting the world apart. Chaotic body, chaos splitting the heavens. At the same time, the power of the 3,000 Sumeru worlds surged in his body. It was as if 3,000 worlds were surging out. Jun Xiaoyao used the Daluo sword embryo to perform the 5 great sword techniques, fusing them into one to form a shocking sword. Slash. Boom, an unprecedentedly huge wave erupted. The shockwaves gave people the illusion that the intensity was no less than a great battle between boundary emperors in the depths of the universe. Amidst this smoke, even the void was destroyed. The 3 mystique venerable ones from the Jin dynasty were all forced back a few steps. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao was also forced back. His body was shaking, and his blood was churning. Hundreds of the 3,000 Sumeru worlds in his body were shattered. Even more cracks had appeared on the tattered armor on his body. It was on the verge of being scrapped. The mystique venerable ones from heaven narrowed their eyes when they saw the cracks on the armor. Jun Xiaoyao, you are indeed unexpected. You can actually withstand a round of our attacks. But you, how many more moves can you take? Take another 10,000 steps back. Even if you can withstand our attacks, can you survive today? The mystique venerable ones from heaven were speaking the truth. In the sky, Fufeng of Gojoseon was in a desperate situation. He was surrounded by 3 boundary emperors and spat out mouthfuls of blood. He was on the verge of death. There were also the Dao venerables and godly venerables from the Jin dynasty. They were about to suppress the many ancient artifacts that Jun Xiaoyao had taken out. There were also a few mystique venerables who were eyeing him covetously. It could be said that in such a situation, no one could reverse the situation. However, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly smiled. He slowly raised his hand. A drop of black blood, as dark as the night, floated quietly in his palm. The heavenly black blood. Heaven, you cannot make me kneel. Earth, you cannot make me kneel. The likes of you are still far from enough. As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Xiaoyao directly slapped the heavenly black blood into his body. At this moment, the shackles of darkness were broken. The Grim Reaper had descended. Endless dark energy exploded in Jun Xiaoyao's body. It was the heavenly black blood, the purest form of black blood. If it were anyone else, they would have gone mad if this drop of black blood merged with them. However, Jun Xiaoyao was different. This was not the first time he had merged with it. In the Avicania lands, the source of the Styx, he had merged with a drop of black blood. After that, he merged the heavenly black blood into his god's Dharma body during the battle against the ultimate calamity. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao was familiar with this power and could control it. The power of the heavenly black blood allowed Jun Xiaoyao to enter dark mode, increasing all his attributes. Boom, it was as if an ancient demon god had awakened, or as if the Grim Reaper had walked out of the gates of hell. Thick black fog spread out in all directions. Be careful, that's black blood. An assassin exclaimed. No one wanted to be tainted by the black fog. Jun Xiaoyao could adapt and prevent himself from falling into madness. However, it did not mean that others could do the same. This time, many of the Jin dynasty's lesser heavenly venerables and greater heavenly venerables were tainted by the black fog. Illusions appeared before their eyes, and they felt as if they had fallen into endless darkness. Even their primordial spirits were corroded. Ah, an assassin held his head and screamed. This was the purest heavenly black blood, not the impure black blood from the foreign lands. Therefore, the corrosive power was stronger. Damn it! Seeing this, the faces of the Jin dynasty's mystique venerable rank powerhouses darkened. An Empyrean-level assassin was not some cabbage on the street that could be casually nurtured. Now that so many of them had died, it was a great loss for the Jin dynasty's top 3. Assassins. You should worry about your own lives first. A cold voice sounded. The Jin dynasty's mystique venerable rank powerhouses suddenly turned their eyes to Jun Xiaoyao, who was surrounded by the black fog. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's black hair had turned white like snow. 3,000 strands of white hair floated in the air, cold and bleak. A pair of bottomless eyes glittered with a faint purple light, ancient, evil, and incomparably strange. Eye of Denouement. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's temperament was even colder and more terrifying than the three assassins of the Jin dynasty. He was like a supreme demon lord. That was how Jun Xiaoyao looked like in dark mode. It was even more powerful and terrifying than when he merged with the black blood in the other side. It was because the drop of black blood he merged with in the other side, compared to the heavenly heaven black blood, still had a qualitative difference. They could feel Jun Xiaoyao's terrifying might that could shake the void and destroy the heavens. Even though the three assassins were mystique venerable ones from the Jin dynasty, their hearts were racing. Jun Xiaoyao, as the hero who saved a mortal domain, you are actually using the foreign black blood power. It really is ironic. Heaven's mystic venerable shouted coldly. I never said that I was a hero. Moreover, don't you think it's even more ironic for a bunch of gutter rats to say such things? Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a cold smile. How dare you? The three assassins were mystique venerable ones from the Jin dynasty. They immediately attacked, and their supreme mystique venerable aura swept through the world. Jun Xiaoyao's current state was extremely strange. However, they did not think that Jun Xiaoyao could pose any threat to them, even though he was 2 ranks higher. Heaven's forbidden song. Soul-subduing incantation. Blood world swallows the heavens. The group of mystique venerable ones used shocking secret techniques. It could be said that even mystique venerable ones of the same rank would be severely injured and die under such a siege. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao held his sword in one hand and slowly raised his other hand. Densely packed living sacrificial runes started to appear around him. It was as if countless living beings were crying and wailing at Jun Xiaoyao's feet. The scene was extremely strange and terrifying. What is that? Noticing this strange scene, some of the Jin dynasty assassins exclaimed. Then, someone screamed in horror. Blood-colored flowers grew out of a grand heavenly venerable's body. The flowers looked as if they had been watered with fresh blood, evil and cold. At the same time, the laws in this heavenly venerable's body were being shattered and absorbed by the blood-colored flowers. These flowers were the devil's snare flowers. Jun Xiaoyao's move was his self-created origin great path superpower, the third move of Genesis, God Sacrifice. It was a terrifying forbidden move inspired by the power of sacrifice of the dark heaven lineage, sacrifice all living beings to nourish oneself. Right now, the ones being sacrificed were undoubtedly the three assassins from the Jin dynasty. It was hard to imagine that Jun Xiaoyao, who had fused with the dark heaven blood, could use the origin great path superpower. Its power was simply indescribable. Devil's snare flowers grew out of the assassins' bodies. When the flowers bloomed, it was also time for them to turn into ashes. Damn it! It was not just the lesser heavenly venerables and grand heavenly venerables. Even the mystique venerables from the Jin dynasty, who were the three assassins, had blood-colored devil's snare flowers growing out of their bodies. Of course, they were stronger and could still resist for a while. However, they had already suffered heavy injuries. The power of laws in their bodies had been destroyed and absorbed. After Jun Xiaoyao used God's sacrifice, he held the Zenith Heaven Sword embryo in his hand. A brilliance that seemed to have come from the beginning of the world appeared on the sword. Genesis, light of God, a wisp of sword light slashed out as if it was splitting heaven and earth. This sword had fused with light of God, the power of the dark blood, and the universe origin power in Jun Xiaoyao's body. That wasn't the power of the dust world from before. It was the power of a minor kiliocosm. This power was completely incomparable to the previous one. Pucci, the sword slashed through. The blood Buddha's mystique venerable's blood splattered everywhere as his body was split into 2. Devil's snare flowers bloomed all over his severed body. First one. Jun Xiaoyao was like the Grim Reaper as he whispered coldly. Then, the terrifying blood-colored power of sin appeared and entangled the Zenith Heaven Sword embryo. Genesis, God's punishment was used. Boundless chains of sin slashed out along with the sword. The more sins one had, the stronger the power of this sword. The blood and sin on these assassins' hands were clearly indescribable. A group of assassins fell like wheat being harvested. Blood splattered across the sky. Finally, the sword light landed on the mystique venerable from seclusion. No! The mystique venerable from seclusion roared. His body was entangled by chains of sin and covered in devil's snare flowers. This was like heaven's punishment for him. It was God's punishment. as the devil's snare flowers bloomed, this mystique venerable's body and origin spirit also withered. Finally, light of God and God's punishment merged into one on the zenith heaven sword embryo. It turned into a destructive sword light that crossed thousands of miles and slashed toward the mystique venerable from heaven. The mystique venerable from heaven roared. At the same time, his originally cold and arrogant eyes started to tremble. He had never imagined that he would be forced to such a state by a junior. He was the killing venerable of heaven and had a fierce reputation. Indiscriminate destruction. The mystique venerable from heaven roared. He burned all the essence of the law of life in one final attack. But there was no other way. With the support of the supreme divine blood, the azure black blood, and the origin great past power, the attack was too powerful. Xianxia's attack was unparalleled. The mystique venerable would also be turned into ashes by this attack. The mystique venerable from heaven also died in disbelief and regret. Crack, the tattered armor on Xianxia's body was filled with cracks as well, which eventually fell apart. The mystique venerable from heaven's final attack was indeed not weak. It completely shattered this ancient artifact. At this moment, Xianxia's white hair fluttered in the wind as he held the zenith heaven sword embryo. He was the handsome white-haired Grim Reaper who brought darkness and death to everyone. He's dead. Xianxia defied the heavens and killed a mystique venerable. The remaining 3 assassins from the Jin dynasty trembled. They felt like their minds had been turned upside down. Xianxia had crossed 2 levels and killed multiple mystique venerables. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. Even these cold-blooded assassins felt like their hearts were about to explode. They even felt a little dazed. Was Xianxia the prey, or were they the prey? At this moment, a loud shout came from the void. How dare a person who is about to die be so arrogant? They were the 3 assassins from the Jin dynasty. They were godly venerables and Tao venerables. They had already suppressed those ancient artifacts. They looked at the bloody battlefield and the corpses of the lesser heavenly venerables, greater heavenly venerables, and mystique venerables. Their hearts were bleeding. It was fine if the young prodigies from before had died. They could nurture batch after batch of such prodigies, just like raising venomous insects. However, the death of these experts was a great loss to the 3 assassins from the Jin dynasty. Junior, fighting like a cornered beast will only make your death more painful. The godly venerables and Tao venerables charged at Xianxia with rage in their eyes. It could be said that even the 3 great assassins of the Jin dynasty did not expect this. They actually paid such a huge price to deal with a junior like Xianxia. Many junior heavenly venerables and grand heavenly venerables had died. Even the supreme mystic venerables had fallen. As for the younger generation of assassins, there was no need to talk about them. They had fallen in droves. At this moment, Xianxia was too terrifying. He was simply like a white-haired demon lord who could destroy the world. Although they had already overestimated Xianxia's strength, Xianxia had still subverted their imaginations. Who would have thought that a junior heavenly venerate would be able to kill a mystic venerate? Today, even the heavenly emperor can't save you. The 3 great assassins of the Jin dynasty all reached out to grab Xianxia. One by one, the gnomological hands seemed to be overturning the sky. Xianxia held the Daluo sword embryo in his hand. He looked up and sighed softly. It was already extremely heaven-defying for him to be able to do this. There were only a few junior heavenly venerables who could kill a mystic venerate in the entire mystic realm. And now, even a Tao venerate was attacking him. No matter how heaven-defying Xianxia was, he could not go against the common sense of cultivation and fight against Tao venerate Hundun. In fact, even when fighting against a mystic venerate, Xianxia had already used part of his trump card. Of course, it was only part of it. Xianxia had never been one to reveal all of his trump cards. Only by being 30% frivolous and 70% secretive could he be in an invincible position. Facing the joint attack of the 3 great assassins of the Jin dynasty, Xianxia raised his hand and took out Jun Wuhui's talisman. On it, the words "A gentleman has no regrets in his life" bloomed with radiant light. A hazy white-robed figure appeared. It was as if he had transcended the heavens and suppressed time and space. Have you finally taken it out? The 3 great assassins of the Jin dynasty, the Tao venerates, and the supreme gods all froze. They dared to assassinate Jun Xiaoyao because they were fully prepared. After all, the vanguard of the three great clans had been killed by this move. The image of the white-robed divine king sat cross-legged in the void. His radiance shone through the ages and crushed the heavens. Even a quasi-emperor could not ignore that aura. The three assassins, the Jin dynasty's Dao masters and godly venerables, quickly retreated. They knew that it would be difficult for them to deal with Jun Wuhui's protective talisman. However, since they knew how powerful Jun Wuhui's talisman was, they had already thought of a way to deal with it. Do you really think a talisman can protect you? In the depths of the sky, the heavenly Hall quasi-emperor who was besieging the Fufeng of Gojoseon, the nine-winged angel, let out a cold snort that was as loud as thunder. With a raise of his hand, tens of thousands of laws interweaved. Ancient runes were manifesting, turning into a terrifying killing zone. That's an ancient killing array. Jun Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes. The great nine-winged angel brought out a corner of an ancient and terrifying killing formation. Jun Xiaoyao was not unfamiliar with this. This was because the Jun family had used the third ancient killing formation during the immortal battle in the Huangtian mystic realm. When he was training in the wilderness, a group of Archean royalty prodigies had joined forces to bring out an incomplete corner of the ninth ancient killing formation in order to kill him. And now, the great nine-winged angel of heaven had brought out a part of the seventh ancient killing formation. It was the seventh most powerful killing formation since ancient times. It was reasonable for the Jin dynasty assassins to have an ancient killing formation. This was not the complete seventh ancient killing formation. However, when it was brought out by a quasi-emperor, its power was completely incomparable to the ninth killing formation used by the Archean royalty prodigies in the wilderness. Rumble, it was as if billions of bloody thunderbolts were exploding. The seventh ancient killing formation seemed to have evolved into an incomparably terrifying blood tribulation realm. The seventh ancient killing formation suppressed Jun Wuhui's talisman. It might not be able to completely suppress it, but it could at least delay it for a while. It seems that you guys have really put in a lot of effort to deal with me. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao smiled coldly. The three great assassins of the Jin dynasty had really prepared for everything. Even when he brought out his talisman, he still brought out the seventh ancient killing formation to fight against them. Of course. After all, you are Jun Xiaoyao. It's not too much to be cautious when dealing with you. A chaotic Dao master from heaven said coldly. To be honest, after fighting for so long, they really admired Jun Xiaoyao a little. If it were anyone else of the same generation, they would only feel despair when faced with such a situation. However, Jun Xiaoyao was still calm and composed. That kind of temperament was not something that ordinary people could compare to. But unfortunately, no matter how talented you are still a speck of dust in the end. Everything is over. The chaotic Dao master from heaven pressed down on Jun Xiaoyao with a large hand, surrounded by primitive chaotic qi. This was somewhat similar to the chaotic power of the chaotic body, but it was not the same. The chaotic power of the chaotic body was an innate power that came with it. On the other hand, the chaotic power of the chaotic Dao was obtained through the comprehension of the great Dao of chaos. This was also why the chaotic Dao master was at the top of the seven supremes. This was because they had already begun to comprehend the various great Dao rules and order in the chaos. As for the quasi-emperors, they had already comprehended some embryonic forms of the great Dao. Then, after going through the tempering of the 9 tribulations, they had attained the great Dao that truly belonged to them. This was the so-called affirmation of the Dao to become an emperor. As the peak of the 7 supremes, the chaotic Dao master's strength was naturally not comparable to the previous supreme mystic venerables. If Jun Xiaoyao wanted to block this palm, he would have to pay a great price. And just as the chaotic Dao master's large hand was about to press down on Jun Xiaoyao, a crisp and young voice with a hint of sobbing but still determined sounded. "Don't bully Daddy." A petite figure flashed in front of Jun Xiaoyao. It was little Evers now. She spread her arms and stood in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Her big eyes were red and sparkling with tears. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao facing so many enemies alone, she was heartbroken and afraid that something would happen to Jun Xiaoyao. The chaotic Dao master of the heavenly hall was expressionless and cold as ice as he continued to press down with his palm. They had also investigated. This little girl was brought out from the void sky world by Jun Xiaoyao. It might be some kind of opportunity. Di Haoyan had once told the three assassins about the Jin dynasty through the purple flame sovereign of heaven. That little girl might have some background. The three assassins did not care too much about the Jin dynasty. So what if she had some background? With the three quasi-emperors here, everything was not a problem. The chaotic Tao Master's large hand continued to press down. He wanted to bury little Eversnow and Jun Xiaoyao together. Boom, the chaotic Tao Master's large hand completely enveloped that space, suppressing Jun Xiaoyao and little Eversnow. Then, the chaotic Tao Master's 5 hands suddenly squeezed, the void seemed to be about to be crushed. It's over. Seeing this scene, the remaining 3 assassins of the Jin dynasty secretly sighed. To be honest, this encirclement was really unexpected. Jun Xiaoyao did live up to his reputation. However, at this moment, the chaotic Tao Master of the Heavenly Hall suddenly felt his heart skip a beat as he sensed that something was wrong. He saw that the hand of laws that he had stretched out was full of cracks and was collapsing. Finally, there was a loud boom, heaven and earth shook and all things fell, endless bright immortal light bloomed from it. A terrifying vortex appeared as if it was going to pull all things in the universe into the cycle of reincarnation. At the end of the cycle of reincarnation, a petite figure with silver hair fluttering and eyes closed looked like a little fairy. How is this possible? The chaotic Tao Master of the Heavenly Hall let out an unprecedented cry of horror. It was as if time had frozen. The 3 assassins from the Jin dynasty were all shocked like never before. The attack of a Chaos Tao Master was blocked by a little girl. What did that mean? It was even more shocking than when Jun Xiaoyao killed a Mystique Venerable. What's going on? The chaotic Tao Master from heaven was dumbfounded. He had never encountered such a situation before. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao saw what happened. While he had expected something like that to happen, he was still surprised. He knew that little Eversnow had a strong background. But he did not expect her to be able to unleash such great power. At this moment, the heavenly quasi-emperor who had activated the 7th ancient killing formation suddenly yelled, his eyelids twitching. Retreat. But it was too late. Little Eversnow was at the end of the reincarnation cycle. Her eyes were closed and she was as beautiful as a porcelain doll. However, waves of terrifying law ripples spread out from her body. Everywhere they passed, the void was silently annihilated and collapsed. That terrifying law ripple had far exceeded the range of a 7th-stage supreme. The ripple swept out. The 3 assassins from the Jin dynasty did not even have time to scream. Their physical bodies and primordial spirits turned into nothingness. In front of this ripple, people of any cultivation level were the same. Lesser heavenly venerables, greater heavenly venerables, supreme mystique venerables, creation divinity, and even chaotic Tao Master were the same. No. The Tao Masters from secluded nation and blood pagoda were horrified. In the face of this terrifying ripple, they could only resist for 1 or 2 seconds before they turned into dust too. The heavenly Tao Master who had attacked was so scared that his soul almost left his body. His whole body was cold as if he had fallen into an ice cave. What kind of monster had he provoked? But then, he did not have to think about this question anymore. Because he also turned into nothingness silently. For a moment, the entire space fell silent. The 3 assassins from the Jin dynasty, except for the 3 quasi-emperors. The rest of the assassins were all dead, Tao Masters, Divine Masters, Mystique Venerables, and Heavenly Venerables. None of them survived. If this scene was seen by outsiders, they would definitely be terrified. Cough, Fufeng of Gojoseon was covered in blood as he retreated. He was like a lamp that had run out of oil, and his body was in tatters. To be honest, it was already a miracle that he could last this long in front of 3 quasi-emperors who were of a higher level than him. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao injected some water from the spring of life into Fufeng of Gojoseon's body. Fufeng of Gojoseon breathed a sigh of relief. However, he was still severely injured and had almost no combat power left. Damn it! The 3 quasi-emperors were infuriated when they saw that the rest of their people had been killed. However, little Eversnow's eyes were still closed. It was as though she was at the end of the cycle of reincarnation. Something strange. What a powerful force. Seeing this, a dark light flashed in the eyes of the secluded nation's 3rd tribulation quasi-emperor. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed at little Eversnow. A quasi-emperor's attack was immensely powerful, and it was far from what a 7th-level supreme martial artist could compare to. At this moment, little Eversnow, who had her eyes closed all this time, suddenly opened them. In an instant, the heavens and the earth fell deathly silent, and the universe went silent. What kind of eyes were those? They were as clear as crystal, but with indifference and indifference, like a god overlooking the boundless universe and the reincarnation of all things. The dazzling light of reincarnation burst out. Oh no, stop! The 9-winged angel of heaven seemed to have sensed something. However, it was already too late. Ah! A miserable scream rang out. It was the secluded nation's quasi-emperor, who was holding his head and screaming. He felt that his primordial spirit was burning and was about to be pulled into an unknown cycle of reincarnation. This was horrifying. He was a quasi-emperor. If a great emperor did not appear, he would be one of the strongest. When had he ever tasted such a feeling of being on the verge of death? His primordial spirit was burning and severely injured. At the same time, his quasi-emperor body was shattering and exploding, blood splattering everywhere. Seeing this scene, the Blood Buddha quasi-emperor also felt a deep sense of fear. A dignified quasi-emperor had been forced into such a state by a little girl. However, the Blood Buddha quasi-emperor did not have time to think too much. Because little Eversnow had also turned her cold and emotionless crystal eyes to the Blood Buddha quasi-emperor. Splat, the Blood Buddha quasi-emperor was immediately severely injured and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. The quasi-emperor's body was swept by the dermic power fluctuations and exploded. F*ck, this is F** King ridiculous. Fufeng of Gojosian was stunned and could not help but curse. Just now, he had been forced into a corner by the 3 quasi-emperors and was severely injured and on the verge of death. But now, a little girl had instantly injured 2 quasi-emperors. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, who would have dared to believe it? What's going on? The 9-winged angel of heaven was the strongest of the 3 quasi-emperors and had already passed 4 tribulations. There was also a hint of shock on his face as he turned to look at Jun Xiaoyao. He found that Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm. So, this is your trump card? The heavenly quasi-emperor's voice was bone-chilling. The 3 assassins from the divine dynasty of assassins never expected that the girl who was always by Jun Xiaoyao's side would be so terrifying. Because no one would have expected this. Previously, although Di Haoyan had warned them. But who would have thought that little Eversnow could even deal with a quasi-emperor, and now, looking at Jun Xiaoyao's expression. The heavenly quasi-emperor suddenly understood. Why had Jun Xiaoyao been so calm all this time? It turned out that everything was in his plan. Looking at the heavenly quasi-emperor's sharp gaze, Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently, the best hunter often appears as the prey. Don't you understand this principle? Hearing these sarcastic words, the heavenly quasi-emperor's eyes shot out a cold light, and his heart was filled with killing intent. Now, he only wanted to kill Jun Xiaoyao. If he did not get rid of him, the 3 assassins of the Jin dynasty would be finished. At this moment, earth-shattering screams erupted. The bodies of the 2 third tribulation quasi-emperors of secluded country and Blood Buddha completely exploded, and their primordial spirits were burned into nothingness. 2 famous quasi-emperors of the immortal realm fell just like that. They probably did not expect that they would end up in such a ridiculous situation. Finally, little Eversnow's gaze fell on the 9-winged angel of heaven. The 9-winged angel's body also shook violently. However, he gritted his teeth and took out a weapon. Suddenly, tens of thousands of rays of brilliance, incomparably dazzling, illuminated the space. It was a dazzling golden armor with many ancient patterns imprinted on it. A vast emperor's aura shook, setting off tens of thousands of waves. This was an emperor's weapon of heaven. Heaven Saint armor. The 9-winged angel roared sternly. Even Jun Xiaoyao did not expect that heaven would bring an emperor's weapon. How much did they think of him? In order to encircle and annihilate him, they were too prepared. The 9-winged angel of heaven, wearing the emperor's weapon Heaven's Saint armor, charged toward little Eversnow and Jun Xiaoyao. Little Eversnow emitted terrifying nomological fluctuations. This was a defensive instinct that was born after encountering danger. 2 vortexes seemed to appear in her crystal-like eyes. Those were reincarnation vortexes, as if they could pull the entire world into them. Even someone as powerful as the nine-winged angel's primordial spirit trembled violently, as if it was about to leave his body. Today, no matter what price I have to pay, I will kill you. A ruthless and resolute look flashed across the nine-winged angel's eyes. His blood, primordial spirit, and laws were all burning. Even the Emperor's weapon, Heaven's Saint armor on his body, was vibrating, bursting forth with a vast Emperor's aura. Jun Xiaoyao instantly understood. This quasi-emperor of heaven wanted to self-destruct and destroy everything. The three great assassins of the Jin dynasty had put everything they had into this assassination attempt on Jun Xiaoyao. If they won, they would naturally obtain endless benefits. The three great assassins of the Jin dynasty would be able to prosper again. Moreover, if the mission was completed, there would naturally be someone to protect them. They would ascend to the 9 heavens. No matter how strong the Jun family was, they could not kill their way into the 9 heavens. Because that would mean becoming enemies with all the forbidden zones of the 9 heavens. Even someone as powerful as the Jun family couldn't have done that. A single forbidden zone was enough to intimidate the heroes of the immortal region, let alone the 10 great forbidden zones. However, if they failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not only would they not obtain any benefits, moreover, the three great assassins of the Jin dynasty would usher in their darkest moment. The consequences of assassinating the son of God of the Jun family were simply unimaginable. Therefore, the eyes of the nine-winged angel of heaven were filled with ruthlessness and decisiveness. He had already become a quasi-emperor, and his temperament was naturally incomparable to the previous assassins. Jun Xiaoyao, I admit that the three great assassins of the Jin dynasty have underestimated you. I did not expect to fall into your hands today, but completing a mission is the highest mission of an assassin. If I die today, you will not live either. The voice of the nine-winged angel of heaven was like the whisper of the Grim Reaper. His entire body bloomed with brilliant light, which was the burning of laws. As a quasi-emperor, even the embryonic form of the great Tao that he had comprehended was disintegrating and burning. Moreover, the most important thing was, the emperor weapon of heaven, the heaven's sacred armor, was also triggered by the nine-winged angel and was about to explode. A four-tribulation quasi-emperor and an emperor weapon self-destructed at the same time. The power was simply unimaginable. The nine-winged angel, like a brilliant burning meteor, crashed toward Jun Xiaoyao, Little Eversnow, and the others. In an instant, all time and space seemed to have frozen. The nine-winged angel turned into a brilliant point of origin. It was like the core of the sun. Endless terrifying power swelled out. The strange thing was that there was no earth-shaking rumble. Everything was carried out in an eerie silence. A four-tribulation quasi-emperor and an emperor weapon had self-detonated. That surge of power caused the void to crumble, creating a patch of nothingness. After a short period of strange and dead silence. Finally, the voice that had been pulled away returned. A mighty rumble that sounded like the wrath of a god was heard. It was as if 10,000 bolts of lightning had exploded at the same time. It was as if 10,000 nuclear bombs had exploded at the same time. This terrifying destructive shockwave instantly broke through the divine realm's forbidden space and the heaven-bewildering array. The originally dark universe was illuminated by the intense brilliance produced by the explosion, becoming as bright as day. Rumble. The sound of the explosion was like the roar of a thunder god. The shockwave of the explosion was like a destructive wave. This part of the universe was shaken, and the void shattered. Even some ancient star areas that were thousands of miles away from this place were shaken by the aftershocks. Stars were rustling and falling. What kind of fluctuation is that? How terrifying. Could it be that there's a great battle between emperor stage experts? In the surrounding universe, some of the ancient star regions were trembling. Many of the experts were aghast. That's the shockwave of a boundary emperor's self-destruction. Some of the experts sensed the shockwave and revealed an unprecedented look of surprise. No, there's also an emperor weapon. Some of the experts were even more aghast. Who could force a boundary emperor to self-destruct along with an emperor weapon? Some of the experts wanted to find out, but they were afraid of being implicated, so they could only watch from afar. At this moment, in a part of the universe, Di Haoyan's Dharma body stood in the void, looking at the dazzling flames in the distance. Those were the flames produced by the self-destruction of a boundary emperor and an emperor weapon. What a beautiful firework. A great enemy had been dealt with. Dihaoyan had a faint smile on his face. The biggest variable and obstacle had been removed. Next, everything would return to the right track, just like he remembered. Next, it's the forgotten nation. The unification of the Xianting is just around the corner. Dihaoyan clasped his hands behind his back and turned to leave. At the same time, the people of the taboo family of the Nine Heavens and the Grey clan also saw it. They were a little surprised as to why a boundary emperor had to self-destruct to kill Jun Xiaoyao. However, as long as the final result was good, everything was not a problem. The shockwave of the self-destruction spread in all directions. And at almost the same time, the Huangtian mystic realm shook violently. A vast aura burst out. Jun Tianming, one of the 8 forefathers of the Jun family, stood in the void. The anger in his eyes seemed to be able to burn the 9 worlds. He roared with endless anger. How dare you attack the son of God of our clan? Wherever the sun and moon shine, wherever the mountains and rivers go, there will be no way for you to survive. Jun Tianming's voice exploded throughout the Huangtian mystic realm and even spread throughout the 9 heavens mystic realm. This was the anger of the Jun family. The strongest of the Jun family had sensed the explosion as soon as it happened. Something had happened to their son of God. Even the soul lamp in the family's ancestral hall was trembling. Jun Tianming's roar immediately stirred up a great commotion. What, someone dares to attack the son of God of the Jun family? Oh my God, are they tired of living? The Jun family has already made it clear that they won't interfere if it's a fight between their peers. However, if anyone dares to bully the weak, the Jun family won't forgive them. How bold, who has the guts to do that? Jun Tianming's roar immediately shook the entire 9 heavens mystic realm. It was not just a saying that the Jun family could turn the world upside down when they were angry. Soon, the experts of the Jun family tore open the rift and arrived at the place where Jun Xiaoyao was surrounded. Xiaoyao. A beautiful woman with long blue hair in a plain robe tore open the rift and arrived. She was none other than Luo Xiangling. Her exquisite and beautiful face was filled with anxiety and panic. She did not expect Jun Xiaoyao would be assassinated. She was blaming herself too. If she did not stay in the Jun family but returned to the Immortal Institute with Jun Xiaoyao, the situation would be completely different. More news soon spread. Jun Xiaoyao did not die, but he was severely injured. Half of his Dao Foundation was destroyed. After all, it was the self-destruction of a boundary monarch weapon. Apart from the martial monarch realm experts, those below the martial monarch realm, even those in the high-level boundary monarch realm would be severely injured even if they managed to survive the explosion. Besides, Jun Xiaoyao was still young. Even though his cultivation was in the lesser heaven highness realm, he still could not withstand the explosion. Someone later saw Jun Xiaoyao being escorted back to the Jun family. Half of his chaos chi had dissipated. It was obvious that he was severely injured. Most of his Dao Foundation was destroyed. It immediately stirred an uproar among the crowd. That being said, it also triggered a great deal of anger. After all, Jun Xiaoyao was the hero who saved the immortal realm. He had ended the disaster with his own hands. Who is it? Who dares to assassinate the hero of the immortal realm? The son of God of the Jun family saved the immortal realm, yet someone is trying to assassinate him. I won't let it go if I know who it is. Many experts and factions were enraged. They declared that they would avenge Jun Xiaoyao. That being said, it was hard to tell if they were sincere or just trying to curry favor with the Jun family. End of chapter 12-13. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.